Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A quest that was failed by a group of 40 of the strongest fighters, called the Curse of the Scorched Earth, was conquered by a single candidate. With a wide swing of his blade, the protagonist threw the enemy's back. The demons screamed as they fell, struck by the light of the sword. The warrior looked at the monsters with a grin. The enemy continued to advance, obeying the orders of their leader. The hero placed his foot on the defeated enemy and looked forward. An absolute monarch, owning and protecting 21 castles. With just one step, he could both destroy an entire state and gain the recognition of hundreds of thousands of people. Continuing to move forward, Soan swept away the enemies in his path like a wave. He bravely walked out to meet the huge monster. Smiling, the young man rushed at the enemy with his blade. He was the king of the world of Asrain until the quest Curse of the Scorched Earth was completed. The warrior lowered his head when he heard that he ended a nearly 2,000-year war in the three-dimensional world alone, and the heavens will forever praise his achievements. Smiling, the protagonist, the hero, asked, "What's the point of eternal glory if no one knows about it?" Looking down, he activated the check for active players and found that there were very few left. The hero clenched his blade and, closing his eyes, sighed sadly. Looking at the dawn over the battlefield, the warrior decided that his time had come. His domain was empty. The young man's fingers scrolled the mouse wheel. His gaze slid over the monitor, and he said that despite the appearance of a new event yesterday, there was not a single post on the community board. The gamer wondered why no one plays such a cool game. Seoan rested his head on his clenched fist and suggested the reason: just the implementation of virtual reality was not perfect. The guy sighed and said that if only Asra thought about virtual reality from the very beginning, she could overtake all these mediocre modern toys that can only attract with graphics, the scale of the world's development, the plot. There was not a single flaw. The young man leaned back in his chair and concluded that his complaints would not change anything. Continuing to spin the mouse wheel, the protagonist suddenly froze and his eyes widened. He saw an advertisement for a new game, Asrain Online, which promised perfect virtual reality and announced that pre-orders were open. The gamer leaned forward and noticed that the name of the new game was similar to his favorite game. The young man's mouth fell open in shock. Asrain promised true virtual reality, the first sensitivity synchronization mechanism. There were just over 5 days left until the worldwide launch, and the number of pre-orders had almost reached 80 million. Looking at the screen with an expression of shock, Seoan shouted that this was Luna, the moon of Asra. Typing the name of the game into the search engine, he could not believe it. The hero found the official teaser of the game and found that the number of views was incredible. While watching the video, the guy saw the ancient dragon Kerberos. The skills, locations, and even the NPCs were the same as in Asra. The new game turned out to be a better version of the old one. The young man's face reflected delight. He knew that all it lacked was the cutting-edge virtual reality, thanks to which it was now reborn. Watching the trailers and information about the game, the gamer found that they added a lot of skills and locations that he had not seen before. Although it was something new, they definitely used the structure of the world of Asra. His face reflected tension when the guy assumed that the quests remained the same. Staring with big eyes at the table, the young man thought that the information about the new game he owned was priceless. There was not a single user who did not know all the nooks and crannies of Asra better than him. The main character smiled and thought that it was time to show them all what the deadly first rank from Asra Online, which was laughed at as a failed game, was worth. There were 5 days left until the global release, during which time the hero searched for information about Asrain and said goodbye to the game in which he had been for the last 8 years, so the days passed unnoticed. Seoan prepared to enter the new game. When this day came and all his preparations were completed, the gamer studied hidden quests, character names, items, combinations, and achievements, even checked the first players whose names were posted on the bulletin board. Confidently looking at the monitor, the young man listened to the greeting of the system and gave his name as a username Hyan, and the system accepted the nickname. Virtual reality transferred the young man to the game, and soon he was standing in front of a huge statue of an angel. Excitedly looked around the room and announced the beginning. A bright flash of light appeared in front of the new player. The guy extended his hand towards the glow. The hero covered his eyes with his palm, thinking that she really came, the NPC angel who appears at the very beginning of the game. Folding her arms across her chest, the character greeted the wanderer from another dimension. Lowering his hand, the young man looked closely at the girl and realized that he had met her not so long ago and remembered. The angel introduced herself as Karul, one of the guides at the beginning, but the gamer called her Kedriel. The girl's smile gradually faded. Her figure was engulfed in black smoke, which surprised the hero. The statue cracked when a scarlet light engulfed the fake angel. A bright flash of light made the gamer cover his eyes with his palm again, and a demon appeared in front of him. He looked at the changes with horror because he was right. The identity of the owner of the name was revealed in one of Asra's last quests. With her scarlet wings spread, the great demoness Kedriel stood in front of the main character. Sweat ran down the guy's face. He could not understand what she was doing here. Looking at the newcomer with anger, the demoness laughed and asked how he managed to reveal her. The young man's pupils shrank to dots from fear when he felt enormous pressure. The gamer looked at his shaking hand and wondered if it was because of the sensitivity synchronization. The woman dropped to the floor and said that she didn't care, she couldn't do anything about it anyway, and suggested that he consider it an honor that he could see her true form here. Kedriel looked at the player with boredom and told him to quickly choose a class and get out of her sight. 4 magic items appeared around the young man. Looking at them, he thought, a sword, a dagger, a staff, and a cross. These items allowed him to become a warrior, a robber, a mage, or a priest. Looking sideways at the demoness, he was glad that he didn't have to fight her. Otherwise, the gamer was already prepared for his game to begin with instant death. He clenched his fists and wondered if nothing else would happen. There was no such thing as chance in Asrain. So pursed his lips, thinking about the activation of the hidden quest. Either one special reward or an event leading to it should appear, and since he did not receive the goodie, it means the hidden quest has not yet been fully activated. The gamer turned his head to look around and decided that he needed to fulfill some condition. There should be something else here that will help him move forward. Looking behind the demoness, he opened his mouth. He saw a small rug resting against the wall and thought that this rug was too small and was in a strange place. Then, before the youth's inner eye, a statue flashed, which used to stand there, and he did not pay attention to it while Kedriel was in the form of an angel. The hero went straight there, going around the woman, deciding to examine this place closer. But his path was immediately blocked by a scarlet wing, and this pressure appeared again. He looked at the demoness in fear when she asked him what he was doing, clarified whether he heard her, and repeated that he should quickly choose his role and get out. The young man thought, continuing to look at the NPC, and noticed that the girl was worried, and sweat was running down her face. Demons rarely worry about anything. Joyfully opening his mouth, he realized that his assumption was probably correct. Smiling brazenly, despite Kedriel's irritation, the newcomer said that he had no time limit, so he just wanted to look around. She replied that there was nothing to see there. But the guy just walked forward, and to the woman's indignation, he said that then she had no reason to stop him. The demoness looked tensely at the young man's back. The hero raised his foot over a small rug. The villainess clicked her tongue in irritation. When Sohan lowered his boot, black smoke began to spread from the rug. The wall in front of him became covered in cracks, and he himself shook. A new flash of light blinded the gamer, and he received a notification about the discovery of a hidden room. The guy saw the continuation of the temple, brightly lit by sunlight, and learned that the number of classes to choose from had increased. Walking along the corridor of the hidden room, the protagonist said that since Asrain was assembled from Asrain, they had to add something similar. He immediately noticed that the game gives a free slot for only one character, but when players find out, they will not be greedy to spend $110 to buy an additional one. The young man smiled triumphantly and said that he felt this since the time of Asrain. They really knew how to make money. In front of him now was a shield, a halberd, a different type of staff, and a new blade, and he realized that these were the items that personified the hidden classes. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, the guy wondered which role would be more advantageous in the later stages of the game. The gamer turned his head and saw a demoness sitting on the throne. Folding her arms across her chest, Kedriel asked what the newbie was staring at. In front of him there were a lot of hidden classes that he craved. Let him choose and leave already. The guy thoughtfully looked at her. The woman panicked when the player moved straight towards her. Smiling good-naturedly, the hero explained that he felt something powerful behind the NPC and asked him to move. The demoness grinned and asked if the young man was mistaken, but in response she heard that he could stay where he was. And to the girl's surprise, he simply walked into the portal behind her. She rose and shouted for the newcomer to return. But the young man had already entered, holding out his hand forward. A huge black claymore caught his attention. The gamer tried to understand what kind of class it was. He had been playing Asrain Online for 8 years, but had never seen or heard of anything like it. Looking at the blade with admiration, he thought that apparently his title of Dimension Destroyer was not the last. Holding out his hand, he decided that it looked impressive for the class. Purple flames began to rage around the sword. The young man grabbed the handle with anticipation, because until that moment he did not know that Kedriel was an archdemon of deception. The blade was absorbed by the gamer's palm, still unaware that the demoness behind his back was deceiving people and feeding on their despair. Quietly pressing his hand to his chest, the hero did not immediately understand that he had chosen the hidden support class, and he froze when it dawned on him. The guy waved his hands and loudly asked for a minute, but the system reported that the class was assigned and an additional slot for the character could be purchased. The gamer turned sharply to the demoness. She burst into loud laughter, declaring that her stomach was about to burst. The newbie was so confident in himself, but completely screwed up, but advised not to despair so much. Suddenly this role was better than it seemed. Trembling with anger, the guy said that she should have told. The demoness waved her hand at him, saying goodbye to her victim. The woman dissolved in purple flame. The young man covered his face with his hand, nervously chuckled. He needed to think about how he could even take a support character. Even when Seo-an moved from the lobby to the world, he continued to be indignant. The main character stood in the middle of a green meadow, scratching his chin with his finger. He tried to calm down because this class was still hidden. Even in the army, the word support referred to enormous firepower. Imagining flying missiles, the young man hoped that this could be the same. He opened the status window, deciding to check it, but the information did not please him. The guy almost cried, nervously laughing that he would go crazy, and looked at the skills, which were the defense of the heavenly god and a shield. Rolling his eyes, the hero asked if these were human statistics and what he should do with it. The gamer covered his face with his palm and admitted that it was terrible. Having pulled out a dagger, the young man looked at the slimes jumping nearby and decided that since he had chosen such a class, he had to at least reach level 50 to get the ult. He could get some benefit from it. The hero threw a stone at the nearest slime. The enemy immediately bubbled, and the player was glad that he had succumbed to the provocation. It remained to decide how to use his skills. When the monster got closer, and the support activated the protection of the sky god on himself, the slime hit the hero in the chest, pushing him forward. With a satisfied smile, the young man realized that due to the increased protection, he seemed to become immortal for a moment. He showered the slime with blows to counterattack, and he froze in confusion over the wounded enemy. The support's damage was terrible, and the monster had already begun to recover. The enemy jumped to attack again. Frowning, the hero decided that the time had come. He parried the slime's attack with a shield. He plopped back down on the grass. Smiling contentedly, the gamer moved towards the enemy. He was glad that it was useful, and now it was time to finish. The guy looked angrily at the monster, and shouting for it to die, he began to quickly hit with a dagger. Seo-an triumphantly swung, expecting that there were a couple of blows left. The next moment, someone's arrow smeared the slime. The young man turned around in fear, thinking that someone with a higher level was already causing a fuss. And he saw two players. One was shooting at the slimes with a bow, and the second was hitting with an axe, and said that this was already the 15th. The archer noticed the hero and apologized for killing someone else's enemy, and the gamer had to say that everything was fine. Gloomily looking at the other players, the guy realized that they were also newbies. He tried so hard to kill this slime, and others took it out with one blow. He looked at the dagger and realized that with these skills and stats he wouldn't get very far on his own. Remembering the figure of an acquaintance, the hero decided that he needed a partner in the face of a very strong damage dealer. Habitually scratching his chin with his finger, the protagonist thought about the only way to level up, since now he couldn't even hunt slime alone. The guy thoughtfully looked at the other players. The warrior was fighting off another slime, while the priest next to him asked to remind him what to do, and from these noob cries, he realized that there was nothing to catch here. The young man thought that he needed a damage dealer, someone with a good fighting sense and the ability to set the pace in battle. The hero looked into the distance, and someone suitable came to mind. Remembering the powerful figure of an old acquaintance from Asrain Online, the second rank, Ain. The player left one game to go to another. Running his fingers over the keyboard, the guy said that he was sure that he would not come here anytime soon. He clicked on the icon with an envelope. A huge wolf was sitting in the lotus position in the middle of the stadium when his name was called. The hero entered and asked why he had arranged a meeting here after so much time apart. Waving his hand to his friend, the young man tried to propose, but the werewolf growled and activated the predator skill. The wolf quickly jumped up. A clawed paw fell on the interlocutor, but Seo-an only laughed. The warrior simply dodged the slash skill. Summoning his sword, the young man noticed that his friend had not changed at all. He activated the blade of the god against his opponent. The wolf jumped aside, and the hero asked why PvP like that right away. He certainly understood his friend's obsession, but he could have started with a greeting. The werewolf clenched his fist to heal the wounds, after which he again rushed at the enemy at high speed. The wolf opened his huge mouth, but the hero used the defense skill to throw the enemy aside. Continuing to activate the skills, the player rushed forward, waving the blade. The werewolf had to cover himself with his hands to stop the other's blow. By inertia, he moved aside, but was able to stand on one paw. The protagonist raised his hand in a conciliatory manner and offered to end it there and hear him out. But judging by the growling in the scarlet light, the werewolf was not yet ready for dialogue. Both opponents quickly jumped into the air. Both rivals were serious, activating their most powerful skills. They struck each other at the same time, sword against claws. Later in the tavern, the werewolf claimed that he was faster. Seo-an, propping his cheek with his palm, admitted that his friend was right, but he was faster after the blow of his sword. The wolf got angry and shouted that the interlocutor was asking for trouble. They could hold another PvP in check, but the warrior interrupted him with a refusal. He had much more important things to discuss. The werewolf leaned his elbow on the table and asked what could be more important. The hero asked his friend if he heard that Asrain Online had been completely remade for virtual reality. Shaking his finger contentedly, the young man finished that the mage class in the new game was especially good and asked if his friend should join him. The interlocutor growled resentfully and asked if his friend had really returned just for this, after leaving him here, escaping to another version of the game, and the protagonist tried to convince his friend that he couldn't abandon him. The guy put his hands on the table and said that as an older man he simply decided to first inspect the new game for suitability before inviting him there, but the wolf snorted and asked when Soyeon became an older man. The young man pointed his finger at the table and said confidently that if they joined forces they would become an invincible team. Everything would be the same as here. The werewolf folded his arms and asked why a mage. Weren't there any melee damage dealers like the berserker? The role of a mage didn't appeal to him very much. The hero looked at his friend tensely. He was almost able to convince him, but if his interlocutor did not choose a mage, all this would be meaningless. Pointing his finger at the werewolf, the guy replied that only he had access to the full potential of this class, and with divine control it would not be difficult to use the mage's abilities as effectively as possible. Ain suddenly became embarrassed and said that any player could do this, and the gamer realized that he had succeeded and asked if his friend would join him. Poking his chest with a claw, the werewolf agreed. Although Soyeon was weak compared to him, he knew how to use his brains. If they organized a party, something interesting could definitely come out of it. Smiling happily, the guy asked him to listen carefully. He said that as soon as a new player joins, he will have the opportunity to choose a class, but Cadriel will try to interfere with him. The wolf immediately remembered that this is the same villain as in Asrain, and the main character reminded that he talked about a large number of coincidences in the games. His interlocutor agreed that everything is getting more fun, but he needs to buy a capsule since his old one does not work well and may not pull the new game. A few days later, Soyeon arrived at the gates of the magical village of Libya. Looking at the crowd, the young man was worried that he did not see his friend, although the time was almost up. He remembered the conversation with his friend, and that he promised to put on a bandage with a feather when he would wait for him at the castle gate, so he went into the inventory. Putting on the accessory, the hero thought that now he would be noticed. Then he turned around when he heard his name. The guy saw a tall blonde man and decided that this was Ain. The gamer came closer, holding out his hand, and was delighted that he finally saw what his friend looked like in real life. But the man he had started a conversation with began to offer goods as an NPC, and the voice said irritably that Hyan was looking in the wrong direction. The support turned to see the real Ain, and surprise appeared on his face. The short girl took off her hood and said that although they had never met in real life, now she knew what her friend really looked like and was glad to meet him. The girl smiled amiably. Putting her hand on her hip, she declared that she was Ain. The protagonist raised his finger up and asked another question. What is the main skill of the werewolf Ain? The girl sighed tiredly and answered that it was body enhancement, and could not understand what this interrogation was for. Looking around, the young man thought that he couldn't even imagine that his friend would be a girl, and he answered out loud that he was convinced that it was indeed Ain in front of him, and asked if she had chosen the mage class, and the girl confirmed it. Soyeon extended his hand and asked if it was a rare class or a hidden one, and the interlocutor answered that it was, of course, hidden. In response, the sorceress opened the skill window and offered him to see for himself, and the young man saw the melee mage class, and he couldn't understand how that was possible. He rubbed his chin with his finger, wondering if this would be a problem, but decided to look at the skills first, abilities with a certain range. He did not find any, but he saw one that consumed an extremely large amount of mana with its basic attack in this skill. Ain could deal 225 units of damage for each hit. It was definitely powerful, but at the same time there were only 4.5 units of mana, so the girl would not be able to use it for more than 45 seconds, and he also wondered why it said that she deceived Cadriel. The hero's face darkened, and he thought that they both screwed up. At this time, the sorceress lit a flame on both hands and called her friend, saying that her hands were burning, but she felt pain. But when the guy turned around, the flame had already gone out. The gamer slapped himself in the face, but when the girl asked what was wrong, he replied that everything was fine. The guy sat down on a bench. Ain suggested going hunting to test their skills, but the support replied that they were in a level 60 zone and they would simply be killed. The sorceress pointed ahead and suggested going to the next city. They could teleport with all the gold they had collected, but the friend replied that it wouldn't be easier in the next city. Looking at the interlocutor with displeasure, the girl asked why they were here, because he himself asked to come here or gave incorrect information, but the hero asked to wait a minute. He thoughtfully looked away and concluded that going now was tantamount to suicide, and first he needed to make sure that his friend could inflict strong enough damage. So-eun coughed loudly, accidentally attracting the attention of other players. The girl angrily waved her hands, demanding to know about further plans, and the guy suggested having a friendly duel. The light immediately appeared on the sorceress's face. The young man smiled back and asked if his friend's mood had changed quickly. The sorceress suddenly froze and asked if the support had a chance to win, but he replied that it was his problem and asked him to give it his all. The girl hit her fist on her palm and said that she would not hold back and let her friend get ready to receive, to which the gamer noted that in this pose she did not look like a magician at all. They stood opposite each other, and the system confirmed the start of the duel. Ain activated her fiery claws and rushed at the enemy. Directing a blow at the support, she said that no matter how legendary her friend was, he should not think that he could win here with such a class. Although So-eun got into a fighting stance, he thought that first he needed to check what damage his friend could inflict and would allow her to hit him only once. The flame cut the young man's chest. Under the girl's surprised gaze, the gamer collapsed on the sidewalk. Hearing that she was declared the winner, the sorceress looked at her enemy questioningly. Pressing his hand to his chest, the guy thought it was painful. Although the level was not that big, the damage was impressive. At this time, the girl worriedly asked why her friend looked like he was really hurt, but remembering about the sensitivity synchronization, she realized that he really was in pain. She came closer, clenching her fists, and said that she would not consider this a victory and demanded to repeat. Resting his palms on the tile, the young man agreed, and now he would make every effort, and Ain threatened that if the interlocutor did not give it his all, she would immediately leave. The sorceress was very angry. She ran at full speed to attack the opponent, and the hero thought that this was another frontal attack. There was no point in even using the protection of the heavenly god, because he could just dodge. Continuing to avoid the girl's attacks, the young man thought that although his friend's attacks were sharp, her movements were slow enough, so there were many vulnerable spots, and if compared to Asrain, it was disappointing, or maybe his friend was just not used to the game yet. The sorceress's face reflected anger. She loudly asked what was wrong with him and whether the enemy was going to fight at all. Dodging the attack again, the hero mockingly noted that she herself could not hit. The girl clenched her teeth and cursed at her friend. She rushed into a new attack, and the guy immediately recognized the movements, expecting that his friend would now swing. But instead, the sorceress suddenly disappeared, surprising the protagonist. A blow of flaming claws fell from above. The girl accelerated so much that the gamer noticed the attack at the last moment. Unable to dodge, he activated the protection of the heavenly god. Ain's eyes widened. She did not understand what was happening, and the hero at that time activated his shield. One move was enough to repel the attack. The sorceress fell, and Hyan was declared the winner. A few minutes later, the girl chased her friend and demanded a rematch. She called the support's skill cheating, although it was enough for her to see these skills at least once, and she would not be able to catch her with such things again. So-eun turned to her and asked if he could really defeat someone twice with such abilities, because this was his only trump card. In response, the sorceress said that such words would not affect her. But at the same time, she looked pleased, even if the girl called her friend's words cheap flattery, after which she asked when they would go hunting. The support smiled and answered that right now, and called his friend to follow him. Meanwhile, night had fallen. Hiding behind a stone, the young man expressed hope that everything would work out as he planned. They would be able to effectively use their specializations and level up here. The moon rose above the castle when skeleton warriors appeared in the surrounding area. Ain looked at the guy next to him and asked what they were going to do, since they could tell from just one look that they couldn't defeat these monsters. The girl bowed her head in shock when the protagonist told her that they weren't going to defeat the monsters. Smiling, So-eun said that they didn't have to fight themselves to level up. Ain frowned and told the guy to explain everything to her properly from the beginning. The protagonist pointed behind him. Pointing to the city behind him, he said that they wouldn't hunt monsters. There were guards on duty on the city walls. The guards frowned and looked down, tracking every threat. The protagonist wanted to aggro the mobs and make the guards attack them instead. In the new games, it was made so that the player does not receive experience if the NPC participates in the hunt for the monster, so that this cheating tactic is not abused. Ain, looking at the guy, asked if this method of leveling up would work here. He answered saying that this game is based on ASRA, so he does not think that the developers changed the basic mechanics. Smiling, the girl said that they will do it, because the worst thing that can happen to them is death. So-eun looked at the moon in the sky. At this time, the skeleton commander passed by the skeletons. He slightly turned his head, feeling something. Suddenly, something crashed into his head. It was a stream of mana released from Ain's hand. The girl herself stood to the side, continuing to control the fire. The girl lowered her hand and became nervous. The skeletons turned to her. The ghostly commander froze, not moving right away. The army commander turned around abruptly, his eye flashing. An invisible pressure fell on Ain. Due to the difference in levels, the probability of being frozen in fear was much higher. The girl clenched her fist tightly. The army of the undead ran towards the girl, and she immediately rushed away. Sweat flowed down her face. For a moment it was too dangerous because she could not even move. Continuing to run, Ain mentally said that if she had not been warned about the synchronization, she would have probably died. Soon, the girl saw a guy waving his hand at her. Following after Ain, Seoan said that they could be surrounded, so they had better split the monsters into 2 equal groups. The girl looked at the guy with disbelief and asked him how he was going to out-aggro the mobs on himself if all the monsters were following her. The protagonist did not answer, blocking the arrows. Ain looked behind her in surprise. Seoan replied saying that it would temporarily stun the opponents, and he would also become their living target. Now the pair had only to run straight to the city gates. At this time, another knight came to replace the guard. Looking at his comrade, the man shouted and began to scold him for being late. He nervously smiled and asked for forgiveness. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the guard said that this was not the first time he had heard this, and if he continued to be late, he would tell the commander everything. Suddenly, a guard nearby shouted announcing the approach of monsters. The guards looked down and saw a crowd of skeletons following the people. Among the skeletons, a ghostly commander was riding a horse. A magic circle flashed over the wall, warning everyone about the enemy attack. Ain, sweating heavily, asked the protagonist how much longer they had to run. The girl running away from the skeleton army told Seoyan that at this rate they would soon catch up with them. The protagonist raised his head, realizing what was about to happen. He instantly turned his head to Ain and shouted, telling her to dodge. A moment later, streams of flame fell to the ground. Flames enveloped the entire body of the ghostly commander. The protagonist hid behind the fence. Peeking out from cover, he said that they barely made it in time. While the guards on the walls were talking, Ain was telling Soyeon below that she thought the guards would just fire a few arrows, and not such powerful spells. The protagonist, hearing her words, said that this was a magical city, so there was no need to be surprised by this. The girl looked up, seeing the glow. She opened her mouth in surprise, receiving many notifications about leveling up. She happily looked at the protagonist, saying that she had greatly increased her level. The protagonist said that he himself did not expect this. Raising his hand, Soan said that experience is shared according to the same scheme as an ASRA, so they were able to gain experience. Seoan looked at the city walls and said that it was still dangerous, because if they were even a little slower, they would most likely die. Ain, after his words, said that the higher their level, the less influence the status effects will have, so everything will be easier from now on. Getting up, the guy said that he was glad that the wait worked out. Ain also got up and smiled. So the couple continued to farm experience in the dark forest. Events take us to the protagonist's house. The guy was sitting at the computer. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said that he did not see a single useful post. He involuntarily frowned. Going into one of the chats, he decided to find out how crits work. This game gave crits if the player hit vital points. For humanoids, these were the heart, head, gurdon, and joints. Seoyeon thought for a while, sitting at the computer. Introducing Ain, he said that for someone with close combat experience like her, it wouldn't be hard to crit with every attack. Soon, the guy found himself on the bench in the game. The system panel appeared in front of him, informing him that Ain had entered the game. Looking at the clock tower, Seoyeon said that the girl was most likely a student and logged in at a certain time of day. The guy smiled nervously, saying that if Ain played until 3 o'clock every day, she must have a gaming addiction, although he himself skipped classes after passing exams. A few minutes later, the girl stood in front of the guy and asked if they were going ghost hunting today. Remembering yesterday's runs, she said that she was pleasantly surprised by the farming method that he had shown her. Smiling widely, she said that no one would have thought that it was possible to reach level 40 in 3 days. Raising his hands, Seoyeon said that it was all thanks to her. Today he wanted to suggest hunting named monsters. When the guy stood up, Ain asked him what he meant by named. These monsters were stronger than usual. They gave cool rewards. Now the couple could compete with these bosses. Many high-level guilds had already begun to prepare for the raid on the orc. Raising her hand, the girl said that he most likely wanted to get a reward. The protagonist immediately confirmed this, saying that equipment only drops once per monster. Smiling nervously and raising his hand, Seoyeon told the girl to be calmer because they would hardly be able to kill everyone. Smiling widely, he said that they would choose monsters wisely because they only needed those that would give stat bonuses as a reward. Ain's eyes sparkled. She agreed with the guy. Immediately turning around, the girl stood in a werewolf pose, saying that it was time for them to go. Realizing that Seoyeon wasn't coming, she turned around asking him why he wasn't coming. He replied saying that they hadn't even decided who they were going to go after first. Then he asked Ain if she had used her skill points yet. Ain froze in confusion upon hearing his question. She called up the system panel saying that she had 70 points. The protagonist squinted and said that she got 2 points for every new level, but she should have 78 points. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, she said that she had accidentally pumped the points into strength. Seo-eun sweated and angrily looked at Ain and asked why she hadn't pumped everything into magic. Turning to the protagonist, Ain with a smile on her face said that because she used to be a werewolf, she had pumped up strength out of habit. The protagonist gritted his teeth, angrily looking at her. The girl felt a strong fear, sweating, saying that her strength can still be useful and her skills are pretty good. The guy hit himself in the face and said that they will now try to distribute the remaining points correctly. A little later, Seo-eun, sitting on a bench, looked at Ain's statistics. Although the girl had little stamina due to the class of a magician, but everything was leveled by the protagonist himself, now she already deals more than 500 units of damage, with her claws of flame. Rubbing his chin, the guy thoughtfully realized that they would have about 5 minutes to kill the boss. The girl sitting next to the guy said that she already wants to go hunting. At this time, Arneg, throwing his sword over his shoulder, said that they have already found a solid foundation. His partner, smiling, said that they made a lot of money today. Arneg, smiling, said that they have been playing for less than a month but already earn as much as a full-time job. Hellish Dust, laughing, said that this is due to the fact that there are a lot of people in the game. Arneg grinned and said that there were already over 10 million people in the game. His partner glanced at him and said that the demand was growing. Walking through the hilly terrain, the guys said that they were glad that they had started playing all their free time, and now if they were lucky, they could become a ranker. Waving his hand, Heldust said that rankers were making big money, and he should start looking for buildings to invest in. The guys froze when they saw a boy nearby. He crouched down in front of them, asking if they were going to the guild meeting. Pointing at the guys, Tartar said that this time the meeting would be dedicated to a raid on a special named monster. The events take us to the base of the Jijin Guild. The head of the guild stood at the board, explaining the battle tactics. Looking gloomily at the crowd, he thanked everyone who came, and now they would begin the discussion. The guild leader raised his hand and said that a few days ago, one of their members found a special place in the dark forest. In the middle of the clearing there was a blue shrine, and they found out that this is where the hidden boss leopard appears. Heldust opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that they would be participating in something grand. Imagining the boss dungeon, the guild leader said that he suspended the current guild activities to concentrate all his efforts on fighting the boss. Meanwhile, the leopard stood in the middle of the hall. He turned around slightly as if he felt that he was being discussed. The protagonist, who was walking on the bridge, told Ain that he had finally decided which boss they would go to kill first. Smiling at Ain, he said that if they followed the list, they would be able to get rewards for all the hidden bosses. The protagonist looked into the distance and said that they were going to the Dark Forest Shrine. At the same time, the guildmaster Jijin frowned and said that their goal was to kill the hidden boss first. Tartar was hiding behind a pillar, feeling a strong cold. He was crying and heard the screams of his comrades. The boy covered his mouth in fear when he saw the fallen corpse. He couldn't hold back his tears. Tartar didn't understand how they could be so helpless. A few hours ago, the Jijin guild group was walking through the forest. Arjun, who was walking in the middle of the crowd, asked his partner what he thought about this raid. Heldust, smiling, said that he shouldn't worry so much, because usually on the first sortie they just analyze the attacks and behavior of the named monster. Arjun agreed and said that they could also defeat it on the first try. After that, the man looked at the blonde and asked him what he thought about it. Tartar scratched his head and said that everything was possible. Laughing, Heldust stroked the boy's head, telling him to be more determined. Suddenly, the guildmaster stopped everyone. Standing in front of the gates of the shrine, he said that if they entered, they could be attacked immediately. Looking at the members of the group, the leader told them to focus on the game and let others know if they saw or felt anything strange. Soon, the doors of the shrine opened. A stream of cold air rushed towards the group. The members of the raid entered the shrine. The leader of the group, who was walking ahead, forbade them to act alone. The fog inside the shrine was thick. It did not allow them to see everything clearly. Suddenly, the members of the group froze, feeling the pressure. The leader of the group shouted, turning to his subordinates, and told everyone to remain calm. A wall of mana suddenly appeared, throwing a couple of guys back. The guild members stood in a circle, examining their surroundings. Arjun nervously said that there must be something else here. Heldust clenched his fists and said that this was just the beginning. A moment later, a magic circle flared up in the shrine. The leopard stood motionless looking at the group. Like any boss, he could affect the player's perception. A magic circle appeared behind the old man. Frowning at the people, he said that 2 impudent insects got in here. Tartar clenched his teeth in horror. The guild leader standing in front shouted, telling everyone to get into battle formation. Arjun rushed forward with a shout telling everyone to be ready to use long-range spells. A mana rune formed on the old man's staff. Arjun waved his sword with a smile on his face, saying that he bought a suitable weapon for the battle with the boss. The guy raised his hands to attack. Suddenly, something pierced his chest. Arjun's eyes widened in shock. Arjun began to fall, his chest was pierced through and his heart was destroyed. Now he could not enter the game for 48 hours. The guy's comrades stared at his corpse in horror. The guild leader began to get very worried and looked behind him, telling everyone to concentrate. Forming a magic circle on his staff, Leopard said that this was just the beginning. Ice spikes began to form around the old man. The squad leader turned around, ordering the tanks to cover them and protect the damage dealers by any means necessary. A moment later, many players were pierced through and through. The system immediately informed them that they could not log in for 48 hours. Another ice shard pierced the player's chest. Guild leader Jijin closed his eyes and shouted, ordering everyone to disperse and not gather in groups. Suddenly, his hand was disconnected from his body. The guy looked at his hand in horror. A couple of minutes later, all the players were lying on the ground except for the guild leader himself. Standing in the middle of the hall, Leopard said that he was too bored. Looking at him, it was clear that the players needed at least level 70. Magic circles reappeared on the tip of the staff. Activating the shield ability, the leader Jijin shouted, telling everyone to hold on as long as possible. He frowned and shouted, saying that they needed to live longer to see as many attacks as possible. A moment later, his blood splashed along with his clothes. The leopard laughed, saying that it was very funny. Tardar, meanwhile, managed to hide behind a column. He was shaking violently from fear, not believing that all the guild members were dead. The boy began to cry. He hid immediately after seeing Arneg's death. The boy looked at the corpses around him and realized that if he managed to survive, he would most likely be kicked out of the guild. Tartar carefully looked out, trying to figure out what to do. The boy hid again out of fear, although he understood that this was just a game, but he did not want to die. Clenching his fist, Tartar told himself that he would rather die proudly in battle like the rest of the guild members did. He glanced to the side, seeing someone. Tartar saw two people at the entrance. The ones who entered the shrine were the protagonist and Ain. Pointing to the gate, Ain asked if this was the shrine. Walking forward, the protagonist thought, not understanding where the boss went. The girl walking next to him suggested that he could have been killed by others. Soan smiled nervously and said that the leopard was a named boss of the 5th level, and even several thousand players of the 30th level would not be enough to kill him. The guy approached Ain and whispered something to her. The old man shuddered, sensing someone else's presence. He turned around, saying that there were still a few bugs left alive. Forming an ice crystal, the leopard said that he would cut short their miserable lives. Ain repelled the enemy's attack with her hand. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that her hands were slightly tingling, but the method was still working. The leopard raised his staff and began to concentrate mana. Seoan rushed forward using a second of immortality. Thanks to this, Ain again reflected the attack. Even with a second of immortality, the attack should have pierced the girl. However, Ain deflected the blow at an angle. If you quickly block the boss's attack, then he could not kill her. The problem was that it was impossible to do with a weak reaction. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that this was like the opposite of striving for crits. Ain squinted and asked if this was even possible. Seoan answered, saying that he was confident in her. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that if he said so, then she could do it. After that, she rushed forward with a smile on her face, saying that she could handle it at all. Now Seoan, running parallel to the girl, smiled. He knew that it would work. The leopard pointed his staff at the guy and asked him how he dared to look around in his presence. The protagonist waved his hand and deflected the boss's attack. Seoan frowned deeply, realizing that it was difficult for him to dodge and use the skill at the same time. At that moment, Ain used her flaming claws and attacked the boss. The girl next to whom the fire was blazing told the leopard that he was the only one here who shouldn't look around. The old man felt the fire and cried out in pain. He hit the floor with his staff. Furrowing his brows, he screamed, saying that he would wipe her off the face of this world. Raising his staff again, he used an ice shield. Retreating to the protagonist, the girl asked him what she should do now. He answered, telling her to relax. His lips stretched into a smile. The boy rushed forward and told Ain to run at the boss when he told her to. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist activated the shield and collided with the old man's magic. Frost covered half of the guy's body when he used the shield effect, stunning. Such a successive attack was almost impossible to stop, and from such a distance, he was able to interrupt the enemy's spell with the shield. The girl with fire on her hands appeared next to the protagonist when he called her. Ain approached the boss in an instant with a grin on her face. The flame hit the boss's head, causing him to receive critical damage. The old man began to cough up blood due to his injuries. Ain smiled widely and said that everything worked. Extending his hand, Soan told the girl to leave the support to him, and she herself continued the attack. The old man raised his staff. Ain immediately jumped behind him. After some time, the couple stood in front of the boss. Frowning, the girl asked Seoyeon how much life the boss had left. The protagonist also knitted his brows and said that he was almost dead. It was time for his final phase. The old man spread his arms out to the side and laughed. concentrating mana in his staff, he said that the games were over and now he would use all his power to kill them. Looking at the ice spreading around, Seo-eun said that the battle had begun again. Streams of fire enveloped the couple, protecting them from the ice. The girl suddenly rushed forward. The leopard held his staff in front of him and said that their time to die had come. The protagonist raised his hand, activating a second of immortality. Fire flared up in the girl's hands. Her lips stretched into a wide grin. Seo-eun's mana rushed towards Ain, who jumped up. She extended her fiery hand towards the boss. The capillaries in the old man's eye appeared in fear. A moment later, the girl landed behind the boss, ending his life. The leopard's body began to disintegrate, while he said that a celestial being like him could not die at the hands of a mortal. Soon, the body of the boss in front of the couple began to disappear, then the system informed them of the victory over the boss. The girl raised her hand and screamed with joy. The system congratulated the couple for their victory over the boss as a team of two. Tartar, who was hiding behind a column, stood up. He carefully looked out, saying that this was simply impossible. Frowning and not understanding where this couple came from, the boy asked himself if this video would be popular if he posted it. Ain was sitting at the table with loot, including leopard. They killed 18 bosses. They also received 20,000 gold, 9 rare items and 1 unique. The protagonist, stroking his chin, decided that Ain should take the staff, and he could take the rest for himself. Smiling, he told the girl that a unique item is worth 10 times more than a rare one, so if she takes the unique one and he takes everything else, then everything will be equal. Taking the staff in her hand, the girl said that she had nothing to do with this weapon because her weapon was her hands. Seo-eun, hearing her words, said that they could craft a staff with gloves, and they had enough gold. Imagining an angry Ain, the guy mentally said that distributing loot in a group was always accompanied by difficulties. The girl stood up with a staff in her hand and said that any solution suited her. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy pleased the girl by saying that they could go to the sorcerer right now and buy new equipment. The events take us to the largest city in the magical kingdom, Lepra. Ain smiled widely with joy and admiration. The protagonist, looking at the city, said that this city cost the developers a large sum. The girl walked forward without looking at the guards, saying that she was going to quickly inspect all the sites. Suddenly, the guard's spear stopped her. The man raised his spear and said that from their clothes, he realized that they were dark priests, and they were not allowed to enter. The couple froze in shock upon hearing his words. Dark priests use the powers of evil, which is why ordinary people in the game are not particularly disposed towards them. They were always associated with skulls and monsters. Priests are also canonically associated with heretics. They often faced restrictions on entering the city and other important objects. Their dark mana frightened everyone. The protagonist, pointing to himself, said that these clothes were just equipment that they received. The guard, letting them pass, told them that they had better not cause trouble in the city. People on the way looked at Ain and Seo-eun with fear, not understanding why the dark priests were allowed to pass. The events take us to the store. When the couple entered, the girl behind the counter greeted them. Seo-eun approached the counter and began to study the prices for the sorceress's services. The girl smiled sweetly when asked if there was a locker room. She replied saying that she would send them there right away. The protagonist and Ain suddenly moved to another place. The guy grinned and said that this NPC must be of a very high level. Ain shuddered when she saw Seo-eun start to take off his clothes, saying that they need to take off everything that they were going to craft. Putting on a t-shirt, the guy told the girl to leave as soon as she was done. Ain involuntarily turned her head looking at the clothes that were left behind. The protagonist placed a bag of money on the counter asking to fuse. The sorceress raised her hand, forming a magic circle. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the chest plates. With a pop, it turned into smoke, upsetting the protagonist. Continuing to smile, the girl asked if he wanted to continue the fusion. Putting Dale's tome on the table, the guy said to try crafting this. The attempt to create a rare item ended in another explosion. Seo-eun angrily shouted, standing behind the counter after numerous notifications from the system about the failure. The saleswoman pointed to Ain aside. New gloves appeared on the girl's hands, which she managed to craft with a staff. The protagonist froze, looking sadly at the girl. When Ain had already called up the system panel, the protagonist asked the sorceress to craft something. Pointing to the item in the guy's hand, the sorceress asked if he was sure that he wanted to combine a rare item with junk. The guy answered saying that it was not junk. Ain handed the guy a cloak, telling him to put it on. The black cloak turned out to be the dark robe of a ghost commander. Seo-eun, taking the cloak, could not hold back tears of joy. The girl stretched out her finger and said that he still deserved some kind of reward for his efforts. At this time, Tartar stood by the fountain. The boy was sad with his head down. He was no longer a member of the guild. The guild leader slammed the table and asked Tartar why he posted the video. Pointing at the boy, he said that their guild had barely managed to find the named monster, but not only had it run and hid while they died, but it had also posted the information. The blonde bowed his head and said that he thought more people should see the video. The angry man waved his hand, saying that their only chance to snatch the first kill had failed, and now a higher-ranking guild was going to hunt in that area. The boy couldn't lift his head as he listened to the swearing. Someone tapped his shoulder as Tartar thought about how the only useful thing he had done all this time was leave the guild. The boy turned around and Arjun immediately asked him why he was so depressed. Helldust patted the teenager on the head and said that a real man should overcome obstacles, not bow down to them. Tartar, unable to hold back his tears, said that he was very sorry. Helldust hugged him, telling him not to worry. Smiling, Arjun told the boy not to worry, because due to the recent incident they also left the guild. They still made a living by playing, so they did not want to be limited by the guild rules. Raising an eyebrow, Helldust told the boy that he should still delete the video he uploaded. Tartar nervously scratched the back of his head, apologizing for leaking information about a named monster. Arjun, who was standing next to him, said that it was not about the information. He should not have uploaded videos of other users without their permission, because of this he could get into debt. Tartar abruptly turned around and screamed, asking if these were not NPCs. Remembering numerous chats and messages on the network, Arjun said that although the net it says that they are NPCs, but they are not. He realized this while sitting at the phone one day. Remembering the moment of the battle, Arjun said that NPCs cannot reflect the freeze and rush into battle. Only users with significant influence are capable of this. Crying, Tartar said that now he does not know what to do. Patting the teenager on the back, the guys told him not to worry and meet with the players in person to discuss the video. At this time, Ain dealt 2,000 damage with a blow of flaming claws. She immediately retreated back. All her points were pumped into magic, so she was like a crystal cannon, but she had enough skills to dodge attacks. The mana of the tree monster rushed forward. In an instant, a mana projectile was near Ain. The protagonist extended his hand, using a second of immortality. Having reflected the attack of the monster, the girl thanked the guy. The girl immediately attacked the monster in response. Thanks to the coordinated work of the damager and the support, the perfect duet was created. Seoan looked at his hands as his level increased. He had now reached level 50 and could begin his awakening. Covering his face with his hand, the boy trembled. Reaching this level meant a lot to him. Before awakening, the player was chained. Users who reached level 50 could learn the awakening skill, or the ult. His body was enveloped in mana and he himself could choose his ult. Such a player was much stronger than others. When activating the ult, he could become invincible for a while. The protagonist had been saving skill points for this moment all the time, like particles of light in the darkness. Extending his finger and smiling widely, he said that it was time to complete the awakening quest. The boy trembled as he grabbed the system panel when the system told him that he could not accept this quest. 3 system notifications appeared next, notifying that supports could not accept the quest alone, and they needed an ally of the same class. The boy became angry at the image of the smirking demoness. Ain's foot stepped into another space. Ain looked at the system panel describing the awakening process and said that she could hear her heart beating. The protagonist heard her and asked if she was the one who was absolutely confident a few minutes ago. Standing in front of the gate, Seoan asked if they should go. The girl answered saying that they should go. The couple sank into another space. The space inside the subconscious was like water. A bright light shone in the space when the system asked to prepare because the awakening was about to begin. The protagonist looked at the system notifications informing him that the keyword was being extracted from the player's subconscious. When the couple appeared on the platform, the system reported that the keyword was time. Ain's pupils dilated when the process of extracting the keyword from her began. Flames blazed in her subconscious. Flames and a clock formed in the square when the system reported that the girl's keyword was determination. Looking around in this strange space, Seoan understood that in order to reach their maximum potential, they needed to reach the depths of their subconscious. They also had one chance to go back to the past. The protagonist looked up at the ceiling while Ain looked around in admiration. Soon, a system panel appeared in front of the couple. The event creation was complete. Suddenly, the couple's legs buckled, their stats temporarily returned to 10, and all skills were reset. Seoan smiled nervously, mentally saying that the developers would not have given them the ability to turn back time without any objective reason. Putting his hand on the panel, the guy mentally said that in order to gain something, you need to lose something. Seoan became serious and looked into the distance when the system reported that awakening had begun. He gritted his teeth, trying to figure out if this was normal. Pointing her hand forward, Ain asked the guy to look there. Ahead, copies of the couple were formed from mana. These smiling clones were created from the data of their game together. The protagonist frowned and said that defeating them was most likely one of the conditions, but in his mind he noticed that the clones were looking down on them. Starting to warm up, the protagonists suggested fighting each other's clones. Smiling, the guy said that they had to defeat the artificial intelligence. Their clones continued to look at them arrogantly and smile. Suddenly appearing in front of Ain's clone, the guy said that he hoped that the artificial intelligence's skills would not disappoint him. He quickly stepped back, dodging the attack. Seo-eun raised an eyebrow, not finding any similarities in the clone's movements with the original. The clone's stats were no different in front of him, but her movements were terrible. A blade appeared in his hand. The protagonist appeared behind the clone in an instant and killed her. After that, the guy turned around and stood in front of the clone. Ain approached Seo-eun saying that apparently he didn't strain himself at all. He sighed, saying that in comparison to her, the clone was too mediocre. The protagonist suddenly became serious and looked into the distance when the system congratulated him on passing the first level. The guy stroking his chin thought the system had just given them skill points as a temporary reward. It turned out to be a stage game in which points were awarded after passing levels. The platform began to spin and descend. Ain pointed to the accumulation of dark mana and said that clones were most likely created there. 2 clones landed on the platform. The protagonist, looking at the flame in the girl's hand, realized that it felt a little different than before. The clone rushed to attack. Seo-eun swung his blade a couple of times and hit the girl. The clone's body immediately began to disintegrate. Looking at the dissolving body, the protagonist could not believe that the second level was so easy. The pair stood next to each other again as the system issued new temporary skill points. The mana on the platform began to move. The sphere of dark mana in front became even darker. 2 clones were slowly formed from the mana. As soon as Ain's clone came out, her mana flared. The girl's eyes sparkled, and her lips stretched into a smile. The protagonist froze looking at her. Her stats had increased significantly, and she also had a hidden skill. The clone began to approach at great speed. The guy gritted his teeth, realizing that the girl had accelerated, as if intentionally not giving him a chance to analyze the situation. Fire formed in the girl's hand. Now Seo-eun felt that she was a predator. Using a second of immortality, the protagonist hit the clone, saying that she was still at the level of artificial intelligence. The girl's side was hit. A strange liquid began to flow out from there. Seo-eun gritted his teeth in anger. He aimed at a vital point, but the blow went at a strange angle. The guy calmly watched as the clone landed on the platform. Seo-eun dodged and parried the clone's attacks, realizing that her health would decrease as the fight progressed due to the wound. Flames formed on the girl's hands. The protagonist stepped forward. Holding the shield in front of him, he rushed towards Ain. With a smile on his face, the guy used a second of immortality. He thought he had already won. A moment later, Ain was behind him. Seo-eun's body trembled from the damage received. He received more than 33% of damage in one blow. Part of his body was lost. The protagonist turned around, not understanding what happened. A second of immortality should have blocked the attack, but on the condition that the damage dealt does not suddenly increase. Then he saw a splash in the girl's skill, which increased her damage. Looking at the clone walking towards him with a smile on his face, the guy understood everything. Seo-eun covered his wound with his hand and mentally told himself that he had relaxed too much. Now if he didn't figure out how to bypass the skill, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The guy's eyes widened in shock when the system informed him of Ain's death. He quickly turned his head, not believing that the girl had lost to a support. Looking at his clone holding Ain by the neck, he saw his system panel with new skills. The clone's eye was shining brightly. The protagonist wondered if the Sword of Incarnation skill was really summoning a weapon. His clone threw Ain aside, and Seo-eun saw the system window, which reported that his dark version had the 8th level Heavenly God's defense skill, which increased the defense of allies by 100 points for 1 second and could create the Sword of Incarnation, which deals damage equal to the total damage that was absorbed. As the enemy walked towards him, he thought that this skill was definitely different from Second Immortality, a skill that deals damage equal to the one received, and then asked himself if it was true. Suddenly, he smiled widely and said happily, "This is an attack-type skill." At the same moment, he stabbed his girlfriend's dark clone with a blade. As he did so, his face twisted into a sinister smile, and he said that besides, no matter how you look at it, this is a completely cheating skill, and then added that now he finally feels motivated. His copy looked at him with horror in its eyes while he thought about how to quickly finish it off. A few minutes later, the dark clone's head flew off its shoulders. The blade in the guy's hands began to disappear while he was saying that now another stage is over, after which a system screen appeared in front of him, which said that as a reward for passing the 3rd level of the Abyss, each of the party members will be awarded temporary skill points. After that, another system screen appeared in front of the guy, which told him that the Awakened Support Skill Reverse Shield was now unlocked, as well as the Awakened Melee Magic Skill Surge of Magic Power was also unlocked. But the warning below said that he can only choose one awakening skill, so he needs to think carefully before doing so. He will have some time to rest to distribute the points received. After reading this, the protagonist put his hand on his hip and said in his head that awakening skills are only starting to open from this point, and in Asra the difficulty increased from the 4th floor, so most users did not go past the 3rd. This means that the real fight will begin right now, but Ain is not here now, so he should do at least some damage as a support. Thinking about this, Soan opened the system screen and invested all his skill points into Heavenly God's protection, thus upgrading it to level 8, so he can now use the Sword of Incarnation. Then said to himself that he needs to change the name of the skill, and also he should get as much information as he can before he can turn back time. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared in front of him, and from there, Ain's voice could be heard, mockingly saying that he looks like he's enjoying this, causing him to raise his head in shock and ask if she's watching him. The girl in the form of a ghost folded her arms across her chest and answered with a smile on her face, yes, she can see everything, since after her death, she became a ghost wandering around. The guy turned his head in different directions, trying to see his friend, but she told him not to try. A fire appeared not far from him, and Soyeon asked Ain to wait a little, because as soon as he returned in time, she would come back to life. The flames suddenly became even stronger, and the girl replied that then she would just continue to watch. In the raging flames, the protagonist saw 2 black silhouettes and asked Ain to stay next to him, and if she suddenly noticed that he had become a target for a long-range attack, she should warn him, to which she replied that she understood everything. Imaginary Hen of the 4th class and Imaginary Ain of the 4th class came out of the fire towards him. Upon seeing them, the ghost said that it looked difficult, but he had a chance if he used his Sword of Embodiment, to which he smiled widely and replied that it would be an easy victory. As soon as his girlfriend informed him that his clone was casting something, the guy extended his hand, using magic. But suddenly, Imaginary Soan rushed towards him, causing him to ask in surprise what kind of skill it was. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that it seemed to be just a support skill. This skill increases attack range and damage. After saying that, he rushed into the fire, shouting that he would just take more damage if he tried to stay away, so he needed to get into range. After closing the distance, the guy used the skill Second Absorption. The blade in his hand began to glow brightly. After absorbing enough damage, Soan quickly swung the blade. He then turned around and said to himself that even though the Sword of Incarnation deals a lot of damage, judging by the sound, the attack was successful, but the enemy also uses Second Absorption and absorbs the damage. He fought one-on-one until the 3rd floor, and now he needs to fight against 2. At the very last moment, Ain managed to warn her friend about the danger from behind, which made him turn around sharply and managed to dodge the incredibly fast attack of the Sword of Incarnation of his dark clone. At the same second, he jumped away from his opponent to a distance and said that the fight had just begun and he almost died. Suddenly, Ain screamed again from behind, after which the guy sharply jumped forward, dodging the fire attack of his girlfriend's dark clone and saying to himself that they did not even give him a chance to breathe. If he was distracted for a second, they would kill him. While he was thinking about this, the girl screamed that danger was close again, which made Soyeon, looking to the side, see a bright glow. Having managed to raise his hands, he blocked the magic beam, which dealt him 52 units of damage. Then Ain asked him how he was, to which the guy, frowning in displeasure, replied that everything was fine, adding that he was barely able to shift the attack to his hand, after which he wondered when the support got long-range attacks. Not far from him, his dark copy with an outstretched hand used the skill support Fire level 2, which allowed the owner to throw a short figurative sword at an enemy within a radius of 30 meters. Ain suddenly flew to her friend and said that they had no choice. He must roll back time, to which the protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked her to wait because there was something he could still do. The dark version of Ain suddenly rushed towards him. His fists burst into bright flames, and Soyeon said, therefore. He smiled widely and asked his friend to watch more closely, after which he used Second Absorption. Jumping up, the protagonist immediately threw himself into the fire. Gritting his teeth, the boy screamed in pain, while the system reported that Soyeon had received more than 33% of his health damage in one hit, and his body had received severe burns. Ain approached the boy in horror, asking how he was, and then screamed that he needed to turn back time because Soyeon's health had dropped below 20%. Spreading his arms, the protagonist activated the effect of the Blood Fairy Cloak, answering that he told the girl to just watch. The copies looked forward in bewilderment. Looking at them maliciously, Soyeon said that it would be faster now because his speed had been doubled for 60 seconds. Tightly gripping the handle of the weapon, he immediately made a quick dash forward. His clone stood to the side, raising his hand, activating a barrier in front of him. The protagonist turned his crazy gaze to the side, thinking that he was first. Ducking, he crashed into the shield of Ain's clone at great speed, pushing off from it. Frowning, he immediately activated the incarnation sword, thinking that he could win. After wounding the clone in the chest, Sohan thought that it was still not enough to kill him, because was it not enough? Swinging, he thought that the incarnation sword needed a little more time. After striking, he thought that only one attack was needed, after which he saw a bright flash in front of him. Surprised, Sohan jumped to the side. Taking a closer look at the clone, the protagonist saw that he had an awakening skill. Grinning, the guy asked if this was an alt, when suddenly Ain became wary, asking if he could handle it, to which Sohan replied that everything was fine, because it was too early to give up. The clone's eye lit up when he raised his hand, while the protagonist thought that in fact, it was even easier this way, because now he knew all the support skills, so he did not have to worry about unexpected variables. Seeing the attack coming, Ain frowned, shouting loudly for the boy to be careful. Turning around, Sohan thought that he had been waiting for this moment, then activated a second absorption and shield. He suddenly turned back sharply, noticing Ain's clone in front of him, then activated the abnormal status weakness. Raising the Sword of Incarnation, he said that they would not be able to block. Starting to swing it, the system reported that more than 33% of the target's health was dealt during the series of strikes. Taking a step forward, the protagonist exhaled heavily. The system reported that the Blood Fairy Cloak's duration had expired, when suddenly the boy frowned, saying that they were not done yet. He turned to his clone, saying that he would not allow him to take advantage of the ult, then asked Ain not to help anymore. He grinned and said that he wanted to handle it himself because all the clone's skills were already known, and the only trump card had been used. The clone became wary, not taking his eyes off his opponent, who said as soon as the 5-minute ult ended. Swinging his sword hard, the protagonist added that the guy would become absolutely helpless, after which the system reported that as a reward for passing the 4th level of the Abyss, each of the group members would be awarded temporary skill points. After some time, having lost his arm, Sohan said that it was hard, to which Ain tapped him on the shoulder, saying that it was great work. The system reported that the awakened support skill Soul Mirror and the long-range magic skill Remnant Flash were unlocked, after which Ain looked at the guy and asked if he would rewind time, to which Sohan exhaled, answering yes, but after a little reconnaissance. Looking at the fire, he said that they had opened the next level. Looking at the girl, he said that they need to find out how strong their next enemies will be, and their current location is the 5th floor of the Abyss. A bright light was heard in front of them, when suddenly Ain turned to the guy in fear, saying that they were coming, when suddenly Sohan replied that they would first check the fake Ain. Turning to the girl, they looked at her stats and skills, when suddenly the protagonist was surprised, asking if she was a named boss. Taking a step forward, Sohan wondered if the difficulty was always this high, and he was on the 5th floor in ASRA, but he did not remember what was so difficult. Noticing the fire, the guy asked if they had implemented a new balance patch. Not noticing the approaching enemy, the guy continued to look forward, while Ain's face immediately changed, asking him to forget about his analysis. Without taking her eyes off the guy, she asked him to go back in time right now, when suddenly Sohan's eyes widened. He was lost in thought, wondering when it would be, while the girl screamed very loudly. A burning hand of the dark version of Ain appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked at the blinding fire in front of his face. Seeing this, his girlfriend's eyes showed horror. The protagonist could not take his eyes off the enemy's attack, saying to himself that at this rate, he would die. Danger signs began to appear around him, and then a notification appeared in front of him asking if he wanted to go back in time, to which he firmly pressed the yes button. Immediately after that, a bright flash appeared. Sohan began to fall downwards rapidly. A film appeared around him, looking at which, he wondered if this was a memory from the awakening quest. A few seconds later, a bright light appeared, after which he was informed that he had gone back in time. The protagonist suddenly jumped up. Looking to the side, he saw his girlfriend looking at him and asking if he really turned back time, adding that they were now alive again. The guys suddenly had a start button in front of them, and the girl was asking what if she hadn't warned him, because they almost died, to which he exhaled heavily and replied that he had thought he was finished. In his head he was simultaneously saying that they had reached the 5th floor, but compared to the 4th, it was just unrealistically difficult. He looked at the start button and said that he would go drink some water, while saying to himself that he needed to think a little. After that, a message appeared in front of Ain that a team member had switched to rest mode. In real life, the protagonist drank water from a bottle. Exhaling heavily after that, he said that this was what he needed, adding to himself that the 5th level was hard in Asrain too, but here it was even harder. Most players would have given up on it, but I can't miss this second chance. Moreover, his pride as the first ranker in Asrain is at stake here, so there must be a way. Continuing to look out the window, he suddenly said that there was a very pleasant breeze today. Having said that, he looked up at the sky and suddenly asked, "Breeze." The bright sky of the real world slowly changed to the clear sky of the virtual reality, where a message appeared in front of Ain that a member of her team had exited rest mode. The protagonist looked at her with a wide smile on his face and asked if she was ready, to which she, with a wide smile, shouted in response, "Of course." Pressing the start button, they began the awakening quest, where their dark clones appeared not far in front of them. The guys immediately rushed to the attack and very quickly passed the first, second, and third floors because they had already passed them. The protagonist quickly attacked the enemy with a glowing blade, saying to himself that they need to be on guard. So they passed the fourth floor, after which a notification appeared in front of them that they would be given time to rest, during which they should distribute skill points. Soan looked at the crumbling dust from their clones and said that there were no problems, and his girlfriend stood next to him and said that they died without even using their ultimates. Then the guy opened a system window in front of him and said that they would worry about it later, but for now they needed to finish improving their skills and characteristics. After a while, they entered the fifth floor and not far ahead, a bright pillar of fire appeared, in which the guys saw two black silhouettes. Two dark clones came out of the fire and the main character said that now everything was serious, so his girlfriend should be immersed in the game to the maximum. Suddenly, the opponents rushed to attack, causing Soyeon to take a stance. The blade in his hand lit up, and he smiled, saying that unlike the first time, they now had a plus. Having said this, he hit his opponent with all his might. The main character turned to Ain, shouting loudly that he was counting on her. Jumping up, Soyeon made a dash forward. He knew that the damage of the Sword of Incarnation was equal to what the second absorption blocked, and there was a limit to how much the second absorption could withstand at once without taking damage, and it was more effective to absorb multiple attacks rather than a strong single blow. The boy thought that in order to maximize the effectiveness of the Sword of Incarnation, he had Ain learn the wind skill and temporarily disbanded the party to be able to exchange damage. Soyeon thought that by absorbing every hit from Ain's wind skill, he could use almost the maximum damage of the Sword of Incarnation. The boy knew that thanks to this, the power of his Sword of Incarnation became enough to block attacks on the level of named bosses. Ain extended her hand forward, while the protagonist thought, since he could no longer support her, they compensated for it with a wind barrier. Enveloped in mana, the girl pushed off the ground. Pushing off from the magic, Soyeon thought, as long as the Sword of Incarnation was in effect, he would get as close as he could. Frowning, the boy glared menacingly at his opponent. He smiled widely and shouted that they didn't give the enemy a chance to use their skills. Looking at Ain, the guy was thinking while she distracted her copy by circling around and using a wind barrier, not allowing her to get closer. Approaching the copy from behind, he thought that he was the one taking care of the support. Swinging his sword, he thought that while Ain was busy with her business, he needed to sort this out as quickly as possible. While the copy was smiling madly, Soyeon's expression changed, becoming wary. A bright explosion was immediately heard behind the girl, which made her turn around. Looking at Soyeon coming out, she asked if he was okay. Crouching down, the guy thought that things were bad, when he suddenly shouted that he was fine and that it was not an attack skill. Turning to the smiling copy, he thought that it would be better if the girl attacked him. Completely covered in fire, the copy activated a soul mirror that lasts for 20 seconds. Ain turned around, seeing the copy running forward. The protagonist turned to Ain's screams, noticing that the copy had changed its target. Soyeon became wary, asking what she meant. Suddenly, his pupil narrowed greatly when he thought he had looked away. Looking back, the protagonist thought that he was trapped, so he wouldn't be able to escape in time. He opened his mouth wide in terror, thinking that he couldn't let it end like this. At that moment, the guy felt a push on his back. Releasing a bright light of mana, he jumped up, causing the copies to collide. The frightened guy turned his gaze to Ain's loud question of what he was doing. The girl released magic, asking Soyeon to concentrate and continued to dodge. Jumping down, he thanked her. The protagonist looked at the copies, while Ain asked if there should be a way out, and she would cover him while the guy thought of something. Looking ahead from under his brows, Soyeon said that up until now he had been fighting against the support, but it was getting more fun. Meeting the gaze of the copies, the protagonist wondered what strategy to use. Ain raised her hand in fear and asked her friend if he was okay. Blood was dripping from the blade, and the system screen reported that 10 minutes had passed since entering the 5th floor. The protagonist, who was covered in red magical energy, quietly said that it was a bit difficult. He was completely absorbed by the effect of the Blood Fairy's cloak. Moving his hand to the side, he said that to be honest, the situation was far from good and their remaining time was 25 seconds. The guy frowned and added that if they recorded this, the movie would be crazy. He remembered how the Shadow Ain had pounced on him and said to himself that the enemy could fully defend himself with a second of absorption, and he could barely dodge his attacks with the Blood Fairy cloak effect active, but even if he could dodge, he would immediately be attacked from a blind spot. He remembered how his friend's second shadow clone had pounced on him from behind. Then Ain had helped him block the powerful attack with the help of the wind, but even that had its limits. He stared at the sinisterly smiling opponents and said in his head that he needed to land at least one attack on one of the two that were aiming at him, although it was quite difficult, and then asked himself if there really was no way out. A few minutes later, he jumped back and, exhaling heavily, said that at least one had to be defeated. Suddenly, Sohan pointed at the burning hand of one of the clones, and then the real Ain asked what she was doing. But as soon as she said this, their opponent stretched out her hand and a bright light appeared in it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he was not sure, but it seemed to be it. Fire appeared in the hand of the shadow Ain, and then the guy asked if the flame was really gathering. The guys stared at the bright flash near their opponent's hand, when suddenly the guy shouted that this was the ultimate. Imaginary Ain continued to accumulate incredibly powerful energy in her hand. Everything in the world originates from a single point and spreads throughout the universe, but eventually returns to oblivion. This is the power of a god that can wipe out a creature from the face of the earth. Shadow Ain used the residual explosion technique of the third level, which collects parts of the mana that was used in the surrounding space and shoots them forward. She released an incredibly powerful stream of fire towards the guys. The protagonist managed to jump back at the very last moment, asking himself if this was such a destructive skill that it could even damage the playing field. While he was thinking about this, the real Ain screamed at him to look forward, causing him to look up in shock. Landing on the ground, he saw that the second opponent was preparing to release another ult. A notification appeared in front of Sohan, which said about residual explosion of the third level, after which he said to himself that the power of this skill depends on how much mana was used on the battlefield, so if you add the mana from the first use to the second, it will become very large. After these thoughts, the guy grabbed the blade and said in his head that there was no point in defending himself now, because he doubted that he could block something like that. Thinking about this, he threw his weapon forward, saying that he needed to change the direction of his attack. His blade pierced the hand of the dark clone of Ain through and through. Feeling a sharp pain, the opponent looked down in shock. Unable to hold back, the imaginary Ain released a stream of powerful mana that was being released under her feet. Sohan covered his face with his hands from the bright and hot flame, shouting to his friend to step back, while saying to himself that this was simply incredible power, after which he asked himself what if such an attack hit the surface of the arena. A deep hole appeared under the feet of the shadow Ain. Looking at it, the guy said to himself that in this case the arena would collapse, and immediately after that everything around began to shake. The dark clones of Ain began to scream in terror, and the boys were told that they needed to be careful. The protagonist immediately jumped back, and his opponents were sucked into the energy of the abyss. The real Ain jumped up to her friend and asked if their opponents were dead, to which he replied, probably. He watched as the last opponent was sucked in and said to himself that they were lucky to only get rid of one. But they no longer had the sword, and the effect of the blood fairy cloak was about to disappear, so he did not want to use such a strategy again. Frowning, he told his partner that this was their opportunity and she should follow him. Throwing himself at the last clone of darkness, he said to himself that he had no choice. He had to accept that this was the limit, because all the strategies he had prepared had failed and this was his absolute maximum. Having closed the distance, the shadow clone of Ain turned around in anger. The guy grabbed her and used a second absorption, then ordered his partner to push him. The girl extended her hand and used wind magic. Seoan flew into the abyss with the wind energy, saying to himself that he thought they could handle this floor, but he didn't want to end up like this. Holding tightly to the last opponent, he said that if they met again, everything would be different, after which a message appeared in front of him that they had cleared the 5th floor. The space began to change quickly. The man in the cloak applauded and said that they did it. They really did pass the 5th floor. In the Asrain monitoring center, the game developers watched the battle between the protagonist and Ain, asking each other how this was even possible. Mary looked at her colleague and said that he said that it was impossible to pass the 5th floor, to which Sungchial, biting his finger, asked if it was because of the environment, adding that he did not consider the possibility of the map being destroyed. They were looking at the screen where Sohan and Ain were slowly recovering, and the girl asked what he thought about the awakening skills they would receive, and the man replied that he didn't know, and it would all depend on how they used them. Suddenly, not far from them, Robert spread his hand to the side and said that if you don't take awakening skills into account, the main character's sword is too strong. Next to him stood a man named Mori, who was staring at the screen and saying that it had quite a few limitations to be too strong. The developer, with a very calm face, asked everyone to calm down because this game was already finished, so it couldn't be touched, adding that only this person could do anything about Asrain, so they could only watch. After saying this, all the developers continued to stare intently at the recovery of the main character and his partner. After a while, Ain cried out in tears that it was unfair. There was a notification in front of them saying that the traces of the past had been destroyed so they couldn't view other awakening skills, to which the girl said that they had tried so hard to pass the 5th level, after which she asked if there was any point in taking away their right to choose because the game board was a little broken. Then a notification appeared in front of them saying that the awakening skill had been selected automatically, which made Ain wave her fists and shout that she wanted to choose herself, and the protagonist raised his hand and asked her to calm down. Raising his eyebrows, he said that they couldn't do anything about it, so it was better to just view the skills. After that, the guys opened the system screens. Suddenly, Ain's eyes widened, and the protagonist frowned in surprise. Suddenly, they looked at each other sharply. The next day, the sun was shining brightly on the signs of restaurants. Inside, there were many people discussing the new game Asrain and asking each other whether they were playing or not. The protagonist looked at them all from the side and said to himself that they were having a class reunion and all they were talking about was this game. He ate his steak and added that even though they had all become university students, they still only talked about games. So he was sure that he shouldn't butt into their conversation because he was grateful that he could just eat for free at such an expensive place. But before he could finish speaking, a hand hit the table and a familiar voice asked him how he was. It was Yehoon, a student at a Korean university and the organizer of the class reunion, who waved at the guy and asked if he played Asrain. The protagonist brought his fork with the steak to his mouth and replied that he also played, after which he laughed and added that he was so happy to see everyone after such a long time. The guy smiled widely and exclaimed that he was also glad to see everyone, after which he said that he wanted to ask the protagonist something. Seo-won raised his eyebrows in surprise, and his interlocutor asked him if he had played Astra before. Yehoon closed his eyes and continued to say that as far as he remembered, he had played the game for quite a long time, to which the protagonist replied, about 7 or 8 years. Hearing this, the guy with glasses grinned. Spreading his hand to the side, he suddenly asked if his interlocutor was interested in the prospect of a professional gamer. When the protagonist heard this, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he asked again, a professional gamer. Yehoon then asked the protagonist if he had ever heard of the gamer team Stardust, adding that he was trying to become a pro in this team, but he heard that they were looking for players with experience in information that is very useful in a new game, so they are very passionate about this search, but there are a lot of difficulties with this. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth, saying to himself that this was natural, because it was a forgotten game where 300 players at a time were recruited at most, and the interlocutor asked him how he liked the idea, because a player like him would be snatched up. When Yehoon heard that the protagonist refused, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a short pause, he scratched his cheek in confusion and said that it was a little offensive, but he would not give in to him, so he should let him know if he changed his mind, to which the guy replied of course. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled widely and replied that it would not be worth it, so he would consider it gratitude for his invitation. Then he raised his hand and said that he would tell him about the hidden quest, saying to himself that it was possible to do this for him. The magical country of Levia, the sun brightly illuminated the cities of this country. The protagonist walked along the road and said to himself that a pro player has his own benefits, but he prefers to play without being tied to an organization. Then he remembered how he said goodbye to Yehoon and added that fortunately the hidden quest was enough for him, but he still didn't mind seeing him from time to time and talking about the new game. Seo-won walked past the guards with a smile on his face, who looked at him suspiciously and asked if he was a dark priest. Fallen leaves flew around him, and he said to himself that he should concentrate now. Continuing to walk down the street, he finished talking about testing his new skill before Ain came. Entering a store where dolls were hanging on the walls, he said that he wanted to rent a mannequin, after which the cashier said that he just needed to choose one of the presented ones. The guy walked past the mannequins and said that he just needed it to look like a person. Suddenly, he abruptly stopped and opened his mouth in surprise. On a small box sat a mannequin of a red jester, and the cashier said that it would disappear when it died or when its time was up at 3 o'clock. It was evening outside. Monsters were crawling on the deserted land. Suddenly, a red jester's dummy jumped into the sky. Using a powerless wave, he began to spin in the crowd of monsters. The jester dealt many quick and accurate blows. Having destroyed them all, he increased his level. The protagonist looked at him from the inside with a wide smile on his face, thanks to the awakening technique, which allowed him to control the body of his target, and said that he had an excellent ult. Then he opened the system screen, which said that the dummy's level was 55 and said that it increased constant characteristics, so this technique would work with any class, because the target's body only connected with his, so he was not at risk of receiving an attack, and his new skill, the powerless wave, was also incredibly cool, because it surrounded him with a wave of a 2-meter radius and reduced the defense of all enemies it touched for 10 minutes. Now he had 130 units of sympathy, and based on simple mathematics, enemies caught in the wave would lose 260 units of defense. The small leg landed on the water, which means that if they were not a boss or not at level 200 or 300, they would most likely be completely unprotected. The red jester's dummy stood on the ground. Moreover, if the protagonist used this skill during the assimilation, suddenly, the boss of the field, King Lashir, level 70, emerged from the ground. The jester turned over the blades, and the protagonist finished saying that he would create an incredible effect. His dummy suddenly rushed to attack. Sohan, with a smile on his face, controlled the fight of his subordinate, saying to himself that it was just great. After a while, Ain raised her hand to her face in surprise, asking if it was really here. The guy looked up and answered, "Here. Since this guy was here, they definitely came to the right place." They were standing on the ancient ruins of Mount Califer, where not far from them was a huge ice golem. He did not move, and the girl asked if he was really level 150 and if they would definitely defeat him. The main character looked at his partner and answered that a little earlier they might not have been able to, but now they have ultimates. Then he grinned and said that it was time for them to destroy him in a few seconds. At that very second, he was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy, and he asked if the girl could hear the resonance of the soul, adding that only those who have cognized the deepest depths of the subconscious can truly communicate with the soul, after which he used the awakening skill assimilation. Ain was enveloped in the same magical energy. Looking at her hand, the girl said that it was very cool, to which the guy replied, yes. Then his partner opened her mouth and asked how it felt to be inside a real person, as opposed to a mannequin. The protagonist turned away and replied it was fine, and the girl smiled widely and said that he looked very strange. Ain's body did the same as Sohan, who said to himself that he felt damn awkward. In the form of a ghost, his partner raised her hand to her chin and asked if he really wanted her to take control, to which he, without turning around, replied that he was fine. After that, he stretched out his hand and used a powerless wave. A bright glow appeared under him. Then he frowned and remembered the skill that helped him destroy the field boss with just a mannequin, and now with Ain's incredible damage, he will be even more useful, so he will show her how to cooperate with his skills. In the form of a ghost, the girl looked closely at her friend, saying to herself that he was fighting with her body and everything was perfectly adjusted to his abilities and mechanics. The ice golem suddenly raised a massive hand. The next second, a powerful blow fell to the ground, but the main character in the body of his partner easily dodged, saying that he personally felt all of this. With burning hands, he soared into the air. Ain said to herself that, unlike her friend was better not in dungeons and raids one-on-one and in one against many or many against many. Maybe now she would find out what makes the guy so much better than her. As soon as she said this, the main character brought down many furious fire attacks on the ice golem, inflicting many critical hits. While inside, the guy smiled widely, continuing to attack with his girlfriend's body and saying that this damage in the last game could only be done at level 250, and they do it now at level 50s. He looked at the golem, which began to melt, as suddenly the huge monster collapsed to the ground. After that, the main character left the body of his partner and asked her if she liked watching it, to which she replied that it was very cool, after which she asked where else they would go hunting. Then Sohan put his hand on his hip and replied that he needed to do a couple more things here, when suddenly a loud cry was heard that it was impressive. Hearing it, the guy looked to the side and said, and here is one of them. Nothing was visible in the smoke, only a black silhouette, which said that as he thought, this guy was not trustworthy enough, but he was sure that he could trust the two of them with the work. A bald old man came out of the smoke who, with a grin on his face, asked what they thought, whether they would do him a favor, of course with appropriate compensation. After which the guys received a hidden quest and offer from a suspicious old man of unknown complexity, who would most likely keep his promise of a reward. When the old man approached the boys, he asked what they would say, because he was sure that the reward would satisfy them. The main character smiled and replied that they certainly agreed, after which a notification appeared in front of him that he had received a quest. Then the man pointed his hand to the side and said that he had not thought about it at all, but he liked this kind of thing. So he would not ask for anything complicated. They only needed to guard the entrance to these ruins. They would not even need to be here all day. Raising his hand, he explained that when the moon reached its apogee for just an hour, they would need to kill or stop anyone who tried to enter this place, and no matter what happened, they should not enter the ruins themselves. The main character nodded and replied, okay, and his partner looked at him and asked if there was such a quest in Asrain. Did he really know about it? Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows and replied that he was in the guild, and they told him about something similar, from which Ain turned away and asked displeasedly if it was really a girl. After which Sohan replied that he was not sure because playing Asrain, he generally always thought of her as a guy, so he was not sure at all. Leaving, his partner asked him displeasedly why he froze, because they needed to prepare, to which he answered well. Day 1, night fell, a powerful column of magical energy rose into the sky. The main character and his partner were very close and watched it. Ain, with glowing eyes and a smile on her face, said that it was amazing, like a laser show, to which the guy coldly asked, really? Remembering the fight on the 5th floor against the dark clone of Ain, who fired an ultimate at him, he said to himself that this is the only thing that comes to mind. After a while, the first day ended and nothing happened. Ain, with fire in her hands, went to her partner and asked if he wanted to spar. The guys received their reward of 2 skill points each and the girl gave hers to her friend. Night came again. Ain was drawing with a stick in the snow. Drawing a circle, she asked sadly if no one would come today either, to which the guy calmly replied that he was not sure, but it would be better if they did not come. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw silhouettes of people and said that he thought that this was not so now his girlfriend should prepare for battle. Several people were climbing the mountain and talking about how they had found a treasure. The guy with red hair remembered how he stood at the notice board and looked at the quests. Having found one of them, he said that he was lucky to find such an easy quest for investigation. One of the guys with a shield looked at his comrade and said that he could handle it himself, so they would give him most of the rewards, adding that there were only plains and good lighting, so it was impossible to get lost and they already seemed to be in place. They saw a pillar of light rising into the sky and said that there were no others here. The guy with red hair raised his hand to his head and asked if there was a monster there by any chance. Ain in a cloak was standing by the pillar of light. Suddenly, she jumped up. At the same second, she appeared in front of the people and said that they would not pass. She was engulfed in fire and she menacingly said that if she asked them to come back, they would not listen. Seeing her, the guy with the shield screamed in horror that there would be a fight now. But before he could move, the main character's partner struck him with burning eyes. When the guy died, she rushed to the next one. At that very moment, she struck a powerful fire blow to the chest of the guy with red hair. Then she smiled ominously and said that she was sure that they would not come back just like that. The remaining 2 guys retreated back in horror. Suddenly, the girl stretched out her hand. She fired several magic bullets towards the attacker. Seeing them, a mockery appeared in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she reflected all the projectiles. Seeing this, the guy in the hood gritted his teeth and asked himself in fear, how did she do it? The girl who fired the projectiles looked at the burning enemy in fear and asked herself, did she really reflect the magic bullets with her bare hands? Was it even possible? The hooded guy was sweating and saying in his head that her clothes and skills, as well as her style of repelling attacks, were like something he had seen somewhere before. Staring at the attacker, he suddenly realized that he had seen her on YouTube. He hadn't noticed it in the video, but she was smiling while killing people, so she was definitely not an NPC. When he thought about it, Ain, with a sinister smile on her face, destroyed them with a powerful flame, and that was the end of the second day. A few minutes later, the girl returned to the protagonist with a wide smile on her face, saying that she hadn't fought with players for a long time. To which he asked what the fun was in killing weaklings. Hearing this, his partner stretched out her hands and asked if he really wanted to become her opponent, to which he replied that their team and formation were not bad. While they were talking, an old man came up to them and said that they had also done a great job today, adding that it seemed like someone was trying to get through, but he was glad that they had stopped them. Having said this, he gave the guys a weak heavenly elixir, the mystical power of which increases the potential of the one who drank it, but since it is a copy, the effect is weaker than the original and increases the potential by increasing the potential for 1 hour, gives plus 20,000 units of health and increases the speed of mana recovery by 10 times. Taking it in his hand, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was really a heavenly elixir, to which his partner asked if it was really something good. Then he handed the elixir to his friend and asked her to take it, because he already had an assimilation, and she was fighting on the front lines, so she should keep it for herself. Having accepted the gift, the girl smiled warmly and thanked the guy. Seeing this sincere smile, the protagonist smiled back and said in his head that she was in a great mood today. Raising his head to the glowing moon, he added that it was also beautiful today and that they were very lucky. After a while, there was a hot pizza on the table, and a familiar voice said that he was paying today. In front of the main character sat Jahoon, who, spreading his arms out to the sides, thanked him for that quest because today he had risen 10 levels. The main character closed his eyes and replied that it was just a trifle, when suddenly the guy in glasses took out his phone and said that he would pay him now because he had also received good information and took a screenshot. Having said this, he handed the phone to his friend, to which he asked if he was really offering it himself. Taking the phone, he saw that this was an assignment from Count Alan, in which he needed to investigate a suspicious pillar of light. Raising his finger up, Jahoon said that this was not a hidden quest, but the rewards were huge, to which the main character replied that he would hardly be able to complete it. Then he looked menacingly at his interlocutor and firmly told him not to even try to take it on. Jahoon took the phone and asked in surprise why not to take it. What was the reason? The reason, asked the protagonist, which made the guy grit his teeth in fear. Suddenly the protagonist raised his finger to his face and said that it was simply not necessary, saying to himself that he simply did not want to kill him. Hearing this, Jan opened his mouth in surprise. After a while, the guys entered the game again. Ain exhaled heavily and said that everything should look as if no one would come today, to which her partner said that she was right. He remembered how he warmed up his fingers during the meeting with Jahoon, but still managed to convince him somehow. Then the guy waved his hand and said that he would try to convince the guild not to go through this mission either, but the protagonist was sure that he would not be able to influence Jahoon and the guild's decision, but apparently he succeeded. Leaving the memories, he looked at his partner and said that one day without invasions is not so bad, to which she said that she wants to fight. After which the guy said in his head that he has already treated him more than once, so he begins to feel guilty, but he hopes that his comrades will not be angry with him. After a while, the old man's laughter was heard from the side and he said that they did a good job today, to which Sohan turned his head to the side and said that it seemed that was all for today. So the third day ended, there were no scouts, and as a reward, the guys received a unique sword from the old man, which the main character took. On the internet, people were massively discussing the quest Count Alan's request to solve the mystery of the suspicious pillar of light. There were a lot of messages under the posts. They were discussing that it looked like more than one team could participate, so they felt like all the top players were going to take part, and the limit was only up to level 50, but yesterday this quest had no level limit, and the rewards weren't that impressive, but no one knew anything about it. Suddenly a post appeared online that foreign guilds were also going to participate. Dark is considered the strongest. It has players ranked 7th and 2nd. At night, the windows were lit in many houses, and people were discussing that this was crazy. It seemed like a world event. The main character asked his partner if she was ready, to which she, stretching her arms, answered of course. Stretching them out, she suddenly asked what if no one came today. Then the guy looked up at the sky and replied that it looked like that wasn't the case. Looking at the crowd of people climbing the mountain, he added that there was not much time left until midnight, but there were already a lot of people there. It seemed that rumors had spread, so they had to be careful because this was the last day and they had to do everything in their power. As soon as he said this, a powerful energy enveloped him and he activated the manipulation skill. At this time, a broadcast appeared on the air in which a man said that this was a historical moment because the best guilds would gather right here to complete the Count's quest here and now. Two people in the background of a new game said that the live broadcast on Games TV was starting right now. The host Sajong turned to the professional player Soyan and asked him if his guild was going to take part in the quest from the Count, to which he replied that they were planning to prepare. Son himself remembered how Jan spread his arms and said that this was a very dangerous quest for which they would have to wait a couple of days. But considering how big the reward was, they all decided that the risks involved were also huge, so they backed off this time. Hearing this, the host turned to the camera and said that if another guild ended up easily completing the task, he hoped that they would not blame themselves for not participating. And while they were talking, one guild had already reached the quest location. The first to arrive was the guild ranked 3rd in the country, the Myth Guild. The broadcast showed a team of 10 people slowly climbing the mountain. Their main damage dealer, the Vice Guild Master, confidently leading the team. Do they really want to complete the task while Dark is inactive? Then the professional player, with cold eyes, said that he was not sure about this because it seems that Dark wants to scout out the situation with the hands of other guilds, because it is much safer that way. Suddenly, on their screens, they saw the Vice Master of the Myth Guild heading towards the hooded girl, and then the commentator asked if someone had already started this quest. The Vice Master approached Ain, who was smiling slyly, and asked why she was here, if she was really going to complete the quest. Putting his hand on his hip, he added that it was not safe to walk around here alone. Then the girl smiled even wider and asked who he was. When the Vice Master heard this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed, asking her if she had ever heard of Myth, a 3rd-ranked Korean guild, and he was its Vice Master. A large pillar of light shot into the sky, and the girl asked if this was true, if they were really trying to go further. Then the Vice Master raised his hand and said that they were trying to enter the ruins, but before he could finish speaking, blood spurted out of his body. At that very second, blood poured out of his mouth in a stream. His comrades behind him opened their mouths in horror, not knowing what to do. With one blow of her fiery hand, Ion cut the Vice Master in two, saying that she was ordered not to let anyone pass further. As soon as she said this, fire enveloped her and she added that it seemed that they came here for this very reason, and there were only 60 minutes left until the end of the task. Suddenly, one of the guys pointed his finger at her and shouted asking how she dared, adding that she would answer for killing his deputy, after which he ordered everyone to destroy her. At the same second, all the guild members rushed to attack Aya, who answered her partner that she would cope without much difficulty, to which he said that he would cover her if she was in danger, so there was no need to hold back. Having said this, he activated a wave of powerlessness that was released from under his girlfriend's feet. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. Seeing this, the recently screaming guy froze in horror with his mouth open, asking himself who she was she really an assassin from the enemy guild? He saw the opponent's incredibly fast movements and asked himself what this was. Could players really have such skills? Ain reflected every blow that flew at her without much effort. While the guy was wondering in his head what she was, the girl rushed towards him. In that same second, she was right in front of him. The guy's eyes were filled with horror and fear. With burning eyes, the protagonist's partner quietly said that she was very bored. Gritting his teeth, the guy asked in horror if she was really the boss of this quest. As soon as he asked this, the screen in the broadcast studio was covered with white noise. The commentator raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the guild master had also died, adding that a third-ranked Korean guild was easily destroyed, and a professional player said that it was incredible because this boss was too strong. Frowning, he added that not only was she strong, but also incredibly smart because level 50 players were no match for her. Refusing to participate was the right decision, and in a one-again situation, she attacked first and created chaos that allowed her to take control of the battle. The presenter looked at the screen and continued to say that after hearing his colleague's reasoning, he suddenly felt awe. It seems that this is a very advanced artificial intelligence. The screen again showed a picture of Anne standing among burning corpses and the rest of the survivors running away from her. The presenter said that this humanoid NPC is scarier than any monster. Shocking news also became known. The top Korean guilds H-Warring say that they are surrendering. But one black silhouette was hiding behind the mountain all this time. The guy in red clothes carefully watched everything that was happening, and after all, there is still the Dark Guild and they occupy the first place in the world. The master of the Dark Guild was hiding behind the mountain. He folded his arms across his chest and asked, "Is it really her?" Recently, one video became a hot topic on the internet. It was called "Two Attacked a Named Boss." It showed a team of 2 people hunting a hidden named monster leopard. One of them fought especially unusually. It was Anne. She attacked with her bare hands, igniting them. The Dark Guild Master remembered the girl with the glowing eyes and said to himself that these were unique techniques and control. People on the internet called them Dark Priests, but who would have thought that one of these 2 would be the boss of the quest? A girl approached him from the side and asked if they had a chance, to which he replied that he thought their chances were 50%. Raina raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked 50. A drop of cold sweat appeared on her cheek and she added that most of the strongest members of the guild came, but they only had a 50% chance, to which the guild master looked away and replied that the enemy was also damn strong. Skill points were offered as a reward for the first time, but they knew it would not be easy. Turning his gaze to his partner, he added that they would do everything in their power because they had a whole 50% chance of success, so they needed to call the assembled participants. Anne was standing in the distance by the pillar of light. She folded her arms over her chest and watched closely so that no one came closer, and there were 40 minutes left until the end of the task. The main character, being inside his girlfriend, watched her exhale angrily and said that she hoped that the next guys would be stronger because the Myth Guild was boring. Then the guy said that the enemies who were coming now looked different, which made the girl look into the distance in surprise. People were walking towards them with smiles on their faces, and the main character said that they even moved differently. They were focused and had the situation under control. Usually Korean teams do not look like that, after which he asked if this was really a world-class guild. A small group of people was climbing the mountain. Then Soyeon frowned and said that it looked like they only had one vanguard. Suddenly he saw several mages with staffs who began to impose a buff on the vanguard. A bright light enveloped the girl with red hair. In her hand, she quickly twirled a spear and said that it was incredible. She grabbed the weapon tightly and added that she felt unusual and brilliant. Then the priest shouted at her to attack quickly, because all the buffs would last for 5 minutes, which made the smile disappear from the girl's face. Suddenly, she got into a fighting stance and said that she understood them. She was a member of the Dark Guild and was ranked 9th in the world by the name of Payas. Getting ready to dash, she said that she was starting. The next second, she tore off with a burning spear. The girl smiled widely and said in her head that her rival probably intended to cause a commotion again by killing the vanguard first, but she had no idea that the vanguard had received all the possible buffs. Her spear burned brighter and brighter, and she continued to say that all her stats were hellishly strengthened and she had a spear charge skill that increased her attack within a certain radius. If she attacked at such a speed, her rival would not be able to. But before she could finish speaking, Anne appeared right in front of her face. She launched a quick attack that Payas managed to dodge at the last second, saying in her head that the skill was cancelled because she got too close too fast. Then asking herself how that was even possible. Did she really know that the skill would be cancelled if she got close before it was fully charged? The protagonist's partner landed not far from her while she was wondering, but even so, was it possible to react at such a speed? Was she really that much more agile than her despite all the buffs? With eyes glowing with madness, Anne turned to face her opponent. The protagonist frowned, saying that they were incredibly lucky that the skill was cancelled since they managed to get to a sufficient distance. But what if it hadn't worked? To which Anne smiled in confusion, saying that she was going to parry if it didn't cancel because it was more fun. Exhaling heavily, Soyeon told her to do as she knew, and he would somehow cover her in case of danger or a ranged attack. Riene, who was watching from the side, frowned, wondering if this was even possible, because even after receiving all the buffs, Payas could not lead the fight. Looking at Payas gritting her teeth, she thought that the girl was in a much more advantageous position now, and if things continued like this, they would lose. Rihanna turned to Mayday, asking for cover. Ain jumped to the side, pushing off the ground with her hand. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that Ain was acting more restrained than expected. Suddenly, he told her that the magic was coming from below, after which the girl looked down in fear. Peyas gritted her teeth, activating the gap. Ain widened her eyes, horrified that she had been too focused on the one-on-one and had forgotten to watch her blind spots. A strong stream of mana was immediately directed towards her. Hearing the fall, Rihanna turned sharply towards Mayday. Peyas suddenly opened her eyes wide, sensing something was wrong. Soan's voice was heard in Ain's smiling head, that in case of danger or a ranged attack. Activating a second of immortality, he added with a smile that he would cover, after which the girl thanked him with a smile. The guy looked at the enemy, saying that he was paralyzed, so now it was the girl's turn, when suddenly her friend smiled, happily answering that she knew. Peyas froze in place, watching the enraged girl running towards her. Her eyes widened in fear, she thought that she could not die like this. Using a wave of powerlessness, Ain immediately broke forward. She stood in front of the girl's body, while the guys on the side began to shout that Peyas was dead. Behind Rain, the guildmaster clapped his hands, asking everyone to take their positions, because it was not over yet. Raising his hand, he added that Dark was still ready to fight, so they would act according to their next plan. Turning to the side, the protagonist said that they were advancing again, and this time the tank was also under a lot of effort. Throwing the bottle of liquid up, Ain listened as Soyeon asked if she had enough mana. Throwing the empty bottle of heavenly elixir of abilities, the girl replied that she used all her mana, but she was fine. Wiping the drops from her mouth, she said with a smirk that she wanted to use her ult, because her health had increased by 20,000 and the speed of mana recovery was increased tenfold. The guy's expression changed, asking if they hadn't agreed to do this after the quest to hunt the named ones, when suddenly Ain glared forward, asking sarcastically if they had agreed on something like that. Magic burst out from her pupil. She dashed forward, asking if this battle wasn't igniting Soyeon's desire to give it her all. Looking down, the protagonist said that despite her monstrous strength, Ain was still alone and was definitely tired after the fight with Peyas. Looking at the battle, the guy said that she couldn't stand against Bearshield, who was ranked 7th in the world. The guy looked up in confusion, asking what it was. Seeing Ain in the fire, he asked if she still had any strength left. The guildmaster frowned, asking how that was possible. Looking at the fire, he thought that Bearshield had received all kinds of buffs and she had taken him out with one attack. Something was slowly burning in the fire. Looking at Ain engulfed in flames, Soan thought that it was pointless, and then Ain activated her awakened skill, bringing destruction. The tank fell to the ground dead. The host Sajong screamed with horror in his eyes that the most popular tanker from the Dark Guild was killed with just one attack, and now the quest boss was heading towards the rest of the Dark Guild members. Ain, engulfed in flames, slowly walked forward with a wide smile. The professional player frowned and said that it was just like the player saving his ult until the end, and the boss not revealing his trump cards right away. It was bad news because the second phase of the boss battle was just beginning. Ain smiled widely with excitement in her eyes. The Dark Guild members looked at the raging flames ahead, and a female voice shouted, ordering them to focus and maintain formation. The guildmaster raised his hand to his chin and said to himself, although Rihanna had not yet given up, but before he could finish speaking. The girl shouted for her comrades to stay away from the enemy, adding that they should only attack from a distance. The guy closed his eyes and said to himself that there were too many surprises, and his mistake was that he used the Shinwa Guild as a base for his calculations because trying to predict the actions of this monster is pointless. NN does not see a way to win since everything turned out so unexpectedly. As he said this, Ain rushed towards them, when suddenly the green-haired girl next to him said that she would try again, from which he asked if everything would be okay with her. Mayday, a member of the Dark Guild, occupying second place in the world ranking, tightly clutched the staff in her hands and replied that everything was fine and she would do it. She stared at her opponent and said in her head that she was simply not ready for an unknown attack, but this time it would not happen again. Then she ordered the damage dealers to deal damage across the entire area, thereby distracting the boss to herself, which her comrades immediately did. When suddenly the protagonist told his friend that it was time to change, after which he sharply reflected the attack. Seeing this, the girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that it was impressive, after which she asked if he would deal with it, to which he replied that it was a trifle, but they still had to be careful because the enemies were starting to aim at their blind spots. He looked back out of the corner of his eye and saw enemies approaching him. When a huge magic arrow flew towards them, Soan switched bodies with Ain again and dodged. Seeing this, Mayday raised her eyebrows with horror in her eyes and asked how this was possible since they attacked right at a blind spot. The magic arrow cut off part of her opponent's hair. Suddenly, their gazes crossed. At that moment, the protagonist in his partner's body appeared right in front of the magician's face, asking if it was really her. The girl looked at the fiery hand extended towards her in fear and said to herself that the angle of attack should have made it impossible to detect, after which she asked herself how she guessed this. At this time, the guildmaster gritted his teeth and asked himself if she could really dodge attacks aimed at her blind spot, adding that there was absolutely nothing they could catch her on. But now that Mayday had lost, they had to admit defeat. Thinking about this, he closed his eyes and asked Rihanna to calm down and order everyone to retreat. After that, everyone who was still alive began to leave. Sohan smiled contentedly and said that it seemed like they had given up, to which his friend smiled in response and said that no one could defeat them. Suddenly, she looked to the side and said that it seemed like the quest was about to end, and the protagonist asked to give him control for a minute. A bright beam of light continued to hit the sky, and the guy said that in fact, this hidden quest that he had heard about in Astra had one clear condition. The girl looked ahead in surprise, when suddenly the guy added that now was the time to start doing it. The man spread his arms out to the sides, shouting with a loud laugh, finally it happened. The old man squinted, shouting that all his efforts over the past 4 days were justified and his body was finally filled with the light of heaven. Hearing footsteps, he abruptly turned to the side. In front of him stood Ain with a wicked smile, to whom he shouted that he told her to guard the entrance. Frowning, the old man threateningly asked if she really wanted to die, so he ordered her to leave. He added with fury that if she returned to her post now, he would give her 10 skill points as a reward, while the girl jumped up. Looking at her, the old man ordered her to return immediately, thinking that this could not be. Looking at the fire in front of him, he thought that he was so close because just a few moments would have been enough. The girl swung, hitting the enemies with fire. She began to turn around with disdain, asking if the old man had escaped, to which Sohan turned around, answering it seemed like he had. Ain frowned, looking away, while the guy said that he escaped just in time, 5 seconds before the end. Seeing the heavenly fragment, her friend asked in bewilderment if it was really added to this, to which Sohan nodded, saying that it was an important thing. Ain carefully extended her hand forward when suddenly the protagonist said that in Asrain, they were most likely the first to receive this. A bright beam immediately enveloped the entire space around. The system reported that a heavenly fragment had been received, after which Ain narrowed her eyes. The system said that the power contained in the heavenly fragment was penetrating her body, and she was the first user to receive the title of Heavenly Essence, after which a magic seal appeared on the outside of her palm. Ain's eyes widened when the system noticed 2 souls in one vessel. She immediately reported that both souls received the title of Heavenly Essence, after which the guys smiled happily. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, happily thinking, finally. Frowning, he suddenly began to laugh maliciously, after which Ain rolled her eyes, asking him not to laugh like that while in his body, after which she clenched her hands into fists, starting to laugh loudly, after which they read the characteristics of their new title. The man sat in front of the screen, watching the Count's quest live. Putting his hand to his chin, the steel stone thoughtfully said, not only is the damage quite impressive, but the movements are also amazing. He squinted, asking if this was really a black priest, although this was unlikely, because he had no idea what her specialty was. Taking a closer look, the man said as if he had seen these movements before. He looked at the fighters, asking if one of the bosses in Asra had something similar. He immediately grabbed the mouse. Pausing the broadcast, he saw Ain on the screen with horror. Meanwhile, in the Dark Guild, the participants dropped their hands, frustratedly walking forward. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that he had been too confident in thinking that they had a chance to win, so he should put more effort into preparing next time. Suddenly, he stopped, seeing the messages on the screen that they had completed the quest. The guild master became wary, hearing surprised cries behind him. There were many people walking along the streets of the city. 2 guys were talking to each other, and one of them said that he knew all along that it was Ain. He only had to look at the stream once, to which his interlocutor raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how he even figured that out. Then the guy pointed his finger at himself and replied that it was impossible for him not to recognize Ain because he remembered her every move. Berard, a former Asra player, added with a sarcastic smile on his face that he had fought her one-on-one many times, although he always lost. Hearing this, they both hung their heads in disappointment. A few minutes later, the guy in armor was following his comrade and saying that he couldn't even imagine that Ain was a girl because he was sure that she was some pumped-up man. Berard glanced at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and replied that it was quite possible. Maybe she just changed her character period. Suddenly he frowned and added that that was not the problem. Introducing Ain engulfed in fire, he said that the number of players from Asra who had moved here was growing at an incredible rate, and this was not only true for Ain. He introduced many other players and added that he personally knew several of them, and most likely there were many Asra users that they did not know about. Turning to his interlocutor, he continued saying that depending on what information he had, the pumping speed was strikingly different. They played Asra, so they understood this perfectly well. The guy in armor raised his hand to his chin and quietly answered definitely, adding that although Ain had started playing at the same time as them, her level was impressive. Berard continued to walk forward, saying that in that case, I wonder how strong Seo-eun is now, which made his companion open his mouth in shock and shout, asking Seo-eun, is he also playing this game? Berard then remembered the first ranker Asrat and said that he was the best by an overwhelming margin, and if he came here, then how strong could he be? And Ain was always hanging around Seo-eun, so if they teamed up, wouldn't it be scary to imagine what could happen? Hearing this, the guy in armor looked down in fear. Both of them turned blue with fear and said that judging by the video, it didn't look like they were playing together, so right now they needed to go level up before they were completely left behind. After saying these words, they walked forward together. At this time, the guy in the purple sweater was sitting on a chair and asking how she did it. He was watching the video of Ain's battle and asking how she could flawlessly block attacks from a blind spot. Then he remembered the professional player Son, who raised his finger and said that such movements can only be performed by someone with 2 brains, so there is no point in trying to copy them, so only artificial intelligence could move like that. Sitting at the computer desk, Jahoon added that no matter how long he watches, something still bothers him. He remembered how Ain quickly closed the distance with Paez and said that the way she uses the psychology of her opponents to her advantage by appearing right in front of his face looks too similar to living human behavior. He also remembered the moment when something fell next to the protagonist's partner and added that she flawlessly dealt with long-range attacks without being able to see them at all. Putting his hands on his legs, Jahoon added that if you don't take into account her destructive attacks, you can learn a lot from psychological techniques and movement variations. There was a guild trainee evaluation form on the table in front of him, and the guy was saying that it would happen in 3 days, so he didn't have much time, but if he could analyze how she fought. Without finishing, he rushed to review the video. At this time, warm sunbeams illuminated the city, and a member of the Dark Guild said that this was about the last quest because there was something they all should know. The man said that the Dark Priest who defeated them was a player, not an NPC, which shocked the people. The players began to be indignant, shouting that this could not be, after which the guild master raised his index finger up. He said that when they returned that day, they received a notification about the completion of the quest, and everyone was happy. The man explained that after he checked the system log, he noticed something strange. The master said that the contribution rate was underestimated, and adding everything together, they did not even receive 10%. He added that, in theory, only the user's actions are taken into account when calculating the contribution rate, while the NPC's actions are not counted as a contribution to victory. Frowning, he said that this made him think of user interference. Raising his hand, the master menacingly said that this was indeed the case, because the quest boss they encountered was a user who was doing the opposite task. Smiling, the man said that the overwhelming difference in strength was caused by the improvement of characteristics due to the light of quest goodies, and her specialization was not a dark priest, but some other, hidden one. Reina frowned, asking if it was a user, couldn't they offer her to join their guild? The guild master nodded, answering that this was exactly what he wanted to offer. Without taking his eyes off the guys, he added that people did not know that Ain was a user, so as long as other guilds did not notice, they should be the first. He smirked and added that she was an unregistered ranker with a hidden class, so getting her to join them was a top priority. Seo-eun was enjoying his noodles. While reading the posts, he thoughtfully said that the internet was full of topics about Ain and they called her class Dark Priest, which surprised him. After swallowing his food, the guy said that it was better for him because he didn't like being the center of attention. Looking down, he asked what Ain thought. Suddenly, he came across a post that was talking about an update to Asrain, which surprised the protagonist, asking if they had really made an update. Opening the site, the guy read that they had added a dual arena that would be available today, and all arenas with a global network, so you can meet players from other countries. Seo-eun closed his eyes and thought that Ain would obviously be delighted. After all, she used to spend most of her time in this arena. Looking at the noodles, Seo-eun said that the true Asrain will begin with the release of the story mode, and when that happens, he will be damn busy with quests. After some time, the protagonist found himself in the game. He asked if he should go hunting before the update, then looked down, seeing an unread message. Opening the chats, he frowned because he saw a message from Ain saying that she would not be able to log in for the next 2 days, so she asked him not to level up too much while she was gone. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, Seo-eun thought that without Ain, his main damage dealer, he cannot hunt high-ranking monsters. Looking away, the guy thought that since he will not be around for a while, it is better to do it now. Besides, after the update is released, there will be no time for this. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought when he leveled up to 50th, he received a new quest, so he should complete it while there is still time. The sun was shining crimson above the Twilight Temple. Carefully moving forward, Seo-eun thought that he had come to where the quest had sent him, but this place reminded him of the one in Asrain. Looking ahead carefully, he thought that he couldn't remember exactly, so it was unlikely that there was anything important here. However, since he was brought here by a hidden class quest, it was worth looking around. Stopping, Sohan thought that he had originally planned to do everything quickly. Getting closer to the building, the guy thought that the more he looked at this place, the stranger it seemed. Looking up, he noticed a silhouette that asked if it was a visitor. The girl sighed with a smile. The priestess folded her hands, greeting the player, while the protagonist thought, since when did priestesses wear such revealing clothes? The protagonist followed the girl into the Twilight Temple. Looking around, he said in his head that he was some kind of strange, adding that everything here felt different from how it should be. Looking at the girl, he suddenly asked if she really occupied a high position because her outfit was different from the others. Then the priestess, with a sly smile on her face, answered that it was her individual design. Having said this, she turned away and asked the guy not to worry about it, to which he exhaled heavily and answered okay, while simultaneously saying in his head that something was wrong here, but he did not understand anything, after which a notification appeared in front of him stating that he had reached the Twilight Temple and perhaps today's meeting would help him reveal his true nature. The priestess took the staff in her hands and, closing her eyes, asked if it was true that her guest was awakened, adding that she was exploring him. Hearing this, Sohan brought his eyebrows together and suspiciously answered okay, adding that she could begin. Having received consent, the girl's staff lit up brightly. A bright magical glow appeared around the two of them, and the protagonist was told that the Twilight Priestess Ruthia was examining his soul, but she promised not to reveal information about him to other people. A few minutes later, the girl slightly lowered her head, to which the guy with excitement in his eyes said in his head that this was a hidden class, perhaps there was something special about him. Suddenly, the priestess sharply raised her head and screamed, asking if he was really a support. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and asked if something was wrong. Then Ruthia put her hand to her cheek and answered no, adding that she had simply never met supports before, just exotic, because of which the protagonist turned around and said that he was leaving. But suddenly the priestess told him not to hurry, because they were not finished yet, which is why he stopped, after which the girl asked him if he did not want to learn about empathy. As soon as the guy heard this, he turned around sharply, asking himself, empathy. After a short pause, he lowered his eyebrows and asked indifferently if this was not a special characteristic of supports, to which she asked in response if he really thought so. She smiled slyly and said that to know more, they need to return to the transcendent. Transcendence. They exist on a much higher level. They are also known as angels and demons. Empathy is closely related to transcendence. They need especially sensual prayers from mortals to grant boons and prophecy that affect the world. Zoan listened to the priestess with raised eyebrows as she continued to say that this is why they priestesses learn to pray properly and express their empathy. Suddenly, she approached the protagonist and asked if he wanted to learn how to pray on that note. A notification appeared in front of the guy saying that he had received a strange offer from the priestess who wanted to teach him how to pray, which made him raise his hand and ask in surprise, prayer. To which she exclaimed, yes. Sioan looked at the smiling Ruthia and said to himself that this really seemed like a waste of time, but since it was about his special characteristics. Smiling, he quietly said, okay, adding that he was going to try since it would be strange to ignore such a sign. The priestess, having received consent, moved away from the guy and said that she had already said that angels grant blessings and prophecies in exchange for prayer, adding after that the prayers of people with a high level of empathy reach their ears faster. She closed her eyes and continued to speak, but the empathy inherent in most people is laid down at birth, and even priestesses have to go through trials to raise its level, and it is also possible to elevate it as a characteristic. Having said this, Rusha spread her arms to the sides and exclaimed, what a wonderful blessing. After listening to the girl, the protagonist lowered his head and said that he did not know if he needed this, yes, because he was not a priest. The priestess approached him and, interrupting, asked if he did not like it, adding that this meant he had the potential to summon both angels and demons in the future, because the higher his prayer skill, the closer he is to the transcendent. Holding a cross in front of her, she asked if he had ever heard of a priest immersed in prayer. The protagonist closed his eyes as the priestess explained that there was once a priest who spent his days doing nothing but praying, and one day he accidentally fell asleep while doing so, and according to him, he suddenly found himself in an unknown place. Continuing to release a strong stream of mana, she asked with a smirk, I wonder if that's true, so maybe they should visit that place too. After a while, Sohan opened his eyes, wondering if he had fallen asleep. Looking around, he asked if this was a temple. Looking out the window, the guy saw a scarlet sky and a black sun. Coming closer to the broken glass, the protagonist wondered what kind of world this was. Rusha peeked out from behind him, asking if she told him about the priest, and he had a little secret, after which Sohan's eyes widened in fear, answering that the girl had quietly appeared here. Turning away, she said that the secret of the priests was that they served a demon, not an angel, and all their prayers were addressed specifically to the demon, so their minds were near them. Stretching her hand forward, she added that if there is a place close to angels, then there should also be a place close to demons, and this place mirrors reality. With a sly grin, she said that this kingdom is closer to hell than heaven, and here their prayers reach the demons. The protagonist became wary, asking if he can return to the real world. Ruthia laughed, answering, "Of course," after which the guy asked her to go back. A second later, he looked down, frightened. Looking around, the protagonist asked if he really returned. The priestess laughed, asking if the guy felt motivated. Sohan smiled, answering, "Yes," after which he thought how the way to open the way to an unknown world could be uninteresting. The guy knelt down, when suddenly Ruthia said that praying is not that difficult, you need to clear your mind, without getting lost in the subconscious. Continuing to sit in the same position, the guy thought that he needed to balance on the edge of sleep, and the goal of the quest was to teach him to pray. Before he could finish his thought, Sohan opened his eyes, asking who she was, after which he thought what kind of priestess she was and did she really worship a demon. Ruthia turned to him, answering that she was an ordinary priestess, after which Sohan thought that she left without explaining anything, so he wondered if the world of Asrain was really the same as the world of Asrain Online. Crossing his arms together, the guy wondered if this mirror world was a new kingdom created for Asrain Online. Closing his eyes, he brought his hands to his face. The protagonist clenched his teeth, surprised that it suddenly became difficult to breathe. After a few seconds, he began to sweat heavily, when suddenly the system reported that the prayer skill had reached level 2, while the guy wondered if everything was okay. Enveloped in mana, Sohan thought that he was losing consciousness. A bright glare illuminated the space and the system reported that he was showing empathy to a nearby transcendent. The protagonist took a step forward. When he stepped outside, it was already midnight and the inside of the temple was empty. Having lost control of his body, at some point he simply began to walk aimlessly. Looking around, Sohan wondered how long he had been walking, because at some point a room appeared in front of him. Throwing open the door, he stepped forward. The guy looked forward. His pupil suddenly shrank greatly in surprise. There was a chain on the captive's leg. The protagonist looked up at her face. Frowning, he asked if it was a girl. She raised her head in surprise. Their surprised gazes abruptly met. The protagonist looked at the girl with his eyebrows raised in horror and said to himself that her eyes seemed to be unable to focus. The girl's pupils were terribly dilated, and she seemed to be conscious, but her condition was clearly not the best. She was chained to a chair, and Sohan wondered why they had left the child chained here and why he was here. When suddenly he heard footsteps from the exit, which made him come to his senses and say in his head that he needed to figure everything out first. Hiding, he saw two priests come inside. They approached the girl and began to discuss who had left the door open again. A few minutes later, the magic wands in their hands lit up with a green flame and they cast a spell. The protagonist watched them from the closet and wondered what it was, adding that it looked like some kind of mind control. Green magical energy enveloped the girl, which made the guy wonder why they were using it on the child. Looking down, he saw a magic circle drawn under it and asked how much magic they would use against the little girl. While the reapers continued to chant, a cold drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face and he said to himself that even if it was just a game, such a scene was simply terrible. A few minutes later, the priests left the room. The guy came out of the closet and asked himself if they had really left. Then he immediately ran up to the girl and, shaking her, told her to wake up, but he noticed that her condition had worsened. The girl silently looked at the floor, not realizing anything. She had been given too strong an abnormal status. After a short pause, Sohan opened the inventory and said that nothing could be done about it. He helped the prisoner drink the elixir. Then the darkness in the girl's eyes disappeared. A second later, her eyes shone again. Looking down, she asked in surprise where she was, which made the protagonist very happy and said to himself that it could not be otherwise because it was a very valuable item. Crouching down, he took her leg and took out the blade. With a quick blow, he cut the chain. At the same second, the girl jumped to her feet and exclaimed, asking if he was really trying to save her, to which he put his finger to his lips and asked her to be quiet. Standing up, he looked towards the door and said that someone might come. But before he could finish speaking, the girl interrupted him, saying that she was very hungry, which made the guy look in her direction. Sitting on a chair, the prisoner pitifully frowned and asked if he had anything to eat. Then a piece of bread appeared in Sohan's hand and he said that it was given to everyone when creating a character, to which she asked him how much it cost, and he answered 10 gold pieces. Hearing this, the girl put her hand in her pocket. A few seconds later, she lowered her head with tears in her eyes and apologized, saying that she did not have money with her. But suddenly the guy saw a glowing necklace on the girl's chest and asked if she wanted to exchange it for bread. Suddenly, the prisoner lowered her head and screamed with all her might that she could not give it, to which the protagonist exhaled heavily and replied that no one was going to take it away, after which he gave her the bread. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist thought that since she was clinging to it so desperately, it meant that this necklace was really important to her. Without taking his eyes off her, Soan asked her name, to which the girl looked up, answering that her name was Louise. Handing her a glass, the guy thought that he had never heard this name before, and it sounded like the name of some noblewoman. Suddenly, he looked down, noticing the quest. Frowning, the protagonist read the main task, in which it was necessary to save Louise. Looking again at the surprised girl, the guy thought that the system sent the task even before the character addressed. Wasn't she just an auxiliary heroine? The guy frowned, asking if she wanted to leave this place, when suddenly Louise's expression changed, happily asking if he would really help her. Lowering her hands, she asked with a trembling voice if Soyeon was really going to help her. Lowering her head, she began to sniffle, thanking him. The protagonist smiled, thinking that her manner of speech was strange, but clearly not stranger than the whole situation, after which he said that he would help her get out. After all, there was still free time. The girl silently looked at the floor, while the guy thought that he would do this even without the task, after which an additional scenario appeared. It was deep night outside, when suddenly the protagonist, together with the girl in his arms, jumped out. Looking around, he thought that there was not a soul on the street, and it did not look like another world. His eyes immediately widened from the question he heard behind him. Did Soan really think that no one would find him in the dark? The guy turned back sharply, cautiously. He began to move his eyes anxiously, thinking that he definitely felt someone's gaze on him, or that it seemed to him. Without turning to the girl, he asked if she ran fast, when suddenly Louise began to stutter, asking if he was really talking about her now. With tearful eyes, she folded her arms over her chest, saying that she could use wind magic, and she thought it would be fast enough. Putting the girl on the ground, they both made a dash forward. Looking at Louise in surprise, the guy thought that she would not have fallen behind even without magic. Without taking his eyes off, he thought that she still had a lot of health, and apparently he was worried in vain, but there was one problem. Turning around, the main character became wary of the fact that they had been running for 10 minutes already, and they were still not that far from the temple. Turning around, he shouted loudly, asking Louise to stop for a while. Seoan started looking around, saying that something was wrong here because it felt like they were running in circles, to which the girl lowered her hands down, answering that she thought so too. A bright point appeared in the sky, and the protagonist said that it seemed like this road was endless. The point became brighter and brighter, and the boys immediately covered their faces with their hands. Seoan turned away, wondering why the light was coming from the temple, because had they really discovered that they were missing? Having lost consciousness, the guy barely heard the girl's cries begging him to open his eyes, after which the protagonist opened his eyelids in horror. Louise pointed ahead, shouting that this was a forest and a road had appeared. Seoan opened his mouth wide, thinking that the path, which was previously unseen, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was someone helping them in what was going on. A moon was floating across the night sky. The protagonist and the girl quickly ran along the path. The guy glanced at Louise out of the corner of his eye and asked her if she knew the way. Then, looking back at the savior, she replied that she did not know, after which she asked if she should, to which he replied, not at all. In the distance, they saw the outlines of Lycatra Castle and decided that they would go there. Seoan turned around and said to himself that it seemed like the road was not too far, but it lay through the forest, after which he asked himself if they would be able to remain unnoticed. As soon as he asked this, he saw a bright purple glow in the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, a magic shot flew past him and he realized that it was an ambush. Exactly the same beam was flying at Louise's back. A magical explosion was heard. The magic blade pierced the ground, and the main character rushed towards Louise, who was sitting on the ground. She held her cheek, and tears flowed from her eyes while the guy shouted for her to come to her senses. Seoan at the very last moment put a shield in front of her, thanks to which he managed to block this attack. A blade appeared in his hand and he, gritting his teeth, said that this attack was faster than a leopard. In the distance, he saw two black silhouettes walking towards them and asked himself if they were assassins, adding that it seemed that they were around level 200, if not higher. Then there were two of them. The eyes of both people were burning and their aura was unbearably strong, which made Soan understand that he would not win this fight. Turning back to Louise, he told her to come to her senses and the girl raised her head. He stood in front of the two assassins and said that they had no time to rest. His blade was enveloped in powerful magical energy and he added that at his signal she would have to run as fast as she could. As soon as the guy said this, he activated the Sword of Vision. Forward, he shouted loudly and then furiously swung the sword. A terrifyingly incredible explosion was heard. The assassins had to cover their faces with their hands from the bright flash. When the glow faded, they saw no one in front of them. The protagonist and Louise ran away from that place as fast as they could, saying to themselves that while they couldn't see anything, they had a chance to escape. but they were unlikely to lose so easily because it would be great if they could earn money. As soon as he said this, two assassins soared from the foliage into the sky. In the air, one of them threw something at the boys. Then the protagonist put up protection behind the girl and shouted for her to keep running. Landing on the ground, he said to himself that they were slowing down, so they needed protection. Then he turned to the girl and ordered her to give him her soul. Hearing this, Louise saw a system window in front of her, asking if she would trust her savior, which made her raise her eyebrows in surprise. The girl pointed at the screen in surprise, asking what it was, when suddenly the protagonist's face changed, answering that it was necessary now, otherwise they would die. Louise immediately frowned, loudly shouting that she trusted him with her soul. So-on smirked as he praised her. The system suddenly reported that the guy could use the assimilation skill on Louise, and then activated it, enveloping the girl's body. After looking at all of her stats, the protagonist thought, as expected, she had no offensive skills. Louise rushed forward, while So-yeon thought that everything was fine. Watching the girl dodge, he thought that if they were apart, he would have to worry about Louise's safety, which would only cause trouble, so that's what assimilation would help him avoid. The girl blocked the enemy's attacks by putting up shields in front of her. She rushed forward, carefully observing the enemy, when suddenly the protagonist thought that with the help of Louise's skills, he could easily dodge the attacks. Looking at the girl, So-yeon thought that they wouldn't last long like this, and if nothing changed, her strength would quickly run out. Louise landed on a branch, pushing off from it with a strong kick. Flying forward quickly, the guy thought, before that happens, he needs to shake them up. Looking back through the girl's body, the protagonist thought that the enemy had finally slowed down. Reading the gaze of the enraged enemy, he thought that this was his chance. Jumping out, So-yeon activated release from assimilation. Smiling maliciously, he said that the enemy would not pass. The opponent frowned, tightly gripping the hilt of the sword. The protagonist activated a second absorption, putting up a protective shield in front of the attack flying at him. The enemy's eyes suddenly widened in great surprise. The guy pushed off from him, sending the enemy down. Landing on the ground, So-yeon thought that they had dealt with one. The enemy coldly looked forward, holding a signal flare in his hand. After releasing it, loud explosions were heard. The enemy turned around, while So-yeon thought that it seemed like he wasn't going to cross the road, and that there would soon be many more people here. Having fallen to the ground exhausted, the guys decided to take a short rest. Without turning around, Louise said that she couldn't get into the sun's rays, which surprised the guy, turning to her. The girl explained that she had special tracking magic, and it made her magical power shine as soon as the sun touched her, so before dawn they needed to find a place where not a single ray would penetrate. Extending his hand, the protagonist said that they needed to hurry because they would have to change their destination. The girl gave him her hand, asking if they weren't going to Lakatra Castle, to which So-yeon firmly replied that they couldn't go into the city, after which he thought that Louise was probably branded with the brand of light. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this was a unique skill that some NPCs, angels, and a couple of other celestial beings had access to, then frowned, saying that they were going to a place where there was no sun at all. Water was slowly dripping from the stalactites. It was collecting in a small puddle on the floor. The protagonist was sitting on the ground, and Louise was sleeping on his knee. Some time ago, he told her that they were going to the dungeons, which scared her, she exclaimed, asking, "A dungeon?" After which the guy explained that this is the best place to hide from the sun. The girl in horror brought her hands to her face and said that since she entrusted her soul to him, she will now follow him to the very end, to which he replied that there is no need to go that far. In the end, she trusted him and followed him, and although they were able to rest only after they had walked a long way, Louise quickly fell asleep on his lap from being very tired, and while they were running, the details of the quest changed, and now the protagonist had to take Louise to the nearest city or village, but she would not be able to give him anything as a reward, and he wondered why he was even doing this quest before the global patch was released. With these thoughts, So-yeon put his hand on his neck and asked himself if he should take a break, after which he entered rest mode. The developer's screen showed that the cause and effect relationship was -82%. Diho, the executive director of the development of this game, held a drink in his hands and asked what happened, adding that if this was so, they would not be able to fix it. After drinking a little from a straw, he added that the course of the game's main story begins to change due to someone else's intervention, adding that the number of people, the atmosphere, religions, economics, stories, languages, many variables in the game fluctuate. A hologram of the game's globe was spinning on his screen. While he was thinking about how this happened right before the patch was released, the door to his office swung open and the girl screamed that they had found the answer. The man turned to his colleagues and asked if she had found the cause of the glitch, to which she screamed that it was all due to the user's influence and she was 100% sure of it. Hearing this, the man frowned and wondered if one single user was to blame for everything. Then a video appeared on his screen where the main character and Louise's body quickly ran away from his pursuers. Taking a closer look, Deco saw the code and name of the NPC character, after which he asked if she was not an ordinary NPC, to which his colleague answered him that the guy who controls her is the player. Hearing this, the man looked at the girl with a smile on his face and said that he understood why they were interested in checking the players. Turning back to the screen, he added that it was really interesting and he needed to know all the details. After a while, he received all the necessary information on his screen and asked if it was really about the quest that was related to that NPC, after which he added that it was no wonder the game started going crazy. Folding his arms over his chest, he added that they were powerless here, and they would just have to release a patch after completing this quest. Hearing this, his colleague raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he really meant that they would postpone the release of the patch, to which he asked why they should postpone it, because they had signed a contract with the service provider and had already made an announcement to the players. Suddenly, he frowned and asked in displeasure if it was really that hard to make the update coincide with the completion of this user's quest, to which his colleagues lowered their heads. Seeing their reaction, he walked out of the office with them, saying that he would help them. When the protagonist came out of rest mode, he heard frightened screams asking where he had been, since she had been looking for him here for a long time. The girl was in terrible hysterics, screaming that she thought that the guy had abandoned her. Turning to his phone, the protagonist thought, since today is Monday morning, he was thinking about checking in on the attendance and coming back. Turning to the side, Seo-eun wondered if Louise would wait. Noticing the girl standing in front of him, he said that she had already woken up, so he would skip classes today. Closing his eyes, he thought that he couldn't leave her alone in the dungeon. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy said with a smile that he had thought about leaving her, but decided against it. They slowly moved through the cave. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes when suddenly she said that she didn't like this place since it was so dark, and then asked if they could leave. Without turning around, the protagonist answered no, because he was not yet completely sure that they had managed to throw them off the trail because the opponents were very strong hired killers, and if they were so strong, they would be able to track them down without difficulty, so by now they should have already realized that the guys were in the dungeon and were probably waiting at the entrance. Louise's eyes widened in horror, after which she asked how this could even happen. Seo-eun smiled, asking her to trust him because there was no one who knew this place better than him. Looking at the guy, she embarrassedly said that only now she realized that she still did not know his name, and if it was not too much trouble, could he introduce himself. Meeting the girl's gaze, Seo-eun introduced himself. Taking the girl's hand, the guy asked if she always spoke like this, to which she was surprised, asking if there was something wrong with her manner of speech. Lifting the girl up, the protagonist replied that she was strange. Putting Louise on the bridge, she said that it was a habit she had developed as a child, to which the guy put his hands in his pockets, realizing that this was why she had no self-awareness. Suddenly, the sound of rocks hitting the ground was heard in the cave, when suddenly the girl called out to the guy. Looking down, she said in confusion that she had a bad feeling. Walking to the edge, Louise asked if he was sure this was the right road, to which the protagonist nodded in agreement. Pointing his finger forward, Seo-eun said that she was down there. Raising his hand, he said that they were going up, when suddenly the girl looked surprised, asking how they were going to get up there. Turning to Louise, the protagonist asked if she knew anything about centrifugal force, after which he began to explain that since this cave was cylindrical, they could get up using this force, after which he activated assimilation. Having moved into Louise, the girl was scared, screaming loudly that she did not want to do this. Lowering her head, she screamed that she would never be able to get there by jumping, and it seemed as if the demon had completely taken over her soul. The guy suddenly asked her to look here, after which he pushed off the ground with all his might. Floating in the air, Louise screamed in horror that they were about to fall. Seo-eun immediately asked her to open her eyes and see what he was doing, to which the girl obeyed. Running quickly forward, the guy said that centrifugal force occurs when you need to quickly rotate, so if she slows down, she will fall the moment she stops. That is why he increases their speed with magic, and if she remembers how it works, then it is not difficult to repeat. Tears appeared in Louise's eyes from excitement when suddenly the protagonist asked her to be faster. Having climbed up, the girl collapsed to the ground without strength. Spreading her arms, she was glad that her body returned to normal. Turning around, Seo-eun said if she had rested enough, then they should get up, when suddenly the girl became upset. Were they really going somewhere? To which the guy, without turning around, replied, not yet, but if they went now, they would fall into a trap. Approaching the door, the protagonist looked at the girl, saying that they needed to make some preparations. Seo-eun put his hand on the handle while Louise asked to change the topic, saying that this magnificent door was clearly not suitable for such a gloomy dungeon like this. The door began to slowly open, when suddenly the girl asked where it led. Once inside, the protagonist smiled contentedly. Louise jumped on the sofa and asked what all this was, adding that there were a lot of things here that she had never seen before. Behind the massive doors there was a store all this time. The girl looked at her savior and asked what kind of place this was, to which the guy answered in his head that this secret shop inside the dungeon was fortunately exactly the same as the one in Asrain, so he was sure that he would find what he needed here. Opening the system screen, he saw the shop items and said to himself that this was a secret place that most players didn't even know about. It was a safe shop where monsters couldn't get to, and you could also buy various rare items here. Suddenly, Louise approached him and asked what it was, which made him slightly scared. The girl looked at the flying system screen and said that she also wanted to click on it, to which Soyeon closed his eyes and asked if she was hungry. A few minutes later, he bought her a children's menu for 1 coin and put it on the table. While Louise was distracted, the guy put his hand to his chin and said that since no killer was following them, and they would never be able to deal with him, he should make some preparations. With these thoughts, he bought an item for 2,500 gold, saying that he needed to be able to use the entire environment and even the enemy's forces, and that no matter what happened, he should be able to. Having finished shopping, he said that he thought that this was all, which is why the girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist sat down opposite Louise and told her to get ready because they were leaving the dungeon, but not now, because the mercenaries would find out where they were when the sun rose, so they would move out at night, and until then they would rest. Having said this, he laid his head on the back of the chair and said to himself that he needed to get Louise out of here alive. After a while, they left the store. Soyeon was in the girl's body and said that if she did this, she would be able to escape, so she should not forget about the plan. Louise suddenly stopped and the guy called out to her. Slightly lowering her head, she suddenly asked if he was okay, to which he replied that he was a user, so everything was fine. But before he could finish speaking, Louise, without raising her head, asked when it would be over if he would stay with her. Then the guy replied that it was impossible, which made the girl shake. Raising her head, she wiped away her tears and firmly replied that she understood everything, adding that she was asking him for something that he was not able to do. The protagonist looked away sadly and said in his head that he was the only one who should ask for forgiveness, but if she survived, they could still meet, but he could not promise anything because the main story patch would be released soon. He read the message in front of him which said that when the main story patch is released, the server will be closed for 3 hours of maintenance, and after the release of the patch all users will be able to get acquainted with the main story of the action that unfolds after a 5-year time skip. After which he added that as soon as the work on the update is completed in the game 5 years will pass, and during this time they will not be able to see each other. Hearing this, the girl with tears in her eyes quietly said 5 years. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly a powerful gust of wind blew on her face. Steps appeared in front of the girl that led to the exit of the dungeon. Louise began to climb up, saying that there was no end to them, to which the main character replied that there were many traps here and she needed to be careful. As soon as Soyeon said this, he suddenly screamed loudly that bombs were flying at her from above. The girl looked at them without moving from her place, and the main character shouted for her to quickly get away from there. At the same second, a powerful explosion was heard. The assassins located above looked down with burning eyes. As the boy flew up, the effect of the blood fairy cloak was activated. Gritting her teeth, the girl looked away in horror, while Soyeon said that he could not block the bombs with a second of absorption, so they should immediately put the plan into action. Looking around, Louise said in fear that there were so many assassins here, when suddenly the boy asked her to calm down and concentrate. Looking down, the protagonist asked Louise to step on that fulcrum. The latter began to turn because it was a trigger and it would definitely confuse the mercenaries. At that moment, explosions were heard when suddenly Soyeon said that he would block attacks from behind, so the girl needed to hurry. The protagonist shouted loudly, ordering her to run, after which Louise immediately began to speed up her run. Gritting her teeth, she thought with tears in her eyes that she could no longer stay with Soyeon, and if she was going to do everything herself, then she should try hard. Noticing the approaching assassins, the protagonist warned that they would attack them again. He shouted that they were already close when suddenly Louise landed on the ground, looking menacingly ahead. Having time to react, the girl jumped away from the shuriken flying at her. Covering her face with her hand, she quickly moved forward while the protagonist said the next step. Approaching the wall, the guy asked to make the floor collapse because this is the true goal, after which the girl pressed the plate without thinking. Many sharpened weapons immediately appeared from the wall. They were moving very quickly towards Louise when suddenly Soyeon ordered her to jump. The protagonist remembered how among the hundreds of items that were sold in the secret store, he was looking for only one thing. Having found a ring, he thought that if the trap with arrows was activated, then something would be needed to help use them all. Louise put the executioner's rings on her finger and stretched out her hand forward. The system reported that the special effect had been activated and all attacks within a 5-meter radius would be directed at her, when suddenly the arrows began to quickly unfold. They were moving forward in a huge dense wave. The assassins, perplexed, tightly grabbed the handles of their weapons, raising their heads up. Louise grabbed the protagonist's weapon, who thought that by sucking in thousands of arrows at once with a second of absorption, he could create a sort of embodiment. The girl raised her hand up, releasing the strongest mana outward. Louise clenched her teeth tightly, fearfully asking if she was still alive, while the guy asked her to pull herself together. The assassins crouched down to the ground, slightly wary, when suddenly Sohan shouted that they were almost there, so he ordered to lower the sword of embodiment now. A blue light shone brightly from a deep pit. At great speed, Louise was thrown out of there by a shock wave, and the protagonist's level was increased. The girl fell to the ground with loud screams. Standing up, she began to call Sohan, after which the assimilation purification occurred. The protagonist held the weapon tightly in his hand when suddenly the girl asked if everything went well. Sohan took a step forward, praising her, after which he thought that this was the best possible outcome and there was only one thing left. Frowning, he said that he would delay the enemies, so he ordered the girl to go without him. Even before the spiral staircase, the protagonist told Louise that when she leaves the dungeon and should immediately run away, and he will block the enemies in the meantime, to which the girl, continuing to walk forward, asked if it was necessary to do so. Initially the plan was that Sohan sacrifices himself to buy time, although in Asrain it is really impossible to resurrect NPCs, he, being a user, can do this. Maybe he thought that this was the only way to safely take Louise out and she obediently followed his plan. At the very end, he brought down a magic blade on the pursuers and it was enough to kill one mercenary and stun the rest. After that his level increased, so there should have been more energy. At the moment, the main character stood with his back to the girl and told her to leave quickly because she had to find a place where she could hide from the sun, while simultaneously saying in her head that if only she could run away and find shelter. Louise slowly turned around and said that she would go, when suddenly she stopped. At the same second, she abruptly turned around to the guy and addressed him. But before she could say anything, the main character, without turning around, shouted at her, asking if she really didn't understand what was happening now, adding that she had to leave immediately. Hearing this, Louise silently looked at him. After a short pause, she turned away and said to herself that he really was ready to die for her. Sohan waited for the mercenaries to come out and heard the girl screaming that he said 5 years and if he survives then she wants to meet him again in that secret shop. The guy frowned from what he heard. Tears were pouring from Louise's eyes. Continuing to scream, she ran into the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, the main character chuckled and said to himself that it was funny because he was risking his life for the sake of a little NPC whom he had known for no more than a day. Besides, he would not receive any reward for this, but he was still making an effort. Ain would be surprised by this. While he was thinking about this, mercenaries crawled out of the dungeon. Seeing them, the guy changed his grip on the blade and asked himself if Louise had taken off the ring, because if not then she could be in danger. But he still hoped that she would take it off, because now he needed to focus on something else. Taking a fighting stance, he firmly told the mercenaries that they would leave this place only over his corpse, while saying in his head that he would hold out for another minute. There was a powerful energy explosion that Louise saw from afar as she quickly ran along the path. Closing her eyes, she turned away, saying to herself that she hoped that they would meet in 5 years. With these thoughts, she hid in the thicket of the forest. It was still night outside. Louise, sweating, continued to run, saying to herself that she had been doing this for several hours but still did not see a place where she could hide. She suddenly remembered how in that secret store the main character told her that he was not afraid of death because he was a user and said to herself that she still did not understand who the user he was talking about was. But she knew that he did not want to die either, but despite this, he sacrificed his life for her. As soon as she said this, all the strength in her legs ran out. Looking at the bright sunset, the girl whined loudly, thinking that it was hard for her and that there was no time. As she continued to run forward, she thought that there were still so many things she had not managed to tell Sohan. Covering one eye from the light, Louise asked if the sun had already risen. Her pupil widened greatly. Looking up at the sky, she noticed a black sun, wondering if she was hallucinating. Smiling, the girl thought that she was like in a dream, but it was very strange. Lowering her head to the ground, Louise thought that this light was so warm and calming, so she was falling asleep, but she had to go on. The bright sun was shining through the window, when suddenly the protagonist exhaled, saying that it felt like he had slept all day. Looking at the system window, Sohan said that he still had plenty of time before reconnecting. Putting his hand on his neck, the guy hoped that Louise managed to escape because he used all possible means of attack to buy time. He remembered how he fought with all his might against the assassins, but could not hold out for long and fell in battle. The guy lying on the bed thought that he was very tired during this time, so he spent 20 hours in a semi-fainting state. Opening the internet, he wondered what kind of post this was from the community because everyone only talks about fights. Leaning on the back of the chair, the protagonist asked if there were really no other problems. His eyes suddenly widened when a message from Ain arrived. The girl asked if the guy would go into Asrain, to which she received the answer that he died and would not be able to go in for a few more hours, after which Ain boasted that she had completed all the introductory quests, and Soan would be surprised when he saw her achievements. Fire emanated from the girl's body when she said that this was not entirely true. Smiling, she told the guy to call her when he came in, and she would while away the time in the arena. About 20 hours ago, the moment when the main character died in Asrain and immediately fell asleep. Ain went inside, asking if Solan would not go in today since she had nothing to do here without him. Taking a step forward, she added that she had only wasted her time. Turning around, the girl noticed a lot of people, which surprised her greatly. Her eyes lit up with joy. Raising her hand up, Ain shouted that she would spend the whole day on the battlefield. The girl confidently walked onto the battlefield with a smile on her face. Raising her hands up, she released a powerful fire. As she won, she gained new levels and was happy to receive platinum, clenching her hand into a fist. Smiling, the girl thought that in Asrain she had to wait 10 minutes for a match, but here there are many players, and the matchmaking of opponents does not take even 5 seconds. Stopping, she thought that at this rate she will quickly raise her level. The system suddenly reported that Ain won 10 victories in a row and activated the aura of determination, to which the girl spread her hands, saying that it was cool. After reading the description, she thought that here, just like in Asrain, they give out battle coins. Ain froze in place, thinking that if there are battle coins, then there must be a battle shop. The girl suddenly returned to the arena hall, while everyone looked at her in admiration. Approaching the shop, the seller told her that the item she was talking about was on sale, which made Ain smile widely. The saleswoman smiled, saying that it could be purchased after reaching the Grandmaster level, and its price was 690,000 battle coins. Ain's expression changed, wondering why it was so expensive. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she only had 150 coins now, and she didn't think that this thing was so expensive. Looking down, the girl thought that she really wanted this thing. Without taking her eyes off the box, she thought that with this, she could show off her superiority. Closing her eyes, Ain asked in confusion if she could buy it. Wrapped in fire, she turned around, menacingly thinking that she would definitely get it. The arena hall, there were many people inside. The man threw a mace over his shoulder and asked what it was, to which the guy next to him said in surprise that he saw such a color for the first time. Not far from them stood Ain, from whom powerful energy emanated. She had won 40 victories in a row. Her current level was Master and she was in the 0.500% of players in the arena. She looked at the system screen and said that she was still a little bit away from the Grandmaster. She already had 94,500 battle coins on her account. Thanks to victories, she continued to collect even more. And she also received an aura of determination of purple color, which gives her coin acquisition multipliers of 120x. Everyone around looked at her in surprise and asked if it was even possible to achieve 40 victories in a row. And the girl rubbed her chin and said that she would think about all this later because she needed to start the selection as soon as possible. The guy in the hood did not take his eyes off her when he suddenly asked if this was not the Dark Priest and why everyone here was from the Count's quest. Ain suddenly smiled contentedly because she had found an opponent. At the same second, she disappeared, and the guys who were looking at her said in surprise that she seemed to have finished the selection. The guy in the hood did not take his eyes off the chair on which the girl was sitting and said that he thought that this Dark Reaper was an NPC, but it turned out to be a user. Ain appeared in the arena and was immediately told that the duel would begin soon, after which she said that she was still very little before the Grand Master, so she needed to get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. Suddenly, she looked forward in surprise, raising her eyebrows. She saw a green aura that enveloped her opponent holding a sword in his hands and asked herself if there were really masters who had more than 20 victories, adding that she wondered if he would show her anything interesting. With these thoughts, she stood in the same stance as her opponent. They stared at each other as the girl suddenly asked herself why she thought they were so similar. As soon as the fight began, the guy with the green aura immediately rushed towards her. The main character's partner immediately dodged the attack, surprised, saying to herself that it was quite powerful. Was it really an ordinary blow? If so, then this opponent was not much different from the others. The guy began to swing his sword furiously, but the girl dodged each blow. She saw her opponent's blows, saying to herself that she managed to dodge an instant before he struck, adding that this is a technique that she often uses during a duel. In reality, it is simply impossible to move like that and she has never seen anyone try to repeat it. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and a sly smile appeared on her face, with which she said that the further they go, the more similarities are discovered, so now she is interested. The guy jumped back and Ain saw that against her was a master with 21 victories in a row with the nickname Frecties. Some time ago, a precise blow to the chest struck the guy. A few days ago, a skill assessment was held in Stardust. Being a knight of the second squad, Frecties defeated a knight of the first. He succeeded because he analyzed the techniques of the Dark Reaper all night long and practiced his unique techniques. Movements that are impossible in real life need to be compensated for by statistics and the system, so he experienced some difficulties. He is still not perfect but was able to become a knight of the first squad. He saw how his level is increasing, so he won 20 victories in a row in the arena and rose to a high level. He believed that if he tried, he could soon become a Grand Master, but now there was only a grimace of horror on his face because he did not think that he would see such a thing. Just like in countless rewatched videos, not an NPC but a user appeared in the duel, and then he asked himself if he could defeat him. The guy looked at the burning with interest Ain, a master with 40 victories in a row, who suddenly asked him if he had accidentally played Asrain. Hearing this, Frekties raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a short pause, he quietly said that he was playing this game for the first time and had never played anything before, to which the girl created a fire in her hand and said that it was amazing, when suddenly the guy asked if he could send her a friend request. Hearing this, the main character's partner clenched her hand into a fist and said that it was interesting and if he won, she would allow him to do so. She stared intently at the excited Frekties and said to herself that he moved almost the same way as she did and also wanted to be friends with her. This was a rather interesting young man. The guy rushed to run in her direction while Ain was thinking. Without changing her face, she easily dodged his attacks. Having hit him in the chest with all her might, the girl thought that except for Soyeon, she did not intend to be friends with any of their guys. Jaehoon clutched his heart, thinking that the girl had dodged all his attacks, and then attacked him. Looking at the enraged Ain, he wondered if she had predicted all his moves, since he couldn't do anything like that. The girl turned her gaze to the side, wondering if the guy couldn't handle it and was self-taught. She looked at her opponent, thinking that his movements were superficial in themselves, and it felt like he lacked experience. Finding herself in front of Jaehoon, Ain asked him if he really thought that if he became faster, everything would work out, which scared him. The girl beckoned him with her finger, ordering him to attack, after which she wondered if she should be generous and show him a master class. Jaehoon frowned, getting into a stance. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground. Jumping up, the guy approached his opponent with his sword extended forward. The entire area was enveloped in Ain's fire as the boy quickly rushed past her. Looking at the girl's back, Jaehoon thought that he was able to take the right position for a second. He thought that he immediately turned around and attacked, and this is another level of technique. Ain turned back with disdain, asking, well, it didn't work, while he thought that he had no chance of winning. Gritting his teeth, Jaehoon thought that he couldn't give up so easily, since there was still a little bit left. Jumping up, the boy thought that the step he took a moment ago was definitely like this. Receiving a strong blow to the cheek, he realized with confusion that he had rushed. Ain stood over the boy's body, holding the fire. Unable to get up, Jaehoon thought that he was just trying to imitate her steps, but the girl simply caught him and then wondered if he had never been able to learn this technique. Ain put her hand on her hip, saying that she had won, so it made no difference, and then thought that he was the most entertaining of all the opponents today. There was a post online about who Ain was, while there were many comments that she had won many times. The girl calmly walked around the hall with an aura around her. The comments said that Bishopman was broadcasting when the game chose Ain as an opponent. The girl was facing away from the screen. Nade frowned, saying that this was not the same person, and Payas agreed with her. With her arms folded, Payas said that she was good, but her fighting style was different, and Mayday added that back then, the Dark Priest would occasionally show off some terrifyingly cool moves. Looking down, she said that everything else was similar, especially the clothes and appearance. The Guildmaster came up behind her, exhaling heavily. Mayday narrowed her eyes, thinking that she thought this player would be like the Dark Priest, but there was some difference between the two, perhaps something like control. The Guildmaster looked ahead, wondering if she was not that Dark Priest. Ain brought her hand to her face, thinking that something was missing. The massive spear was placed on the ground. Payas looked around and asked why she was not matched with that girl, adding in her head that the guild meeting ended with the decision to personally meet the user with the nickname. Then the guildmaster put his hand to his chin and said that he needed to meet her, but the problem was who exactly would go to the meeting. Then Rihanna looked at Payas and said that there were no other options. She would have to go, since she had a fairly high level, so she would quickly cope, to which Payas raised her hand and replied that she wanted to go hunting after the meeting. But Rihanna's eyes lit up, and she asked discontentedly if she really wouldn't go, to which the girl, frightened, replied that she would go. So now, with a halberd on her shoulder, she walked forward and said that this was her chance to tear apart GMA. She needed to level up faster, since it wasn't that hard to rise to the Grandmaster level. Winning time after time, she said that she had once even ranked 9th in the world rankings. It was a little offensive that she suffered 2 defeats. Wiping her chin with her hand, she added that as soon as she became a Grandmaster, she immediately wanted to meet that player. However, even after 20 rebounds, she still couldn't get caught against Ain. The girl looked away and added that she had even expanded the ranks inside GMA, but she still couldn't get matched. Looking at the system screen in front of her, she asked Rihanna to see what rank the protagonist's partner was in GMA, to which the Vice Master replied 969, then asked if they hadn't met yet, to which she replied that she thought she would meet soon, and asked herself what was the way to get matched with her. As soon as Rihanna reported that Ain's level had risen to 906, Paez immediately pressed the match button, saying to herself that maybe she couldn't get matched because she was constantly spinning the match. Could there really be such crazy people? Snow was falling from the dark sky. Standing in the square, she asked if this was a snow tour. She thought she had gotten matched this time. She saw Ain appear. Suddenly, horror appeared in her eyes. In the distance stood the main character's partner with a red aura around her and 53 wins in a row. In the guild building, the Paez broadcast turned on so that they could watch the fight. Suddenly, Ain leaned forward. After a short pause, she asked if they had already met, and after these words, when everyone in the guild shuddered, they realized that this was a dark priest. Then Reyna snapped her fingers and said that Ain remembered her face, which meant it was time to get down to business and need to ask her if she was in any guild, to which the master of the Dark Guild told Paez to warn that she was not going to fight. Having received the order, she raised her eyebrows and replied that everything was correct. She came to the arena not for the fight, but to meet Ain because she wanted to talk. Hearing this, the main character's partner put her hand on her hip and asked discontentedly, about what? After a short pause, Paez looked at her opponent and asked what her level was. Then Ain folded her arms and firmly answered that she was level 6-7, which made Rihanna displeased, and she ordered her subordinate to fight her right away and check it out. Paez raised her eyebrows and asked if it was really level 6-7, adding that she didn't believe it. Then Ain showed her aura and asked displeasedly why, to which Ain asked her in response, it was she who fought them in the mountains back then. She remembered how the protagonist's partner fought them on the mountain, adding that it couldn't be that such a strong player was only level 6-7. Then Ain firmly answered, maybe, to which Paez grabbed the halberd and furiously shouted that no, she can't, after which she asked her opponent what level she was, to which she replied, 98. Guildmaster Dark listened to this conversation with a frowning brow and asked himself what kind of nonsense they were talking about and why his subordinate was not acting according to plan. When suddenly Ain smiled widely and raised her hand to her chin, said that he was very tall, after which she asked if she really wanted to invite him to the guild. Hearing this, Paez raised her eyebrows in surprise and answered, well yes. The girl replied that this was a bad offer, after which the girl with red hair asked, what do you mean? Raising her hands, she declared that she could take any position in the guild, accessories, equipment, all unique items would be available to her, to which Ain firmly said that they were weak. Hearing this, Paez frowned and asked discontentedly what. Then the main character's partner took a step towards her and replied that she knew that they were supposedly the best guild and all that, but she had no desire to join their ranks. With disdain in her eyes, she approached her rival and firmly said that they were just another gathering of idiots. In rage, Paez clenched her fist and said that this was not the issue now. She stared into her rival's eyes and added that one way or another she had passed a huge number of tests and achieved a lot, after which she asked if she really wanted to stop there. Then Ain smiled even wider and answered yes, after which she asked what. She suddenly turned around and, leaving, said that she was currently level 6-7 and all her stats were lowered due to the aura of determination, and she was level 98 and would most likely try to defeat her, to which she said that she wanted to fight anyway. Hearing this, Ain stopped and left. At the same second, she abruptly turned around and said that in this case, her victory would be even sweeter. Clenching her hand into a fist, it ignited. Paez raised her halberd. Without thinking twice, they rushed at each other. On the other side of the screen, Rihanna waved her fists and ordered her subordinate to tear Ain to pieces, adding that since she looked down on the guild, she did not like them anymore. While his girlfriends were shouting on the sidelines, the guild master frowned and said in his head that on the one hand, Paez and Rihanna were right, but as the stats grew, the speed of development inevitably slowed. Closing his eyes, he added that over time, all the top players would have roughly the same heights. He watched his comrade fight in a fierce battle and wondered why the anxiety did not go away. Less than a minute passed when Paez suddenly fell to her knees. Rihanna grabbed her face with her hands and quietly said that she could not believe that the girl had lost. Her body slowly began to disappear, kneeling in front of the powerful Ain. The protagonist's partner bowed her head and said that it was pretty good. At some point she even began to worry, but she still won. Slowly moved to the waiting hall of the arena. Unable to restrain herself, she punched the floor with all her might and asked what was there to worry about, because the enemy had an aura of determination and in addition, also reduced stats. She was kneeling among many people and cursing. After a while, Ain spent 690,000 battle coins buying a small box. She looked at it with a smile on her face and said, finally, because thanks to the winning streak, she managed to accumulate coins faster than she thought. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she added that the protagonist would be surprised when he found out what she bought. Opening the case, she saw a heavenly link, a unique item. This ring is intended for a soul partner, which gives a boost to speed, magic defense, and critical damage. When in contact with an ally who deals the same ring, all characteristics increase by 20%, summons an ally with the same ring, and the ring also allows you to feel the emotions of your ally. The girl put it on her finger and warmly said that all that remains is to collect as many coins as possible before the winning streak is interrupted and buy another ring for her friend. At this time, the protagonist was reading articles on the internet and cursing at the penalty he received after death, adding that he was equally lucky because over time, the block coincided with the maintenance period for the launch of the main story patch. Tardar, with a knife in his hand, said that he was returning to the arena to find his brother and sister. In one of the battles, he met Ain with 20 victories in a row. Delighted, he began to wave his hand, but suddenly his head flew off his shoulders. The protagonist's partner destroyed him with one blow, becoming the winner, and Tardar's adventures were over. The protagonist restarted the game after the end of the penalty and with a smile on his face asked, "I wonder what happened to this world 5 years later," when suddenly he saw the planets and realized that this was a cutscene, after which a voice was heard that said that at the very beginning of time, only heaven and abyss existed. There was a huge explosion, they fought for dominance on the earth and as a result decided to divide it in half. Heaven got the outer side of the earth, ice and electricity, so cold clouds hung in the sky and lightning flashed from time to time. Angels held a glowing magic ball in their hands. Demons held a fireball in their hands. The abyss got the inner part of the earth, fire and air, so the core was always hot. And when the earth moved, the wind rose. Heaven and the abyss shared their power with the pure, through whom they ruled the world. An angel and a demon were standing by a huge ball when suddenly the protagonist saw a naked man. The very first man on the planet emerged from the tree, a creature with an ego that prevailed over instincts. This interested heaven and the abyss, but most of humanity looked at heaven, and only a small part into the abyss, and therefore people lived on the surface of the earth, which belonged to heaven. The abyss was angry that it could not attract the attention of people and decided to invade the earth. A huge red eye opened and its forces appeared in the territory of heaven. Suddenly, the boy saw the girl he saved 5 years ago and asked himself if it was really her. The heavens tried to put an end to the abyss's atrocities, but it still managed to get to the surface of the earth. Very bright balls flew towards the protagonist who was protecting the fleeing Louise. Moreover, the abyss even tried to appropriate the heavenly lands, and the world was destroyed. The forces of the earth were divided into 2 camps. After this cutscene, the protagonist found himself in the square. He recalled the moment that caught his attention and said that the abyss shown in this introductory video looked like him and Louise, and then asked himself how this could even be, when suddenly a system window appeared next to him, which he immediately noticed. At the same second, there were several times more of them, from which he screamed in shock, asking why there were so many. He saw many messages stating that the quest to save Louise was successfully completed, but he did not receive any reward. Also, the main event of the Great Revival was completed, and he increased all stats by 10%, and the main event of Protecting the Heavens increased all his stats by 10%. Besides this, there were many more achievements, which made the protagonist smile contentedly and wondered if this was all the consequences of saving Louise. But he had no idea that this quest and the update were related. A system screen opened in front of him, which reported an update, and he said that he thought that he needed to find out what was going on here first. Suddenly, a warm smile appeared on his face, and he remembered that he promised to meet Louise again, thus he would find out about the current situation. After a while, he came to a hidden store in the dungeon and said that for him, only 48 hours had passed, but here, 5 years had flown by. She must have grown a lot. Entering inside, he called out to the girl, but not receiving any answer, he froze in place and wondered what was going on. Was she really not here? Suddenly, his gaze fell on the object on the table. It was the ring and cloak he had lent to Louise 5 years ago, as well as a letter. Upon opening it, the protagonist learned that the girl had failed to keep her promise and had gone to distant lands. 4 years ago, Louise, upon returning to this place, put the protagonist's things on the table and wrote that she was not a master of words, so she would not write much, and if his words were true, then no one would come here even after a long time. She wrote this with raised eyebrows, adding that for some reason this world had begun to perceive her as a threat. Flyers and posters had begun to appear on the street stating that she was wanted, and the Holy Kingdom had sent many mercenaries, so she could not move freely even after sunset. She looked at her painted face with sadness and wrote that her upcoming journey was also connected with this, but she still missed her very much and was looking forward to their meeting. The chair from the temple was illuminated by a ray of light. Sometimes she thought about her life, but she does not remember anything from her childhood. All she remembers is the time spent with Sioyan. She recalled eating the children's menu, and the main character was sitting in front of her. She was so happy that she could forget about the pursuers for a while. Tears flowed from her eyes, and she asked him if he missed her, adding that she wanted to see him so much. Throwing a cloak on herself, her last words were that if he had time, she hoped that he would come to her, but she could not reveal her destination. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked at her dear place for the last time, because she herself does not know where she will be taken. When the protagonist read the letter, a system notification appeared in front of him, informing him that his main quest was now to find Louise. He needed to go and look for her. But he had no information about her whereabouts, nor was he sure that she was still alive, which made him feel like the game was telling him to give up. He looked at the yes or no option and said to himself that it was stupid to look for a person in this huge world. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After saying this, he looked at the letter and added that they would still meet someday, even if it was a long time ago, if she was alive. Thinking about this, he accepted the quest, and as soon as he did, a bright glow appeared on his hand, and he was informed that due to his great influence on cause and effect, he could not maintain a neutral position. He was now drawn to the abyss, so he was endowed with its power. The seal on his right hand was glowing brightly, and looking at it, Seo-an asked if his power was determined automatically, adding that in that case, he couldn't enter the heavenly pulpit or visit the sacred grounds. It was all because Louise was mistakenly considered a demon, but that could change at any time. He smiled and wondered if this misunderstanding was resolved after the quest was completed, would he be able to change his power? Folding his arms over his chest, he leaned back on the sofa and thought that judging by the fact that this was the main quest, Louise was clearly an important figure in this world, and now he would belong to the abyss for a while. But he needed to figure out the things he could do on the other side, since from now on, the territory was divided into the land of heaven and the land of the abyss. Thinking about this, he frowned in displeasure and added that after looking at the background, it was better to avoid the latter, since most users would most likely choose the side of heaven. On the red flag was written the letter D, which meant the Dark Guild. Inside, Mayday looked at her comrades and said that they had to choose one of the two, heaven or abyss, but the guild thought it was better to choose heaven. Raising her finger, she added that she personally was more attracted to the abyss, but that was purely her opinion. The guild master smiled and asked why she was drawn there, adding that he did not think it was just a whim. Then the girl laughed and quietly answered, naturally, when suddenly her eyes sparkled, and she pointed her finger at her comrades, exclaiming that all this was because of the awards and achievements. She was generally called an achievement monster, and if you look at the community article, which presents the advantages of each side, this article was created by Steelstone, adding their buffs of the power of heaven and buffs of the power of the abyss, which give different things. It will become clear that most users of guilds and game teams pay attention only to additional experience and support from NPCs. But there are also those who think only about the fact that the power of the abyss gives the right to hide their powers. Then Mayday spread her hands and, opening the system screen, asked the guys to look at her pumped up characteristics due to achievements. Everyone immediately rushed to look at them and admire this, and the guild master raised his eyebrows and said that now everything is clear to him, adding that by the end of the game, leveling up is more difficult, and the rewards for achievements naturally increase. Smiling broadly, the girl waved her hand and said that this means that there is a high probability that top players striving for this will choose the side of the abyss. Hearing this, the guild master suddenly stood up and said that the guild would mainly focus on the heavenly powers, but some would be able to choose to side with the abyss, and Mayday herself would be in charge of that. He glared at her and added that she should team up with those who could benefit from the abyss or were capable of a killing spree. Maintaining the palm was much harder than winning it, and in order to maintain that place, they would need the strength of both sides. Frowning, he added that they did not yet know which of them would be the most influential, adding that the official #1 spot in the rankings was currently held by Lathais and Ain, but no matter whether they were enemies or allies, it was better to keep them close. Hearing this, Reina turned her gaze to Paez, who sat with her head down while their master said that they should watch them. Hearing this, Meidui looked away and, putting her hand to her chin, said that she personally believed that they should choose the side of heaven, because if they chose both sides of the abyss, it would be very difficult for them to resist. At this time, the guy was asked which side he would choose, to which he smiled maliciously and asked why ask the obvious. He tightly clenched his hand into a fist, on which a magic seal was visible, and added that he, of course, chose the abyss. The next day, Emperor Carlos came out to the square and folded his arms across his chest and announced that until the abyss that had taken root in Asrac completely disappeared, they would support all allies of heaven. The head priest also came out to the square and said that they would also help users who believed in the powers of heaven. They would no longer tolerate the threat of the wicked, thus, the two largest powers joined in supporting heaven. Several places were marked on the map, and in the process of preparing this system, weak neighboring countries joined them, and almost all human forces were united. A huge tower rose into the sky. In accordance with this, big changes occurred. For example, access to the Street of Knights in the capital of the Empire appeared. Before the patch, many users were simply not allowed there, but after the Emperor's appeal, it was opened for the game heavens. The gates inside were guarded by knights because there is an opportunity to complete NPC tasks, pump up various skills and complete quests. This place was called the Heavenly Academy, and now many players come there. When suddenly the male priest screamed in shock and his face turned blue. He saw a magic seal on the girl's hand and screamed that this is the perfect form of the heavenly rune. Ain stood in front of him, rolling her eyes. A couple of hours ago, the main character met his partner in the forest. Standing up, the girl exhaled heavily and said that her winning streak was interrupted. They sat down on a cut tree, and the guy asked how many wins she had and what her level was, to which she replied that she won about 60 wins in a row and received the Grandmaster. After a short pause, she looked at her comrade and asked if he was trying to qualify for the heavenly test, adding that in that case, he would also need to raise his level in the arena, to which he replied that it was fine for him since he was on the Abyss side. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked Abyss, adding after that she would also choose Abyss since she herself had not yet decided, to which the guy replied that she could choose Heaven. He then extended his hand and explained that he would play for Abyss and she would play for Heaven. Suddenly, Ain raised her hand and screamed with a blue face, asking what she should do then, since if he went to Abyss, he could find another player. She grabbed her head and started screaming, asking what was going on. Was he lured there by some girl? To which Seoyeon asked her to calm down and listen to him, because fighting on different sides of the barricades does not mean the end of their partnership, because he entered the Abyss by accident, but he will be able to help her on the side of Heaven. Hearing this, the girl lowered her hands and asked in surprise, "Help." The protagonist, frowning, firmly answered yes, because they will make up a fairy tale. Currently, Ain stood in front of the priest, showing her seal. The man brought his hand to his chin and asked himself in surprise, the symbol of the Celestials, adding that the Celestials are not pure, but they are above humans, and no user can become one. A cold drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek, and the protagonist asked her if she remembered what he told her. She just had to stick to the plan. Hearing this, Ain hid the seal and looked away, saying that she had a guess as to the reason why her heavenly mark looked different. She then said that she once had to run away from monsters. They were very strong, and she was unable to handle them. But unexpectedly, when she was about to go to the afterlife, someone suddenly appeared and destroyed all the monsters with one wave of his hand. Then she spread her arms out to the sides and said that she didn't remember well, but there was something like an ice whirlwind. It was simply amazing, and then thousands of ice fragments formed in that place. Hearing this, the priest opened his mouth in shock and then asked if she had met a celestial. What did he say? Then she said that he saw potential in her, and he also said that he wanted to take her with him, but she was terribly busy at the time, so she refused, but he said that he would wait and a little later he would go for her again, and she agreed. Then he suddenly touched her head, and she felt some kind of alien energy. A large tremor went through her entire body, and when she came to, the man was already gone. After finishing her story, she closed her eyes and asked if maybe he had drawn this rune on her hand then. After listening to the girl, the priest closed his eyes and, raising his hand, said that now he understood everything. When Ain came to pick up the knight, the priest said that she had received a blessing from a celestial, so she should be treated with respect. Then the guy bowed and called himself Louise, adding that he was now her guide and if she was interested in something, she should ask him, after which he asked if she wanted to know a little about the Street of Knights, to which she answered, yes. The two of them went down the stairs while the guy told everything he knew. Stepping back a little, the girl asked her friend if it was a good job, to which he asked in surprise why he had such a strange manner of speech. He introduced a priest who was scratching his ear and said that he looked to be over 50 years old, but he used informal language, but in any case, he was not a human, but an NPC. Hearing this, Ain closed her eyes and said that he was good at hanging noodles on people's ears, to which he replied that this was a common thing. But judging by the number of players, this was indeed a new map that would be very interesting. There were a lot of people on each street, but there were also quite a few average NPCs. A few minutes later, the knight brought the girl to the sky boat and asked her to get on. The protagonist's partner looked at her, while so unhappily asked when he would be able to ride it again. When the cloud soared into the air, Ain's eyes sparkled with pleasure and admiration. The knight stood next to her and said that the Street of Knights was one of the many attractions of their empire. After a while, the protagonist's partner got off the cloud. Louise stayed on it, saying that the 4th floor of the Knight's Hall is a free training ground. The girl looked at a large number of mannequins and said that everything here is different from what it was during Asrain. It has even become a little better, so fighting for the heavens is probably not so bad. Suddenly, the knight said that he has to leave her, but since she is a Grand Master who received the blessing of a celestial, she will just show her ID and everything will be fine. As soon as he flew away, the protagonist left his partner's body and asked where they should start with achievements or leveling up, to which she chose the latter. A guy in green clothes saw them from afar. The protagonist looked up and said that they are very different, so they need to start with this, but before he could finish speaking, he saw Yehoon. The guy looked at him in shock with raised eyebrows and asked if he was really Seoyeon. A few seconds later, they shook hands and shouted that they thought they would never meet each other. The protagonist read his friend's nickname and said that it was just like a real professional, to which he looked away and replied that it was even stranger to write his real name in the IP. As soon as he said this, he saw Ain, who was standing next to her comrade. Standing in front of her, he did not know what to say, so the girl got ahead of him and said that she and the protagonist were partners. Hearing this, Yihoon spread his arms out to the sides and shouted, asking if they were really on the same team with him, to which she asked in surprise why he was so surprised. Then Seo-an raised his hand and told his partner that she was seeing him for the first time, but he was a real player and not an NPC, to which Yihoon asked himself in surprise if she didn't remember him. Then he started showing the move he did that day in the arena and Ain remembered him, saying that he was that boy, causing the protagonist to ask in surprise if they had ever met. He put his hand on his neck and asked himself if it was a coincidence, adding that in order to enter the Knight's Hall, one must reach the level of a master, and it was quite possible since Yihoon was aiming to become a professional. Suddenly, he heard a cute voice from the side, causing him to immediately turn around. Seeing a girl with blue hair, the guy asked who it was, to which his friend scratched his head in confusion, then introduced her as his best friend from Stardust named Ginny, who was a nun. The guy looked at the girl with his hands folded and said that he now realized that she was a professional player. But as soon as he said this, Ginny suddenly raised her head and screamed, asking if they were really that same Seo-an and Ain. A blush appeared on her face and she shouted with shining eyes that it was such an honor to meet them. The new instructor who had recently appeared in Stardust, a user of Asrain Online with 3 years of experience in the game, the man pointed his finger at the board. He explained to the girl all the knowledge about Asrain and they became a good help for training other players. Ginny loved to listen to his fantastic stories about the players. The icing on the cake was the legend of the user about the main character in Ain, the only one who could fight with him on equal terms and showed excellent skills in single combat. These stories were so beyond common sense that they seemed absurd. Currently, Ginny raised her fists joyfully shouted that it was an honor to meet them, saying to herself that she never thought she would be so lucky. For Ginny it was like meeting mythical characters. The protagonist and his friend stood aside, watching their friends. While Ginny was asking how old Ain was, and she looked at her in surprise, Yihoon said that a trainer who was an Astra user had entered the game. He told them a lot about them, adding that Ginny, like him, loved to study, analyzing the technique of the Dark Priest, Ain, and therefore was even more happy to meet her. When the protagonist's partner said that she was 18 years old, Seo-an froze in shock. While his friend was saying something, he looked at his partner and wondered if she was really 18, adding that he thought that she was still in middle school. A few minutes later, Yihoon leaned over to Ginny and asked her not to tell anyone about the protagonist because he was against it, to which she agreed. After that, she immediately jumped up to the guy and exclaimed that she was very surprised because she heard that Yihoon had a friend from Asrain, but she didn't think that it was the same first ranker, and then asked if he had ever thought about joining Stardust and she would keep his identity a secret. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and answered in confusion, no, and then wondered if she was a nun, adding that because he had been playing the game exclusively with Ain for a long time, there were many quests that they couldn't complete together. While Ginny admired the protagonist, Ain looked at her with a very dissatisfied look. Seo-an looked at the nun and wondered what if she joined him, because just in time, they had a heavenly quest and he could receive rewards for raising Ain's level like before. While his comrades turned away in shame, Ginny looked at him like a deity, while he said in his head that Yihoon and this girl seemed friendly. After these thoughts, he smiled slyly and said that it was time to edit their plan a little, after which he asked the guys if they had ever heard of hidden quests. Hearing this, the guys raised their eyebrows in surprise. Then Seo-an raised his hands and asked how about joining their team and helping them complete the hidden quest. Hearing this, Ginny pointed her finger at herself and asked in confusion if it was possible to tell others so openly about a hidden quest, to which her friend, stretching out his hand, said in confusion that it was a little stressful. At the same second, the main character stretched out his hand and firmly said that everything was under control, because he had already completed about 100 such quests. This was generally nonsense. Hearing this, Jahan, wiping away tears, said that he would definitely be repaid, and Ginny joyfully clenched her fists and exclaimed that he was just a legend, but in his heart the guy laughed ominously. After a while, they reached the top floor of the Knight's Hall. Jahoon looked around and said that the atmosphere here was oppressive, to which Seo-an closed his eyes and replied that it was because the second captain of the Imperial Night Guard was here. The nun looked at the protagonist from behind and said to herself that the players she knew were usually reluctant to share information. But this man told her about his hidden quests, but he was able to hold the first place in the Asrain top. What incredible abilities he possessed. Seo-an smiled the whole time. Stopping, the protagonist said that they needed to infiltrate where the knights were standing. And Ginny watched him and said to herself that she didn't understand anything yet, but this was a great chance to see him in action with her own eyes. The knights in armor stood steadfastly at the door, and Jahoon said that the captain of the guard was inside. That's why there were so many guards, to which his friend replied that if you find the right way to get there won't be any difficulties. Then Ain approached her partner and asked if he would assimilate, to which he firmly answered yes with a smile on his face, after which he said that he would borrow her body. The next second, the nun and her friend saw the fusion of a guy and a girl. Ain's body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful energy, and pointing her finger at herself, she said that now she is both Sohan and Ain. At the same time, they are two souls in one body. After that, they turned away and told the guys to wait for them here. When suddenly Jahoon remembered the battle while protecting the pillar of light and said that one of Ain's attacks that had not yet been used, dodging a blind spot attack, he thought that such a complex skill, including himself, so many tasks are beyond human capabilities, but since even assimilation is possible, it turns out that together with Ain, the protagonist is capable of everything. At this time, the girl calmly walked towards the knights. Coming closer to them, the protagonist said that he would talk to them himself. The knight raised his eyebrows and told the player to leave, as users are not allowed to enter this place. Hearing this, Seoan smiled ominously and said to himself that the conditions for opening this quest were to reach Grandmaster level, obtain a heavenly mark, and produce a keyword. Rubbing his hands, he said that he needed to tell him something. The knight felt an ominous aura and wondered what was wrong with this girl, as she looked like an ordinary teenager. When she took out her ID and said that she was Grandmaster level and also had a heavenly mark, the knight said that she was too suspicious. Not receiving consent, the girl waved her hand and said that she was passing, to which she was told that she was not allowed. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what, to which the knight repeated that he was not allowed, after which he chased her away. Returning to his comrades, Seoyeon left his partner's body and hit his head on the wall, saying that this could not be. Turning back to his friend, who was asking himself dejectedly what went wrong, because in Asrain he had already done this, because they have a Grandmaster, a mark, and a celestial blessing. They don't need anything else, then asked what if the hidden quest can't be done because of the patch. Besides, this can't be, it's definitely because of the patch. Then the girl called out to him and asked if maybe she should try, but he turned around and said that she couldn't, after which Ain said that her acting skills were much better than his. At this time, the guard changed, new knights came to replace their comrades. When the old ones left, Ain approached them, but she was told that users were prohibited from entering. Then the girl's eyes lit up, and she said that she had one request. Hearing this, the man raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of request, to which she replied that she wanted to meet the captain of the guard. The knight shook his head and said that it was hardly possible, because not everyone can meet the captain, to which she firmly said that she had to give him a message from the celestial Radit. As soon as the man heard this, he leaned towards Ain and asked if she really was a celestial, to which she firmly answered yes. Then the protagonist's partner showed the celestial mark on her hand and said that this was proof of her words. After that, the knight passed by and said that he would take her to the captain. Then Ain looked at her comrades who were hiding behind the pillar and asked if they could go with her together, to which the knight replied, "No problem." Hearing this, Sohan furrowed his brows suspiciously and wondered if it was really that easy for her. He looked at his friend with his mouth open and asked if maybe some knights allowed it and some did not. Then Jahoon put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to take it to heart. The guy exhaled heavily, put his hand behind his head and said to himself that everything was going according to plan. After a while, they met the captain of the guard, who held his hand to his chin and said that the minions of the abyss were plotting more and more evil every day. But now he did not have knights that he could send on an external mission. In front of him stood the protagonist and his team, to whom he offered to carry out this mission if they were not busy, adding that first he would instruct them to conduct an investigation. A system notification appeared in front of them, which said that this was a hidden heavenly quest for which they would receive a Medal of Honor of Heaven and skill points. Seeing this, Jahoon opened his mouth in shock and then screamed, asking if it was really possible to get 10 skill points here, while simultaneously saying in his head that for 10 Medals of Honor of Heaven, you can buy at least one unique item in the local shop, and they also give skill points. Ginny looked at the protagonist with excitement and said to herself that this was the first time she had seen such a large reward in the entire game, and then asked herself if he would really just share such a large reward with them, adding that even if he didn't know about it, she couldn't just accept it. Frowning, the nun firmly said in her head that she needed to find a way to thank the guy. Folding his hands behind his back, the captain of the guard said that he would tell her a little about the mission. Frowning, the man asked if they had ever heard of the Seed of Evil. In the corridor, demonic entities rushed after the girl, and the leader said that it was the source of the powers of the abyss, and demons were also born from it. Louise walked in a circle, and the captain of the guard noted that this seed does not like to show its sinister nature, and it is very cunning in hiding its vile nature. The heroes closed their lips, and the interlocutor began to talk about the fact that there are some rumors about certain cases. The man explained that in such a case, the seed of evil takes the form of an ordinary teenage girl, to which Soan frowned and thought that it was almost the same as it was in Asrain. Lowering his chin, the captain of the guard clarified that therefore it is very difficult to detect it among people, but there is one way for which you need to use the light of the sun. The girl covered her face from the bright rays, and the leader said that under them the seed begins to sprout with rage and cruelty, because such is the prophecy of the angel. The man closed his eyes and said that since they had received information about the appearance of this seed, they needed to conduct reconnaissance to narrow down the suspects, and Ain called out to the protagonist. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought that the demon in the form of a teenager and his connection with the sun could not be a coincidence, and all this pointed to Louise. The snowy mountain Rurumia appeared, and the system reported that a truly cold wind flow was felt, and all movements were slowed down by 20%, and the regeneration speed was also reduced. Gritting his teeth, Jehun exclaimed that this was not a joke, and it felt like a hurricane had hit. Closing his lips, the boy thought about the evil seed, and did not understand if she really was a demon. Cadril appeared, and the young man thought about how demons in this world are very cruel and insidious creatures, and they love to kill and enjoy creating chaos, and they are the ones who best fit the description of the center of all evil. The player did not understand how this is connected with her, when suddenly his partner raised his eyebrows and asked if the protagonist was cold in such clothes, and Ain too. The protagonist realized that no matter how much he thought, he still did not find the answer, and then smiled and explained that it was all thanks to achievements, and the effect of additional effects allows him and Ain not to feel the cold, after which he decided that everything will soon become clear, and you just need to find Louise. Having climbed to the top of the mountain, the player said that they were there, and judging by the shape of the crater, the volcano has not been active for a long time, but there is something strange here, to which the girl noted that it seems to her that they came to the wrong place. Raising her hand, Ain said that this was the entrance to the Ice Spike dungeon, where monsters above level 300 come out from, to which the young man replied that this was correct, and Jehun asked them again. With his mouth wide open, the guy clarified whether their path lay in the dungeon of level 80 and asked Ginny to stand up, to which she muttered that it was cold here and she had to follow them, but level 300 was instant death and now they were also lost. Squeezing his eyes shut, Seolan said that everything was correct and they were in place, and now he would explain everything to his partners, and then asked them to open the quest window. The system screen appeared and the protagonist asked the guys to look at the content, and asked if they saw a note called depending on achievements. Raising his finger up, the protagonist explained that their mission was reconnaissance, and first they needed to figure out what an achievement in reconnaissance was, because unlike reality, there were certain indicators in games. The boy grinned and pointed out that one of them was the distance, which the others asked him about. The path from the dungeon to the goal appeared, and the boy pointed out that the size of the reward depended on how deep into the dungeon they could go, and in the game. Exploration was about finding out how many unexplored areas there were, but if they started exploring the Evil Seed dungeon, which was their goal, they would quickly realize that it would take more than a month due to its depth. There were two paths in the ground, and Seoan decided that they would take the second one, and then added that in order to reach the bottom as quickly as possible, they would go through a normal dungeon, since both connected at some points. Yihun lowered the corners of his mouth and said that this was the section of the 300th floor, to which he answered in the affirmative, and the boy asked if that meant that the entrance was closed from the start. The protagonist asked how much time there was until the dungeon opened, to which Ain, looking at the timer, answered that it was exactly 10 seconds. The allies opened their mouths in alarm, and the protagonist said that he was sorry, but there was no time to explain further, and they would soon understand everything themselves. The guy asked the leader of their group again, to which he, putting his hands on his hips, answered in the affirmative. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth wide and began to scream loudly, and the others did not understand what was happening. The snow crust under the hero's feet collapsed down, and Jehun asked if it was normal at all that the ground had gone out from under their feet, and Ginny did not understand how much longer they would fall. But the protagonist asked them to remain calm, because they still had a long way to go and they would fall slowly, but they needed to be careful because the bottom was covered with ice. The players slid on the snow and asked the protagonist if this was supposed to be the case. Suddenly, the nun fell face down in the snow. The guy explained that it was because they weren't pumping up their agility and couldn't find their balance, to which the girl, raising her eyebrows in alarm, asked if that was how it worked, since she was only pumping up her mana. Ain picked up her partner in her arms and said that this wasn't a racing game, and although she was a professional player, she wasn't in this area, and Seoan praised her and asked her to take care of Ginny, while Yihun asked if they were flying too fast. An avalanche rushed down, and the guy asked if they could rest for a bit, to which the protagonist replied that they had to maintain this speed. The protagonist noted that his ally was asking how they were going to get through this dungeon, to which he looked away and answered in the affirmative. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man noted that the player had said that level 300 monsters appeared here. The ominous monsters appeared behind them, and the young man decided that they would pass like this. The snow-white dragons lay down on the ground, and the player understood why they needed such speed, to which the other replied that thanks to this they avoid fights with monsters. The system reported that they passed the intermediate boss of the Evil Seed dungeon and moved 12% deeper, and Ginny, widening her eyes, exclaimed that they were making progress and had already passed almost 5 kilometers due to speed. Sliding on the snow, the protagonist explained that this was because the Evil Seed dungeon has incredible power, and passing the standard route takes about a month, when suddenly the artificial intelligence notified that the dungeon was 16% completed. Moving his hand to the side, the protagonist asked everyone to take care of themselves, because it is dangerous here, to which the partner asked if it could be more dangerous here than now. Looking at the monster's limb, the player said that the local monsters had very good reactions. Turning his head back, Jahoon asked in fear what it was. The huge frog stuck out its tongue, and the players did not understand what it was doing there in such cold, and the protagonist said that they should be avoided because they attack quickly, but with their speed, you can dodge their attacks. Suddenly, Ain's eyes widened in alarm. The girl asked her partner to relax, to which she, confusedly raising her eyebrows, did not understand what was happening. Ginny flew high into the air and screamed loudly. The girl mage ducked to avoid the monster's blow. The frog's tongue flew past her face. At the same second, Ain hit her opponent with her elbow. Having caught her partner, the protagonist's friend rushed forward. The girl slid down the snow, and the nun exclaimed that her ally was her savior and asked not to let her go, to which she said to be quiet because she needed to concentrate. Opening his mouth wide, Jahoon asked how they did it, because he himself could not even turn around. The monster's tongue surrounded the protagonist's body, and he cried out that everything was fine. Putting his palm forward, the young man began to fearfully call for the leader of his squad. Surrounded by the monster's limb, the player disappeared into the hands of teleportation. Smiling, Ain explained that she could get out with the help of assimilation. Monsters appeared in the depths of the cave, and the players did not understand whether it would be the same further, to which they received the answer that this was only a warm-up, and they had already passed about half, when suddenly the system reported that they crossed the territory of the monster Kaldanis and advanced in the dungeon by 42%. The team slid along the snow, seeing the system message that 30 kilometers had been covered in 13 minutes and the agility had increased to 4. Yihoon's mouth dropped open and he was surprised that they had already passed the top of the mountain and were falling at the speed of a baseball. Seo-eun grinned and thought that with the 30% bonus increase it was almost 4, but he won by rounding up, and in reality such a speed was impossible, and then he said that it was true and they had long since entered the underworld. The players rushed forward, and the protagonist explained that in one word it could be called the domain of the abyss, to which the partner asked if that was why everything was red. With his eyebrows lowered, the protagonist explained that in fact, the red color was a warning, and soon they would enter the area of the intermediate boss of the Ice Spike dungeon. And the partner clarified if he was joking, and what kind of boss if even moving normally is not possible. A bright eye of the monster appeared, and Jahoon asked if the guy had a plan, to which he replied that he would think of something. A huge monster flew above the team and began to roar loudly. The artificial intelligence notified that the players were exposed to a powerful aura of the abyss, and due to the huge difference in ranks, resistance is impossible. To which the young man, with his mouth wide open, asked if this beast was chasing them, after which all the characteristics decreased by 20%. The dungeon boss was flying behind the team, and Ain asked if it was flying at the same speed as them, and if it was supposed to be like that, and the boy wondered why the monster was so fast. Frowning, the protagonist heard the question of whether it was necessary to fight the monster, and answered that it would not be possible to defeat it. The beast spread its wings and roared, and the protagonist stated that they should hold out until they left its territory. The commander asked Ginny to use the link, to which she replied that she understood and folded her palms, and the system reported that this priest's skill unites bodies into a single stream of light. The nun exclaimed that everything was ready when suddenly magical chains bound the players, and the artificial intelligence notified that the linked objects do not move further than a certain distance. However, due to weak durability, the chain can be broken by a strong blow. The beast directed its wings downwards when suddenly the boy shouted that the intermediate boss was attacking and it was necessary to maintain balance. Ain's eyes widened as she asked Ginny to hold on tightly, to which she screamed. Yihoon cried out with gritted teeth that if it weren't for the connection, they would have all fallen, and it was hard to hold on even now. The monster's feathers flew to the sides, and suddenly the protagonist screamed that another attack was coming, and everyone needed to get ready. The huge monster launched a circular attack, causing the team members to scream in fear. The ring on Seo-eun's finger sparkled, and the young man realized that he needed to act now, and the system reported that the player had used the executioner's ring. Suddenly, the protagonist's foot left the ground, and his allies called out to him. A bright flash appeared above the protagonist, and the boy thought that this was the same artifact that was used when he helped Louise, but now its effect was different. Sharp feathers rushed forward, and the player thought that, unlike the dungeon arrows, these spikes were comparable to the attack of a level 400 boss, and they were unstoppable. A powerful explosion occurred, and the guy realized that he needed to dodge. The protagonist possessed Ain and said with relief that he had succeeded, to which Ginny asked if this was their commander, and he replied that he had dodged with the help of assimilation. Ginny closed her eyes and said that this was of course good. But first there was the race, and now there was also shooting, to which the protagonist asked them to concentrate because there would be another wave now. Emitting magical streams with a ring, the player asked to reactivate the connection as soon as the attack ended. Blue beams of teleportation appeared, and the guy used the assimilation skill. Running away from the monster, the young man thought that everything was fine and that there would be no attacks for a while due to the cooldown, when suddenly the system reported that they had passed the Temple of Flame. The evil monster rushed forward, and the artificial intelligence notified that the edge of the abyss had been detected and the players had passed the Street of Shadows. It was said that the dungeon had been completed by 93%, to which Xiaoan, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that it was almost over. Magic chains bound the players, and the protagonist shouted that they needed to stay closer to the center. The monster growled, and the protagonist, with the corners of his lips downturned, was surprised by the melee attack. At the same second, the guy ducked and screamed. Looking back, the young man shouted that he needed to be more careful and maintain balance until the very end. Suddenly, the player's eyes noticeably shrank in alarm. At that very moment, the protagonist noticed that the teammates were being enveloped by a shockwave and shouted that they were going in the wrong direction. Jahoon's eyes widened in alarm, and the protagonist realized that everyone had been blown away by the shockwave. Ain gritted her teeth, and the young man decided that if he missed this intersection, there would be no more connecting passages, and there was very little left. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground with his foot. Closing his eyes, the protagonist exhaled with relief and said that it was very dangerous, to which Ginny asked if it was over. The protagonist held his ally's leg with his hand, and the girl admitted that she was scared and was afraid that they would end up in the wrong place. Clenching his jaw, the player answered affirmatively and screamed a moment later. The heroes flew into the passage, and the young man said that he did not think that thanks to the connection, they would all be sucked in at once. A bright flash of assimilation appeared inside the sharp spikes, and the guy said that he couldn't believe it until he landed safely. Frowning, Yehoon noted that he now understood what games they usually play, to which Xiaoyan laughed, and his partner said that this was abnormal. The nun, wide-eyed, called out to the protagonist, to which he asked her again and wondered if he had acted too risky without any explanation. The girl remembered that the commander said that he did not want to be a professional player, to which he, wide-eyed, replied that he did not. The protagonist leaned his back against his friend, and Ginny thought about the fact that judging by the skillful use of assimilation, one can conclude that the guy helped Ain a lot, and his movements, tactics, and timing are incredible, and even real esportsmen are not so good. The girl lowered the corners of her lips, deciding that if she couldn't convince Xiaoyan to join Stardust, she should at least learn something from him. Opening her mouth wide, the nun shouted for the protagonist to teach her, while thinking that this was her chance. The protagonist asked what she wanted to teach her, to which she raised her palm, apologized, and exclaimed that she had acted too hastily. With wide eyes, Ginny said that she wanted to learn his technique, and then asked if the player could at least teach her if he didn't want to be a professional. Lowering the corners of her mouth, the protagonist asked if the girl was asking to be her teacher, and then decided that he needed to think about it. The nun clenched her fists and said that she was asking to do it for a fee, to which Ain thought that she was doing everything intuitively and it was difficult to teach, and the guy was thinking that he was encountering something like this for the first time and did not understand whether it could be considered another quest. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about the fact that he had nothing to lose, but would it be useful, and the girl said that she was serious, but it would take a lot of time. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist decided that if he tried, it would not be so bad. The protagonist said that since Ginny was familiar with Jahoon, he would agree to this, to which she, wide-eyed, asked if it was true, but the young man said that he had several conditions. The system screen appeared, and the player said that first of all, the girl should fully open her characteristics window to him because he needed to see the data to understand how to teach her. The silhouettes of the heroes emitted a magical glow, and the guy said that she would also have to help him when needed, and this could be either helping with quests or fighting other players. Raising his finger, the young man suggested that they talk about payment a little later, and then thought about the fact that if he just agreed, everything would go well. But since Ginny was a professional player, it would be difficult to monitor progress and choose a schedule, because they were not on the same team, and he did not understand how to organize the training process. With her mouth wide open, the nun cried out that there would be no problem with this, and if all this was not so important, then they could skip it, because in front of her was the best player who took first place in the world ranking, and Seo-an realized that the interlocutor answered so quickly that it shocked him. With his eyes closed, Jaehoon asked if the protagonist could teach him anything since he was self-taught and had many shortcomings, to which he wondered if his partner was in the same boat and then agreed, since one more, one less did not make much difference. Putting his fingers together, the protagonist thought about how the nun was a professional and was not the last in the priest's ranking, and that he owed Jaehoon a lot, so he should help him, after which he realized that he was not the best mentor, but getting 2 future partners was a pretty good idea. Lowering his hands, the young man said that it was getting hot, and the girl said that she noticed it too. The system reported that the players had completed the dungeon by 99%, to which the guys closed their lips, and the protagonist said that they had arrived. Raising his eyebrows, the young man called out to the protagonist. Looking at the huge gate of the dead man of the Evil Seed dungeon, the guy asked if they were going inside. Dried bodies were visible at the top, and Jaehoon clarified whether there were corpses hanging there. The player, lowering the corners of his mouth, thought that it looked creepy, and Ain asked if her partner remembered that they had completed this place in the game. Turning his head, the young man said that he remembered that he was here alone. Closing her eyes, the girl mage asked him again, to which he said that they were definitely here together, and was slightly mistaken due to the fact that the map had changed. The guy lowered his eyebrows and asked if there was another intermediate boss before the gate, to which Ain replied in the affirmative, and he decided that if he thought about it, the official name of this location at that time was not the Evil Seed dungeon. The girl turned her back, and Seo-an thought about how he had long ago realized that this game was very different from Asrain due to the appearance of an unknown NPC named Louise. The planet circled around the bright glow, and the protagonist thought about the existence of a new map called the Symmetrical World. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist realized that even the name and structure of the dungeon had changed, and hoped that his knowledge would be useful here, and Ain did not understand what he was thinking about. Lowering his eyebrows, Jaehoon noted that this was a very suitable place for the final boss, and the guy replied that his ally guessed. The player said that the last monster was called Betty and that it was an anthropomorphic bat that could use magic, to which Ginny asked him again, putting her hand to her chest. Betty flew high into the sun, and someone said that it was a level 200 boss. Raising her finger, the nun said that there should be at least 10 players above level 2 to try to defeat this monster that the trainer told her about, to which Jaehoon said that he remembered, but always thought that these were just legends. The players asked if they could defeat the dungeon boss, to which the protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that they could, because the huge bird they had recently encountered was a level 400 monster, but the partners objected that they had not even fought it. The protagonist noted that everything was fine and they should not be afraid, to which the young man, lowering the corners of his mouth, asked if this was true. The player smiled and said that he thought their team was strong enough since they had been doing so well this whole time, and then added that they only needed to follow his instructions. Flames were visible in the air. The protagonist asked everyone to be careful while walking up the stairs. The guy lowered his eyebrows and thought that it was amazing, and then said that they needed to go up here, and then noticed that there were a lot of fires everywhere. There was a huge lava lake under the stairs, and the guy thought that he could feel the temperature because of the sensory synchronization, and it felt like he was in hell. Ain's eyes widened in alarm. The fire was getting closer, and she noticed that the lava was rising, and Jaehoon asked how they would be able to go back then. And the commander asked everyone not to worry, because once they finished with the boss, they would automatically be teleported back. Soeam looked up and said that the passage was closed. The burning ball was flying down, and the protagonist exclaimed that a monster would appear soon, so everyone should get ready. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. With the corners of her lips down, Ginny began to speak. The bat extended its paw upward, and the nun continued that this was the final boss of the Evil Seed dungeon. The monster spread its wings to the sides, and the system reported that it was the guardian of the dungeon of level 235. Sticking out her tongue, Betty growled and said that the players were heavenly degenerates. The artificial intelligence notified that they were threatened by a huge abyssal monster, which resisted a little, and all indicators were reduced by 20%, to which the girl and the guy frowned angrily. The system reported that the heavenly warriors were not susceptible to the energy of the abyss, and the indicators were reduced by 5%, while the young man, with the corners of his lips down, thought about the huge difference in strength. The team leader asked Ginny to begin, to which she, with wide eyes, agreed. With her mouth slightly open, the girl declared that the day had come for the spiritual mentor to go to the front, while Seo-an said that she should always be right in front of Betty. The evil monster bared his teeth, and the protagonist said that his most terrifying skill was a backward jump, which allowed him to instantly teleport behind the enemy and hit them with his tail. A pillar of magic hit the ground, and the protagonist said that with their level, they would not be able to dodge this attack, and it would not be possible to stop it. The monster appeared behind the guy, and the player noted that they would know exactly whose back the enemy would jump behind. Grinning, the guy explained that behind the player who was standing the farthest from him, to the back line of the team and then said that this is why it is necessary for him to stand behind and Ginny should go forward. The terrifying monster delivered a crushing blow with its tail. Sticking out her tongue, Betty roared loudly. The nun's magical chains shackled the bat's body. The girl opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that the connection was ready. The protagonist shouted that they needed to attack now, when suddenly Jahoon attacked the opponent. The monster bared its teeth and screamed loudly, and the system reported that a critical hit had occurred in a direct hit to the mind explosion, which stunned the opponent. The players called for Ain, to which she rushed forward. The girl mage grinned and said that they could count on her. At the same second, the protagonist's friend delivered a magical blow to the enemy. The bat's eyes widened and she croaked. Betty spread her wings and screamed. Ginny gritted her teeth, and the system reported that the connection was broken. The protagonist turned around and told the nun to quickly return forward, to which she agreed. Lowering his hands, the young man shouted that everyone should stay in their places and not waste too much energy. The monster's pupils noticeably narrowed, and the opponent called the players annoying people. Betty crossed her wings and shouted for them to fly. Jeannie started to scream with her mouth wide open. Anne grinned evilly. Beads of sweat appeared on Yehoon's face. A huge stream of black magic appeared in front of the team, and Seoan shouted for everyone to take up fighting positions and everything was going well, and then exclaimed that if they acted according to plan, they would definitely win. The monster bared its teeth and shouted for the people to fly. Raising its head up, the girl did not understand if she would be able to catch the opponent. The protagonist shouted for Jeannie to use the link, to which she, with wide eyes, exclaimed that she would do it now. Magic chains surrounded the column, and the nun shouted that his goal was to knock them off the platform straight into the lava, but thanks to her skill, they would be able to survive. The hurricane rose to the ceiling, and the girl said that the ability had a short duration and would soon expire, and then added that until then they should avoid the flying debris. The player opened his mouth, thinking about the fact that their opponent was mainly attacking the back line. The monster's ears were engulfed in flames, and the guy decided that when the whirlwind ended, they should begin. The bat stuck out its tongue. The monster rushed towards the boy, and he decided to use assimilation. Ain turned around, and the protagonist said that the dungeon boss had been caught. A crack appeared on the column in the hall. Betty landed on the floor. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred, and the system reported that it was a critical hit, and more than 90,000 units of damage were inflicted with the help of debris. Raising her eyebrows, Ginny said that this was usually the end of it, to which the protagonist replied that if it was a monster of their level, and this one would have to suffer. The monster extended its paw upward, and the player explained that it was a named boss of level 235, and it did not care at all about these attacks. The bat opened its mouth wide and screamed, and the young man assumed that according to his calculations, its stamina had decreased by 1 in 10. Standing behind the team, the protagonist shouted that now the real battle began, and no one should let their guard down. Computer equipment appeared. Sitting on a chair in the Asrain control center, Robert was amazed at what he saw. The monster gritted his teeth, and the young man said that the players had knocked out Betty quite a bit, and their strategy was different from what other players usually use, and he did not understand whether they decided to challenge their courage. A warning message appeared on the screen while Robert was saying that at this rate they could defeat the dungeon boss. The employee came up behind him and asked if it was a bug, to which the guy replied that it didn't look like it, and then asked how that could have happened. The employee of the office lowered his eyebrows in alarm and said that the demoness had interfered. Hedril smirked and the girl explained that it was possible, because it was an artificial intelligence with free will, but before that, the likes of her had never interacted with players directly, but she did not understand why this happened. Magic chains wrapped around the neck of the bat. Holding the magic staff in her hands, Ginny exclaimed that there was no reaction, to which Jahoon clarified if they had finally finished. Seoan's silhouette appeared behind his friend, and the guy said that it was somehow strange. The dungeon boss lowered his head, and the protagonist thought about the fact that his health was at 0, but he could not finish him off, and then wondered if they had missed something. Mayday appeared above the opponent's head, which the player was very surprised. The girl closed her eyes, and the guy realized that it was a member of the Dark Guild, but he didn't understand how she ended up here, or if there was a quest going on here. The monster's body was surrounded by streams of blue magic. Ian's eyes widened and she wondered if this wasn't her friend's assimilation skill. Betty spread her claws, and Jahoon asked what was going on and if the boss had been revived, to which he asked if he was imagining things or if he had seen Mayday in second place in the rankings. Seoan frowned and realized that the girl had assimilated with Betty. The monster raised its paw, and the protagonist suggested that they would have to do it all over again, which his partner was not happy about. Looking at her palm, the guild member realized that this wasn't her body. Raising her eyebrows, the girl wondered what had happened. Looking around, the Dark Team member thought that she clearly remembered walking around the square, and suddenly found herself alone in a completely unfamiliar place. Turning her gaze to the system screen, The girl asked if this was a bug. The hologram showed that a hidden quest called A Deal with the Devil was taking place. Lowering the corners of her lips, Mayday thought that the Archdemon of Deception was a higher order demon that belonged to the axis of the abyss along with the demon of darkness and chaos, and suddenly became interested in her. Pressing her finger on the button, the girl did not understand whether it was because she was in second place in the ranking, and then decided that she could not miss such a chance. The bat's eyes lit up, and the system reported that the deal was made and Deception was protecting her, and the guild member realized that when she woke up, she was in the body of some kind of monster. A window with Betty's description appeared, and Mayday muttered that judging by the skills, it was a named boss. The monster's eyes bulged, and the girl, noticing the quest objective, thought that she needed to defeat these players. Looking at the guys, the Dark Guild member realized that they were all using the power of the heavens. Ain stretched out her hands, and Mayday silently said that since she was here, she chose the side of the heavens and would fight together with her partners. The monster bared its teeth, and the girl thought that this was still a hidden quest of the Archdemon, and now she was in the body of the boss Betty. The guild member exclaimed that she would see what it could do, and a moment later a powerful explosion was heard. The bat spread its wings and muttered that everyone in the guild disliked Ain, and therefore she must kill her at least once to prevent her from leveling up quickly. The dungeon boss quickly rushed down and decided that this would be revenge for the Marquis's quest. Ginny, holding a staff in her hands, shouted that it was a whirlwind and activated the link skill, to which the boy told the protagonist that they needed to take their positions. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, thought that it was impossible, because before, the artificial intelligence acted according to a certain pattern and it could resist attacks. Many bright traces appeared, and Seoan added that now the boss was controlled by Mayday, and the course of the battle could not be predicted. The monster swung its tail, and the boy thought that this meant that the formation no longer mattered, and he heard Yihun being warned. Suddenly, the boy began to fall and replied that it was too late. The young man, trying to repel the attack, was at a loss. A powerful flame burst out behind Betty. Ginny, her eyes bulging, was surprised that their partner was taken out in one hit, and the system reported that their ally was dead. Ain, lowering her head, asked Soyeon if there was a plan. The protagonist, looking at the magical enemy, muttered that this was the worst thing that could happen, and the balance was broken. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, wondered what to do now and added that this was an unexpected turn. The protagonist, looking at the monster's legs, muttered that it did not have any special abilities, because it was a boss with a low intelligence level, whose difficulty was balanced by fixed behavior patterns. Betty opened her mouth, and Soyeon thought that Mayday, who was ranked second in the top, had now assimilated with him. The bat's body was burning with a bright flame, and the guy was thinking about a way to defeat it. Ain, with her mouth slightly open, asked Ginny to add additional reinforcement. The girl, with her eyes bulging, answered positively, and thought that it was creepy. The melee mage frowned, and her strength and mana were restored, and it was said that even after assimilating with Ain, Soyeon, who had remained calm until now, was behaving completely differently. The protagonist, being in a magical aura, muttered that almost nothing was visible on the battlefield, as if a general was standing there, and the system reported an increase in many indicators. Betty, looking at the guys, wondered if this effect was reinforcement. The monster menacingly said to himself that it was not so, and Ginny, smiling, said that she did everything she could and let them contact her later. Ain's legs appeared, and the artificial intelligence explained that her partner Ginny was dead. A fire appeared in the girl's hand, and the protagonist said that he was sorry for his partner, but thanks to her they would be able to fight, and asked if she was ready. The guy firmly added that they would finish this, and the mage, clenching her fist, explained that this was all she was waiting for. The bat's pupils narrowed sharply, and Ain thought that this was what happened during the Marquis's quest. The young man asked to focus on dodging the tail, and the girl, whose head suddenly caught fire, answered that it was faster than her reaction speed. The priest raised the corners of his lips, and the guys decided to quickly deal with the enemy, and the system also reported the awakening of the skill and wrote down its characteristics. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard. It was visible how the floor began to collapse. Ain quickly ran across the battlefield. Betty, frowning menacingly, muttered that she could not believe it, because no player could dodge her rapid attacks. Looking at the serious mage, the monster added that she dodged every attack and could not understand how that was possible. Seoan, lowering his eyebrows, asked if Ain could continue like this, to which he received the answer that for now she could. The enemy said that they deftly dodged her attacks, and the girl, opening her mouth, asked if she could talk. The bat lowered her hands and said that it was amazing. Suddenly, an unusual aura enveloped the enemy's body, and she exclaimed that she had recently mastered a new skill, telekinesis. A moment later, many stones flew into the sky. Betty shouted that they could not dodge this, which made Ain's eyes bulge, and Seoan told his partner to rely on him. The protagonist cast a spell, and a second later a magic shield appeared. The monster, baring his teeth, was surprised that there was no damage. The protagonist explained that she could not escape, and the girl suddenly rushed from the spot. Suddenly, sweat started to run down her face. The mage spread his arms out in different directions and did not understand what was happening. Her palm was in a magical aura, and the priest wondered if the hand was moving and if this was spatial slavery. The opponent smiled maliciously and muttered that she understood. Looking at the neutralized Ain, the rival thought that even if attacks using telekinesis did not work, she would at least be able to hold her. The bat abruptly rushed from the spot and realized that, judging by the skills, the girl was clearly a mage. Betty, baring her teeth, said to herself that in this case she was not resistant to telekinesis. The mage raised the corners of his lips, and the monster thought that it was good that she changed her class to a master of telekinesis. A moment later, Ain delivered a slashing blow to the opponent. The bat's eyes bulged in bewilderment. The opponent clenched his jaw and muttered that it couldn't be and didn't understand how she managed to free herself from the spatial slavery. The girl abruptly stopped in place using her hands. Ain, lifting her legs, exclaimed that Seoyeon's plan worked, to which he replied that it was good that they had time. The protagonist, smirking, said that using telekinesis was smart, but there were many ways to counter it. A guy holding a bat appeared, and the protagonist explained that spatial slavery was a skill of a telekinesis master that allowed one to hold small or light objects. The young man kicked the ball, and the player added that if the grabbed object accelerated above a certain level, the effect would wear off. Introducing Ain, Seoyeon explained that in her case, only the Ifrit's claw was engulfed in weightless fire, and perhaps because they had gone through the promotion quest together, wind barrier appeared in his character's skill tree. The girl jumped back sharply from the magic portal, and the protagonist exclaimed that we applied it. The priest was able to get out of the telekinetic grip. Suddenly, Betty quickly rushed upward. With its mouth wide open, the monster wondered what was going on and added that she had nothing to cling to, and her damage was no joke. It was possible to see Ain jumping in different directions, to which the bat muttered that the attack speed had become much higher than before, and she was in a vulnerable position. Raising his head, the dungeon boss thought that something needed to be done. A moment later, Betty's eyes widened in bewilderment. Seoyeon clarified whether she remembered that there was little time, and the girl, smiling, replied that he could not have said. The protagonist exclaimed that his friend should have fun, and suddenly a powerful explosion was heard. The monster, receiving many blows to the face, silently asked how long she would run after her. Suddenly the bat's hand glowed an unusual color, and she thought that things were bad because she wanted to use the skill, but she couldn't catch the moment. Clenching his jaw, the dungeon boss decided to go down. Opening his mouth wide, Betty thought that maybe it would be much better this way. A second later, Ain grabbed the enemy by the ears and neck, and the system reported that the enemy had a concussion and would not be able to recover from the shock for 10 seconds. The girl began to push off from the magical space, and the protagonist called her smart and asked her to continue. A moment later, the magician quickly rushed from the spot. Betty, sticking out her tongue, wondered if this was the end. Suddenly, a strong explosion appeared. Artificial intelligence wrote about a critical hit and added that all the power was exhausted. Mayday, bulging her eyes, was perplexed. A member of the Dark Guild, who was in the park, asked if she had returned and warmed up. The system wrote that she hadn't lasted even 10 minutes, and the Demon of Deception was disappointed, so she wouldn't receive any rewards. The girl sighed heavily and said that she needed to meet the guild leader. A screen appeared, showing Ain, and it was audible whether this was the move she used during the Marquee quest, and whether it was a special skill only available during the quest. Guildmaster Dark, with sweat on her face, wondered if this was an ult, since there were several levels of completion, and whether she had unlocked the 4th level or had gone further. The guy, remembering how he stood in front of the player, muttered that members of other guilds said that the level up quest had become much more difficult, and none of the users who had reached level 4 in the previous game had been able to reach the same level here. The young man bit his lips, thinking that she didn't look like she had a high level, but she had single-handedly dealt a lot of damage to a level 235 boss. Ain's furious face appeared, and the guildmaster wondered to himself if she had really reached level 5, and what would happen next. Mayday, holding out her palm, said that if the balance was broken, there would be weak points, to which they responded that there was too little information to draw any conclusions, and they did not know when they would have to fight her again. The guy's eyes widened when they heard the proposal to invite users who were rankers in Asrain. The guy, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if Ain was a top player because other rankers should know something about her, and perhaps they even knew about her ult. They asked the young man where they would get these rankers, to which he raised the corners of his lips and laughed. The master, raising his finger, replied that he planned to expand the guild, and they did not need to worry about recruiting players because the preparatory work had already been completed. After some time, the hand of the defeated enemy appeared, and the system reported that the last guardian of Betty was killed for the first time, and the dungeon was completed by a team of 4 players. Ain was surrounded by an unusual aura, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the boss of the dungeon blindly obeyed the archdemon of deception. But in the end she was used and thrown away like trash. But she will not be disappointed, because Betty will be reborn and will guard this place until the end of the world. Seoeon, having bumped fists with her friend, told her to rest while she farmed, and the computer added that Betty was killed by them for the first time, and the vitality of the surviving players was increased. A line with the amount of health and mana appeared, and the girl said that they almost died. The mage, drinking the red liquid, muttered that she was very lucky in the end, and if she had noticed, she would have died with her. Looking at the protagonist, the Reaper thought that every second brought them closer to disaster, but the attacks continued. Imagining the protagonist in gear, Ain exclaimed to herself that he was truly incredible. The guy smiled widely, and the girl thought that every time she thought she was going to die, he always found a way out. The mage, raising the corners of her lips, thought that they won thanks to his idea to use the wind barrier, and it was good that she thought of creating a platform in the air. The Reaper's pupils suddenly turned white, hearing the question of what she was doing there. The young man, opening his mouth, explained that they still had things to do, so they needed to go quickly. The gates of the dungeon appeared, and Seoeon said that after killing Betty, the lava receded and a passage opened. Ain, walking next to her friend, muttered that during assimilation with him, she thought she could reach him, but now she can't. The girl, turning her gaze to the side, added that it was good that they were still together and said that she had gotten a priest's robe, which she could wear. After some time, the door to the dungeon was visible, and the system reported that it was 100% completed. The guys seriously bit their lips, and the artificial intelligence wrote that this was an amazing achievement, because the dungeon of the Seed of Evil was completely completed in 4 hours and a few minutes, and it was necessary to report this to the knight's office to receive a reward. The magician, bulging his eyes, was very surprised. The Reaper noticed a bright crystal and said that it was very beautiful, and also clarified whether it was the seed. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, answered that he thought that the Seed of Evil was called some person. The protagonist, imagining Louise, thought that she could not be the Seed of Evil and exclaimed that he was apparently wrong. Ain, with her mouth wide open, explained that the purple thing looked like a diamond and asked if it was an amethyst, to which the guy asked her not to touch it. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his palm and screamed loudly. Unexpectedly, Seoeon found himself in the dark and asked what happened and where his girlfriend was. The protagonist, looking at the screen, clarified whether it was a video. A magical bridge appeared, and the guy thought that when you touch the stone, a cutscene automatically starts, and in some quests, story videos were played like that. During the day, a park was visible, and the young man muttered that there was heaven in the background, and he had often been to Asrain. The girl's small legs appeared, which surprised the player. Seoeon, seeing Louise, asked if it was her as a child and whether she was really an angel. Noticing the crystal wings, the protagonist muttered that only a royal ranked angel, which comes right after an archangel, could have them, but he did not see Louise's name on the list of angels of that rank in Asrain. Suddenly, the girl clenched her fists in surprise. Suddenly, a demon appeared, to which the protagonist asked if it was Cadril. The girl approached Louise, and the guy asked what a demon was doing in heaven. A moment later, Cadril placed her palm on the girl. The young man, hearing loud screams, clenched his jaw. A second later, a dark aura surrounded the angel, to which Seoeon wondered what she did to Louise. It was visible how the girl stretched out her hand. The demon entered the magic portal together with the girl. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, was perplexed. Biting his lips, the guy asked why she did it, where Cadril took her, and what kind of gloomy aura it was. Suddenly, Ain opened her mouth and asked if her friend was okay, to which she received a positive answer. The magician looked ahead thoughtfully. The Reaper, raising her eyebrows, asked if the young man had seen it, because she did not quite understand his meaning, and exclaimed that he had such a face as if he knew something. Seoeon, looking at the girl, explained that he was not quite sure, and when he figured everything out, he would tell. Suddenly, the main character turned his gaze in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist asked where this came from, to which Ain asked what it was and whether it was familiar. The guy, taking the pendant in his hand, replied that one could say so. The system reported the artifact's information, and the young man muttered that this was the pendant that Louise treasured very much. A magical glow appeared, and Seoeon did not understand why he was here, and the artificial intelligence explained that the main quest in search of Louise was updated, and a plot item was received, and also wrote a question that maybe this is a hint. The captain of the guard looked at the heroes in amazement. He could not believe that they found the Seed of Evil so quickly. Throwing up his hands, the man admitted that even he could not go through the entire dungeon in one day, and the system reported that the character's favor had increased, and his trust was equivalent to the trust of the entire empire. Ain looked questioningly at her friend when they were awarded rewards. Seeing the players off to the exit, the captain suggested that they come at any time. He would always be glad to see them. Lowering his head, the main character wondered if Louise was somehow connected with demons. The guy shuddered. He thought if he could use this pendant somewhere, when his friend asked to show her clothes and did not immediately understand what she was talking about. The girl turned around and said that she meant the clothes that dropped after defeating the boss. He also said that he could wear them. Seoeon took out a purple robe of a praying priest, which not only gave a good percentage of protection, but also had hidden abilities. Looking at the trophy, the hero was surprised that this item had a limitation on empathy. At this time, the girl looked at her friend and asked if he would throw away the clothes that he was currently wearing, and he did not know what to answer. The sorceress's face reflected joy when the young man said that he would not wear them anymore and could give them to her. The support put on the robe, and looking at himself, he thought that although empathy was the main skill of his class, but setting it as a limitation was strange. Who else besides him could wear these clothes? Remembering Mayday's face, the guy continued to think that assimilation was also a support skill, and the item dropped from a boss defeated with assimilation, and it seemed to him that there was some kind of connection here. Habitually rubbing his chin with his finger, remembering that after reaching the 6th level of the prayer skill, a new property will open, because for an item on which there is a strict limitation. This is a common thing. The young man decided to start pumping the level to remove the limitation. It was a little stressful, but it would be a shame to waste it. The protagonist went to the great chapel of the Imperial Temple. Folding his hands in a prayer gesture, the guy closed his eyes. After a while, he frowned. The skill level did not grow at all, although earlier when he prayed in the Twilight Temple, this did not happen. Imagining the images of the local celestials, the young man thought that he was told to forget about self-knowledge and feel the presence of the transcendent. Here, the image of Louise flashed before his inner eye, and the hero had the thought that if this girl was an angel, then she was also transcendental. He opened his eyes in surprise when he received a notification about an increase in skill level. As soon as the player thought about this angel, experience points immediately began to accumulate. Is it somehow connected with the skill of prayer? Closing his eyes again, the protagonist decided to pray, thinking about Louise, so he remembered the day spent with her before the patch. While he mentally went through all the events of that day, the support felt someone's emotions. Tears flowed down the gamer's cheeks. He was overcome with sadness and oppressive melancholy. The protagonist saw a notification on the phone screen about a new message from Jan. The guy looked at the screen. His friend admired that the gamer managed to kill the winged boss and thought that everything was fine with him. While replying to the messages, the hero remembered that he was afraid for his friend's worries about the missed achievement. But during the correspondence, he realized that the interlocutor simply decided to take a break from the game and at the same time asked if he could pass his contact to Ginny, and the guy agreed. Seoeon threw the phone on the table. Scratching his ear, the guy mentally rejoiced that his friend was okay. If he had to choose between giving up 10 points and a penalty for access, he would definitely choose the latter. He flinched when his phone vibrated and was surprised that his friend wrote so quickly. The guy opened his mouth in shock when he saw the notification about the accrual of 50 million won. With a slight smile, Ginny answered the call and explained that her partner said that he had completed the quest. The protagonist jumped up and shouted that he was calling for a different reason and demanded to know why she had transferred him so much money. If it was payment for the lesson, then it was too much. And he quietly sat down when he heard that it was gratitude for completing the hidden quest. With a confused look, the guy took the phone away from his ear, and the interlocutor said that she asked her colleagues how much 10 skill points cost, and she said that due to the incredible growth of Asrain's popularity, they would cost 50 million, so she sent them to him. The gamer thought that his reality was collapsing like a house of cards. Putting the phone back to his ear, the boy thought that they had completed the quest thanks to Ginny's buff, Yoon's steadfast spirit, and Ain's attack power. Everyone had contributed to its completion. Why did she send money only to him? The hero tried to say this, but in response he heard a demand to simply accept it. The girl looked down and added that in the future, Seoeon would earn much more, and she thought to herself that in the game this guy was so calculating, but in reality he seemed a little unadapted. So she wanted to pretend that she didn't know anything, but she would have problems if the gamer girl didn't say anything, so she decided to tell him about everything to keep in touch. The boy rubbed his forehead when the girl added that she already owed him, because she was not told how much she would need to pay for the training. And to all attempts to object, she clarified that it was possible that it was several thousand per lesson, although the gamer believed that the amount should be much less. Having finished the dialogue, the hero fell onto the bed and muttered that this was some kind of madness. Tiredly closing his eyes, the guy remembered the end of their conversation. He asked not to pay anymore because he was not trained in anything grand. But Ginny replied that her interlocutor did not have much free time, and a little advice would be enough, after which he thought, what is she willing to pay so much for? He closed his eyes, trying to understand. Maybe he should look at Asrain differently than the last game, although now it is at an early stage of development. Opening his eyes, the player thought that not very important items are sold at very high prices, and rankers earn money by appearing in advertisements and programs. The status of a top player in Asrain is much higher than in Asra, which meant that the cost of his knowledge and gaming experience could be thousands and even millions. The young man raised his hand and remembered that this was also the case in Asrain because he was first in the rating. Clenching his fist, the main character decided to become a little more confident. Frektis glanced sideways at his friend and called him by name. They were in the central corridor of the Knight's Hall, and many people were looking at them, so the guy was worried that they were attracting too much attention. The gamer looked at his friend and noticed that their reputation had improved after completing the guard captain's quest, and apparently this information had automatically spread among the NPCs. Ginny looked sheepishly at the knight worshipping them, and the hero added that perhaps this was due to the fact that they were the first to complete this quest. This always attracts attention. Smiling enthusiastically, the priestess agreed, because it was a hidden quest, and Hyan had completed it, which was simply incredible, to which the interlocutor reminded that he was not the only one who had completed it. The friends opened their mouths when the young man announced that they had arrived. Looking around the new room, the players entered inside, and the protagonist announced that this was the third floor of the Knight's Hall, a training ground for experienced knights, and the girl noted that even the floor and walls were marble. Taking a step, the protagonist said that this marble was protected by magic and did not scratch from blows, more like a palace than a training hall. Remembering the captain's satisfied face, the guy thought that this was why this hall was closed to other users for now he could train his friends away from prying eyes. Seo-eun looked at his friends and asked them to start training, and he himself thought that at first he only wanted to give them a few tips, but during this time he rethought a lot, and they both promised to help the teacher. The guys looked at the guy with excitement when he announced that they were starting from the basics, preparing to explain everything to his students. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist began to explain that Asrain was just a game, albeit a very realistic one. This meant that with the help of game skills and abilities, they could perform actions that were impossible in the real world. A training dummy appeared in the middle of the hall, and the guy continued that by increasing the level of agility to at least level 50, the player will be able to run 100 meters in 5 seconds. The gamer stepped forward, taking out a dagger, and said what needs to be done to develop such speed. He glanced back, added that you need to move, ignoring the sense of balance, you just need to practice. The support rushed forward, striking each dummy, and shouted that the guys will succeed. The partners opened their mouths, surprised by the movements of the mentor. The warrior noticed that cuts appeared on the necks of all the dummies and tried to understand how it was possible to move so clearly and quickly. John almost dropped his pen when the main character appeared behind him and compared the movements with writing sentences. You just need to build a trajectory and move, and most importantly, do not get hung up on it. Visualizing his words in his head, Seo-eun explained that as the speed increased, it began to go beyond human capabilities, and this created a feeling of detachment from reality, and if they wanted to maintain balance while thinking about this detachment, they would fall. While the students wrote down these words, the young man said that it was easier to move if you think that you are controlling a character rather than yourself, and the priestess admitted that this was the first time she had heard something like this. Soon the guys themselves began training, and the hero suggested that they try to run 10 meters in 5 seconds for a start. While the partners ran around the hall, the gamer thought he told Ginny that although she was a cleric, she needed to pump up her agility to survive, so she raised her agility level to 30 with the help of stat points and began training. And Frektis successfully passed 2 turns, but did not fit into the third yet, the hero hearing that he had previously trained from a video, repeating Ain's movements. The mentor folded his arms and thought that although both of his partners were a bit confused, they were pro players and talented ones at that, so they would learn soon, while he needed to level up for now. He sat down in the corner of the room and began to pray, and while the students were busy, he quietly raised his level. The guy opened one eye when he received a message. He was doing all this while his battle girlfriend was away. She asked what he was doing and if they were going on a quest. Waving goodbye to his friends, the gamer went with his partner to complete heavenly quests and raise their stats. That same night at home, Seo-eun clutched his phone when he received another transfer from a student in the amount of 3 million won for a lesson, although he said that there was no need to pay. His face became thoughtful when he suddenly thought that perhaps this meant that it was worth teaching them better, otherwise what was the purpose of her sending the money in the first place? A week passed, Yehoon rushed forward at full speed. He managed to accurately complete the entire route, but at the end he couldn't help but scream. Breathing heavily, he asked if it worked this time. Looking at the dummies, the mentor admitted that it was not bad. The young man's face became serious. He was afraid that this was not enough. If he increased his agility, he would fall again. The confused support tried to convince his friend that he was already doing great. While the guy in the background fell again, the main character sat down in his corner. He thought that although these were the basics, his friends mastered them very quickly in general. This pattern of movements from the last game, which he and Ain had been practicing for years, at this rate they would be able to move on to the next level in a couple of months. The young man folded his hands in prayer. He decided to practice this skill while he had nothing to teach the guys. The gamer opened his mouth in surprise, who notified him about increasing the prayer skill to level 6. He raised his hands, the game notified him about unlocking his robe, the guy was waiting for this. The player read that the new ability made him almost immortal, and since he would now be revived faster together, it would be possible to avoid wasting time. The young man's face became puzzled as he read. He found it strange that the assimilation skill was so openly mentioned in the description of the robe and restrictions too. Empathy, assimilation, and prayers, he needed to know how all this was connected. Without noticing that the students were watching him, the guy discovered that at level 9 additional abilities would be unlocked, and the unique item became similar to the legendary one. Siolan loudly asked where so much hidden was here, while his friends behind his back tried to understand what was wrong with him. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought that it took him a week to raise the level from the 4th to the 6th, and since the speed of development of all skills decreased as the level increased, it could have taken several months, but judging by the buffs, the abilities there are cool. The young man looked at the notification when he thought out loud, since the abilities cannot be unlocked now, he is simply hammered. A drop of sweat ran down his face when he saw another payment from Ginny for a lesson in the amount of 3 million won, although recently he did not even teach, but answered questions. The guy looked at the sky, thinking about his lessons. Are they really that valuable? His partner's face appeared in his field of vision. She asked if something happened. The support blinked in confusion. The young man straightened up and replied that he was fine, and thought to himself that the sorceress was still little and he did not want to talk to her about money, but he was not sure that it was right to keep the money for himself. Memories of the last months flashed before his inner eye, and the gamer thought that Ain helped him a lot, even became his spy in heaven. If not for her, it would be very difficult for him, as a support, to reach his current level. The guy got up from the bench and offered to go, deciding that he would repay his friend someday. The friends moved forward along the street when someone caught up with them from behind. The boy breathed heavily, happy that he finally found them. A loud call from behind made the partners stop. Tardar was running towards them, and the girl asked if her friend knew this child. The young man turned to the boy and admitted that he did not know him, said that if he wanted to offer a quest, then they had their own things to do. But the boy said in despair that he had been looking for them for a whole month, after which he named the sorceress. The hero noticed with a smile that it seemed the boy was looking for his friend, but Ain said discontentedly that she was not interested in strangers. Tardar stretched his arms forward, and when the support noticed that his friend was becoming popular, he shouted that everyone in the Asrain community knew them, and he was the first to post a video of them online. An upset expression appeared on the boy's face when the gamer assumed that since the guy was filming his friend, it meant he was a stalker, and the girl replied that she did not need such attention. The friends turned to leave again, and the young man said that his partner had said everything, so the boy could go his own way. A cold wind blew through the little YouTuber, not understanding why everything ended like this. Seo-eun was not going to stop when the little one called him again. The boy raised his hands and was surprised that no questions arose for him. The gamer abruptly stopped when the interlocutor mentioned a part of the profits for views. The hero instantly turned to the guy, put his hand on his shoulder and demanded details. Ain looked at the guys in surprise. Her face became displeased. She could not understand what was wrong with her partner today. The protagonist looked towards his girlfriend when she reminded him that they wanted to get a heavenly achievement today. He almost forgot about it. The girl folded her arms across her chest when the gamer said that he decided to listen to the guy who had been looking for them for so long, and when he asked about his level, she answered that she was currently at 82. The sorceress froze in shock when her partner suggested that she pump up for now, because it would be easier for both of them if they were at the same level. Because he was at 93 and the difference was quite large, she asked in confusion how long she would have to pump up alone. Pushing the boy in the back, the young man replied that he would only need a little bit, and that they would chat for now. The girl watched her friend with a surprised look when he promised to join her when he finished, and she pouted. Sitting in the tavern, Tardar showed the protagonist a YouTube video that had 8 million views and said that they usually gave $1 for 1,000 views, and the interlocutor assumed that it was 8 million won for one video, and he was told that it was about that. The gamer clarified whether his share of this money was included, but the little guy admitted that he did not set monetization. The player jumped up and indignantly asked why he did not apply, after which he lowered his head in disappointment, realizing that he was talking to a child. The boy looked at the adult player with fear and muttered that this was not his video, and Seo-eun apologized. Smiling in a friendly manner, the young man decided to act like an adult. This was not something to worry about, so he found out that his interlocutor was in middle school and praised him for good editing. Gradually, the boy's face relaxed. He told about the school club, and the main character thought that Tardar understood YouTube much better than him and had good editing skills. He just needed to help him, and they could both earn money. Seeing Ain in the video, the guy wondered whether to agree with his partner, because without her nothing would work. And at that moment the sorceress appeared near the table, Taking her friend by surprise and asked what they were chatting about, he thought that she had gone hunting. But the girl replied that she thought that her partner would finish quickly, so she waited for him outside until she heard a scream. The gamer rose to his feet, giving up his place at the table to his friend, and said that she was on time. When everything was explained to her, the girl pursed her lips and asked if the young man had decided to make money on YouTube. The guy nodded sheepishly and asked how she liked the idea. Sharply getting up, the girl said that she did not need it. The protagonist scratched his head when his partner said that she didn't want to show herself to strangers, and he suggested that they just forget about it. A satisfied expression appeared on the sorceress's face when she realized that Hyan had planned to do this only with her from the very beginning. The young man rubbed his chin with his finger when his friend asked if he had enough money, and he added that it was not quite that. Squinting, the sorceress clarified that he just wanted to earn more, and received in response that everyone wanted that. The girl put on an indifferent expression on her face, and her friend said that if she was not interested, then he would not force her. Turning to leave, Ain said that if he wanted to so much, then let him do it alone, which caused confusion on the guy's face. His face turned gray when his partner returned his own words about the same levels, intending to catch up with him after some time. The sorceress opened the exit window and, thinking that she needed to push Hyan to fulfill his desires, said that she needed to step away for a while, there were things to do. Turning around, the girl added that he could do whatever he wanted for now. Although she was sorry to leave, she was sure that everything would be fine. The guy jumped up when his friend left, trying to stop her. He opened his mouth in panic. Although he realized that he had been given permission, he was afraid to be alone. Sweat poured down his face. The young man wondered what he would do without her because he did not count on this. The hero almost cried, looking at the place where his partner disappeared, but when the boy offered to send a video, he agreed. The young man rubbed the back of his head and thought that he had not played alone for a long time. He closed his eyes, thinking that he was a support. This is the most common of the hidden classes, so he did not want everyone to see how he used the assimilation skill. But then he looked at Tardar, and an idea came to him. The boy turned around when he was called. The grim smile on the protagonist's face scared the child. He opened his mouth in shock when the interlocutor promised not to sue him for the YouTube video. The schoolboy's face showed confusion when the gamer said that he was not very talkative, and when the kid confirmed this, he smiled with interest, causing the interlocutor to panic. When the boy came out to the dungeon of the novice necromancer, he anxiously called his partner. The guy's face expressed horror when he asked if he really had to go there alone, even without a priest, and received confirmation. Glancing sideways at the frightened child, he thought that at that moment he could only assimilate with Tardar, and tried to calm him down. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the hero explained to him how his skill worked, because he had been thinking for a long time whether it was possible to do this, but they had to work together on YouTube. Having taken control of the guy, the protagonist scared the future partner, but as a test, he briefly remained in a state of assimilation and realized that the little one would not blab secrets, and decided to cooperate with him. Looking at the kid's status window, he found out that his class was a thief, level 59. The hero asked his partner why the indicators were good, but the skills were not very good, and heard that he had learned from texts in the community. The most useful skill was accumulation with successive attacks for 1 second. It allowed to increase the attack power, movement speed, and combo, depending on the combo specification. Passive awakening skill self-forgetfulness, which additionally increases the attack power. The assimilated entered the open doors of the crypt. For the first video, he and the protagonist decided to shoot a combo record. Seoan asked what class his weapon was and heard that it was magical. A sad expression appeared on the boy's face when the support asked if he didn't have much money either. He replied that even this was very expensive. The young man suggested that he earn money and buy a new weapon. The guy stopped in front of a crowd of monsters and asked if he could handle all the enemies alone. And the hero answered that of course, because they were only level 30. The boy was very surprised when his partner took over control. Controlling the body of the little one, the main character rushed through the crowd of monsters with blades in his hands, intending to warm up, which caused delight in the assimilated one. Spinning the short sword in his hand, the gamer thought that this was much better than he thought. The young man examined the handle of the weapon and thought that it felt completely different from assimilation with Ain, while the boy admired him and asked if he could lay it out right away. With a slightly confused expression, the main character asked why, and the partner reminded that they came for this. Having grabbed the blade more comfortably, the main character objected that he hadn't taken it off for a long time. They needed to choose a better place. The little one clarified what he meant and heard that they were talking about the core of the dungeon. Seeing how many skeletons had gathered in the named place, Tartar decided that his new friend was joking. Soan remembered himself at the time when he occupied the first place in the Asra rating, but even he was once an ordinary newbie. An old image appeared before his mind's eye when his first class was a thief and his main weapon was dual swords. The gamer easily struck enemies when he switched to a long sword, but until about level 200 he used short ones. Looking at the blade in the hands of his partner, the guy thought that he really liked fighting with his first weapon, and during a simulation with Tartar he fought with dual swords, which was very exciting. Taking the weapon from the hands of his ward, he asked if the kid knew that the combo has a limit, and his surprise explained that if there were no limits, then it would be cheating. The combo system has many more limits than you can imagine. After hearing examples, the child admitted that he had heard about a couple of rules, but did not think that there were so many. The gamer stopped when the guy said that the closer you get to the core, the more monsters appear, but if you hesitate even for a second, you will be surrounded and killed. The hero replied that he knew about it, so you need to go slowly. He thought that he remembered his first steps in Asrain. At the end of the corridor, a skeleton was wandering. The boy realized that the hero did not go directly to the core, but first got rid of mobs. So remembered that in those days he hung around in the game all day, went to eat and returned here again. Having broken away from the place, the player asked to trust him. Everything will be fine. It was just necessary to take good pictures. The child screamed that there was no weapon in his hands. The monster turned to the enemy. The guy reminded his ward that he asked not to worry. He thought that nothing changes in terms of pumping up the skills of thieves like Tartar. Having struck the enemy directly in the jaw without a weapon, the hero thought that this was the right place, while the boy could not understand how. The player struck many blows with his bare hands, and his ward doubted about fast blows. The skeleton was thrown from side to side. Little damage was done, but the combo was accumulating quickly. Dodging the enemy's blow, Hyan replied that it was convenient to do a combo. The ward replied that he knew about it, but he never succeeded. Summoning blades, the hero advised to watch. Having struck several blows with blades, the player flew to the side, calling to finish him off, and at that time a notification came that a series of small attacks were made on a certain monster. He threw the blade at the enemy when the game announced that it was no longer possible to get a combo. The sword struck the skull, and the boy realized that the player had immediately moved on to the next target. The next moment, he struck the skeleton's face with his fist, and the observer was amazed at the precise timing. The schoolboy watched what was happening from the side in amazement, and could not believe that it was really possible to maintain such a series of combos. The gamer continued to move from one enemy to another, and his partner even built a trajectory so as to fight only one mob at a time, despite the second level of difficulty. Another blow took off the enemy's head, and the game reported that monsters of the same type were defeated in the same way. The guy froze for a moment when he heard that he would not be able to knock out a combo from a skeleton soldier for the next 5 minutes. Pushing the previous opponent to the floor, he threw a short blade at another monster, deciding to repeat the combo with a fist, struck him in the back of the head. While the hero moved forward, the combo grew, and achievements poured in one after another. The boy opened his mouth, wondering how long this would last. Even the best thieves he had seen in the community couldn't do this, but if he tried it himself, it wouldn't work. The gamer continued to move, as if he didn't pay attention to the notifications, and the combo reached 1,000. The guy jumped into the air, preparing to attack the next group of enemies. Another sweeping blow dealt to the monster increased the boy's agility. Braking with his foot, the hero activated a neutralizing wave. The mob stared at the player when the game informed him that their defense dropped to 0. With a mad smile, he rushed at the enemies, as if he didn't hear that control at such a speed was impossible, and only the fastest hits would count. Seoan grinned. In front of him were innocent children with the behavior model of the undead. He didn't even have to try. Magic swirled around the fighter, and he only had time to think that he needed to watch what was happening around him. The kid stared at the video with wide eyes while the main character explained to him that with his stats it wouldn't be that easy to get through. It would be a different matter if he upgraded his passive skills like attack speed or movement speed. The schoolboy sat with his mouth open when he was told that that was it for today, and he asked if he could definitely publish the video. The young man looked at the boy in surprise and asked what he was talking about. That's what they came here for. Watching his character deal blow after blow, Tartar muttered about thousands of combos, then 2, then 3, first they reached 2,000, then used the self-forgetfulness skill, and all this in one go. The boy looked at the recording with disappointment and said that if they published the video, everyone would find out about the support's tricks for some paltry money. But the young man smiled and replied that it was okay if they wanted to repeat it, let them try, and he met the surprised look of his protege. Radiating confidence, the young man explained that many players do not even know the basics, so even if they want to repeat after him, they will not succeed. On the contrary, the player was even curious if anyone could do it. Pointing his finger upward, the guy added that if the enemy is not undead, then it will be difficult to make such a combo. These enemies did not defend themselves, so in this case it became possible, and the schoolboy understood why they came here. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he used to hunt here often. The boy jumped up and shouted, "Did Hyan really play Asrain Online before?" He confirmed this and heard that his ward knew it. While the boy looked at him enthusiastically, the gamer thought that in principle he was playing now, he needed to quickly tell his partner about this. The child looked at the young man with big eyes when he said that he needed to say one more thing about income from the video. Closing his eyes, the hero offered to change everything later, but for now it was 9-1, but immediately opened his mouth in shock when the boy said that his partner should take everything. Smiling sheepishly, the little one explained that he had increased his level and achievements during today's hunt, while the hero could not believe such generosity. The guy nodded when his partner added that editing was just a hobby, and a large number of views was enough for him, and said that he had a kind heart, surprised at how honest this boy was. In stroking the child's head, he said that he would still give him at least 10%. Steam rose above a cup of coffee. The man was surprised that they did not even know how to publish a video. Smiling, the former member of the Arnon Guild suggested that with such a level of skill, they lived this game and both were very eccentric. Smiling in response, Tartar said that they were very kind, their character was really unusual. The man closed his eyes and was glad that there were no copyright issues. They even agreed to cooperate. Well done. The boy looked into the video call window with his mouth open when his interlocutor noticed that the 9-1 bet clearly devalued the YouTuber. If they published videos of the same quality as that battle with the boss, they would earn much more than office workers. Looking at the delighted face of the child, the former guild member said that he also runs his own YouTube channel, so he wanted to give his young colleague some advice, and asked him to remember them. The boy prepared to listen attentively when he was told that it was only up to him how the whole world would see this game. Leaving the dungeon, the protagonist and his partner discussed how much time they would need after filming the video how to make 3,000 combos. Tartar edited the video over the course of several days. Sohan met with a happy girlfriend, and all this time he completed quests and received achievements with her. Frektes and Ginny carefully wrote down his advice while he helped them with training in the absence of his partner. The rest of the time, the young man spent pumping up his level or reading prayers. A couple of days later, the dummy's head flew off his shoulders, and the game reported a victory over a high-difficulty training dummy. Seoan raised his dagger, marking his level 100. Now he had class change quests open to him, and until one of them was completed, he would not be able to level up. Looking at his status window, the guy thought that his stats were at the level of a level 200 player. The reward for the quest related to Louise, in the form of an increase in all stats by 20 units, served as a good help. The gamer turned his gaze to the second window to find out what kind of class change quest this was. His mouth dropped open when he read that he needed to gain recognition from an NPC above level 100, and an angel was mentioned, which made the hero immediately think of Louise. Scratching the back of his head, the young man thought that this was not an option, because he did not know how strong she was, and when he would meet her again, how a level 100 support was supposed to gain recognition from a transcendent angel. The player opened his mouth when it dawned on him. He remembered the captain of the guard, because he would be fine with just a strong NPC, and Ollie was over level 400. He had acknowledged the hero when he completed the dungeon. The captain smiled amiably when the player asked him what he thought of him, and he replied that his team was very good and generally trustworthy, but the game reported that Captain Ollie did not fully trust Hyan, and he should try to gain his favor. Smiling guiltily, the young man clarified whether he really thought he could be trusted, and the captain swore on his own name. Trying to hide his irritation, the young man thought that the NPC was mocking him. Even that quest was not enough for him. Continuing to radiate friendliness, the captain said that he was just waiting for the hero since he had recently heard disturbing rumors, and it immediately became clear that they were talking about the quest. Returning Ollie's smile, the guy persuaded himself to be patient and asked what rumor was being discussed, deciding that he would fulfill it and be able to win the captain's trust. Smiling mysteriously, the man asked his interlocutor if he had heard of the existence of demons. The hero opened his mouth. The gamer almost cried when the captain said that these creatures were very evil and insidious, and also so strong that an ordinary person would never be able to resist them. The problem was that the number of people who had seen demons was increasing every day. If the rumors were true, then the Empire should also be on the alert. Showing his interlocutor a thumbs up, the captain said that the young man had a great talent for secret penetration, so he wanted to entrust it to him, and the main character accepted the hidden quest. The NPC handed the boy a bag and said that it would help him, and if it was hard, let him call someone for help. The gamer thought that the captain was some kind of shitty one, but he needed to get his approval to complete the quest to change classes. Only this hidden quest was supposed to take a lot of time. Before starting it, he needed to meet with Tartar and talk about their YouTube channel. The boy happily waved his hands when his partner came to the tavern. The young man habitually rubbed his chin with his finger while asking the little one about the channel, and then asked to show him the video. He was amazed that it looked just like a movie, although it was a surprise to the hero that the young YouTuber was a foreigner. Watching from the sidelines as the mobs were killed, the hero asked where it all began, because he saw only a part after accumulating 1,000 combos, to which the boy explained that he specially cut out the opening scenes. When asked why, he answered that it would be much more interesting for people. The guy showed his partner the comments, which were truly amazing, and said that the first part could have been posted separately, and it would also get a lot of views. Thoughtfully looking at the YouTuber, Seoan remembered that he was in the 3rd grade of high school, but his channel management and editing skills were simply incredible. The schoolboy was glowing with happiness, and the hero decided to take him with him to the captain's quest. If they go on the quest together, Tartar will be able to film it and get a very cool video. The gamer coughed and said that the kid was great. The video turned out much better than he thought, which means he deserved a reward. The thief's mouth fell open when he heard an invitation to go on a hidden quest from the captain of the guard. 2 players could participate in it. The boy's face reflected delight. He thanked his friend, and he added that if he continues to develop the channel, then the kid has every right to do so. While the child was hugging his older friend, the older friend thought that he should have talked to Ain first, but if she was closing the level gap, she shouldn't be against it. The young man wrote a message to his friend about the 100th level and the class change quest, and in response she received that she was interested in what quest she would get at level 100. The hero looked at the message window with a satisfied smile. He returned to the boy and said that if he accepted the invitation, then they could go. Keeping up with his older friend, the little boy admitted that this was his first time, to which the older friend replied that soon he wouldn't even look at ordinary quests, and the thief expressed impatience. Tartar peeked out from around the corner and called Hyan. Looking ahead, he was surprised that they secretly entered the abyss while he chose the side of heaven. They really arrived in the Valley of Hatred, which belonged to the abyss, and the young man replied that everything was fine because he himself was from these places. The hero looked at him in surprise, and the boy asked how the other man had gotten into the Knight's Hall. The gamer had used assimilation with his partner and said that he had done so, hidden Ain's body, and calmly walked through. The schoolboy looked at the hand of heaven on his palm and doubted that he could get through. But then it changed to a purple rune of the abyss with the light hand of the support. The little one screamed in fear and asked how that was possible, and he was reminded that the representatives of the abyss could do whatever they wanted with the runes. The thief pressed his hands to his chest. Seoan told him that if the assimilation did not dissipate, he would calmly walk into the territory of the abyss. But the boy still doubted, and the main character tried to convince him that if he followed the plan, there was nothing to worry about. The boy stepped onto the lands of the abyss. Looking around, the kid said that everything seemed strange to him. Looking at the other players and NPCs, the schoolboy explained that he thought there would be a creepy ghost town here, that zombies walked here at night or that fights happened all the time. The boy's gaze reflected surprise when his partner said that he knew nothing about zombies, but he was right about fights. The fights here never stopped, and today was that day. The guy stopped when he began to receive a notification about the end of the festival and the 4th competition of the Duke. The boy was scared when his older friend said that if they won, they would get access to the treasury of the abyss, and when he clarified this, he added that this was also their goal to get there. It was necessary to earn the recognition of the Duke. In heaven there were NPCs supporting players, and here everything is similar. For example, the Duke, thanks to a deal with a demon, he had inhuman abilities. The child's face became even more frightened when he heard that the Dukes were much kinder to people than demons or monsters. Holding survival competitions, they choose a few players to support later. The boy noticed that he was very bad at this. Tartar's face darkened. He asked if it was impossible to simply arrange a guard of the treasury or the Duke himself to get in, to which he was told that it was impossible, since among the Dukes there were those whose level was higher than 400. The thief extended his palm to the man in the robe at the entrance to pass the check, while his partner said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because it was only a survival competition in words, but in fact a festival, and in fact it was an ordinary battle. The little one entered the teleportation circle and received a notification that he joined the 4th competition of the Duke and entered room number 147. The thief's mouth fell open at what he saw. Everything inside looked completely different from the outside. Moving forward, he added that he did not think that everything was so luxurious here, and his partner noted that it would be nice to look around. During the competition, he would be able to watch from a place where the Dukes would not see him. In other words, from the moment of entry, both the quest and the competition began. The Duke raised his hand over the man. The system reported that someone could enlist his support if he managed to stand out. The start of the 4th competition was announced. Sitting on the couch, Tartar was surprised that more than 150 people came here to receive the favor of the Dukes. It turned out that they were not all in one place, but in different waiting rooms. A pyramid appeared, showing what you can get for this or that place. Before the start of the competition, the organizers will distribute benefits, because it will be unfair if everyone starts from the same level. The boy reached out to the system windows to write that he is not in the top 1,000 in the Hall of Fame and is not a grandmaster in the arena. The guy pressed the yes button on the question of whether there were any transcendental beings whose favor he had managed to gain. Coins poured out of the hatch. The system reported that the user had received 1,000 additional points as a benefit. People raised their hands to catch the coins, but no one except the owner saw them. The child noticed that they immediately disappeared. The player's mouth opened in surprise when a notification came about receiving another 100 basic points for participation. An unknown force sat the hunter on the couch. The competition was about to begin. A casino with shiny golden walls appeared in front. Various symbols lit up on the screen. The main character wrote that he had never participated in the competitions of the Abyss and did not know how everything was arranged here. But now it became clear to him why the points were given out in the form of coins. Nearby was a roulette table. Seoan decided that everything actually fits the concept of a casino. Tartar raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked where he should start. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy suggested starting with preparing for filming and asked his friend to rely on him. The boy was sitting at the slot machine. There were 180 minutes left until the end of the competition. The young man suggested earning as many points as possible. The screen showed a choice of difficulty level and bet limit. The child said that it was the first time he played something like this and asked if everything would be okay, because his parents always told him to avoid gambling. The machine was set to a difficult difficulty level with a limit of 500 points. The support decided that his friend's parents meant real slot machines and explained that here they could earn skills only in this way. The player opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was really a good bet. The hunter asked him not to worry about it. The columns with symbols began to spin. The system asked the user to choose a stage theme. The protagonist asked why they didn't bet more, since victory was guaranteed. 3 skulls appeared on the screen. The system automatically selected the undead invasion theme. A magic circle appeared under the chair. Tartar asked what was going on. Suddenly, a huge burning field appeared in front of him. The boy opened his mouth in amazement. The system explained that the necromancer who ruled this place died as a result of a surprise attack, and his army of the undead raised a riot. According to the task, the user had to hold the front until reinforcements arrived. The skeleton grabbed the ledge. Seoan asked if his friend had grabbed that weapon. The guy confirmed it. The monster climbed the fortress wall. The young man said that the starting weapon is best suited for stable combos, and that weapon will come in handy at the end of the game. The living dead raised his head. The support asked his comrade to trust him and start filming. The child struck. There were 10 minutes left before reinforcements arrived. The hand was holding a bag of points. The venue for the competition was a kind of gaming center, which contained various quests in the form of mini-games where you could gain or lose points, just like in a casino. The warrior was opposed to the army of the undead. Virtual quests included small solo or team missions. A group of people stood in front of one large monster. There were also raids with dozens of players. 2 people stood in front of each other. Some quests implied PvP with special rules. An image of a clock appeared. The time limit was 3 hours. For this reason, it was necessary to actively earn points from the very beginning, and the main game was considered a virtual historical battle. The monsters destroyed the side wall and broke inside. Someone shouted that there were not enough troops and that they had no choice but to deal with them. The guard put a shield in front of him when the skeleton attacked him. The knight opened his mouth in fear. His comrade said that he was surrounded and that they had gone too far and fell into a trap, and offered to surrender. The player objected to them and destroyed a group of enemies with just a couple of swings of the sword. There were less than 5 minutes left before reinforcements arrived. The knight froze in fear. The hunter thought that he had already collected 1,000 combos, although it took some time, during which all the walls were destroyed, and realized that this could no longer be called a defensive battle. Killing all the monsters in his path, Tartar moved forward to penetrate the enemy camp. The guys opened their mouths in shock, not understanding who he was. The boy easily dealt with the skeletons. The guards realized that the Duke did not abandon them and sent his knight to them. Looking at the constantly arriving monsters, the guy said that there were too many of them and that they appeared faster than he could kill them. The child changed his weapon, and a 2-handed claymore appeared in his hands. Having delivered a powerful cutting blow, the player realized that there was only one room here, and thought that a 2-handed sword becomes an excellent weapon for fighting the undead due to the oblivion and speed increase buffs. The hunter looked up and saw flying ghosts. They grabbed the guard standing on the fortress wall. The swordsman decided that this was quite a big problem, and there were too many of them. The soldier fell down from the wall. Tartar thought that this was just a virtual battle, but the NPC reactions were more realistic than usual, and he realized that at this rate, they would quickly end. The boy struck again and was glad when the countdown ended and the system reported that he had successfully completed a difficult level. The boy's eyes widened in fear when a notification appeared that the Duke had to attend an important event and would not be able to send reinforcements. The child struck a slash. The system asked him not to lose hope, because if he was lucky, the Duke would resurrect him as an undead, and explained that the longer he managed to hold out, the more points he would get. The player frowned and remembered that from the very beginning he had noticed the additional time he had endured, which was why he tried to hold out as long as possible. The skeletons attacked the guards, who could not wait for the Duke to arrive. The hunter continued to strike, thinking that no one would come to their aid. The swordsman cut the ghosts' bodies in half. Tartar brought his sword down on the skeleton, crushing its bones into small pieces. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. With tears in his eyes, the guard called out to him. The protagonist frowned tensely and wondered why the Duke was not sending reinforcements. Protecting the soldier from the monsters, the boy asked him to be patient a little longer. The boy looked back when the warrior asked him to look at it and asked what it was. A necromancer was approaching them. The child gritted his teeth and thought that he needed at least one more person. The guard raised his sword, pointing its tip at himself. The player asked what was wrong with him. The hunter's eyes widened in fear. The blood reflected in them. The swordsman thought that he had played Asrain for 8 years, but had never seen anything like this. Blood flowed down the blade of the sword. Tartar could not believe that the NPC had just committed suicide. The boy frowned tensely and remembered that NPCs had intelligence comparable to humans, but they had never done such human things. The boy sat in a chair. The system reported that the quest was completed. The child looked down and realized that what had happened was too shocking. Even though it was just a virtual battle, the quest results and rewards appeared on the system window. The logos of Asrain Online and Asrain Online appeared. The player wondered how close NPCs become to people and whether this was the difference between these two games. The hunter looked up and asked if his friend saw what happened. People stared at the golden system window. The protagonist stated that he was originally aiming for the jackpot, although it caused more noise than expected. Everyone present approached the rating window and were surprised that someone could beat Lattice's record. The system reported that a new record for virtual historical battles had been set. A lucky chip appeared in the swordsman's hands, which could be exchanged for 77,000 points on the exchange. Sioan explained that a jackpot event appears when a new record is set, and this is something like a special reward. Tartar squeezed the coin into his fist and asked if he could really exchange it for points. The young man confirmed this. The boy looked incredulously at the people who were discussing his record. The support said that the first goal had been achieved and suggested moving on. Looking at the crowd, the guy noticed that everyone immediately rushed to the virtual historical battle and wondered if everything would be okay. The necromancer had a clot of energy in his hands. The player thought that he had chosen the undead theme because his friend could fully demonstrate his skills there. And skeletons were not afraid of death, so they were well suited for combo building. The swordsman pounced on a giant snake. The hunter did not expect advanced monsters to appear after the time had expired. And at the very end, despite the difficulty of the level 380 Bullock appeared, who gave the knight death. Standing behind his comrade, the protagonist said that only a small number of users could resist the army of skeletons that pounced at the very beginning, and suggested going to the next level. There were bottles on the shelves of the arena bar. Tartar asked what their next plan was. The boy closed his eyes when he took a sip. One glass of madness in the pitch darkness costs 500 points. Sioan raised his hand for him and ordered another drink. The boy was indignant that he had already had to drink 4 glasses. His friend said that they still had a lot of points. The kid took another sip but still didn't feel the taste because of the filtering. The bartender assumed that he really liked this place. The man smiled and decided to show the customer something else. The system reported that the user became a VIP in Dark Shelter and can now buy VIP goods from an exclusive list. The player replied that he would be happy to look at it. The casino employee snapped his fingers to show him the list. The hunter looked at the system window and noticed that there were many unique items at a very low price. The young man explained that they were intended only for this competition and they would not be able to take them with them, and added that they did not need anything here. The swordsman handed the bartender a lucky chip. The man took it in his hand and said that he could not help but thank the visitor for this. The support said that usually users use it only to exchange for points, but in fact, it has another use. The casino employee bowed and promised to provide the best service to the client. The system reported that the user became the first VVIP in Dark Shelter and received a bonus of 50,000 points. Looking at the list of exclusive things, the protagonist thought that most Asrain players know about the conditions for becoming a VIP, but no one knows how to become a VVIP, because this information is only in the heavenly interaction. A message appeared on the system window that someone set a new record in a virtual historical battle. Someone said that they must win this player by any means, because this time they cannot fail. The Dark Guildmaster pointed to the broadcast and said that he was shocked when he saw his video on YouTube, and was finally convinced of his decision when he heard the news about the record. Payas frowned in disappointment, and Mayday chuckled when their leader explained that if they could get the man named Tartar, they could somewhat compensate for Ain's mistake of omission, so they would have to try harder this time. Raising his hand, the man said that they needed to think of a way to contact him before anyone else, and reported that the latest news was that the man had broken Lattice's record in the competition. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise when her companion said that only that would guarantee him a place in the top 10 winners. The woman approached him and suggested that they could contact him during the banquet that would take place after the competition, and the player agreed with her, calling it the most opportune time. The hunter scratched his chin and remembered that due to the previous incident, his relationship with Ain had become almost hostile, but if they could get Tartar, it would only be good for them. Looking down, the guild master realized that Dark had reached their position through active recruitment of players, and wondered what would happen if they missed this person like they missed Ain. The world shattered into pieces, the man realized that their organization could lose its throne then. Looking at the broadcast of the battle, Berard could not believe what was happening. Thinking that he would never be able to repeat something like this, Steel Rock noticed that this user did not look like the person from Asrain. In the Hall of Fame, there was a window of Tartar's status. The player saw that he was only level 70, and said that he would not be surprised if he managed to increase his rank next week, since he managed to break Lattice's record. The knight frowned and said that this boy reminded him of someone. His friend asked if it was really Soyeon. Lightning raged behind the child. The hunter explained that at first he also thought that they could be the same person. The boy crossed his arms and said that this man was too young to be Seoan, who had been playing Asrain for 8 years. Walking down the street, the boy concluded that they simply had to recruit him into their guild. Steel Rock asked if they would really take someone who had not played Asrain. His friend replied that it did not matter, since with such talent and skills, he would be recruited quickly. The player's mouth opened in surprise when he remembered the protagonist and Ain. His comrade said that this Tartar could even defeat them. Putting his hand on his comrade's shoulder, the knight expressed confidence that the boy would enter the top 10 winners, and decided to meet him during the banquet. Berard stood opposite Mayday. Both of them wanted to lure the child to their side in order to become more successful than Seoyeon. The doors of the castle were closed. At the time when the boy was ranked first in Asrain, there was a place in heaven where only he could enter. In front of him was Interloop, a knowledge repository containing all the information and history of Asrain Online. The boy was studying books. 5 days before the opening of Asrain, he took a photo of all the information that could be useful. By a lucky chance, there was data on the competition of the forces of the Abyss. The child was sitting at the bar. Thanks to Interloop, the support knew which items he definitely needed to get. Icons of weapons and equipment appeared on the screen. The player was surprised that VVIPs can buy even legendary items. The hunter warned him that they are all disposable. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise and asked why they need to buy anything if they are already in first place. An icon for the soul duplication elixir appeared, which cost 2.5 million points. Tartar looked up and made a purchase. The protagonist explained that everything they know now, including this information, should not be published under any circumstances. The boy smiled widely. Seoan concluded that it was time to increase the difficulty. A giant stone foot slammed onto the ground. The golems were standing in a clearing. The system reported that the mission was called Breaking Elven Gates and that it had a hellish difficulty level. The YouTube teacher opened his mouth in shock and declared that his student was a real genius. There was a white haze around the soul duplication elixir. With it, you could add a second slot to the skill tree. The guy frowned and thought about how he decided to buy several items after researching the information from Interloop. The first was the title of a celestial person, the second was this elixir. The skill tree appeared. The young man concluded that thanks to the second slot, you can increase the combination of skills by tens of times, and decided that the level of this item is clearly higher than legendary or epic. The golems walked along the dilapidated wall. The system asked the user to cross the city, get to the core and destroy it within the next 2 hours. Tartar broke through the wall. The monster raised his hand and called out a wave of energy. The boy dashed forward and dealt with the enemies before they could do anything. The guy moved above the cities on high columns. The system reported that his bet was 5,000 points. The child smiled. The young man thought that it was not in vain that he saved those points, because now he had incredible speed. An image of a hell difficulty ticket appeared, which opened new difficulties of the virtual historical battle. The support bought them to win 2.5 million points. Black fire burned around the player. His friend spent all the points to assemble a full set of the mythical killer set, which gave a huge number of buffs and characteristics. The hunter dealt with golems. All hell difficulty missions were based on real events Asrain. If you know the structure of the map, the task could be completed very quickly. The monster swung his hand. The mythical killer set was an item of equipment that was called the Dream of Thieves combo. The swordsman squinted slyly. Thanks to the effect of the set, 2% of the absorbed blood was instantly restored. Tartar jumped high into the air and used biological time stop to fix the combo value. The giant crystal acting as a spire was destroyed. The mission was completed. The protagonist decided not to hesitate and immediately go to the next stage. The giant dragon skeleton opened its mouth. This test was called the Seal of the Soul of the Ancient Dragon. A fireball appeared in its mouth. The boy smirked. Seoan decided that this video would not be published anyway, and the scores for hell difficulty would not be displayed in the ranking table. The child raised his sword in front of him. The young man decided that they could cause real chaos and not worry about anything. The player studied the system window with rewards for completing the challenge. The support noticed that the further you go, the lower the efficiency. The hunter smiled and thought that for combo thieves, missions with simple enemies like golems and undead are effective, but one mission can only be completed once. The swordsman approached the slot machine. The protagonist realized that there was not much time left until the end of the competition and that this was their last chance. 3 images of the moon appeared on the machine. The system reported that the hell difficulty challenge was called Invasion of the Aluna satellite. A magic circle appeared under Tartar's feet. The boy looked up. Seoan remembered that Aluna is one of Asrain's satellites and that this is the place where a fierce battle between heaven and the abyss took place. A bright pillar of light fell to the ground. The boy opened his mouth in shock and was upset that they could not publish such a video. The young man explained that this was not possible because the hellish difficulty was similar to the real story of Asrain. The support squinted and noticed a person in the stream of light. The girl put her palms together. The player assumed that it was a goddess or a saint. Suddenly, a blinding flash flashed. Soldiers appeared from magical portals. There were wings behind them. Many angels appeared in the sky. Horned demons were approaching them. The hunter reminded them that they had joined the forces of the abyss, so these monsters were now on their side. The child grinned. The protagonist thought about how this battle ended in the victory of the heavens in the original story, and remembered that he participated in the role of a soldier of the defeated abyss, because of which he had to die. The opponents pounced on each other. Seoan decided that in any case, they should fight until victory. A powerful explosion of holy energy occurred on the satellite. The swordsman swung his blades, destroying enemies. They had been fighting for about an hour. The young man decided that there was still a point in continuing. The thief frowned. The support asked him to improve his combo skill because the limit of 5,000 units upset him. Tartar pushed off the ground. The player was indignant that only critical strike skills were increased in thieves' combos. The boy jumped to the side to avoid being hit. The hunter realized that it was too dangerous because this attack contained transcendental energy. The angel spread his wings. The man cast a disdainful glance at the enemy. The protagonist thought that his strength was comparable to the strength of thousands and tens of thousands of people. One wave of his hand cut the demons' bodies in half. The guy smiled nervously. He tensely knitted his eyebrows. Seoan realized that for the first time he saw the division of space in Asrain, which was more like an ordinary hand gesture. With another wave of his hand, the angel cut the child's throat. The young man concluded that there was no point in fighting him. The system reported the user's death. There were dead monsters on the ground. An indefinite number of years ago, countless souls fell on Aluna, but the forces of the abyss still had a chance to reach Earth. The player walked through the casino. After this task, he managed to earn 800,000 points and break the record. But the support decided that this was too little for an hour-long battle, and thought that they still had 400,000 points to collect before the end of the competition. They only had 10 minutes left. The hunter smiled broadly and said that there was nothing terrible in failure. The main character said that he was not going to give up. The bartender smiled when he saw the client. Tartar asked if they could earn 400,000 points in 10 minutes. Sohan replied that there were different ways to earn points. The boy clicked on the system window with bags of points, which gave the user a random number of them. The boy gaped in amazement, wondering if their success would depend on pure luck and hoping that his friend had a plan. The auctioneer raised his hand and said that the bags of points had been successfully registered. The child smiled and said drink, surprised that his friend had put the bags up for sale instead of leaving it to chance. The VIP catalog and auction sheet system windows appeared. The player said that the chance of getting a lot of points was extremely small and asked if his friend really wanted to sell them for 10 times the price. The hunter looked up. The boy asked if he really thought they wouldn't sell. The answer was yes. The stranger smiled widely because he had managed to earn 1,500 points. The people called the system windows to open the bags of points. Tartar gaped in surprise and asked how this was possible. The support said that he would understand if he thought about it. A ranking pyramid appeared. People received tournament rewards depending on their rank, but there were quite a lot of users competing here, so even 1 or 2 points could have a huge impact on rank distribution. The boy pressed the scoring button. The protagonist asked what would happen if people saw others buying and using these bags. The boy smiled widely when the system reported that he had earned 1,000,000 points. Seohan said that no one would be able to resist that. The icon for the theatrical mask deception skill appeared. Along with this item from the store, the young man would be able to fix his points at 100,000 so that no one would understand who was selling the bags. The child took a sip from his glass of drink. The bartender placed the soul replication elixir on the table. The system reported a successful purchase and the creation of a second skill tree. The support smiled slyly and was happy that he had another skill tree. The player leaned over the list of goods. The hunter decided that he had enough points left for something else. Scrolls appeared in his hands. White particles glowed around them. It turned out that this was the return potential, which allows you to return the spent skill points except for those spent on the awakening skill. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and asked if his friend really wanted to take one of the scrolls. The swordsman explained that he could normally redistribute the points in his skill tree. Seoan smiled and reminded him that they had a mutually beneficial relationship. Tartar looked at him in surprise. Standing behind him, the young man explained that they assimilated in order to shoot videos, upload them to YouTube and share the profits, and asked if his friend really thought he was a miser who would not leave a scroll for him. The boy smiled happily when the support allowed him to take one scroll and thanked him. The bartender looked after the fleeing customer and realized that he looked like a completely different person. The hunter warned his comrade that he would deduct the cost of the scroll from his salary. Trumpets played over the letter. The system congratulated the user on winning the tournament and invited him to the Duke's banquet that would take place tomorrow. The heroes decided to rest and redistribute their skills. The main character stood under a tree and figured out the skill tree while his friend trained. Scratching his chin, Seoan thought about how he spent a lot of points on sword vision, and now he should make a build with an emphasis on support, and wondered what he should invest in. Raising his eyebrows, the young man noticed one unusual skill and asked if his friend chose the skills according to the guide. Looking around, the guy confirmed this and added that he already felt the changes. The support offered him a duel. The child opened his mouth in fear and asked what it meant. The player told him not to worry about it, as it would only be a friendly fight. The combo thief took the knife and said that his class is very weak in PvP. The hunter reminded that he is also not a combat class. Smiling, the protagonist asked him to attack first and promised to use only his new skills to give him a small head start. Raising his eyebrows, Tartar asked if he had a chance to win and decided to begin. When the duel began, the boy made a dash forward, but his opponent seemed to disappear into thin air. The child looked back and asked how this was possible. Traces of sword swings appeared behind him. The player fell to the ground. The system declared the winner. A moment ago, Seoan became invisible thanks to a skill that allows him to disappear for 2 seconds and makes every attack critical. The boy ran forward, biometric acceleration allowing him to increase his speed for 3 seconds. A Musliman appeared in front of him, influence multiplication allowing him to increase the damage of allies within a 2-meter radius. The young man looked at his dagger and thought that he had improvised with this combination of skills, but he was quite satisfied with the result, although before he always refused skills that he could not use on himself. Clouds gathered over the castle. Someone was happy to see the guests. The heroes approached the doors. The butler said that he was waiting for them and asked them to come inside. The doors opened in front of the hunter and light poured on him. There were many people in the banquet hall who immediately greeted the winner of the tournament. Combo Thief stepped forward. No one could believe that he took first place and posted those videos on YouTube. Tartar squinted his eyes in displeasure and was indignant that everyone was only talking about him. The support asked him not to think about it because they would complete the task as soon as they received the reward. The boy said that he had no experience in such situations at all and turned his head when someone called out to him. Raising his hand, the Duke offered the winner to become his servant and promised that he would give him everything he wanted. Watching them from the sidelines, people could not believe that a person who is known for not being interested in users decided to make such an offer. The kid asked what he should do. The protagonist scratched his chin and was surprised that the nobleman came to him himself. The nobleman smirked. Seoan realized that he expected something like this and wondered what he should choose, because agreeing would increase the risks but give greater rewards. The boy looked at his puzzled friend and thought that this could be a turning point in his life, so he should be the one to make this decision. The player opened his mouth wide and asked what he should do. The young man threw popcorn into his mouth and asked him to decide this matter himself. The hunter frowned in fear and realized that he never thought that he would end up in such a situation. The combo thief frowned tensely and wondered why his friend did not even want to tell him what would be better. Digitalis approached Bomir and asked him to stop, because the banquet had not even started yet. Tartar was glad that he had just been saved. The man pulled his colleague aside and reminded him that private negotiations should be held after the award ceremony. The nobleman called this procedure useless. The boy was glad that they left. The support smiled and assumed that they would come back because he had first place in the competition and the most points. The servant handed the boy the gift boxes and said that it was his turn to receive the reward. The system reported that the reward for first place was money, medallions of darkness, demon tokens, and the core of a high-ranking monster. Someone approached the winner. The child called these rewards incredible. The protagonist asked to save them and give them to him. The player froze in horror when the nobleman said that he had rushed things a little and asked if he had made a decision. The hunter looked around and wanted to say something, but did not know where to start. The Duke crossed his arms and decided that this user was very arrogant. The combo thief thought to himself that this was not the case at all. Smiling, Bomir stated that it was normal for strong people to be arrogant and promised to show him that everything the winner had achieved was nothing if he agreed to become his servant. Tartar awkwardly scratched the back of his head and decided to agree. Placing his hands on his shoulders, the man called it a great decision and appointed him as his knight from today. Turning away, the nobleman stated that the contract had been made and promised that there was no lie in his words. The boy opened his mouth in shock. The system reported that his soul string was now connected to the Duke. Sioan asked how a person belonging to the heavens could become a nobleman's subordinate. People turned to look at the winner. The boy asked if this decision was really impossible to reverse. The youth said that he thought he would refuse and added that this was the first time he saw an agent of light agree to such a thing. In fact, it was not a failure. A card with the image of a Death Knight appeared. It was a class whose performance was incredible even in the previous game, but the most important thing was that the heroes managed to earn the favor of the Duke. The child raised his sword. If he could overcome some risks, he would receive the same support as a ranker belonging to the heavens. The player rushed between two magic circles. The young man realized that now, since they belong to the heavens, they need to increase their strength as soon as possible. The hunter looked back when someone called out to him. Putting his hand on his chest, Berard introduced himself and added that he was also in the ranking. The support remembered that they played PvP mode in Asra every day and asked his friend to give him control of the body. The combo thief frowned and assumed that there was a great man in front of him, since his name was in the ranking. The man replied that this was not true at all and that he still had a long way to go, but shared that he was able to take second place. The former Asra player smiled widely and explained that he would like the winner to join their guild, although at the moment it was more of a meeting than a guild. Tartar frowned tensely. The protagonist was surprised that former Asra users had created their own guild. Berard narrowed his eyes, confirming that he knew about Asrain Online, and stated that information that was confidential to other guilds was nothing new to them. Mayday furrowed her brows menacingly when the man promised to provide the winner of the tournament with all the information they knew, with which he would have the opportunity to become truly invincible. The heroes looked around when the girl asked if he shouldn't listen to other offers first. The woman adjusted her hat and reminded him that her competitor was only 5th in Asra. Sioan wondered what she was doing here. A former Asra player asked how she knew this. A dark guild member jumped up to him and said that she knew more than that. The mage crossed her arms and explained that there was a ranker in her guild who had a higher ranking and asked if her opponent was ranked 5th. Berard raised his eyebrows in shock and wondered what kind of person knew such detailed information. Mayday pointed her index finger and said that her guild would give a bonus to the new member. The heroes gaped in shock when the girl offered them $1 million for a 6-month contract. The young man crossed his arms and wondered how a child could make billions. The man said that it was a laughable amount of money because a person with such potential could make even more on his own. The former Asra player frowned and asked if this wasn't a method to block all of his personal activities. The woman replied that there would be no restrictions on personal income related to things like YouTube. The support wondered if they really thought his friend was that valuable. The hunter looked up when his comrade asked him to look at something. A video of the 3000th combo and an article about it appeared on the screen. The combo thief said that the views had exceeded 7 million and the number of comments was just incredible. And all of these people came to the channel because they had set an absolute record. The protagonist put his hand to his head and wondered if they had watched the video just because of that. Looking down, Sioan thought about the virtual historical battle being one of the many games in the competition, and wondered if they had received so much attention and offers from the top guilds just because they had won. A smirk appeared on his face. Tartar frowned and said that he refused to negotiate, as he was not interested in any of the offers. Members of different guilds asked what this meant. The dark member opened her mouth wide and promised to increase the reward to $2 million. The boy turned away. The young man thought that for a moment he was even intrigued by this. The boy said that he refused not because of the money, but because he was more comfortable playing alone. Mayday excitedly put her hand to her chest. The kid left with a smile on his face. The support realized that the best in Asrain were admired as heroes, and realized that this was the reason why such an industry giant offered him billions of dollars to the one who broke the record of #1 in the ranking. The guys stood with their backs to each other. The hunter decided that his comrade knew all his personal information and even about the existence of assimilation, so he had no chance to join anyone else. Seeing a bright light, the protagonist remembered how he felt something similar when he received money from Ginny, and thought that Asrain is not just a popular game, it is a whole world. Sioan stood at the exit of the cave, wanting to become #1 in the ranking. The leader of the guild Dark raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he would never have thought that someone would refuse such conditions. The girl explained that the player is comfortable playing alone. The warrior frowned and assumed that the hunter just thinks he is too cool and smart because of his young age. The woman looked down and said that even so, he couldn't help but understand the value of these conditions, so it could be a ploy to get even better conditions. She turned around and asked if the combo thief was an Asrain user. Raising his hand, Cage said that was impossible, and thought to himself that Tartar would have taken third place if he were an Asrain user. Raising his index finger, the boy assumed that he had the same abilities as Lattice, and remembered that the person who took third place was definitely different. Next to Ain stood a werewolf. She was second place, but the girl was popular due to her PvP videos, so it was definitely not her. The support looked back. The boy concluded that it was not him either. The knight waved his hand and decided that this was not the kind of person to reveal himself in such situations. The boy went outside. The Minotaur put his axe on his shoulder. The monster guarded the lava waterfall. The boy noticed that it was actually scary outside the banquet hall and asked what brought them here. A smile shone on his face. The protagonist reminded them that they were now in the middle of a quest and explained that he participated in the competition only to be able to enter here. Dark energy gathered around the globe. Soan realized that he would be able to get to the treasure of the abyss. There was a fountain in the square in front of the dark palace. A river of lava flowed behind the fence. The child asked if this was really the entrance to the storage of the abyss. The young man asked him to wait a little because the entrance would open soon. The player looked out from around the corner. The support said that this is not a place where users can just get in because they will be killed immediately. Lava spilled in different directions, opening a passage to the storage. The combo thief immediately dashed forward. He managed to slip through the square and find himself in the corridor. The lava closed the passage again. Tartar said that he was dizzy from such a speed, and asked if invisibility and acceleration were not cheating, because with their help you could penetrate anywhere. The boy went up the steps. The hunter asked him not to relax, because they had just started. The boy looked out from behind the corner. There was a minotaur in the corridor. The protagonist warned his friend that his invisibility skill was not absolute, so he needed to be careful because the smell or sound of footsteps did not disappear. Monsters guarded the high door. The treasure of the abyss was under surveillance, so there would be many more enemies ahead. A system window appeared in front of the child. Seoan explained that from now on they would only move using invisibility and biorhythm acceleration. The window showed the recharge time of skills. The young man added that because of it they would only have to move once every 2 minutes. The player realized that it would take too much time. Looking away, the support decided that they could trick the monsters, but the Duke would definitely be able to see through the invisibility, so he had to be avoided, and remembered that Bomber could teleport to his knight at any time, but he would have to leave it to luck. In the video of the combo, the thief swung his sword. According to the records, the battle on Aluna would have ended in a victory for the heavens after 15 minutes, but this man showed the ability to hold out alone for an entire hour. The man put his hands under his head and thought. With a smirk on his face, the nobleman was intrigued by the lack of fear of death and the limitless potential of his knight, and thought about the fact that some people could become even stronger than him in the future, so he should use softer methods when collaborating with him. The nobleman stood up from the throne and decided to make sure that he did not regret his decision to become his servant. Suddenly, the Duke shuddered when a strange signal came from the guards from his sector. The Minotaur knelt down. Bomir wondered what had happened. The man smiled and said that he was going to meet his subordinate after a long time. Fire appeared in his hand. The aristocrat wondered if an agent of heaven had invaded his palace, and thought that whoever entered the abyss should be prepared for the consequences. Putting his hand on the wall, Tartar complained that they had been walking forward for half an hour and asked what brought them here in the first place. The boy approached the wall and said that there was nothing else here. The protagonist replied that this was their final destination. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Seolan told him that the entrance to the treasury was heavily guarded, so it was difficult to get in, but there was a completely empty warehouse with no guards. Waves of light energy appeared around the child. Disassimilation occurred. The player looked around and wondered where his friend had gone so suddenly. The combo thief opened his mouth in surprise when his voice came from behind the wall. The hunter asked him not to worry and wait here. In front of him was a huge amount of various treasures. The support smiled and remembered that the assimilation technique was not affected by distance and that it could be activated or cancelled even if the target was a short distance away, so his comrade had to stand by the wall. The system asked him to find a magic bead. The protagonist took a step forward to complete the task. He looked up and found it. The magic bead was a globe with lightning flashing around it. The system reported that it could be used to track the target's location. Opening the system window in front of him, Seoan remembered that he had received the item from the Knight Commander when he received the quest, and assumed that he should use it. A magic circle appeared around the monster's claw. The guy thought that it belonged to the monster that appeared with the demon and then disappeared. A flash appeared on the globe. The young man wondered if the bead could really pinpoint the location of the monster. The star appeared in the very center of the empire's capital. The player wondered how this was possible, because that monster had definitely disappeared. Huge eyes lit up above the city. If this was true, then the entire empire would be at risk of being attacked by a demon. The hunter closed his eyes and decided that he needed to quickly return and report this. The system reported the successful completion of the task. Suddenly, many warnings appeared behind him that there was another item in his inventory that was registered in the magic bead. Frowning, the support realized that he had missed something and wondered if there was another related quest. The protagonist took out Louise's necklace. The system announced that the registered item had been received and suggested that this could be the key to the search. The pendant trembled. Seoan wondered if everything would be okay. The boy threw the medallion towards the magic bead. A bright energy appeared around it. The system reported that the user was able to find out the location of Louise. The boy looked at the star and wondered if his friend was there. The star appeared in the water. The player remembered that this place was full of sea monsters and wondered how it got there. Suddenly, the star began to move. Imagining the girl flying over the water, the hunter decided that this was too incredible a speed for a human and suggested that this device might be broken. The support scratched his chin and thought that this was too meaningless and unrealistic a situation. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and realized that there was only one option in which this was possible. Imagining the moon flying above the earth, Seoan realized that he almost missed, thinking only about the location and not taking into account the altitude, and concluded that the girl was not in the sea, but on the moon. After imagining the many celestial bodies, the boy remembered that, unlike Earth, Asra had 2 satellites, and suggested that after the transition to Asrain, changes could have occurred that he was unaware of. The young man looked around when he heard the guards shouting, and thought that he had lingered in the treasury for too long. The player grabbed the necklace and decided it was time to leave. The Minotaur entered the vault, but the hunter managed to use assimilation in time. Bakmir put his hand on his belt and asked if the guards hadn't noticed the intruder. His subordinate replied that there were traces of the intrusion, but they hadn't managed to catch the villain himself. There was a magic circle hanging from the ceiling, and in the Abyss treasury there was a barrier that blocked all teleportation magic, but it was fine. The man closed his eyes. Tardar ran to the exit and asked if his friend had found everything he was looking for. The support confirmed this and suggested that they leave here as soon as possible while real chaos was happening here. The aristocrat stood in front of the magic bead, where the last trace of the intruder was found, and thought that they needed to track down the record of the artifact's use. The nobleman placed his hand on the sphere and realized that the villain had learned that the highest-ranking monster was in the imperial capital, and this was an operation planned over a long period of time by dozens of operatives, including himself. Squinting, the Duke concluded that it was a spy from the heavens, and declared that they needed to evacuate immediately because a missed opportunity would deal them a serious blow. Balmer looked at the star and noticed that the bead had been used twice. The mark continued to move, and the man wondered if this was the trace of one of the transcendents. Frowning, the nobleman remembered that angels usually did not live in such places, and wondered how a demon could end up there. Heading for the exit, the nobleman suggested retreating, and wondered who in the heavens was able to obtain a transcendental mediator for the sake of searching for him. The boy peeked out from around the corner of the building and asked if they had finished their business, and the protagonist confirmed this and asked him not to worry about anything. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the boys that the large-scale sub-event Grey Invasion was cancelled. Seoan realized that the Duke noticed what happened and cancelled the plan, and wondered why his inclination was closer to the abyss. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked the same question. The message said that the user had moved away from heaven a little. Grinning, the young man was surprised that this quest changed his inclination too, and suggested that it would be better for them to side with the abyss. The child agreed with him. Imagining the necklace lying on his hand, the hunter decided that if this was not a mistake, then the only variable that had such a big impact was Louise, and remembered how he received a stat boost when he helped her escape. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. The hidden quests received from the Knight Commander were related to finding the girl, which is the main quest. The girl stood against the backdrop of the stars. The support realized that the reason he belonged to the abyss was because of his connection with it, and in that case, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was at the center of events. Behind her were small wings. Louise, who was at the end of the Seat of Evil dungeon, was an angel. The protagonist wondered if a royal-ranked angel could have such a big influence and why his inclination towards the abyss continued to grow. Watching him through the monitor, the stranger exclaimed that he finally understood everything. Approaching him, his colleague said that Soan would soon find out which satellite her tracks were found on, and asked where the guy would go once the meeting was over. Holding a mug of coffee in her hand, Marie asked if anything interesting was happening. Robert smiled and invited her to look at the monitor. A mark on the magic bead appeared on the screen, The girl realized that his destination would be that satellite. The man explained that some transcendents would probably be interested in this. The woman looked at him and asked if a war would start. The observer replied that he was not sure. Cadril was observing Tardar. The employee said that the demoness had been interested in this player for a long time and assumed that she had a grudge against him. Robert smiled and said that he did not know much about it because the data on transcendence is so complex that it is very difficult to interpret. Mary asked if he was really going to stare at the screen instead of working. The sun's rays illuminated the cafe. Yihun raised his eyebrows in worry and wondered what was going on these days. The protagonist stared at the screen of his phone. Seo unflinched when his friend called out to him. The player's eyes widened and apologized for staring at his phone for so long. The guy replied that everything was fine and asked what was bothering him. There was a magic bead mark on the screen. The young man was surprised that his friend was already doing such quests and realized that his problem was that he did not know which satellite he needed to get to. The student put on his glasses and decided to look at the map. The hunter thought that it was impossible to know the exact location of Louise if you just look at the coordinates of the surface. Jihun smiled and said that he knew where it was. The support's eyes turned white with shock when the guy explained that the location of the red dot on the sphere changes depending on the rotation of Asrain and the orbit of the satellite, with which you can determine the coordinates. Imagining the solar system in front of him, the young man said that the target satellite is currently not in Asrain's orbit, but on the same line with both the sun and the planet. The protagonist's mouth opened in shock when he heard that in the Asrain universe there is only one such satellite, the Aluna. The moon covered the sun. The satellite was called the Land of Hospitality because it was impossible to observe due to the constant solar eclipses. Louise walked forward. The curse placed on her allowed her location to be detected the moment the sun touched her, but angels could not go underground to the realm of the abyss to avoid the sun, so Aluna became her only shelter. With a wide smile, Seoan confirmed his friend's words and remembered that this satellite was among the virtual battles as a hint. Joyfully throwing up his hands, the guy called his friend a genius. The student noted that they had become very close since he began to share his problems with him. The young man raised his thumb and thanked him. Yihun thought that they had become true friends now. Bright rays illuminated the tower where the Knight's Hall was located. Putting his hands on his comrade's shoulders, Ollie stated that he did not know that there were abyssal monsters hiding in the capital and decided to send his men to investigate right away. His affection level increased. The commander began to shake his comrade by the shoulders and thank him, since without him the Empire could have been in big trouble. The man stepped aside. The player asked if he trusted him more. Looking back, the captain confirmed this and said that last time his actions seemed too suspicious to him, but now his opinion has changed. The system reported that the knight began to trust him 100%. Walking along the corridor, the hunter was glad that he managed to get Ollie's recognition and wondered if he would have to change his profession right after this. A selection window appeared in front of the commander. The support remembered that the stronger the NPC, the more powerful the awakening power will be, and he was level 400. In front of the man were celestial beings and angels. The protagonist thought that these were also quite powerful NPCs and that he now knew where Louise was. With a wide smile, Seolan guessed that his friend must have become even stronger and wondered if he should try to get her confession. Looking at the sky, the boy decided that things might get easier once they met and realized that he needed to hurry. In the sky was a giant satellite Asrain, which was blocking the sun. A message from the boy appeared in the air. Surrounded by the corpses of monsters, Ain was happy about this and said that she would go to him right away since now was the best time. At this time, in the recruitment party, Mayday turned away and decided that she would have to meet Tardar again to talk. Gerard approached her and asked her what she was doing here. The boy jumped out of the bushes. The man hoped that this time the conditions of the Dark Guild would not be so simple. The girl asked what they were talking about. The child smiled widely and offered to inspect the banquet hall before returning. The player happily agreed with him because there could be a lot of delicious food there. A dialogue box appeared in front of him. The hunter decided to contact his girlfriend because the combo thief would be busy editing a video for some time. Closing his eyes from the sunlight, the support thought about how his ally had greatly increased her level and hoped that she had changed her mind about YouTube during this time. The mage approached him from behind. Ain jumped up to him and announced her arrival. The protagonist was surprised that less than 3 minutes had passed since he sent the message. Fallen leaves were swirling over the city. Seoan asked what his comrade had been doing all this time and said that there had been many interesting posts in the community over the past few days. The girl replied that she had only been leveling up. She had a smile on her face. The guy realized that she was not interested in the community and did not know about the hype over the situation with Tardar, and decided to try to talk to her again. The young man closed his eyes and said that he called her because of the quest, but in fact he wanted to ask something before that. The girl frowned and realized that he wanted to ask about the video on YouTube. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise and denied it. The mage turned away and said that she did not care if her friend wanted it that way. The hunter was shocked, since she had previously been categorically against it. Suddenly, the ranker pointed at him and said that she had a condition. The support asked what condition she was talking about and suggested that it would be about distributing profits. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise when Ain asked him not to upload videos with his face on them, and wondered why she had such a condition. With a wink, the girl asked him to only post videos using assimilation, and decided to leave the matter of revenue sharing to him. Smirking, Seo-eun thought about how he would use assimilation in most dangerous situations anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem, and realized that it was the revenue sharing that worried him the most. The two heroes fist bumped when the boy offered his friend 45% of the revenue from each video, and the girl accepted. A new message appeared on the computer screen. Tartar widened his eyes in horror when the boy asked him to make about 20 videos and promised to send the recording that needed to be edited. The boy only hoped that he would take care of his salary. After talking about YouTube, the player told his comrade about his plan to go to Aluna. The mage smiled and asked if they would really go on this journey together. The hunter noted that he did not even invite her. The ranker wagged her tail and asked if it would not be better to go there together. The support confirmed this. The protagonist said that he did not know whether she would receive experience for completing his quests. Ain, pointing at herself, said that there was nothing wrong with that, and reminded him that she had become much stronger during his absence. Seo-eun thoughtfully looked at her status window and noticed that in the profession column she had Elemental Berserker. The guy looked at his friend in amazement and thought that he also wanted this profession for himself from the very beginning. The skill icons for Incarnation, Absorption of Life Force, and Increase in Hidden Potential appeared. The young man wondered what kind of abilities were these that were on the verge of imbalance. The girl crossed her arms and said that she had set everything up so that her comrade could assimilate, adding that she needed another 40 points to raise Flame Claws to level 7. The Flame Claws and Ifrit Claw skill icons appeared, which the ability would transform into after level 7. The player remembered that he would be able to use it with the help of assimilation. The player imagined the flames flaring up around his ally, and thought that in this case, the power of her ultimate ability would increase significantly. The girl smiled. The hunter made sure that she had determined the effect of assimilation and maximized its effectiveness. Frowning, the support asked what her main quest was, and decided that there was no other profession that would gain so much power from the first promotion. The mage remembered how she attacked the knight, and told him that she needed to kill one of the heavenly interns. The protagonist remembered that in this world, NPCs do not come back to life in the same way as players. Looking away, the ranker explained that he was wanted as a murderer, adding that he would have been executed anyway. Seo-eun raised his eyebrows and realized that there was a reason for this quest. Memories of the guard committing suicide flashed before his eyes, and he wondered why that NPC's face kept appearing in his head. He looked up when his friend asked if he was okay. Closing his eyes, the player answered that he was fine, and thought about how he had been too shocked during his assimilation with Tartar, whose emotions had affected him greatly. The heroes stood in a clearing in front of the forest, and the hunter decided to tell them what they needed to do. There was an arrow from Asrain to Aluna. The satellite was in space, so it was quite difficult to get there, plus you can't teleport there, the warp was not active right now, and the shuttle was too expensive. Ain put a white hat on her head. The support crossed his arms and explained that users couldn't enter Alun themselves at the moment, but they could use Celestials to do so. The girl was wearing a priestess costume. The protagonist said that it suited her very well. Seo-eun opened the book and thought about how it had all the possible hidden details and settings of Asrain's alignment, as well as the settings of the main NPCs of the heavens and the abyss. The guy introduced an NPC that looked very similar to his friend. The girl asked how it looked. Her ally called her very beautiful. The mage stepped forward and asked if they couldn't use the celestial title she had. The young man explained that they weren't strong enough for the NPCs to recognize them as celestials yet. The ranker walked through the forest. The player added that they didn't need a title, but the power of a real celestial being. The wolf sniffed. The hunter made sure that his comrade remembered all his words, and declared that from now on everything depended on her acting skills. Ain went to the beast and asked if she needed to attract the attention of the celestial. The support confirmed this and said that, unfortunately, his acting skills do not work on NPCs. The girl smiled and said that she had arrived at the place. The monsters surrounded her. She asked if there were definitely celestial beings here, and explained that she thought that this was just an unpopular hunting ground. The animal bared its teeth. The protagonist said that this place is unpopular because two strong monsters appear here, for which they give few points, but many do not know that you can meet celestials here. Waves of energy appeared under the girl's feet. Seo-eun said that he would use all the buffs, including the recently learned ones. The mage narrowed her eyes and offered to test her new attack power. A giant wolf approached her. The boy stated that he trusted her with this task. The ranker jumped back as the predator pounced on her. After that, Ain immediately launched a powerful attack and dealt critical damage. The girl continued to fight the monsters. The boy wondered if this wasn't much stronger than expected and realized that even with his buffs, the beast should have been difficult opponents. Clenching her fist, the girl stated that she could use hidden potential increase again when her HP increased and suggested that they try using the skill combination again. The mage's mouth fell open in surprise when the player reminded her that they weren't here to hunt. A monster ran up behind her. The hunter asked her to act like she needed help. The ranker asked if that wouldn't put her in real danger. The support asked her to just pretend. Ain looked back and promised to try it. The wolf knocked her back with a paw. Blood gushed from her mouth. The protagonist hoped that she was okay. The girl licked her lips and replied that it was just tomato juice. The predators approached her. Seo-on decided that this was causing excitement and a dangerous situation. The guy frowned and thought that if the situation remained the same, then this heavenly creature would have no choice but to let itself be caught. The beast opened its mouth. Suddenly, a man in a blue robe approached it. The monster's body disintegrated into white particles. The stranger approached the girl. He lowered his gaze and asked if she was still alive. The angel spread his wings. All the people belonging to the heavens were subordinate to him and looked up at him. The priestess clasped her hands in a lock. The celestials, and with the exception of life expectancy and physical abilities, were not much different from people. The man had a smile on his face. They ate, drank, and felt emotions just like humans. One of them was Radiette. His hair covered the eyes of his lover, who belonged to the abyss and was a duchess. A dark magic circle appeared in front of her. Waves of light energy pierced the woman. Their relationship was forbidden and naturally ended with her execution. The chained celestial cried because he had no way to resist the decision of the heavens. The priests surrounded him. Later the court found him guilty. The NPC gritted his teeth. He was considered a criminal who fell into the clutches of a creature from the abyss and was sentenced to 150 years in prison. After that, the Celestial went to the Forest of Giants, a place where there was no authority, and lived there in solitude for another 100 years. A bright light shone in front of him. At first Radiette did not want to interfere with something strange happening in the forest, but he wondered what kind of fool would come to such a place. The man surrounded by monsters turned out to be a young girl who reminded him of his past lover, and at that moment, the world around him stopped. Turning away, the man thought about how the dead cannot return and tried to distract himself, deciding that this stranger simply looked like her. When a blow was heard, the Celestial widened his eyes in fear. He saw the girl's hat fly off her head. The NPC clenched his teeth in anger. The Celestial walked up to the mage and noticed that they actually looked very similar to his lover. Ranker looked up and asked her friend what to do next. The protagonist called her to fight. Radiette narrowed her eyes. Ain lit her hands and pounced on him. The man jumped aside and said that it was useless. The girl turned around and struck again. The flames were extinguished by ice shards. The Celestial stopped the opponent's fist and repeated his words. Jumping back, the girl said that she wanted to start acting more aggressively and asked her ally to use that skill. Her body dissolved into thin air when Soan used invisibility and acceleration. The NPC asked the opponent to do whatever he wanted. The mage appeared behind him, protecting herself with an ice barrier, the Celestial being warned that the enemy might get hurt if he continued, and remembered that his beloved had also been attacking him non-stop. The Ranker gritted her teeth. The fire around her died out. Radiette asked her to leave, because there was no need to fight for power here. Ain's hands were covered in frost, confirming that this was actually a celestial being that dealt cold damage. When the girl said that she did not belong to the abyss, the man frowned and asked what that meant. His eyes widened when the girl said that she belonged to the heavens and asked him to confirm it. The mage showed him the seal on her hand and explained that she simply wanted to test his strength. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the Celestial remembered that his lover had told him the same thing hundreds of years ago when they first met, and wondered how that was even possible. His hair fluttering in the wind, the NPC asked if she herself was not a celestial being. The Ranker looked at him and said that she was a user who had received the title of a celestial person, but not a being. Radiette looked down and remembered hearing from the oracle that the user was a being from another world. Ain narrowed her eyes when the man asked if she thought the heavens and the abyss could live in harmony with each other. Leaves were falling from the trees. Many thought that the heavens were absolute good and the abyss was evil that needed to be destroyed, a law that no being in this world could break. The girl scratched her head and said that she didn't care, and said that there were cases where users from different factions helped each other or when those who belonged to the same force fought each other. The Celestial lowered the corners of his lips and asked if this meant that the abyss and evil were not the same thing. The girl closed her eyes and said that there were bad people everywhere, even in the heavens, so there should be good guys in the abyss too. The NPC smiled and was surprised that the user had such thoughts on this matter. The heroes stood in the middle of the forest. The celestial being wanted to ask the mage a few more questions and thought that this is how those who look at this world from a non-power perspective think. Deep in the forest there was a hut. After that, the heroes moved to the house where they had a rather serious conversation. A smile shone on the ranker's face. At some point the protagonist continued the conversation on her behalf. Radiette closed his eyes and began to listen to him. Their conversation took a very long time. Smiling widely, Soan thought that usually such beings do not even ask people's opinions, and decided that the man decided to listen to them only because he saw a resemblance to his former lover in the stranger. There was a wooden mug on the table. The Celestial asked if his guest was still interested in his power. The mage replied that this would be enough and that everything was clear to her. The NPC put his hands on the table and asked if there was any place she would like to visit. The ranker replied that she wanted to go to Aluna. The Celestial being opened his mouth in surprise and replied that it was not worth going there. Ain asked why, her eyes widening in surprise, and wondered what was going on there now. Radiette remembered standing on a branch and told him that the sun did not reach Aluna, making it impossible to see. But a few days ago, everything had changed, and the man raised his eyebrows in shock. The outline of a satellite began to appear in the sky, meaning that its habitat had deviated and that something unusual was happening there. The boy frowned tensely and wondered what this could mean. Imagining the moon engulfed in flames, the young man thought about how Aluna had been a quiet and peaceful place for most of the game, but because of one event, the peaceful land could turn into hell, meaning that they had very little time. Sitting at the table, the girl said that she still wanted to go there, the Celestial being warned that it could end in her death. He looked down and asked if she would do it no matter what. The girl frowned and confirmed it. The NPC was surprised that he was so worried about her just because his lover was so similar to her. Closing his eyes, the Celestial being thought about how users were not so afraid of death and realized that there was still regret in his heart. The mage jumped up from the table when Radiette declared that he would go with her because he had been in this forest for too long. Clouds floated above the hut. The man decided that this was his last chance to completely destroy this feeling of regret inside. Fire broke out in the engines. The system reported that the users would arrive on Aluna in 3 hours. The heroes sat in the passenger seat of the shuttle. The priestess bowed and said that she was very glad to meet the Celestial. His popularity was huge because he was famous for his outstanding character and the story of his repentance. Ranker looked out the window. Because she had a high reputation, she was also recognized by other people, but she didn't care at all. There was a demon painted on the wall. The protagonist couldn't get the thought out of his head that Aluna would turn into hell once the sun's light reached it, and that the orbit would be completely shifted in the next 3 days. The sun flared. Seoan thought that he was very worried about this anomaly, because it meant that the safe place for Louise would gradually disappear. The necklace was in the protective barrier. The boy remembered that this quest had a time limit in which to find the girl and escape. Frowning, the boy wondered if it was possible to complete this task, and wondered if it was a matter of luck. The girl's hair and dress fluttered in the wind. The player hoped that he would be able to meet her. A huge red stone fell to the ground. Dark energy enveloped the magic circle. The stranger lowered the corners of his lips and said that there were 3 more. He sternly drew his eyebrows together and said that he would wait for support here. The shuttle was approaching Aluna. People were sitting in their seats. The system reported that they would soon enter the satellite's atmosphere. Ain looked out the window and saw it. Radiette approached her and said that this could not be. There were pillars of light on the surface of the moon, but the man noticed that there were not many of them left. A magic circle was drawn on the ground. 7 of these circles illuminated Aluna and controlled its orbit, so they could not be turned off under any circumstances. The Celestial opened his mouth in fear and said that perhaps the situation was much worse than expected. A scream was heard. The priestess was enveloped in dark energy. The other passengers did not understand what was happening to her. The NPC turned around and asked his companion to step aside. Frowning, the protagonist noticed that the stewardess's body had changed and wondered if this was an advent. Black wings appeared behind the stranger. Kadril appeared on board the shuttle. With a sly smile on her face, Seoyan wondered what could have brought her here. Covering the girl with her hand, the Celestial being asked the others not to panic and explained that this monster could not do anything here because just appearing took a huge amount of her strength. Putting her hand on her chin, the demoness confirmed this and said that she had no intention of harming anyone. She narrowed her eyes and stated that she only came here to see someone's face. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and asked if there were 2 of them today too. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy repeated her words to himself and wondered if great demons could see through assimilation. The fallen angel narrowed her eyes slyly. The boy still did not understand why she needed to come here and assumed that she remembered him from the moment she chose her first profession. Taking a step forward, Radiette asked her to leave and said that he knew that she would not be able to use her power. Frowning, the man realized that his opponent was a transcendental figure and that anyone who went against cause and effect would have to pay for it, so the enemy would never waste their ego on killing people. Tidril smirked and asked if she really couldn't use her power. The demoness raised her hand and asked what would happen if it wasn't true. The celestial stared at her in horror. Closing her eyes, the woman said that her opponent was actually right and explained that she didn't want to waste her ego. The NPC's eyes widened in surprise. The fallen angel winked and added that it would be great if she had more time. Ain frowned, and the player realized that she was saying this again while looking at him. After that, Tidril disappeared, leaving behind only waves of dark energy. The celestial being narrowed his eyes and was glad that the demoness had left, as something terrible would have happened otherwise, and reminded him that it was a great demon. Radiet's eyes widened in fear as someone shouted that they were in trouble. The priest's mouth widened as he reported that a crack had formed in the hull, and warned that the shuttle would not be able to withstand it if it continued to grow. Summoning a magic ball in his hand, the man wondered if the shuttle had been unable to withstand the demonic magic, and promised to try to buy some time. There was a deep crack in the floor, and a crew member asked the passengers to prepare for an emergency landing. The spaceship entered Alun's atmosphere. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred on it. A bright light from it illuminated space. The girl covered her eyes with her hands, and the support asked how Tidril could appear out of nowhere and destroy the shuttle in midair. The girl started falling down. The protagonist asked if she could see a celestial. His friend replied that she couldn't see anything at all. The mage gritted her teeth. Seoan realized that they had entered the atmosphere and asked her to use the wind barrier to land safely. Suddenly, fireballs rained down on the heroes. The guy asked if they were really being attacked. There were people in robes standing on the surface of the satellite. The young man asked who attacked them. The ranker suggested that they were members of the Abyss. Ain bounced off the ground and said that something serious was happening. Since even they were here, the player replied that this was definitely not a normal situation and concluded that they would have to fight. A huge bear pounced on the victim. The girl asked if she should use an absolute attack. The hunter asked to save it for later and decided to use buffs. A magic circle appeared under the girl's feet due to the use of skills. She managed to cut the monster's body in half with one swing of her hand. The mage looked back. Fireballs were falling from the sky. The ranker realized that she would hardly be able to cope with this task. The support suggested that she leave it to him. Ain raised a shield in front of her, which immediately absorbed all the projectiles flying at him. The sorcerer opened his mouth wide when he was stunned. The girl smirked when her comrade used invisibility and biorhythm acceleration. The girl dashed forward and attacked the cultists. The protagonist was surprised that they did not die even after so many attacks. The mage used the increase in hidden potential and dealt a fiery blow, restoring her physical strength. She opened her mouth wide and decided to use this combination again. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. The villains summoned dark magic in their hands. The ranker landed in the magic circle and wondered why the enemies did not die from her attacks. Ain looked to the side. Waves of dark energy grabbed her leg and began to inflict periodic damage. Seoan shouted that this must be stopped immediately. The boy saw reinforcements appearing on the horizon and wondered if he should use his ultimate. The girl asked how much time was left before the invisibility and acceleration cooldown wore off. He replied that they wouldn't make it. The sorcerer raised his hand and cast a spell. Suddenly, his body was covered in frost. The villains turned into frozen statues. The boy frowned and wondered what it was. The girl said that something was approaching. Radiet appeared from the clouds of dust. The man put his hand to his chest. A black aura enveloped the monster's hand. The monster stepped forward. The demon's red eyes lit up. They were approaching the city. The devil flinched when the leader asked him to stop. Crossing her arms, Tidril asked the soldiers to wait until she gave instructions and said that cause and effect were uniting. The woman looked up and smirked. The celestial ran away with the mage on his back. The ranker pointed forward and said that there was a village in that direction. The NPC realized that she knew it better than him and asked if this was one of the user's abilities. Ain looked to the side and confirmed it. Thanks to the celestial being, the crisis was avoided. When Radiet came, he was holding his chest. It was obvious that he was injured somewhere. The cultists immediately fled due to his overwhelming presence. The man did not pursue the enemies and approached the girl. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek. He had no chance to give chase. The player wondered if there was anyone in this world who could threaten the lives of celestial beings, and decided to go to a place where they could survive. The heroes stopped. In front of them were ruins. The celestial noticed that there were no signs of life. The wind carried ash across the ruins. There were no bodies or signs of battle, but there was chaos everywhere. The NPC looked away and thought. The girl asked if it was the abyss that did it. The hunter assumed that it was. 2 pillars of light were visible in the sky. The celestial being offered to go to them. The mage said that it was quite far and asked if everything would be okay. Radiet put her on his back and answered that everything was fine. The ranker wondered if he was really injured. An hour later, the heroes arrived at the city. The man asked his companion to call himself a celestial being to avoid problems. Ain asked if that was possible. Her companion reminded her that she had a seal. When the guys approached the gate, the guards were happy to see them. The celestial frowned and said that it was safe here, but there was a bad atmosphere in the air. The girl asked what that meant. The townsman hugged his crying wife. The NPC explained that this was the only town on Aluna that had a temple, and that it was usually a quiet and comfortable place. But now the whole town was filled with anxiety and fear. The heroes looked around as a child screamed. The pillar of light began to disappear. Someone shouted that one of the 2 remaining magic circles had been destroyed and that monsters would soon invade the town. The celestial being narrowed his eyes intently. A quest appeared in front of the mage, which called for her to help the town avoid a crisis. The protagonist frowned and read that the first thing he needed to do was take Radiette to the temple. Ranker pointed to the side and said that it would be better for them to go to the temple. There was a building with columns ahead. The people were happy that 2 celestial beings visited the temple at once. Bowing, the priest stated that it was a great honor for him and asked what the name of the being that came to their temple was. Hearing her name, the boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that he had heard of her somewhere before. Ain awkwardly scratched the back of her head when the priest remembered that this was a user who had received the grace of a celestial being and was surprised that they met in person. The girl frowned in displeasure. The old man stated that it was actually wonderful. He closed his eyes and explained that if there were 3 celestial beings in the temple, the fog of darkness would gradually dissipate. The celestial turned to him and asked if there was anyone else here besides them. The NPC opened his mouth in shock when he learned that Maria was also here. Radiette sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that he must meet her right away. The priest decided to accompany him. The heroes turned around and went up the stairs. The man looked back and asked if his companion would mind if he went there alone. The mage raised her eyebrows and replied that she would wait for him here. The heroes disappeared around the corner. The church ministers standing behind the ranker realized that their guest did not like to talk much. They smiled broadly and said that they would go about their business. Ain remained alone in the hall and informed her comrade about this. The girl asked if he had a quest for Alun. The protagonist, raising his eyebrows, confirmed this and added that now was his chance to do it. Seoan narrowed his eyes and thought that he had come to the temple because of the quest chain. The priest stood at the door. The guy suggested that his ally sneak into the temple. A flash appeared where the girl stood. The young man asked her to take a break while he sorted out his task. The priest noticed that their guest was missing, but decided not to worry about her. It was dark on the stairs. Climbing up, the mage compared the place to an old museum and asked if there was a secret passage. The player noticed from the lack of dust that it was a used place. The ranker cast a suspicious glance at him. The hunter stood with his back to her. Ain realized that it was the first time they were alone in such a secluded place. The girl blushed and wondered if now was the perfect moment. When she wanted to say something, the support widened his eyes and asked her to look ahead. At the very top of the stairs stood an NPC. The girl looked back when she noticed the guest. The priestess turned away and asked if she saw her magic. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and realized that he finally found it. Louise turned around and asked if fire belonged to the abyss. The mage approached her and said that she belonged to the heavens, but she could still use flames. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped in fire. The child fell to the floor in fear. The ranker said that it was an accident. The player asked her friend to disassimilate for a while. Seoan smiled and asked her to leave it to him. Ain called the NPC by name. The girl closed her eyes in fear and shouted that she did not know such a person. The girl extended her hand to show her the seal of heaven and asked her to calm down. The priestess looked at the seal in surprise and made sure that the guest belonged to heaven. Louise closed her eyes and explained that she thought that a murderer had broken in. The guy was glad that, despite the fact that his friend had become older, she had not changed at all. Imagining a crying child, the young man thought about wanting to disassimilate deep down in his soul to show his essence, and realized that he was wondering if his friend remembered him, because 5 years had passed inside the game. Radiette frowned menacingly. The support realized that if disassimilation occurred, he would immediately know about his belonging to the abyss. Light energy appeared around the magician's hand. The NPC spread her arms and felt like she really missed this magic and called the guest the second person who could use it. The ranker opened the system window and asked if she hadn't figured it out yet. In the inventory were a cloak, a letter, and a bag with glasses. The player asked what came to mind when she saw these items. Putting her hand on her shoulder, the girl remembered that she left these things with her old friend and asked if they were familiar. Ain called herself the main character's name. The girl closed her eyes and sighed when the priestess said that this couldn't be because Sohan was a man, and asked if he could become a woman. Louise opened her mouth wide and asked if this was one of the user's abilities. Tears appeared in her eyes. The boy appeared behind her and asked if she was convinced now. The child remembered their fight and felt the same as 5 years ago, as if their souls were resonating with each other. A tear rolled down her cheek. The NPC closed her eyes and was glad that this feeling was real. Looking down, the young man apologized for not being able to show himself to her and thought about how her feelings were transmitted through assimilation. The girl covered her face with her hands and asked if her friend had really come here. The mage looked back. At this time, Radiette was following the priest. The doors of the room opened and the old man said that they had arrived. The man looked up and saw his acquaintance. Maria was standing with her back to him. The Celestial said that he knew that she was interested in the human world, but was still surprised that she had come to Aluna. The girl looked back and explained that she could be anywhere because people exist everywhere. The NPC remembered how his beloved extended her hand to him and thought about how his colleague had never been able to love just one person. The woman spread her arms in front of the children. They had completely different personalities, which caused them to often quarrel, but eventually became close friends. Frowning, Radiet concluded that even after hundreds of years, everything was the same, and asked if his acquaintance had come to this temple to help people. The Celestial being closed her eyes and chuckled. The man called her too consistent. He placed his hand on the balcony railing and sighed heavily. The Celestial looked down and said that the heavens could not win this battle. Maria asked why. With a stern frown, the NPC replied that their difference in strength was too great and remembered how the shuttle exploded after the demon's attack. Radiet then covered his face with his hand. The moment he entered the atmosphere, an army of monsters opened up before him. The monsters from the army of the abyss gathered together and filled Aluna. Looking ahead, the Celestial explained that everything except this city had been swallowed by the abyss, and suggested that even if they united, the outcome would not change. The NPC looked back when the girl said that if an angel appeared here, the situation would be completely reversed. She had a smile on her face. Radiet asked who she was talking about. The man approached his friend and said that the number of priests here was not enough to pray for sympathy and make the angel descend. The woman replied that the priests would not pray. The Celestial opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that they had a priestess and asked what that meant. Louise raised her hands to the sky. The Celestial explained that if the girl prayed and the others supported her, it would be enough to summon the angel. Besides, she had already made 3 predictions during this time. The NPC narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Maria suggested that this child's abilities were close to a saint's, and asked what would have happened if she had fallen for the tricks of the abyss and not ended up in heaven. Radiet looked away and remembered that there was only one mention of a saint in history. Sitting under the stairs, the priestess told about how she got here and got a new job. The system reported that the user completed the quest and cancelled the main event Darkness Buried in the Sky. The protagonist frowned and was surprised that she was hired at the temple. Louise decided that this meant that she was good at something. Seoan raised his hand and asked if his friend was an angel. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The guy asked if his friend remembered her childhood. The answer was negative. The young man pursed his lips in displeasure and realized that she had no memories left. Opening her status window, the player opened his mouth in shock and decided that he would not be able to change his profession due to the recognition of a level 100 creature. Ain silently looked at her ally. The hunter closed his eyes and wondered if he should find the Knight Commander again or try to gain Radiet's recognition. The support shuddered in fear when his friend called out to him. The girl looked away and asked him to quickly return to her. The child saw light energy in front of her. The protagonist promised to return soon. The energy flew to the mage. The ranker stopped. Solan asked her what happened. Without turning around, the player offered to meet him. Ain folded her hands behind her back and said that they had never met in person. Her cheeks turned red. The guy asked if she really wanted to meet him in reality. Seoan asked if Ain wanted to meet in real life, to which she answered yes with her palms crossed, but the protagonist asked why so suddenly. The girl, with her eyes wide open, explained that she just wanted to, and asked if he was busy. Her friend, scratching his head, said that he had time and thought that he saw Ain in the game every day, so it would be nice to meet in real life sometimes. The protagonist, looking at the mage, thought that something would happen soon and asked that if they were going to meet, how about the Asrain festival? To which she exclaimed that this day suits her too, and the guy explained that the development team made an important announcement at the festival, so it would be nice to get some information. Through sweat on his face, the young man wondered why Ain suddenly decided to meet. The girl asked if he had ever assimilated with anyone other than her and Tartar, and Soyeon, opening his mouth, answered negatively and silently asked why she was suddenly asking. The magician, raising the corners of his lips, said that it had happened. Ain continued that if we leave aside non-player characters, then a female user, and a second later the protagonist interrupted her and said that he would not do this, and her hand began to move on its own. The girl, rushing from her place, said that then they would go. The protagonist thoughtfully lowered his head. The magician flexed his fingers, and the guy wondered that no matter how incompetent he was, he could not possibly be Ain. After some time, a tall structure was visible, and it was heard that in order to summon an angel, even if not an angel, you need to summon someone above the average level. Radiet narrowed his eyes and said that if it was a level lower than a servant, even an angel would not be able to guarantee victory, to which Maria exclaimed that they would have to trust the priestess, and he asked if this was the only option. The boy, closing his eyes, thought that there was probably only one chance to summon an angel. Imagining many celestial bodies, the young man said that a high-ranking bishop would be enough, or someone above the average level of the plane, because even a low-level angel could be stronger than a celestial being. But he would not have enough strength to change the current situation. Radiet sharply turned his gaze, hearing Maria being called. The assistant, opening the door, shouted that the lady needed to go right now because they had just received an oracle. The girl, opening her mouth wide, clarified whether there was a praying priest. The guys looked up at the bright light, and the answer was heard that this time it came without any warning. Maria, her eyes wide, said that tomorrow at midnight a heavenly being should take the priestess and lead her to pray in the center of Aluna. The girl added that this was the first step to the promised victory, and the priests, their jaws wide open, exclaimed that the angel had promised them victory. The preachers continued to pray to God, and Radiet, holding his chin, thought. The guy stretched out his hand and asked if oracles were really that simple in their days, since the oracles he knew were vague and had many different interpretations. The man, looking ahead, exclaimed that this was true and had been the case before, but the recent oracles were easy to understand, so there was no more headache from deciphering them. Maria, raising her head, said that with the arrival of the priestess, the oracle had become clearer, and she believed that this was also one of her abilities. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that it seemed like all their worries had been magically resolved, and wondered if it was because of the priestess this time too, and wondered how extensive her abilities were. While presenting the sacred cross, Radiet explained that the oracle was the will of a transcendent being, and if the oracle really did not need to be interpreted, then they could only follow the will of the angel. A magic symbol appeared, and the boy added that the center of Aluna meant the center of the hexagram, and it probably referred to the main magic circle. A man with wings appeared, and the boy explained that thousands of years ago, the abyss invaded Aluna, and there was a record that an angel was also summoned in the central magic district at that time. The celestial being folded his hands, thinking that perhaps this historical scene could be recreated, and said that it was easy, and the priestess could take him there herself, to which he received a negative answer. Maria exclaimed that he could not go, which made Radiet, raising the corners of his lips, ask her again. The lady, smiling, explained that he had to protect this city, and if the light of the last magic circle went out, then there would be no point in calling the angel. The guy, opening his mouth, clarified that she meant that he could protect. Looking at her hand, the young man muttered that the heavenly rune was fading, and it was directly connected to the life force of a heavenly being. A moment later, the girl pressed her palm to her chest. Radiet, through the sweat on his face, said that it seemed like she had recently done something, to which Maria explained that she did not regret anything, because she had met the priestess and brought her here, and he could replace her. The boy, looking at the back of the lady, thought that every time a celestial being interfered with the world, his ego would decrease and his lifespan would shorten, and she could live another 500 years if she wanted. But she always looked at humans, and as a result, her lifespan was shorter than his. The boy, raising the corners of his lips, muttered that death was her choice, so she could not interfere, and the celestial being who would be with the priestess, there was no one better than Maria. It was seen how the boys walked towards the exit of the church and discussed the end of the incident, and Radiet had a feeling that the oracle was manipulating them. After a while, Ain showed up. Louise waved her hand, and Sohan said that after talking to her for a while, he told her to go back since she turned out to be a priestess and they would meet again. The protagonist, through sweat on his face, wondered why it was so awkward. The friend stood in the center of the hallway, and the protagonist asked if it was necessary to send Tardar to their battle on Aluna and if it would be better to do it in advance. The maid's eyes widened when she heard that she had been waiting for a long time and thought that Radiet had finally come. Maria, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that she was that user, to which Sohan wondered if it was a celestial being. The boys looked at each other. The lady folded her palms and said that she had a gift for Ain, so could she please follow her, and the system said that it was a hidden quest from the heavens. The protagonist, holding his chin, thought that since it was a quest given by a celestial being, it must be a good one. Noticing Maria's legacy reward on the screen, the protagonist muttered that she obviously said it was a gift. The girl, looking at the mage, thanked her for coming. The lady explained that she wanted to ask her for a favor since the gift was just an excuse, to which Ain, with her eyes wide open, asked her again and heard a counter question about whether she had accidentally hurt her feelings, to which she replied that she had not. The priest, looking at the screen, read that the celestial being was trying to pass on his skills to her and whether he would accept them, and Maria explained that she could refuse, but hoped that she would not. The protagonist's friend wondered what she was even thinking about leaving the skills as an inheritance, and replied that she would accept it, to which the lady, raising her eyebrows, thanked her and did not think that she would accept it so easily. The girl, closing her eyes, exclaimed that in that case she thought she should show the appropriate sincerity, and asked if she could stay there and watch for a while. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded the palm of the celestial being. A moment later, a sword appeared in Maria's hand. Seoyeon, looking at the magic weapon, was surprised that the lightning on the sword was gathering more and more. Ain opened her mouth wide, and the protagonist thought that it was possible to study here. The lady, lowering her eyebrows, said to look at her. Suddenly, the girl swung the sword powerfully, leaving a bright trace. Turning her gaze to the side, Maria asked if she saw it. After a while, the Holy Kingdom appeared. The Archbishop, raising his head, did not understand how this could happen. Looking at the sky, the old man said that Aluna was appearing. The priest, observing the planet, explained that the day, thousands of years ago, when the abyss invaded the sky, will happen again, and the system reported a quest from the Heavenly Alliance. The young man, holding a phone in his hand, asked what happened with this quest and where Aluna was in general. The boy was typing on the keyboard, and a question was heard asking if there were currently about 1,500 users from the sky who were eligible to participate. The boy bared his teeth and said that the ranking players were so crazy that participating would be a waste of time, and maybe they could film and upload a video or broadcast, and suddenly it was announced that Laddies was also on Aluna. A player appeared, surrounded by a magical aura, and a question was heard asking if Laddies was an abyssal user and why he went to Aluna. A window with a download button appeared, and the guy said that after editing was completed, the download was complete. Tardar, sighing heavily, thought that he did not know why, but Ain was on Aluna, and as soon as he received the video of her battle there, a quest appeared, and if his guess was correct, then now was the best time to open Ain's channel and upload a debut video. The number of subscribers of the girl was visible, to which the boy exclaimed that she started a channel on YouTube, and it seems she plans to make a lot of money. The magician powerfully cut the enemy, and the guy was surprised that she and Lattice were on Aluna, and wondered who Ain was fighting with, and whether she could stop participating in the duel to go to Aluna. Tardar, sitting at the table, said that as expected, the reaction was good, and a question was heard that if Ain and Lattice were on Aluna, then would they be able to see their battle. After a while, the system reported that the skill level had reached the maximum level, and the main art of the angel sword was at level 5, and the girl, lying on the floor, said that she had finished. Seoyeon, with his eyes bulging, explained that halfway through, Ain's fatigue reached its limit and went into a state of rest, which led to a difference in skill levels between them, and as a result, he reached level 5 of the skill, and she reached level 4. The protagonist, introducing Maria, muttered that in the previous game, he thought that she was an unimportant NPC because only her name was mentioned. The protagonist remembered himself in Asrain and never thought that he would learn the skill he used in that game here. The guy, touching his forehead, explained that he was able to greatly increase his level since he became a support. A text appeared on the screen that if you do not attack for 8 seconds, the next attack will deal 210% damage, to which the young man explained that regardless of the attack method, every 8 seconds the damage increases once, and now the effect is also good, but if you increase the skill level, its power will become even stronger. Seoyeon appeared with his friend in the form of small characters, and he thought that when assimilating with someone with the same skill, unfortunately, only a skill of a higher level is used, but this is enough. Looking at Maria's hair, the protagonist muttered that he was lucky to get the skill like this, but there were some difficulties, because the whole time while he was being taught by the lady, he felt incredible persistence. Ain raised the corners of her lips, and the protagonist thought that the kindness and sincerity shown in training are not typical of NPCs. The lady extended her hand and asked if they would be returning little by little, and the boy explained that he could clearly see that it was all sincere. Radiette, holding her chin, said that she had returned, and the magician said his name. The girls' eyes widened when they heard that there was good news, and one of them thought that it seemed like Dad had a head on his shoulders. The boy, smiling, said that the Holy Kingdom would open a warp portal to Aluna for users, and they would come to the rescue because they were not afraid of death. The priest, looking at the screen, asked Seoyeon if this was the quest of the Holy Kingdom, to which he asked her again. The description of the Heavenly Alliance quest appeared, and the protagonist asked when she received it, and Ain exclaimed that when they were learning swordsmanship, to which the protagonist again asked if she could share this quest, and received the answer that unfortunately it would not work because it was from the abyss. The system reported that there were 44 minutes and 30 seconds until the opening of the warp portal, and the player, with his mouth slightly open, was slightly surprised. The girl closed her eyes and said that most of the rewards for the quest were gold and items, and asked if they could split the reward since he was still using her body. The mage, touching his face, asked if Seoyeon would split the profits from the video in half, and he thought that if it were not for him, she would not have even thought about coming to Aluna and would have simply fought in duels. Radiette approached Ain and said that according to the oracle, the celestial being and the priestess must pray at the same time in the central magic circle. The young man narrowed his eyes and apologized, asking if he could leave it to her, to which the girl asked him again, and the protagonist wondered if he was asking him to act as the celestial being. The young man, standing next to Maria, answered that it was true and there was no one else but her. The lady closed her eyes, and the protagonist wondered if she had the same thoughts, and if that was why she taught him these skills. Seo-eun raised his eyebrows and silently said that it was true, because there was something unusual about the quest rewards, and now he could understand the despair he felt while learning this skill. The protagonist pursed his lips and realized that it was risky for him as an Abyss user, but he could just ignore the request and take Louise with him. The boys' mouths dropped open when they heard that she would do it, and they asked her again. The protagonist explained that seeing how desperately they asked, he would accept their sincere request with the determination to do everything possible to fulfill it. And Ain, with her eyes wide, asked if she just needed to get ready. The priest's leg appeared, and the boy explained that there were 4 people heading towards the central magic circle. The magician lowered his eyebrows seriously, and the young man added that he and Louise, and 2 priests who would be assisting the priestess in the prayer ritual. After a while, a little girl was seen. The angel, with sweat on his face, asked him to take care of her, to which Seo-eun explained that when they met again, she smiled awkwardly. The man placed his hand on his chest and said how great it was to be able to take part in this historical moment before dying. And the protagonist was sure that they were very nervous because a young girl played a vital role in this endeavor. The mage lowered her head and heard her name being called. Radiette thanked her because thanks to her, the situation had improved a little, to which Ain's sweat ran down her face, and the protagonist wondered why he was thanking him now and called him by the girl's name. The priest's pupils suddenly turned white, and the guy wondered to himself if he had ever called him by name before. The celestial being said that he was short and old, and they looked a little similar, but that was all, which made Seo-eun wonder why he and whether he was intentionally resembling his beloved. Raising his hand, Radiette exclaimed that he thought he didn't need to worry about the user. A moment later, the young man placed his hand on the maid's shoulder. The boy, looking ahead, asked her not to die. After some time, the horse's hooves appeared. The priest, turning his head, asked if the priestess was okay, to which she received a positive answer. Radiette looked at Ain and explained that he would stay here, but would help her a little. Suddenly, an unusual aura surrounded the carriage. The boy, raising the corners of his lips, said that it was a protective shield, and it was not bad, so it should not break. The girl smiled contentedly. The servant, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that then they were leaving. The wheels of the carriage quickly spun, and it was heard that they needed to hold on tighter. Louise widened her eyes in bewilderment. Radiette watched as the guys rode off into the distance. The boy, opening his mouth, said that let everything come true according to the oracle's interpretation. Suddenly, it seemed like the carriage was knocking down skeletons in its path. The horses could be seen quickly moving their hooves. Suddenly, a large bear attacked one of the monsters. The carriage cut through the wind, and the boys shouted that they needed to hold on tighter. Ain lowered her eyebrows, and Seo-eun thought that Radiette's shield was quite effective, and if this continued, then everything would go easier than it seemed, and Louise asked to look. The angel, with his mouth wide open, shouted that the sun was there. A magical trace of the team's movement was visible, and the girl added that the sun was shining. The priest, through sweat on his face, said that it was shining very brightly on Aluna. A planet appeared, and it was said that Aluna's orbit was distorted, and the sun, which was hidden by Asrain, was appearing. The melee mage, lowering his head, asked if there was a place nearby where they could hide from the sun's rays, to which she received the answer that everything was fine as long as the sun did not reach the carriage. The priest bit his lips, and the protagonist muttered that the total solar eclipse had changed to a partial one, and no matter how well made the carriage was, it could not go faster than Aluna, and above all, it was necessary to avoid the sun at all costs. The boys passed high cliffs, and someone asked how long the sun would shine. The priest exclaimed that in 3 minutes they would return to the area of the solar eclipse again, and Ain, looking at the screen, repeated her words. The protagonist, holding his head, explained that time was limited and wondered whether it was worth trying to increase the biological rhythm of the horse, and immediately objected that if they could not control the speed and fell, there would be no way back. Suddenly, 2 dragons circled above the team. Many bright rays were visible in the distance, and the woman said that there were monsters there. The shield of the carriage protected from magical projectiles. Louise closed her eyes and screamed loudly. The priest, sweat on his face, asked what to do now and whether they should try to avoid them, to which she received the answer that she should go straight. The magician's hand caught fire, and the girl asked to be careful, to which he said that she should not worry. The opponents were quickly approaching, and the priest asked Seo-eun whether she should do it, and he exclaimed that he would use the skill at the right moment. Ain dealt many strong blows, and the system reported the acceleration of biological rhythms. The angel, bulging his eyes, asked how far it was until arrival, and she was told that they were almost there. The melee magician lowered his eyebrows, and the protagonist understood that there was little time left. The artificial intelligence wrote that there were 6 minutes and 58 seconds left before the opening of the warp portal, and the priest, standing by the carriage, said that he should go wherever he wanted. A moment later, the horses rushed forward, and a question was heard whether this would buy them some time, to which the protagonist replied that he hoped so. A ruined city appeared, and someone said that there was a busy place with a lot of people there. The woman, through sweat on her face, exclaimed that they should look there because there were enemies left in the city, and so on. Inane's body asked her to calm down because they would not carry out a frontal attack. Looking at the monster, the protagonist explained that there was no time, so they needed to hide and move on, and the priest clarified if there was a way. The magician pursed his lips, and the protagonist replied that he would have to create one. The guy exclaimed that he would move, and she should use the explosion of potential, to which the priest, peeking out from around the corner, obeyed the request. A bright flame swirled around Ain, and the system reported several skills. The man, looking at his partner, said that she really was a celestial being, and she added that it was amazing. The mage hit the monster hard, and Seoan said that after that they continued to fight, killing enemies alone, and the damage of each first critical hit is doubled thanks to the basic skills of wielding the angel's sword. The priest lowered his eyebrows, and the protagonist added that after Ain's potential explosion reached the 4th level, there was no need for invisibility. The woman, bulging her eyes, shouted that they had arrived. A second later, the central magic circle appeared. The girl raised the corners of her lips, and the protagonist clarified whether Louise was ready, to which he received the answer that she had never prayed, but she could probably do it. The priests, raising their staffs, exclaimed that they were ready. A moment later, the angel was holding a paper in his hands. Seoan explained that he would pray, so let him know if it became dangerous, to which the priest, crossing his fingers, answered positively. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered what the oracle said. He should pray with her, and was it true? Because in his free time he practiced prayer and raised it to the 7th level, and among users he has the highest level. Louise's hair fluttered in the wind, and the protagonist said that now he feels other people's emotions again, but now he can understand them, and the emotions he received this time are nervousness and anxiety. The guy smiled slightly and added that inside them there is also excitement because of their short journey, and prayer is an act of empathy with the transcendent, and this is a fragment showing Louise's emotions. A magic seal was visible on the floor. Suddenly, an angel flew up in an unusual glow. The woman, opening her mouth wide, shouted that it was the high priest, and her partner said that they were lucky, and there must be only a few priests left who could witness this spectacle. A bright star appeared, and it was said that as written in the history books of the heavens, when the light filled the world, the legions of the heavens covered half of Aluna. Several heavenly beings appeared. Many members of the legion circled in the air. The man raised his head and exclaimed that his partner should watch carefully, because they would soon descend. The priest lowered the corners of his lips and said that this was strange. The preacher, looking at the unusual beam, said that the heavenly door was closing, but the angel's descent had not even begun yet. The man widened his eyes and did not understand how this could happen. The woman looked at the magic seal and shouted that the two had disappeared. After a while, Solan pursed his lips and Ain tried to call out to him. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked if he was an enemy, to which he received the answer that it was not that. The melee mage, finding herself in the red space, said that they suddenly arrived in an unknown place, and the protagonist wondered if this world was symmetrical and why suddenly. The guy looked at the screen in confusion and read that the prayer level had reached level 8, and did not understand the reason why his prayer was growing so quickly. The young man remembered Rusha, who, with her mouth wide open, said that this is why they reached the demon here, and wondered if this was really so. Ain, turning around sharply, called Louise. Suddenly, a dark force swirled around the angel. The melee mage, looking at the girl, shouted for her to stop praying. A large camera appeared, and a TV worker said that the game broadcast was being conducted from different angles, and all of these were TV games. The host greeted them, and his colleague said that he was the commentator, and Sangjin said that there was a big event happening in Asrain Online, so they were starting a live broadcast of the Aluna quest. The guy closed his eyes and asked if it was surprising that the action scene reached space this time, to which his partner noted that it was true. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the TV employee asked first of all to tell what kind of Aluna quest this was, open only to users in the Holy Kingdom, and to summarize, users need to buy time while the NPCs perform a ritual. The host asked if it was true that the Stardust team was also participating in this quest, to which Suyun closed his eyes and asked if they had been caught yet, and the interlocutor noted that his informants were incredible. It was said that Yehun and Jinny had arrived in Aluna. While the heroes of the team were smiling, the announcer exclaimed that famous users were mentioned. Raising his eyebrows, Sangjin asked if these players had recently entered the top 500, to which his colleague replied that they did, and they were showing the fastest growth in the team, and their potential had exploded, so they were showing very good skills. The host opened his eyes wide and said that this was amazing and was looking forward to the quest, and his partner admitted that he was glad that they could participate too. But he had already given away too much information. Putting a finger to his chin, The master noted that on the other hand, there was no information about laddies, and the relationship with Ain was hostile, to which his ally suggested that it would be better to avoid large-scale events since it was impossible to know how they would develop, and the system reported that the Darkness Guild was not participating. The girl smirked, and the guild member pointed out that this was also a good opportunity to analyze the performance of other participants in the event, and the interlocutor said that he heard that the guilds Crimson and Claymore, ranked 2nd and 4th in the world, were participating. The girl suggested that it would also be a good idea to find solo players available to join them, to which the master asked if it was like Salon while on the screen. The solo player frowned, and Mayday said that it was true, and this guy had recently become famous for his videos, but he refused all invitations, so he should keep an eye on him. The solo player lowered his eyebrows, thinking that he had also finally entered the stage of NPCs and famous rankers that people usually see. Recalling the battle, the young man thought about the combo thief who had appeared through great effort after the mistake he made that day. In the past, the boy looked at the system screen, and now he was thinking about how there was a time when he was sure that his path was correct. But even this was a delusion. But in the end, thanks to the awakening skills obtained after reaching level 100, the ultimate skill was changed to trance. Previously, a member of the Crimson Guild invited the combo thief to join them, to which he, closing his eyes, refused, and now he did not understand whether it was because the videos uploaded after that became famous among the top players, received an invitation to a team that is famous for its videos, but with tears in his eyes he refused because he thought that he would look proud alone. Putting his hands on his hips, Salon decided that instead, if the next videos are successful, he can become even more popular than Tardar, and everyone around did not understand what kind of strange user he was. Radiet stood on the roof of the combat fence. Lowering the corners of his lips, the celestial being said that it has finally begun. The crowd of monsters left a huge cloud of smoke behind them, and the guy realized that they were really here. The monsters' eyes glowed brightly, and Radiet wondered how long they could hold out. The priests raised their staffs and asked the heavens to give them strength. The knight raised his hand and shouted that the heavens supported them, and then commanded them to fight until the death. The commander shouted for his subordinates to attack when suddenly there was a huge explosion of fire. A magical sphere formed in the air, and the system reported that a holy burning was taking place. The knight, with his mouth wide open, declared that it was a direct hit, to which Radiet asked him to take a closer look. The heavenly being reported that the shield had absorbed the attack when suddenly skeletal monks appeared, and the commander shouted that everyone should immediately regroup. The enraged monsters advanced, and the chief shouted that the attack was approaching, so they should prepare for close combat. The knight bared his teeth, and the leader ordered to bury the evil in the ground, and then exclaimed that it was necessary to attack. The goblin jumped on the fighter and began to roar loudly, to which he shouted that there was a sudden attack underground. At the same second, the heavenly being dealt a crushing blow to the monsters. The knights thanked Lord Radiet, to which he, lowering the corners of his lips, thought about the incredible difference in strength. The priest's robe lay on the floor, and the guardian thought that the troops were extremely limited here, and perhaps they could hold out for some time thanks to the support of the users, but it was only a matter of time. Maria appeared in the window. A bright light was visible from the tower, and the young man assumed that this girl intended to use her ego to protect the believers of heaven. And in this situation, she decided to burn the rest of her soul, and then decided that if this was her choice, he would not stop her. Frowning, the celestial being thought that as an old friend he would watch her end. Looking away, Radiet asked to wait a minute. The youth told Maria to wait and look away, to which she responded with wide eyes. Smiling, the boy exclaimed that it had finally happened. A huge, bright cross was visible in the sky, and the celestial being shouted that the priestess had succeeded in the ritual. The magical creatures flew forward, and Radiet cried out that it was an advent, and the Valkyries were approaching. The green-haired youth smiled and exclaimed that the gods were helping them, and an army of angels was watching their back. Salon turned around in confusion and wondered about the Valkyries and the army of heaven because he did not understand what it was. The magical creatures began to attack the evil monsters. Radiet smiled and explained that the Valkyries' condescension meant that an angel of royal rank or higher would descend, and then added that if that was the case, Maria would not have to sacrifice herself. The celestial being shouted that if the royal angel descended, the battle would be over, while the girl's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the being, and the youth muttered that it was true, and soon Aluna would be covered in light again. Maria's mouth opened in alarm, and she said that something was wrong because the doors were closing. The glowing cross began to disappear, and Radiet did not understand what was happening. A bloody goblin lay on the ground, and the youth exclaimed that the angel had not descended yet, and the girl said that she did not know the reason either. A pool of blood spread in different directions, and the celestial being shouted that until now there had never been a case where only Valkyries came during the ritual without angels. Suddenly, a red magical stream rushed along the ground. Radiette frowned and noticed this energy. The magical streams rushed forward, and the boy exclaimed that they had to stop this. At the same second, a multicolored flash appeared. A red seal formed on the ground, and the celestial being did not understand why a demon summoning circle appeared on the ground. The priest, raising his eyebrows in fear, noticed that the energy suddenly became strange, and the girl said that she was suffocating. A dark creature began to crawl out of the ground, and no one understood what it was. Maria, confused, opened her mouth and exclaimed that she did not understand how they appeared here. The sinister monsters with weapons rose to their feet, and the keeper declared that they were demonic ambassadors. The eye on the forehead of the monster sparkled brightly. Crossing her arms, the Valkyrie flew forward. The dark entity swung its axe. A flash of light formed between them. A huge fire explosion occurred in front of the stone structure, causing everyone to be very scared. Radiette extended his hand and ordered the healers to retreat. Frowning, the celestial being thought that just when there was hope for an angel to come, it was impossible to imagine that a group summoning demons would appear and the situation would get so bad. The Valkyrie attacked the demonic ambassador, and the boy thought that those who appeared now were Reapers, or otherwise the demonic equivalent of the Valkyries, and if they fought one-on-one, it would be a great battle. The dark entity attacked from behind, and the boy noticed that the Reapers were now constantly being summoned from the demon summoning circle. The demonic ambassador attacked the enemy, and Radiette realized that if this continued, the balance of power would naturally be disrupted. Gritting his teeth, the celestial being thought that there were many other risk factors besides this. Just as only royal or high angels descended with the Valkyries, only demons of the same kind could command the Reapers, and then said that there was a high probability that a great demon like Cadril would appear. Suddenly, the youth turned his attention to the demon summoning circle on the ground. People realized that the ominous seal was disappearing, and the youth raised his hand and thought that, like the descent of the angel, the demon summoning ritual was interrupted halfway. The silhouettes of the Reapers were enveloped in dark magic, and Radiette thought that this was good. But it was obvious that some kind of problem had occurred in the central magic circle, and there were still Reapers here, and the Valkyries were destroyed, and then asked what they could do in this situation to stop the opponents. The youth lowered the corners of his mouth, and Maria said that the time had come. The girl closed her eyes and the celestial being called out to her. A magical glow appeared around the guardian's silhouette. Maria smirked and muttered that she felt human despair more than anyone else and did not know how to ignore it. Spreading her wings, the celestial being declared that she therefore decided to protect these people even if she had to pay the price of destroying all of this. The girl rose high into the sky and announced that from now on, they would be able to display a power close to that of a transcendental human. The woman's mouth opened in surprise when she saw the angel. A pillar of magic rose from the ground, and Maria noted that those who could not fight would go to the Ore, and those who fought would be granted the power to defeat the Abyss, when suddenly the system announced that power had been granted to the armies of heaven. Yihun widened his eyes, not understanding what had just happened, while Jinny was surprised by the enhancement, and the AI informed him that the sacrifice of the celestial being had lit a fire in the heart, and a description of all the changes that had occurred. Looking at their palms, the players asked if there were such enhancements, and said that this was indeed a large-scale quest. Radiette frowned, noting that Maria had burned all of her ego in this way. Closing his eyes, the guy said that she had come here before him and was protecting people, and this decision was made before the battle began. Louise rubbed her eyes with her fingers. With her mouth slightly open, the girl did not understand where she was. Folding his arms, the protagonist in Ain's body asked if she was awake, to which she was surprised by his appearance. A solar eclipse appeared, and Seoan explained that he and Louise had prayed to summon an angel in the central magic circle, but when he came to, he realized that he was in a symmetrical world. The mage girl extended her palm forward and asked to stand up, to which the interlocutor agreed. Louise anxiously clenched her fists and shouted that she was praying to a demon and would never do that. Ain spread her fingers, and the protagonist noted that it reminded him of someone, to which she replied that she simply did as she was told. And the guy thought about the fact that, judging by her reaction, she did not think that it was a lie, but did not understand how it happened at all. The angel closed her eyes, and the young man thought about the fact that before coming to her senses, the girl was praying in a circle, and her deeply sunken consciousness was not able to control the demon's energy. Louise fell to the ground, and the player realized that fortunately, she stopped praying before her entire body was absorbed by demonic energy, so it was too early to calm down. Putting his finger to his chin, the protagonist noted that the problem was that this was a symmetrical world, and to enter here, you had to pray to the demon, but they didn't do that. But how did that happen then? The priest was holding a cross, and the protagonist said that the symmetrical world was an element that was not in the previous game, so he had no information about it, and until now this NPC was the only one who gave him information about the symmetrical world. A woman appeared behind Ain, exclaiming that they had not seen each other for a long time. covering Louise with her hand, the girl mage did not understand who it was. The priestess waved her hand, and the guy realized that it was that goddess, but did not understand what she was doing here. Suddenly, the woman raised her eyebrows in surprise. Ain frowned, and the boy noted that this was true because now assimilation with a friend was happening, and then thought about who the goddess had just greeted. Extending her palm forward, the priestess noted that the player was inside, to which the girl mage asked her again, and the protagonist did not understand if she knew about assimilation. The woman grabbed the cross with both hands and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time either, to which the boy thought that the priestess also knew the angel. Ain widened her eyes and asked if the girl knew her, to which she replied that she didn't, and the boy thought about who this goddess was. Rusha took a step forward, and Soan asked what she was, to which she gave her name and asked if she had mentioned this last time. The goddess's robe was dragging on the ground, and the woman noted that it was during the prayer training, and then asked if they had come now and were being so careful. The goddess exclaimed that she had helped the players last time, so they didn't need to be too careful because no one would eat them, to which Ain frowned. Smiling, the priestess noted that she had helped Soan when he was lost in the forest, although he probably didn't know it was her. Red eyes were visible behind the protagonist. The protagonist asked if it was Rusha with the corners of his mouth down, and then wondered if the goddess had helped him escape the Twilight Temple. The player asked why the woman had helped them, to which she opened her eyes slightly and explained that she was the child's guardian. The mage asked again, her mouth slightly open in alarm, and the young man didn't understand if the goddess had been a protector until Louise lost her memory, and decided that he wasn't sure if he could trust her. Putting her hand to her chest, the priestess explained that she could not give details, but swears that she is telling the truth. And the player thought about the fact that Rusha taught him prayer and the existence of a symmetrical world. But there were many suspicious things, but there is some certainty. Ain looked away, and the protagonist muttered that at least now the goddess is not against Louise, and if she decided to harm, she would take the chance. Soan decided to listen to Rusha first, and approached her, asking if the woman discovered the symmetrical world again this time, to which she exclaimed that how could this be. Closing her eyes, the priestess clarified whether they knew Cadrol. The young man, with his eyes widened in alarm, did not understand how the interlocutor understood. The dark entity approached Louise, and the goddess explained that the fact that the symmetrical world had opened and the child could not touch the sun was the fault of the demon of deception, who was trying to sow darkness in the child's subconscious. The angel's eyes widened in fear, and the priestess explained that these were seeds that were usually hidden, but germinate under the right conditions. The child lowered her head, and Ruthia clarified that these conditions were prayer and sunlight. The protagonist, lowering the corners of his mouth, thought about the fact that the demon seeds seemed to be in the video about the event. Louise put her fist to her chest, and the goddess explained that planting seeds is a typical method of deception, and the seeds themselves, planted in the subconscious, distort the direction of prayer and bring them closer to the demonic world, which is why the symmetrical world opened. The protagonist frowned and admitted that he thought the little girl was under the spell of the brand of light, otherwise why couldn't she be exposed to sunlight, and then thought that too many things fit together to be easily dismissed. The player muttered that he hoped that his guess and Rudius' words were lies, when suddenly his pupils visibly shrank, and the goddess explained that sunlight causes the seeds of darkness to grow, and the consciousness that is consumed by the darkness burns along with the seed, never to return to its original state. The priestess lowered her hands, and the young man decided that if Rudius' words were true, then that meant death. The woman closed her eyes and muttered that because it was the harsh truth for Louise. The girls slowly followed the priestess. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said to himself that in fact, when he met Louise, he thought that everything would be fine. The brand of light is magic that tracks her location by the sun. Everything was fine until he knew who was targeting Louise. The bright light from the sun hit the girl directly, and Soan said to himself that if the sun's rays hit her, it was not the end, or rather, he never thought that Louise would die and everything would end for her. He looked at the girl and said that in Asrain Online, the Abyss also won, just like now. Without taking his eyes off Louise, he added that the ritual of summoning angels was different from the past, but it also failed. It was only a matter of time until the heavens were defeated and the sun would shine on Aluna, after which he asked himself, so how can he save Louise? Is there really no way? A few minutes later, they walked along the bridge. Ain looked at the water and said in her mind that this is a symmetrical world where the environment changes abruptly, like in a dream. She remembered Rusha, who said with a smile on her face that she could help a little, and then said to herself that she could help move, but in reality, she still thought that everything could be a trap, but now they have no other options. Just as she thought about it, the priestess stopped in front of the portal. The protagonist's partner came closer and asked where they were going now. Rush's cloak reached the ground, and she answered that in symmetrical worlds, the world on the other side seems distorted. The step here does not match the result. On the other side it can be longer, it can be shorter. The girls listened to the priestess with surprised eyebrows raised. Seoan, putting his hand to his chin, said to himself that he really did not understand what she was talking about, and then asked if this meant that the distance could be played using a symmetrical world. Then the priestess extended her finger and asked if they could teleport. Where would they go? To which Ain asked in surprise if they could use a teleport. The priestess leaned towards her and replied, not exactly, but something similar. As long as this was Ilan's place, they could go anywhere. The protagonist frowned suspiciously and asked himself if he could go anywhere, adding that he needed to somehow find a way to save Louise. He then put his hand to his head and saw all the moments of how the Ilan era in Asrain developed, after which he said that it was obvious that a turning point was coming that could create variables among all this information. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind and he jerked his hand, saying that they needed to go there. A bright pillar of light struck the roof of a tall building. The guy in armor stepped on the stairs and said that as he thought, there was no one here. As he climbed higher, he added with a smile on his face that this was expected. The former Asrain user Rock threw the sword over his shoulder and firmly said that fortunately he was still safe. He then sat on the edge with his legs dangling. The main reason for the defeat of the heavens in the Asrain era was not that the city's defense lines were broken, the magic circle suddenly lost its light. The problem was only one spy, because due to his attack, the last light was extinguished. The demoralized army of the heavens was destroyed in an instant. Rock closed his eyes and said with a malicious smile on his face that from what he remembered, the characteristics of the spies at that time were at a level that he could easily deal with. If he killed him, he would be able to greatly extend the lifespan of the magic circle, and then even if the heavens lost, he would gain a lot of experience points. He rubbed his chin happily at this thought, when suddenly he heard footsteps from the side and abruptly looked there. Seeing a guy walking towards him, he stood up and said to himself that it was time to raise the public. But before he could finish speaking, he raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was really him. The guy with the high blue collar stopped. Laddies frowned, saying that the guy was a user from Asrain. Rock's expression changed, worriedly thinking why the number 1 ranked guy came here. Laddies smiled, asking if he couldn't come here, and he didn't know what the guy was doing here, but if he didn't want to die, he'd better leave. Taking out a shiny sword, he asked if Rock would die anyway. Taking a step forward, Laddies added that it didn't matter to him. Rock began to back away in horror, thinking that this was the worst of the variables, and he knew that the guy from the abyss was now on Aluna, but he never thought that he would appear here personally as a spy. The guy gritted his teeth menacingly, thinking that if he gave up here, he would lose all his achievements, because there must be some information that could be useful to the enemy. Meeting Laddies' gaze, Rock asked if he knew who Soan was, causing the boy to frown. The user raised his index finger, saying that he could give him information about the main character in exchange for that spot, then thought, since the boy was ranked first, he would be interested in the best ranker from the past. After a short pause, Laddies looked up, saying no, I don't need it, when suddenly the boy's expression changed. The boy raised his sword, saying that no matter who Soyan was, he couldn't be his opponent. Rock grabbed the hilt tightly and quickly ran forward, shouting that there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he couldn't do anything more than that. After all, he was also an Asrain ranker. Looking at Laddies, he thought that if he did this correctly, he could defeat him. He dashed forward, swung his sword, and was surprised when he lost sight of his opponent. The boy frowned as he read the message from the system that his waist was cut, and then thought that this move was definitely only usable by Asrain users. The system reported that he had died when Laddies suddenly looked down, saying that Rock wasn't the only one who knew his trick. Turning around, the boy thought that he had seen Rock reach 20th place in the previous game, but he was weaker than he thought, so maybe the one in first place wouldn't live up to his expectations. Raising his head, he read about the long-awaited end of this quest in the system window. Looking to the side, Laddies thought that even now, there was a fierce battle going on the city walls, and it was funny that this was the center of this war. The boy was surprised to see someone come, while Ain pointed ahead, asking if this place really needed to be protected, to which Louise nodded her head in agreement. While in Louise, the protagonist frowned, thinking that while the last magic circle was being protected, he should visit Radiette and ask Louise to teleport, since that was the only way to save her. Turning his gaze to the side, Ain asked if someone had come earlier, since she knew that he was quite a famous person. Soan's expression changed, asking if it was Laddies and why they met here. The boy was holding a sword in his hand, looking forward menacingly. The protagonist looked at him, thinking that the fact that Laddies, an abyss user, was here, it was obvious that he had come to extinguish the last magic circle while the boy was staring at the girls. Hearing Soan muttering something under his breath, Ain rolled her eyes, saying that she didn't care. Louise jumped, and suddenly the protagonist said in confusion that he couldn't use assimilation. Ain smiled widely, saying that she wanted to fight this boy anyway. As Louise approached, he said that the girl also belonged to the heavens, and then asked if she had been number 2 before. The boy stopped in front of her thoughtfully, activating the fire in her hand. Ain smiled, asking if he didn't understand something. Swinging, she activated the fire step. Raising her hand, the girl released a huge blow, from which Louise covered his face with his hands. In horror, he turned his head towards the voice from behind. Grinning, Ain said that she was number 1 in duels. Raising her hand up, she asked if the boy thought he should concentrate from now on. The knight, enveloped in the energy of the heavens, raised his head and shouted that the heavens were taking care of them. With one blow, he cut the enemy, adding that this was their grave, so there was no need to retreat, they had to fight. Monsters, enveloped in the energy of the abyss, advanced on them. While the knights of heaven fought the monsters, the Reaper soared into the air. While still in flight, he raised the huge scythe behind his back. But suddenly, it began to quickly become covered in ice. In the same second, he flew down, unable to attack. Radiant attacked him with his cold power, after which he exhaled heavily. But suddenly, a huge sphere of the abyss appeared above the army of heaven, from which they raised their heads in fear and asked when it reached the back rows, how can they defend themselves from it? At the same second, Radiant ran next to them, shouting that they would not be able to fight the envoys. He frowned and said in his head that now, thanks to Maria's sacrifice, it seems that they are somehow holding on. But it will not be for long. The only one besides him who can fight the envoys are the holy knights of the commander level. As he ran, he attacked the Reapers, helping his comrades. He imagined the goblins that surrounded the city walls, and said to himself that if he hadn't been there, the city would have fallen long ago. But there were too many of them, and no matter who he was, it was hard for him to deal with hundreds of messengers. He put his hand to his chest and added that if he continued, he might have to repeat Maria's fate. Her face suddenly came to mind. He suddenly remembered Ain, who was looking at him with displeasure, and he said to himself that if he hadn't met her, today he would be looking at Aluna from the forest if he could go back and see her again. But before he finished, he smiled and said that this thought was unlike him, and with luck they would meet again, adding that now the souls of countless people and monsters were passing away. The Abyssal Reapers raised their scythes with glowing eyes. There was one thing he could do right now as a celestial being. Suddenly, 3 Reapers rushed at Radiant, hoping that the life she saved would live a little longer. With these thoughts, he raised his head to the opponents and, turning to Maria, said that he would do his best to get rid of everything that made him lose hope. At this time, a powerful fight was taking place near the last pillar of light. Ain, with a smile on her face, attacked her opponent. Louise repelled her opponent's blows and tried to counterattack her in response, when suddenly Ain firmly grabbed the blade of the guy's sword. Smiling, she, with excitement in her eyes, stared at her opponent. Louise frowned in response. At this time, the host of the live broadcast, surprisingly raising his eyebrows, said that this was amazing, and the professional player next to him with the same emotions confirmed this, adding that the absolute champion, who has never lost his throne since the opening of the game, is Asria's #1 ranker, Louise. The boy threw the sword over his shoulder. Ain, who was covered in fire, with her hand raised, the one who gained popularity among users, the supernova, was his opponent. The commentators added that this battle was truly a dream match for users, and experts were also actively predicting the winner. And according to the votes of users registered in the Hall of Fame, most people expected Louise, who was level 180, to win. The boy clenched his fist and shouted loudly that they were currently fighting equally and were not an inch behind each other. Sohn narrowed his eyes, saying that since this was not a duel arena, there was no compensation for damage due to the difference in levels, and both players specialized in attack. Taking a closer look at the battle, he added that if one of them received a critical hit, the duel could end instantly, but all the hits from both sides would miss their target. Meeting Louise's gaze, Ain thought that there were rumors that the guy was a solo player only and had risen in the rankings thanks to his wealth, and in fact, his skills were better than one would think. But then it was obvious that it would be easy for Louise, who was ranked first, to have an overwhelming advantage, so why was the fight so fierce? The guy gripped the hilt tightly and exhaled, thinking that he only needed to worry about Sohan, who had ranked first in the previous game. Looking at Ain, who was smiling, he thought that it seemed like she wasn't bluffing when she said that she was #1 in duels, since she was definitely on a different level compared to the previous guy. Squinting his eyes, he thought that the girl still hadn't used the skill he saw in the video. Ain frowned in surprise. Seeing the glowing sword in his hands, she wondered if this was his ultimate skill. The guy pushed off the ground, when suddenly the girl thought, if the opponent is trying to hide his trump card to the end, it is better to use hers earlier. Swinging, Louise made a dash forward. Ain quickly appeared in the sky behind him. Looking down at her feet, she thought with horror, could this really be a freezing effect? Lowering her palms down, she released fire, thinking about how to defrost something like this with her flaming claws. The guy suddenly jumped up. Ain widened her eyes, sharply turning her head back. The The guy's pupil decreased when he thought that he caught her. Stretching his hand with a sword forward, Laddies pierced her. The host's faces changed, screaming loudly. Looking at the falling Ain, the host shouted that the supernova of duels will fall like this. The girl immediately smiled widely. Laddies gritted his teeth, menacingly thinking that this could not be, because this was an inevitable defeat. The boy remembered how for a split second, the hand filled with flames moved at an incredible speed. An explosion was heard when he realized that the girl had struck the sword at an awkward angle and changed its trajectory, and whether their gap was that big. Jumping down, Ain said with a smile that it was a little dangerous. She hit the enemy with all her strength and asked if he understood now. Lathies tightly grabbed the hilt of the sword, asking what it meant. The girl rushed forward, answering that the boy clearly realized how different their skill attributes were. Releasing a stream of fire, she added, unless he changed his class or ultimate skill. Ain immediately activated her ultimate skill in the claws of the Ifrit, and then smiled, saying that no matter what Lathies did, he would not be able to win. A guy named Bayrad was watching a live broadcast where the host was exclaiming that the dual supernova Ain was about to lose, and said that Ain was doing it again, and then asked if all the previous ranking members had noticed as well. After saying this, he continued to watch the glowing monitor. But suddenly, the guy remembered how his friend Rock was defeated in one hit, and said to himself that of course his friend's style was not suitable for PvP, but looking at their fight, it was obvious that Laddies was much more talented. He also remembered how the number 1 ranked player went behind Ain's back, and said to himself that until now, Ain and Laddies seemed equal. Because she often used this method in the past with those who have a certain level of skill, Ain continued to fight equally. After saying this, he remembered how the guy deftly attacked his opponent from behind. But then the protagonist's partner smiled madly and rushed towards him, making the enemy believe that there was only one move difference between them, but did Laddies himself notice it? They were enveloped in furious flames, using her ultimate. Seeing this, Laddies gritted his teeth and wondered if this was her ultimate, adding that although it was clearly a fire attribute that counteracted the cold, the fight was surprisingly even. As he was thinking about this, the girl slammed her fiery paw onto the ground with all her might. He jumped back, realizing that the fact that she did not make a decisive move until she used her ultimate meant that she was just playing with him. After saying this, he frowned and looked away. Then he saw that the castle walls were broken through, and many black silhouettes poured into the city, and he realized that now the city had come to an end. But no matter how good she is, if they attack her together with the monsters from the abyss that are about to come, they can defeat her. Ain saw the same scene and raised her eyebrows and said, "They broke through." At the same time, Laddies turned away and said that it was time to end, to which she asked with displeasure. The guy looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that his pride would not be able to accept such a victory, so he would not forget today. Thinking about this, he soared into the air. Raising an eyebrow, Ain watched him go and said to herself that he was quite good. She remembered how her opponent took a stance and said to herself that compared to the rankings of the past years, he would be somewhere around 5th or 6th place considering how long he has been playing. He is talented. Then she folded her arms and introduced the protagonist, happily saying that in any case, he will be much cooler. After that, she lowered her hands and looked up, saying that now all that was left was to protect this place. She looked at the abyss dragon hovering in the sky. Suddenly, she remembered Louise and thought that she still didn't know who this NPC girl was, and didn't even know what kind of relationship she had with her partner. But when she heard that this girl could die, the feelings she experienced were quite shocking to her. From inside, she looked at the protagonist, who was visibly nervous. She raised her hand and said that if he died, he would have exactly the same face. When suddenly a monster rushed at her from the side. Before he could strike, a powerful explosion hit him. Ain punched him and laughed, asking if she was really jealous of the NPC now, because even if she died, it would not be real. Looking down, the girl said in her head that the protagonist asked her to guard this place and stall for time from the moment she said that she would help him with the quest. It was as if he believed everything in her, and even if she had to die here, fighting with the abyss, there was no reason to hesitate because it was he who asked her to do so. Louise was trying to run away as fast as she could at this time, and Ain was wondering if it was true that her friend was still doing everything he could to save the girl. 61 smiling, she hoped that the guy would succeed. Spreading her arms out to the sides, she asked what Soyeon would do without her. Releasing fire, the girl wondered if her skill was perfect for this situation. The formidable wolf took a step forward with a loud growl. The knights shouted that they needed to protect the central tower and block the monster's path. The protagonist frowned through Louise's body, thinking that they needed to quickly find Radiette, and it was probably shameless to ask him to save Louise, but there was no other way. Louise looked away, saying that she felt something strange, as if Maria's energy was felt throughout the city, when suddenly Soyeon frowned, asking what she meant. Looking down at the knight, the girl said that her energy was present in everyone. Looking away, she added that it was not a good feeling. The boy narrowed his eyes, telling her not to talk about useless things now because it was dangerous. Looking down, he said that he was a high-ranking paladin, and he might know where the celestial being was. Louise went down to him, asking for a minute, when suddenly the boy turned his head, asking why the priestess was here. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl asked if he knew where the celestial being was, to which the paladin clenched his hand into a fist, answering that Radiate should be in the south because he heard that the strongest enemies were flocking there. Suddenly, his pupils shrank when he thought of Maria, saying that she had exhausted her strength and returned to the heavens. Louise and Sohan frowned in horror. The protagonist was puzzled, wondering if Maria had exhausted her strength and shared it with the entire city, while the knight smiled, saying that the light she had given him was still burning on his body. Remembering Maria, Sohan thought about the inexplicable seriousness he felt from her, because the girl was already ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of people. The knight abruptly turned to the side, shouting that there was a monster nearby. Running forward, he apologized, telling Louise that he did not have time to talk now. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said that she heard that she would die as soon as the sun touched her body, so until now she could only see the sun in pictures. Raising her head, she added with a smile that it would be great to see it in person at least once. Lost in his memories, the boy thought that he heard that after his separation from Louise, it was Maria who brought her to Aluna, and Maria must have become a special person to Louise who was left all alone in this world. He lowered his gaze and thought, but the feeling he felt due to assimilation, the girl should not think the same way. Louise walked forward as Sohan thought if he just accepted death, then everything would end when he died. The girl quickly flew forward. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in front of her face. Gritting her teeth, Louise quickly dodged it. Frowning, she thought that little by little the monsters were increasing, and if this continued, it would be difficult to get to the southern gate, then asked the guys where they were and if they could help her. The guy blocked the blow, then replied that they were at the western gate now, while Ginny shouted that even if it took them some time to move, they would come. The girl widened her eyes, thinking that if they could come, it would help her a lot, but there was no telling how long it would take, when suddenly on the screen she noticed that Ain's status had changed to offline. Turning around, Louise wondered in horror if the last magic circle had gone out too. Sohan clenched his teeth in excitement, thinking that now that all the magic circles had gone out, the orbit of the moon was starting to distort, and there was very little time left until sunrise. Seeing a bright explosion, the boy suddenly thought that this was the end. In front of him, the protagonist saw a guy with pink hair, wondering if these were users, and in that case, there was no other way. The monster of the abyss was destroyed with one swift blow. The guy with red hair and two-handed blades destroyed everyone around him. Looking away, he said to himself that he could hold out for a little while longer, adding that he had been so focused on making combinations but had failed, yet he had somehow survived and was ranked 5th. After saying this, he looked at the corpses behind him, then asked if he could become even more famous now and earn more money. After saying this, he imagined himself surrounded by people who admired him. Suddenly, he was called out, and the boy flinched. He saw a girl flying towards him. Frowning, she screamed loudly, asking if he was a user while offering to use his soul. Seeing this, the red-haired boy began to look between her and the system screen in front of him. Getting closer and closer, the protagonist in the girl's body screamed for him to accept the offer. A few minutes later, Sohan was jumping on the rooftops of buildings, telling Louise to keep up with him. Inside, he smiled widely and said to himself that he thought this was the end, but it wasn't that bad. Stopping, he looked at his hand and said to himself that firstly, the stranger agreed to assimilation, and secondly, his stats were at the ranker level. The guy with red hair was called Sal, his level was 101, and the protagonist said to himself that, moreover, his profession was familiar to him, a combo thief, and finally, he even handed over control of his body without saying a word. After thinking these thoughts, he looked into the distance and asked the guy to stay put, because he didn't have time to explain everything. As he was saying this, the monsters of the abyss pounced on them. The guy dealt with them with quick blows and said to himself that no matter how many times he thanked him, it wouldn't be enough, because if this continued, he would be able to clear the way and take Louise safely. After saying this, he sighed in relief. The red-haired boy frowned and wondered if this was the same first ranker in Asrain. He suddenly remembered an article on the internet that said that rankers now would never be able to compare to him, and told himself that he accidentally learned about him in a community where they said that even the now famous Ain would not be able to defeat him. He tightly clutched the hilt of his sword in his hand, adding that it did not matter if it was the same ranker, because his support skills and body control were impressive, and this was a combo thief technique. He swung his weapon in all directions, adding that he did not notice at first, but gradually began to recognize this style, all from that video. His movements now are similar to the movements of the boy in that video. If he is right, then there is a high probability that assimilation was used back then too. Thinking about it, he said without relaxing his eyebrows that then this situation is a big opportunity for him. Crossing his arms, he used a second absorption. Then the guy soared into the air using the acceleration of the rhythm and killed the monsters around him. When suddenly the protagonist saw a message from Ain in front of him, who said that if he went in this direction, he would be able to find Radia, from which he smiled widely and said that she contacted him through the air, to which she added that it looked like the eclipse would end in about 8 minutes, as the commentator said. At this time, Louise saw several abyssal mages who were standing near her. The protagonist saw through Salom's body that the girl was in danger. For a second, he left his body and moved to Louise. A powerful magical red beam struck from the sky directly at the girl. But after a few seconds, a bright glow appeared in front of the unharmed Louise. The girl held a huge sword of vision in her hand, which absorbed all the damage received. After a short pause, Soan struck all the abyssal mages, saying that they had gone too far, it was very dangerous here, so there was no need to stop. The guy with the sword in his hands rushed forward, shouting that it was that child. Turning around, Salon immediately cut his body. Smiling, he asked if it was good. The protagonist thanked him and asked him to continue doing what he was doing, when suddenly Salon turned around, answering that he was learning quickly. Soan frowned, thinking that everything was obviously better than before, but he still did not feel at ease. Looking ahead, he thought that more and more monsters were appearing, and if his prediction was correct, then soon after entering the city, even high-ranking monsters would gather in the wasteland. Ginny and her partner continued to fight against the monsters. Louise noticed them, happily thinking that they really came, because she thought that they died before they could find her. She flew towards Salon, who swung his arm, ordering them to go in a certain direction. Sohan frowned, thinking that there were 2 minutes left and there was still a chance, and if this continued, he would be able to meet Radiant. Ain suddenly called out to him, which scared the boy, opening his eyes wide. She asked him to look in a certain direction, pointing at the priest. In front of them stood a priest shrouded in mana, holding a weapon tightly in his hands. Salon looked away, wondering what this sudden feeling of despair was, because did he really feel Sohan's emotions? The protagonist gritted his teeth menacingly, wondering what to do and whether he could avoid it. Without taking his eyes off the priest, the guy suddenly noticed that he had noticed them, so turning back now was even more dangerous. A bright beam suddenly burst out of the opponent's eye. Salon's eyes widened, when suddenly the protagonist ordered Louise to lie down. Having fallen to the ground, the guys managed to dodge the attack of the enraged priest flying towards them. Quickly getting up, Salon rushed forward with glowing eyes. Meeting the monster face to face, Sohan thought, now. He suddenly began to quickly list Salon's skills, thinking that he only had one chance, when suddenly the guy abruptly chopped off the priest's head, jumping to the side. The protagonist immediately shouted happily that it was a success, and Salon turned his head back, fearfully asking what that giant thing was just now. Sohan rushed past him and shouted that the priest had not died yet, so he asked him to hold him back since the guy needed to survive. Salon's eyebrows were furrowed in fear. Frozen in place, he wondered if he had become bait. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Salon exhaled heavily. Adjusting his hair, the guy thought that he heard how the heavens lost in the last game, so if this trend continues, he will obviously die too, but thanks to Sohan, he learned a lot of techniques, so he thinks that he actually gained much more. Quickly running forward, he thought that he could send a friend request. Louise quickly flew forward, while Sohan inside her thought that thanks to Salon, it was not too late, and he had come this far with the help of all of them. In his head, there was a silhouette of the guy. After imagining Radietta, Sohan thought that he would be able to meet him soon. Louise, wrapped in wind magic, ran forward quickly, and there was 1 minute left until the sun rose over Aluna. The protagonist smiled contentedly and said to himself that they had arrived, albeit slowly, but not late, adding that if only they could meet Radietta. When suddenly the girl said that she had a bad feeling, from which the guy looked at her worriedly and asked what she was talking about so suddenly. Then Louise pointed to the destroyed city ahead and said that the castle walls had collapsed, so this place was definitely where the fiercest battles were taking place. But wasn't it too quiet here? Hearing this, the protagonist frowned deeply and told her not to think so, then asked Dane how much longer he had to go, to which she replied that the direction was right in front of him. As soon as she said this, Louise saw a person in front of her. She smiled broadly and exclaimed that it was Radiette. But suddenly her eyes showed horror at what she saw. The heavenly being Radiette slowly raised his bloody head. He held his severed hand and asked if it was the priestess. He lowered his head and quietly laughed and added that he couldn't believe that he managed to see her. Remembering Maria, who always smiled warmly, Radiette apologized to her and told her about her last wish. After that, his legs gave way and he began to fall. He looked at Louise, who was standing not far from him, and said that he was sorry. The girl, with her eyebrows raised in horror, looked at the dead man and asked what, should she return him or rather die? Sachin saw a whole squad of Abyss Reapers a little further and realized that he was too late. Radiette could not afford to return Louise. He stood there and thought that even though he had struggled so much, it probably meant that Louise's fate was sealed no matter what he did, and there were 10 seconds left. Then the girl raised her head and laughed and said that if this was the last time, she wanted to see the sun, adding that she thought she was lucky because she was able to see the last sunrise with her friend. Her eyelids were relaxed. The protagonist closed his eyes and told the girl not to think like that, because they needed to find a way. The Abyss Reapers stared at her, and there were 5 seconds left. The sun's rays began to fall on the ground, and Soan convinced himself that there must be a way. He needed to find a place where the sunlight did not reach. When suddenly he remembered the sun covered by the moon and said that the girl needed to pray. Hearing this, Louise opened her eyes wide and asked if she should pray, to which he answered her, yes, because they were going to an asymmetrical world. The sun shone on the Abyss Reapers, and Soan ordered his friend to pray to the demon right now, and then asked if she had ever seen them, and then immediately added that it did not matter whether the demon came here now or not. When Louise clasped her hands together, the protagonist inside her said that she had met Cadriel before. This was the only way to get to her. She must remember that feeling. The light of the sun slowly approached her. A few seconds later, the sunlight enveloped her, and the girl continued to pray. Chains immediately appeared around her heart. Suddenly, the guy inside her closed his eyes in intense pain because he felt the same as she did. The girl continued to smile, while the guy thought that excessive pain was automatically blocked by the system, and if it hurt him so much, it was scary to imagine what Louise felt. Soan thought for her to do it faster to escape, while the priest swung hard. The war ended with the defeat of the heavens, and Aluna was destroyed by the hands of the Abyss. Aluna's quest was the main event of the previous game, marking a major turning point in history, so there was a deep discussion in the community about the future of power, but there was another topic that heated up the message board the most. Salon smiled widely when he read a comment about someone being disappointed, because running away with him was the most important part of the quest, and it was the birth of a new star. The guy put his phone to his chin, excitedly thinking that his entire game was broadcast live, so he was only able to attract attention. He saw a post about how even a famous director watched his video, so he wondered if he could debut as a movie actor if he made it in time. Walking down the street, he noticed people walking behind him asking if he had any interest in playing professionally, and then the guy thought about becoming a professional player in a guild. Raising his hand up, Salon apologized, saying that he needed to think about it alone. Pursing his lips, the boy thought that he wasn't working alone that day. Lost in his memories, he thought that his body moved using assimilation in order to properly master these movements. Looking up, Salon hoped that the protagonist would add him as a friend, and then wondered if it wouldn't be better to join the Sohan Guild. With a loud scream, the plate smashed against the wall. The irritated boy walked closer to the shelf. Gritting his teeth in anger, Lathais tried to come to his senses. Remembering Ain, he thought that it was nonsense that he missed her. Frowning, the boy remembered how the enemy suppressed him in everything from movements to psychological warfare. Clenching his hands into fists, he thought, not to mention compatibility with jobs, and if this continues, no matter how much they fight, he will not win. Leaning on the table, Lathais thought that he should prepare himself and then he could match her efforts with his talent, and this shame would definitely be paid. The protagonist was in an unknown space while Ain wrote to him, asking if he was alive, while the guy wondered how much time had passed. Continuing to fall down, he thought about the time and asked what happened to Louise. Remembering their first meeting, Soan thought that Louise was different from the other NPCs. Remembering their trip through the cave, the guy thought, although their time together was short, he is sure of it. He remembered Louise's smile, thinking that she has something special that other NPCs do not have because she has feelings. Suddenly, he thought, asking if the girl will die. Louise immediately contacted Soan, saying that she couldn't see what was ahead, and if she could, she would entrust everything to him. After which the system reported that Louise completely acknowledged the protagonist, and would he like to change jobs after receiving the girl's blessing. Opening his eyes, the boy thought that if he had been told earlier to choose Louise, who was level 100 instead of the Knight Commander, who was over level 400, he would have laughed, but not now, and then decided that he wanted to leave evidence that Louise existed in this world. At that very second, the system said that parts of cause and effect were returning to their places. It added that the boy's existence was weak, and he could not accept complete darkness, so the remaining parts would be hidden in anarchy, and he was also promoted to a shadow linker. The girl lay on the ground, groaning slightly from waking up. Opening her eyes, she said that this body had survived again. The protagonist and Louise were lying on the grass when all attempts to help Louise failed. She barely made it into the symmetrical world, where they were resting. The guy slowly opened his eye and said to himself that when he first came here, he thought if this was hell, but there came a day when this dark sunlight began to seem cozy. He looked at the sun covered by the moon. Then he turned his gaze to his girlfriend and said to himself that immediately after arriving, the girl's condition was not very good, although it was only a moment, but the influence of sunlight was strong. Almost all of her health was spent. During assimilation, Soan saw her health and mana indicators, of which there were no more than 5% left. His body suddenly began to glow, and he said to himself that if he was late even for 1 second, everything would be over, and a system notification appeared in front of him. In it, he saw that Louise had reached level 200, which she immediately went to after the 100th. Then the guy asked himself if she had restored her angelic powers, after which he asked the girl if she remembered at least something, to which she, without opening her eyes, answered that she did not know anything. Hearing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said to himself that they had decided to prioritize restoring Louise's powers. After a short pause, he opened the system screen in front of him and thought that if he thought about it, he had also completed the job change quest, so he should obviously have a new job. Under his level, he saw a line that said he was now a shadow linker and his soul was linked to energy. The guy then imagined all the evil in this world and said that in this game, there were 3 words that meant great evil, chaos, darkness, and deception, and other than the great demon of deception, there was no history with any other demon in the previous part. He then looked at Louise again and asked himself if the dark energy linked to his soul meant the great demon of darkness, or if it was related to the darkness that was said to have settled in Louise's subconscious. Thinking about this, So-un closed his eyes and added that he couldn't be sure of anything now, but he would find out more later anyway. After these thoughts, he, without opening his eyes, suggested that they rest a little more and then move on, to which Louise, exhausted, asked where he wanted to go, after which the guy explained that they couldn't just stand still. After a while, they walked along the riverbank together. The protagonist looked at the girl with a smile on his face and said to himself that Louise thought that she was safe in the symmetrical world, but he didn't think that just staying here was a good idea. They watched the fish splashing in the water, but So-un continued to say that if suddenly there was a term in this place, a possible stay, as soon as the time ran out, Louise would again find herself on Aluna. Raising his hand to his chin, he remembered Ruthia, who was not here now, when Louise suddenly thanked him, which made the guy raise his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at her, the girl looked at the water with interest and happily said that she was happy today because she could meet him again. With a smile on her face, she looked at him and added that even if she died, there would be no regrets. Hearing this, the protagonist folded his arms and asked what she was saying, adding that she definitely would not die. After saying this, he lowered the corners of his lips and firmly said to himself that he could not leave Louise to die because she was still a child. While the girl looked into the water with interest, the guy continued to say that she was a child who lived in the barren Aluna and never got the chance to grow up, and if he were in Asrain now, he would create a guild and put her in a private room. After saying this, he imagined a small house where the girl would live. Leaving his thoughts, So-un put his hand to his chin and added that since the management of private rooms is completely under his user control, he would be able to protect Louise without any problems, and she will not be chased by NPCs, but the problem is that they are in Aluna. Lowering his hand, he finished saying that they needed to somehow return to Asra. Suddenly, he remembered Ruthia again, who said that one step here was equivalent to another step in the opposite world, which made him open his eyes in shock and ask himself, is that so? After these thoughts, he told Louise that he was going to step away for a while, which made her look at him and ask where. The guy pointed his finger behind him and quietly answered, outside. It was a clear day outside. The protagonist leaned his head on his hand, saying that it was not that easy to find, because in order to find out more about the symmetrical world, he searched through the saved data. Sitting in front of the monitor, So-un remembered that in the previous game, there was no symmetrical world, so it was not mentioned in the previous records. Typing on the keyboard, the guy thought that Ruthia used the symmetrical world to instantly move from the central magic circle to the city, and this means that in the symmetrical world, there is something that defies physics. As So-un continued to search for information, he thought that if the world had not changed, then there must be information. After stopping spinning the mouse ring, the protagonist was surprised. The protagonist frowned after reading the information that the underworld was a realm of the abyss, and the fact that the sun of the dungeon was black did not mean that there was no light. So-un knew that the first Holy King did not miss a single day of his daily prayers on Aluna. He would leave the castle in the morning. Looking up, he would always start praying during the eclipse after lunch. The protagonist remembered that in order to eat dinner, the saint had to return to the Holy Kingdom through an underground foggy path. After finishing reading the description, So-un said that the word dungeon did not just refer to the earth, and the description was more like a symmetrical world. Frowning, the boy read that the first Holy King walked back and forth between Asra and Aluna every day, and if this was true, then there was a path back to Asra in the symmetrical world. At this time, a silhouette was visible on the floor of the Holy Kingdom's Grand Chapel. The old man was kneeling, thinking that Aluna had been taken away by the abyss, so he did not understand how this could happen. Without opening his eyes, he thought that without Aluna, there would be a big problem in using the divine power, and this would lead to the collapse of the Holy Kingdom and the entire situation of the heavens. The old man kept his arms crossed, thinking that he had to think of a way. Without getting up, he wondered how this could even happen in his generation. At that moment, a bright beam of light appeared next to him, pointing upward. The old man's eyes widened, carefully stepping back. The Archangel of Truth immediately appeared in front of him, raising her hand up, saying, "As expected, it is not easy to exert power using one's ego." The old man immediately fell at her feet, screaming that he never thought that she would come here right away. Coming closer, the girl said that since they had little time, she would immediately hand over the oracle to him. And somewhere there was a user with a high level of prayer, so if the old man found it, then he should ask him to pray to her, which made the grandfather widen his eyes. The Archangel of Truth folded her arms across her chest, starting to turn around. The old man suddenly asked her to wait, when suddenly she turned her gaze in surprise. Without getting up, the old man asked her to do him a favor, when suddenly the Archangel turned, wondering if he was talking about Aluna. Squinting, she asked if he really thought Aluna was important, but did not go there, fearing for his life. The grandfather's eyes widened in shock. She held the old man in her hand, while he thought that the Archangel of Truth looks into a person's heart, and if he appeared before her, there should be no shame in a person. Needing her gaze, he thought that from the very beginning the girl had seen through his ugly body, which only cared about its own well-being, and it was such a carefree thought. Hitting his forehead on the floor, he began to sincerely ask for forgiveness, because he could even sacrifice his life. Without taking her eyes off him, the Archangel said that there was still firmness in his heart, and now she understood what he wanted to say, so they would solve all the issues related to Aluna. Raising his head, the old man asked with tears in his eyes if this was true, to which the girl replied that she had thought of this very special way. Releasing a bright light, she asked to tell everyone that prayers to the heavens will never stop. The wind fluttered torn leaves in the air. The black wolf actively sniffed the ground, when suddenly he raised his head up in surprise. Above him, he saw Louise, who was covering large distances at high speed because they began to move again. The girl looked away and told her friend that the monsters weren't attacking them, to which Xiaoan, who was inside her, replied that it seemed to be because there was no risk of being attacked in this place. He stared ahead, adding that the destination was the foggy road. It was the way to return to the symmetrical world in Asrain, which he found on the internet. This road was also the walking path of the first king. It is said to be the passage to the symmetrical world, connecting Aluna and Asrain. Traveling back and forth on foot from Asrain to Aluna is not absurd. It was made possible by the symmetrical world. A bright beam of light was shining from one planet to the other. After that, the protagonist did an additional search for the keyword foggy road, and he even managed to find a map of the symmetrical world, so there was no reason to hesitate anymore. A few minutes later, Louise stopped when she saw a portal in the distance. The protagonist looked at the runic inscriptions on the pillars and said to himself that he was worried about what to do if this road suddenly disappeared, but fortunately, it was still there. According to the data, this place is related to the Holy Realm. It is night there now. It is a safe time before sunrise. These thoughts made him smile. As a friend, he lowered the corners of his lips and said to himself that all that was left was to return to Asrain and Louise. Without finishing, the girl began to jump on the levitating plates, and he said that it was soon time to return to Asrain, and he asked just in case if she has a place to go after returning. Hearing this, Louise stopped, and then her friend said that if not, she would live with him. Hearing this, the girl raised her hands in shock and asked him with a shaking voice what he was saying. When she approached the portal, he said that he was only asking her if she would like to join his guild. If he created one, he would forbid outsiders from entering, and she would no longer be followed, and she would be able to go outside at night when there was no sun, and he would also make a big house so that she would not be bored. He smiled warmly as he said this. Hearing all this, the girl wiped her tears and happily said that this was a very big gift. Then she took a step towards the portal, and the guy inside her said that she would not just rest there, because he would not let her waste his food, to which she replied that this was not bad either. After saying this, she entered the portal. In Asrain, a bright moon was floating in the sky. The girl, upon returning, raised her eyebrows in admiration at what she saw. She looked at the city at night and quietly said that it was so beautiful. Xiaoan appeared next to her and said that there was a lot to see here even when there was no sun, so there was no need to stay locked up. Hearing this, the girl put her hand to her chest and quietly said that it was really nice here. A light, cool wind continued to carry the torn leaves of the trees through the air, and the protagonist cancelled the Dark Awakening event. His empathy increased by 32 points, and his soul resonated with darkness. On the door was written Guild Management Bureau. The man extended his hand forward, saying that the creation of the guild and the purchase of a private room were complete, to which the protagonist smiled, thanking him because first of all, as soon as he returned to Asrain, he created a guild. The name of their guild was Shadow, and the base was in Ladern, a city in the Kingdom of Darkness. Soan walked down the street, thinking that the reason for establishing a base there was simple, since as its name suggests, it was a city that stayed bright even at night. Smiling, he thought that he was a little worried about what Ain would say if he decided to create a guild, and was glad that everything went well. He suddenly remembered the first time he brought up this topic, where he wrote that the guild members would be him, Ain, Louise, and Tartar, to which Ain replied sadly that the two of them would be enough, after which he decided to change the topic that day. The guy wrote, asking if in 3 days they would really be hanging out just the two of them, which surprised the girl. The guy wrote that Tartar said that he couldn't come, and he remembered about the festival and even bought a ticket for transportation, which made Ain start to smile happily, while Soan scratched his head in confusion, wondering if everything really went well. Walking forward, the guy thought that he recruited Louise as a guild member and moved into a private room. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, asking if it was really here, to which Soan replied with a smile, "That's right," pointing to the private room of the guild, the total cost of which is about 500,000 gold. The protagonist said that this is now her home. Louise looked up, with a trembling voice, saying that there is an artificial sun above them. The girl enjoyed its beauty, while Soan turned away, smiling, thinking that since Louise can't see the sun, he installed an artificial one. Entering inside, she happily shouted that the house is really big. Looking around, the girl said that there are a lot of rooms, when suddenly the guy smiled, asking if since the house costs 50,000, will she be able to clean it, which left Louise speechless. Soan smiled, asking her to make herself at home while he went to sleep, thinking that although the house cost a little more, it was, as expected, a goodbye. Louise happily jumped onto the sofa, and the guy then logged out. The sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. The protagonist remembered how he finished everything and immediately fell asleep, and it was already evening when he opened his eyes. Grinning, Soan thought that he was absent from class again, so he was not sure if he had received an academic warning. Getting out of bed, the protagonist decided to eat first and think about everything that had happened up until now. While eating, he thought that if he thought about it like that, he was lucky. Lost in his memories, Soan thought that Ain followed his instructions until the very end. The guys bought them time even though they knew it was dangerous, and even Salon, who gave him permission to assimilate when they first met. Smiling, the boy thought that he had succeeded thanks to their help, and he couldn't believe that he was so proud even though he had only saved one NPC. Looking down, he thought that it was just one NPC. Thinking back, he wondered how he was able to feel all of Louise's emotions. He remembered even when he saw the soldier commit suicide at the Duke's convention. Of course he was shocked, but not to this extent, but the girl's death was different. As he replayed Louise's image in his mind, Soan wondered if it was because of their proximity, or because he had known her for a long time, or if the sensory assimilation setting allowed him to feel all of her emotions in real time. Thinking about the girl's tears, the protagonist thought that for them, Asrain was just a virtual reality, but it must give the NPCs a real world. Leaning his elbows on his knees, Soan thought, so the feelings that were transmitted to him through assimilation felt like the emotions of a real person. After a while, the guy entered the house, saying that he was back. Entering the room, Soan wanted to say that he had waited for a long time. Frozen in place, he saw Louise sleeping, saying that it seemed that she was also very tired, thinking that no matter how realistic Asrain was, a game is a game, so all users do not take the death of an NPC seriously. Covering the girl with a blanket, the guy thought that he still felt it, the feeling that Louise experienced when she almost died. Turning back, the protagonist said that they need to prepare. The next morning, Louise put her hand to her chest and happily said that this is very cool. She looked at the powerful energy of the abyss enveloping her friend and asked what it was, to which he replied, a new skill. He stood not far in front of her. After creating the private room guild, he continued to spend time testing and researching skills. It took a whole day to study the skills that changed when changing jobs, the skills he acquired, and all the combinations. Suddenly, someone stood up behind him. At the same moment, Soan heard a familiar voice, which he immediately turned towards. Ain happily waved her hand at him and shouted that she ran over as soon as she joined the guild, because by the time the protagonist's research was completed, she had resurrected. A few seconds later, she began to look around, asking if her friend had created a battle arena, to which he lowered his head and quietly said that this was all she could think about, and then asked if she wanted to fight him once. A few minutes later, they stood in the arena facing each other. When the countdown began, the girl stood in a stance and asked what was wrong with him. He even offered to fight himself, but she liked it. There were only a few seconds left before the fight, and Soan replied that he wanted to try and master a new skill. As soon as the fight began, they both rushed forward, creating a powerful surge of energy under them. Ain began to swing her fiery fists, but her opponent deftly dodged everything. Louise stood to the side and watched everything with a smile on her face. Suddenly, a drop of cold sweat appeared on her face, and she quietly said that she would never be able to keep up with them. Ain suddenly jumped at the protagonist, shouting that if he did not show her his new ability, everything would soon be over, and as long as he was a support, he would not be able to defeat her. As she said this, 4 fiery attacks flew straight at Soyeon's face. A terrifyingly powerful explosion was heard, and the girl jumped further. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked back and said to herself that she did not feel the attack, in which case it was the absorption he used earlier. At this time, the protagonist was completely enveloped in the power of the abyss. At the same time, he appeared right in front of his opponent's face, and Ain realized that this was a completely different skill. The guy stretched out his hand forward, releasing all his terrifying power in the form of a huge stream of dark magic. Blocking the attack with her hands, the girl flew back, after which a notification appeared in front of her that their soul was bound by shadows, which meant that her speed was reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Seeing this, she raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if this was really a debuff skill. Before she could do anything, the protagonist appeared in front of her face again. At the very last second, Ain managed to dodge. With fear in her eyes, the girl looked at her opponent and asked if these were really 2 attacks in a row. She barely escaped from it, adding that she needed to quickly prepare for a counterattack. Seoyeon stood not far from her with his hand outstretched. A powerful abyssal energy was gathering within her. Seeing this, Ain was shocked and asked herself how often this skill could be used. The duel ended with Ain's defeat, who folded her arms in front of her chest, indignantly asking what kind of skill the guy had learned. Raising her hand, she asked if it wasn't a cooldown error using the same skill 3 times, while Soyeon thought that Ain thought he had used the same skill multiple times during the duel, but in fact, they were different skills. When using the first skill, the protagonist thought that the first was a shadow shield, an improved version of the first second absorption, and having a skill that absorbs damage and converts it into magical energy. He can create a sword of darkness with an attack power equal to the stored magical energy. Recalling the second skill, he thought it was a shadow run, a skill that leaves an afterimage. The third skill was a shot of darkness into the soul. It puts a debuff on the movement speed of the enemy it hits, and it is a ghost run. The protagonist explained that the last skill was an illusion run, which has no special power and it imitates the last skill used. Scratching his head, Soyeon replied that the movements and effects are similar, but they were different skills. Exhaling, the guy thought, judging by what he saw, this bundle is perfect. Shadows, illusions, and even the sword of darkness, this is the perfect choice of the 3 options. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist thought that after this, Ain listened to all the explanations about the skill, persistently asked for a rematch. After a while, they had a rematch, which lasted for several hours. Ain quickly used a new skill and finished the fight with 5 wins and 5 losses, and that's how time passed. Salon looked at Soyeon on the friend list. He excitedly put his fist to his chin and asked why the guy hadn't read it yet, since it had been 4 days since Salon sent the protagonist a friend request. The guy frowned, remembering the day they were together, entrusting their souls to each other since he thought they had become much closer. Falling to his knees, he couldn't believe that Soyeon still hadn't confirmed his friend request. Sitting at the bar, he tearfully thought that maybe he should have accepted the summoning from another guild. At this time, the protagonist was in the duel arena to get practical experience with the skills he had learned. In fact, Soyeon didn't ignore Salon since he didn't even know that a friend request had arrived. The guy's only friend since he was in ours was Ain, and he usually doesn't check his friends list, so he didn't know that a request had arrived. Drinking down his sorrows, Salon couldn't even know about it since he indignantly thought that he was strong enough. After a while, he received a message, and suddenly the guy jumped up from his chair in surprise. After looking at the message, he saw an invitation to the Asrain Festival. Asking what kind of invitation it was, now that he thinks about it, it seems like there were rumors that the developer will be holding an offline event soon. Salon opened the message, grinning as he read that he was chosen as a VIP in the festival, and the main condition was to enter the top 100 in the Hall of Fame and become a special user. It also said that many users are interested in news from Salon, and VIPs who participate in several interviews will receive special prizes, so they asked the guy to participate in the festival and introduce Salon to users around the world. The guy continued to read that during the festival, he can also get special benefits, and the location is Korea, and for VIP users, all expenses are supported, including plane tickets. Salon's face changed when he saw that the festival is held in Korea. Lost in his memories, he thought, if he thought about it, he heard that the previous game was only available in Korea, and since Seoan was a ranker in the previous game, he must be Korean, and he must have received an invitation to the festival long ago. Suddenly, the boy stood up from the table. Walking towards the exit, Salon thought menacingly that he should meet the protagonist in person, and he decided to participate in the festival to become the face of Seoan. Rihanna looked ahead, saying that they were not placed in the Hall of Fame, but they did not receive an invitation, which means that their guild is quite famous. With her hands on her hips, she asked if they would go to Korea. The boys smiled, answering that they would gladly go there. The guildmaster smiled, suggesting that they all go and have fun, when Reina asked with a smile if the boys thought that their guild leader would also be looking for talent, and so a new discussion about the Asrain festival began. The man exhaled heavily, asking if it was already tomorrow, since he had barely finished preparing. Looking at the panel, he said that he was not sure that he would ever be able to do anything more in his life in the future, when he was suddenly asked if this would be a shock like the Industrial Revolution or the Internet. Someone in the crowd said that tomorrow would be a new turning point for humanity. Without turning around, the leader said that the last check had gone well. Turning around, he asked with a smile if the boys were ready to surprise the world. In the real world, the sun was shining brightly, and from the massive house, a man shouted that it was wonderful. On the big TV, a video was playing of Salon defeating the Reaper, and someone watching the video was asking if the combo thief really had such a good ability. It was just amazing physical strength. A man with stubble on his face was watching the video and asking how this was possible. It was director Stephen Young, who folded his arms and asked if this was really a game. Imagining Salon swinging his blades in all directions, he said that a player who perfectly embodies the action he would like to embody, even the existence of non-player characters that do not look like artificial intelligence. Having said this, he imagined Louise praying. Flicking his fingers, he wondered what the hell that monster Diho did. A few days later, a young couple walked out of the airport in South Korea with 2 suitcases. Steven smiled widely and said that he only had CGI work left, so he could check it later, and then added that he did not think he had felt such excitement since his youth. The Asarian festival in Busan, there were a lot of people there. The protagonist stood by a large statue and said to himself that this was the festival where they were supposed to meet Ain. On the phone, the girl asked him where he was, to which he replied that he was in front of a large statue of an angel. Then he lowered the phone and said that they were supposed to meet after a long time, but there were a lot of people. Suddenly, he saw a short girl who was standing with her back to him. Then he called her by her nickname in the game, and she immediately turned around. Seeing her friend, she rushed to him, saying that he had come after all, to which he drew attention to her style. The girl lowered her mask and said with a smile on her face that she always walked like this. Hearing this, he remembered his partner, shrouded in fire, and said to himself that, unlike him, she is now famous in many ways, so it is natural to cover her face like this. After these thoughts, he exhaled heavily and said that there was nothing to be done, to which she replied that if she didn't, it would be noisy. She suddenly laughed and, leaning towards her friend, asked if it was really him, to which he, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked if she really thought he was a fake, since he looked the same as in the game. People around them began to look at them strangely, guessing something. Seoan noticed this and said that they needed to leave quickly. Ain took out her phone and said that this was why she wanted him not to appear in the video, because if now only she was known, then what would happen if his appearance became famous too? After a short pause, she suddenly exclaimed that she had a VIP invitation and free food, so she would treat them, to which the guy leaned towards her and asked in surprise, "Really?" Taking her phone, he saw that his girlfriend was given the advantage for users who received a VIP invitation, such as free accommodation, transportation, and event goods, which made him furiously frown and ask why he didn't receive a VIP invitation. Seoan's game is definitely at a level where he can be chosen as a VIP. Robert, one of the main developers, had been monitoring his game all day, but the problem was that it was the management team, not the development team, who chose the users to send invitations to, so the main character's appearance, which was always hidden by assimilation, was not revealed in the game and did not attract attention. The guy scrolled through his girlfriend's phone with shock in his eyes. After a short pause, he calmed down a little and said that if he hadn't started as a support. But before he finished, he looked at his girlfriend in surprise and asked if she really used her real name as an ID, to which she replied yes. Seeing her friend's shocked look, the girl turned away and asked in confusion what was wrong with that. Didn't he do the same thing? Seoan's eyes went blank and he said to himself that he only took part of the name, while she was using the same name and even her face was exactly the same. He looked at his friend who was looking away and wondered if she was being too careless about leaking personal information. After a few seconds, he said that if he thought about it, it was true, which made Ain look at him in surprise. Smiling, the protagonist said that he also used the full part of his name. Exhaling, the guy thought, even if she was good at the game, Ain was Ain, and in order not to cause a big problem, it was better not to touch her. Arriving at the cafe, the guys gradually began to enjoy the festival. Walking along the street, they stopped at a small shop. The girl happily hugged the toy, sincerely thanking Seoan. After some time had passed, they were leaving the event while Ain smiled and said that she had fun. With her hands behind her back, the girl turned to the protagonist and asked if he was having fun, to which the guy nodded with a smile. Thinking that Ain was obviously tired because people recognized her every time they passed by, surprisingly, it seemed like she had encountered this kind of situation a lot. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that the girl was just enjoying the festival, and when he thought about the hardships she had to go through after becoming famous, he felt sorry. Smiling, Seo-eun thought that he should be nicer to her from now on, and then asked where they should go next. Turning to the side, he noticed a Stardust poster, asking if there was a betting booth here. Ji-hoon smiled widely, asking why the protagonist came here. Seo-eun smiled and replied that he came to see if the guy was still there, to which Ji-hoon opened his mouth, asking if Ain was by any chance next to him. The protagonist changed the topic, asking how he was doing in the professional team, to which the guy raised his hand, replying that it was the same and he was nervous lately because of the competition rules. Without looking away, he added that the official competition rules would be announced for the first time, and their gaming team was in charge of showcasing tomorrow's competition, and there were rumors that they were continuing to level the characteristics. The people next to them suddenly started to look surprised, asking if it was really Asrain Live that had uploaded this, and not another channel. The protagonist turned around, asking if the guy had mentioned that there was an important notice today, to which Ji-hoon nodded, replying that there was time. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, asking why Diho was here, and they also said that he was Asrain's general manager, when suddenly Seo-eun's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist thought that Diho was a legend of modern science, and he was a genius of the century, who received 3 Nobel Prizes in completely different fields. In Korea and in the world there is almost no person who would not know his name. The guy remembered how the scientist, whenever Diho announced the results of his research, the whole world was shocked, and it is surprising that he is the general manager of Asrain and himself makes such an important announcement. Diho stood at the table, smiling sarcastically. Squinting, the man said that Asrain is not a world created for gaming purposes, but Asrain was developed as a simulator for research. He explained that although the world of Asrain has a feature called magical power, but in principle, the game, all physical laws and elements existing in the world are realized. Simply put, it is a reproduction of a world identical to reality. Turning to his colleagues, Diho said that they managed to reproduce experiments in Asrain that are almost impossible in modern science. For example, recreating the birth of the universe. The man extended his hand and added that each world required countless calculations to create, so they came up with another way. He added that the calculation of the settings would be improved by borrowing Asra's settings, and in particular, they brought back the memories and settings of the highest level transcendence and applied them to the artificial intelligence. Adjusting his glasses, Diho said that as a result, Asrain and Asra's worlds flowed in similar directions. Frowning, the man said that there was no interference from the developers other than the basic settings. The audience listened attentively as the man said that simulators were already expanding their worldview to form an ideal world, and this was a clear difference from Asra, when suddenly a loud cry was heard from the crowd. The guy raised his hand, saying that he knew Asrain was an excellent simulator, and then asked why he released it as a game. Diho looked away, thinking. He scratched his head, answering that they also needed to earn money for research, which made the boy shrug his shoulders. The guildmaster put his hand to his chin, listening carefully as Diho said with a laugh, "Isn't business the best way to earn a day?" Putting his hand aside, the man said that there would be a presentation on this at the conference tomorrow, while the master looked ahead, thinking that he didn't think that was it, even though it was something similar to the internet. As he left the hall, the man thought that maybe something out of this world was born now. Diho's presentation about Asrain Online completely shook the world, causing news headlines to appear everywhere. Whether it was possible to edit the universe from its birth, or whether it was not just a game but a giant simulator, many organizations realized how this game could be used. NAXA announced plans to establish a laboratory in Asrain. The large school building was illuminated by the sun, and the leading domestic universities also awarded the Asrain laboratory with a gold star. Diho had a smile on his face. There were many opinions on this matter, but he announced that they would not impose restrictions on the use of this game. In the evening, the protagonist and his partner were in the park. Even in this situation, he did not think much about it, because in the end it was a game. Ain suddenly took out her phone and asked her friend to look at the notifications of the competition. Stopping, the guy leaned over and said that the rules are rules, but it seems that the tournament management has the authority. This means that the development team and the management team are completely separate. The development team shook hands with the management team. Seo-eun took his friend's phone in his hand and added that if you look at today's presentation, then in fact Diho and his research team developed Asrain in this way. It seems that the management team cannot interfere with Asrain's activities, but is responsible for various plans, including competitions. Hearing this, Ain rolled her eyes and said that it was hard to understand, to which the guy replied that there was no need to think about it too deeply. The girl suddenly raised her head and quietly said that it was already evening anyway, to which he noted that it was true. Ain suddenly asked him what he was going to do today, to which he raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't know yet, since Ji-hoon said that he would show him the game tomorrow, and then wondered if he should stay here for another day then. Hearing this, Ain turned to him with a smile on her face. She then stuck out her finger and asked if his level would drop if he took a day off, since when would that day come. When he didn't agree, she took out her phone and asked if he needed help finding a place to stay, to which he asked in confusion what she was talking about. The girl then revealed that she was a VIP user who received free accommodation for 4 people, so she would help him with that. Hearing this, the protagonist gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that his girlfriend was the best, and so they headed to the hotel. There, they accessed the game using the capsule they were given in their room, and enjoyed hunting and dueling until 4 in the morning. At this time, in the competition operation room, the developers were looking at the screen in shock and asking each other how this happened. Suddenly, the chairman came in and asked what was going on. He came closer to them, put his hand to his chin and asked if this was the competition server they made this time, if there was a variable. Suddenly, he saw a big red triangle and said to himself that the Asrain competition was taking place in a space independent of the game server. In other words, the 2 worlds were separate spaces that could not interfere with each other, but someone had created a crack in the competition server, making it possible for interference, and the entity that created the crack was the truth. Then the man smiled and said that he didn't mean for it to be like this, but it was interesting. After a short pause, he straightened up and said that they should just leave it like this, causing his colleague to point her finger at the screen and scream, asking if they should really leave it like this. The chairman, putting his hands behind his back, began to leave, firmly answering yes, while saying in his head that if he did this, then the planning would certainly go faster. The second day of the Asrain festival had arrived, fireworks were exploding in the sky, confetti was flying everywhere, and a loud voice was shouting that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, and therefore the first stage of the Asrain Online esports competition was beginning. A bright blue light was shining from the spotlights. After these words, a virtual arena appeared. The spectators joyfully shouted and waved their fists when the host shouted that they were introducing them to the 2 teams that would decorate this event today, Stardust and Green Air. The first team, Stardust, appeared in the arena in the forest, which included Jahan and Gianni, and opposite them, the Air Green team appeared. The teams looked at each other when suddenly they began to announce the first game, and the key word of the new official Asrain competition is Siege. The host explained the rules, that the game is played in a 5-on-5 team battle format, and the game is divided into attack and defense teams, and is played until 5 wins. The team watched from afar, listening. If the base is captured or the defense is successful within 30 minutes, then the offense and defense are switched. The team on the tower looked down, hearing that the team that deals the most damage or captures the base faster within the set time wins. Pointing to the screen, the host said that for the sake of fairness, the stats and skill points of all participating users will be listed on it, and it seems that everyone is set to level 100. Pointing to the side, he said that each faction is equipped with defensive towers and various soldiers, and each team must use all of these elements in the terrain to achieve victory. So-on and Hades took their seats as they came to the stadium to watch Yehun's game. Lost in thought, the protagonist thought that the practitioner and Ginny learned something from him, even if the others did not know it. He put his hand on his chin and thoughtfully said that after the guild was created, Ginny tried her best to come to the private rooms and study, and how could she lose? The boy looked at her carefully, thinking that he should see how much she had grown, while Ain thought that he was expecting a lot. The host immediately announced the first round, when suddenly the teams rushed forward. Watching the boy, he shouted that the Stardust practitioner was rushing into battle with great speed from the very beginning. Frowning, the boy began to create an afterimage, surprising everyone. His opponent grabbed his weapon tightly, thinking if this was not a move by Lathais, then decided to focus on defense and then counterattack. The boy jumped up, confidently swung his sword, and then landed, and the host announced that he attacked from above and below at the same time, and this was the first kill in an instant. Ginny grabbed the staff, saying that now was her chance, as she would use a speed buff. Her teammates smiled widely. Chaser jumped up and quickly jumped through the trees, quickly penetrating the rear of the Green Air camp. The pink-haired girl quickly ran forward, looking at the fight behind her in fear. Chaser landed on the ground with a sly smile, after which the host shouted that it was a great player kill. Seo-on leaned his head on his hand, saying that it was the first time he saw this guy, but he was good. After that, the game went in favor of Stardust, and they quickly captured the base and began to defend. Green Air fought hard, but could not capture the Stardust base, losing one game after another, and the same thing happened in the following matches. The stick suddenly cracked and the Green Air phrase was immediately broken. Team Stardust confidently went forward, because the match ended in their victory, because the guys won dry. The participants shook hands, after which the protagonist asked Ain how she liked the game and whether it was interesting. Holding his hand to his face, the guy asked if everything would be okay, since the overall skill level of the users was increasing, to which the girl raised her index finger up, answering that there were many children who imitated her before, but both then and now, this does not change the fact that no one can defeat them. Looking at the lightning that flashed in the sky, Soan said that if the guys fought them, it would be fun. An explosion flew into the ground at high speed, causing it to fly apart into small pieces. People began to run away from the huge feathers in panic, asking if the competition was over or if this was a performance in honor of the victory. Diho smiled, saying that it was strange. The bright Archangel of Truth appeared in front of the people, saying that she was glad to see beings from another dimension. Looking forward, she introduced herself, saying that she came to convey her message to all of them. The Archangel of Truth materialized in the air and said that it was nice to meet the beings from another dimension. Seeing this, the audience raised their eyebrows in shock and asked if this was one of the Transcendental Angels, a crazy hologram creation, and if the developers had really prepared this much. At this time, the hosts rushed from side to side, shouting in shock that this event was completely unplanned, so they needed to call the developers quickly. A powerful magical energy emanated from the Archangel of Truth, and she said that it was not easy to get to another dimension. Looking at everyone present, she added that she did not have time, so she would have to quickly express her thoughts, adding that she would give them a prediction of the truth. Hearing this, Ain glanced at her friend out of the corner of her eye and asked if this was planned, to which he, without taking his eyes off the angel, replied that as far as he knew, no, while wondering what the hell was going on here. The Archangel of Truth raised her hand and asked everyone to pray to her. Hearing this, Seoan raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked why, and the celestial being added that she knew that the users were not interested in praying, but there would come a day when they would need to. As soon as she said this, the bright warm light around her became even brighter. At the moment when she was engulfed in a bright beam of light, she lastly asked them to pray for this day, because soon they would know why it was necessary. At this time, Yihun looked away in surprise and asked what happened while they were logging out. The protagonist put his hand to his chin after seeing this and said to himself that this was something strange. Although this was a pre-arranged event, it felt like the truth was not interested in him at all. It felt like it had rushed into the stadium just to tell the users what it needed, and then he wondered if the game NPC had realized reality and came to them out of necessity. At this time, the chairman was looking at the many screens in the developer's office. He recalled all the NPCs he had created, and said to himself that they were still called demi-humans. They were creatures that continued to imitate humans within the established rules, but could not expand their range of perception. However, the second-generation artificial intelligence, developed based on the principle of the brain, has a completely different method of operation than before. The man smiled broadly, adding, perception, thinking, judgment, and even what is called emotion. Of course, now this was only applied to a small number of NPCs. Introducing the Archangel and the Great Demon, he said that this was applied specifically to them, because the more important the NPC in the worldview, the higher the level of artificial intelligence given to it. Shards fell from the sky, and he added that what happened today was caused solely by artificial intelligence. People encountered moments when NPCs expanded their own consciousness. After this incident, numerous articles began to appear on the internet, and so far, enthusiastic reactions have continued to this day. In Asrain, there really is a new official quest, the Archangel of Truth quest. To enter the conditions, you need to meet at least one parameter. Either get into the top 500 in empathy for the week, or the overall empathy rating is top 500. Almost all the players were discussing it en masse. In addition, the Holy Kingdom is experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Everyone was praying in the church. The head priest looked at the people from the side and said that with the loss of Aluna, their heavenly power had weakened, but she planned to use users to compensate for it. The old man smiled with tears in his eyes and said that indeed her words were not wrong. But on the other hand, the NPC invasion is actually not a joke. In reality, Salon was at a festival. He recalled the arrival with the Archangel of Truth and said to himself that they said that the second-generation artificial intelligence, and then asked if it was true that they could imitate the same judgments and emotions as humans. Remembering Louise, he said to himself that if he thought about it, the child he met in Aluna, he had a completely different expression from the other NPCs. Maybe. But before he could finish speaking, he frowned in displeasure and exclaimed that now was not the time. He remembered how the protagonist had recently assimilated with his soul, which allowed him to open up limitless possibilities and paths, so now it was more important for him to become friends with Soyeon. Starting to look around, the guy thought, now that Ain was famous, she couldn't help but receive an invitation, and even if Soyeon didn't come to the festival, she should. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Noticing similar silhouettes in the crowd, he thought that he had found them. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Salon thought that now all that was left was for the girl to recognize him, and he needed to hurry before she disappeared into the crowd. Grinning, he quickly ran forward. Ain suddenly appeared behind him, furious, asking if he was a stalker and why he was following her. The protagonist's eyes widened as he approached the guy. The guys took the guy to a nearby bench, who was anxiously searching for a translator on his phone, as this was a big problem, since not only did they not become friends, they also wanted to send him to the police station. Seo-an kept looking at the guy, saying that he seemed like a good person, to which Ain turned a displeased look at him, asking him not to think so just because he was a foreigner, while Salon was sweating excitedly, wondering why the translator wasn't working at such an important moment. The protagonist pursed his lips, wondering if this was a foreigner who didn't even speak Korean, who was following him and Ain, and even came to the festival. Continuing to peer into his face, Seo-an thought he saw him, when he suddenly shouted loudly that he had made up something. Smiling, the protagonist asked if it was Salon in front of him, to which the guy began to answer yes in English. Without taking his eyes off him, Seo-an remembered that they had met on Ilan, while Salon, with a tear in his eye, happily thought that the guy remembered him. Starting to look at the guys one by one, the guy thought that he needed to calm down, because the misunderstanding was resolved, and he wanted to remember the purpose of coming to Korea. He brought his fist to his mouth and coughed into it. Turning on the translator on his phone, Salon began to say with a smile on his face that that day was amazing. Seo-an turned to him, saying that he was very sorry that because of him, the guy died back then, when suddenly Salon gave a thumbs up, answering that he also learned a lot of techniques, after which the protagonist thanked him for these words. Salon smiled and said that thanks to this, he received a fee for performing from the radio station that was filming at the time, when suddenly Seo-an was horrified, to which the guy calmed him down, saying that he couldn't have done it on his own, so the reason he found Seo-an was to pass on something. The protagonist scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Looking at the phone, Salon said that he would have died anyway without being able to do anything, and it was thanks to Seo-an that he attracted their attention. Smiling, he thought that the atmosphere was gradually getting better. Turning to the protagonist, he suddenly seriously asked if he had a guild, to which Seo-an firmly replied that he was the leader of the guild. Salon smiled, asking if he could register for it, after which the guy's expression changed, his eyes widening. Salon smiled in confusion, saying that it was so-so to say that to himself, but a talent like his was rare, then asked if the guild's strength wouldn't be significantly stronger. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, wondering if the guy suddenly wanted to join their guild, and if it was a user like Salon, then it would be good. Then thoughtfully replied that there were conditions for joining their guild, and the first was that he would have to hand over full control of his skills during assimilation. Salon raised his hand, replying that he had already tried that, so it wouldn't be a problem. Then Seo-an said the second, that the videos taken during assimilation required a 50/50 split of the profits. Ain turned to the protagonist, whispering that it seemed like the ratio was different, then the guy smiled, saying that there was a final third condition. Looking away, he thought that this was the simplest, but most important condition. Lost in thought, Seo-an wondered if he could completely trust this person. Of course he trusted Ain more than anyone. He trusted Tartar because he could feel his passion. Looking at Salon, who was happy, he wondered if he could really trust him. Thinking back to the past, he thought about how Salon gave his body for free and helped a lot in saving Louise, and also, through assimilation, his emotions could be felt. Seo-an was completely lost in thought, rubbing his chin with his finger. Smiling, he suddenly said that Salon had passed, thinking that he definitely felt that he was a person worthy of trust. Clenching his hands into fists, Salon shouted joyfully. Jumping up, he shouted that he had succeeded, and this was the moment when Salon's entry into the Shadow Guild was confirmed. Mayday from the Dark Guild was among all this crowd. She recalled that when she first arrived at the festival, a man approached her and said that he was constantly watching her guild, so now she works every day, although she went to have fun. She lowered her head, exhaled heavily, and asked if this was the fate of the number 1 guild, adding that nothing could be done about it because the guild leader was probably very busy too. When suddenly she heard a familiar cry from the side and turned there. Not far from her, she saw Salon, who at that time joined the protagonist's Shadow Guild. Then she remembered how he refused their invitation to join their guild. And while she was talking about this, she suddenly saw Ain sitting next to her on a bench. Then the girl remembered their first meeting during the assault on the Pillar of Light and said to herself that this moment when they collided still lived in her memory, and she could not forget this sight. Leaving the memories, she covered her mouth with her hand and said that Salon and Ain were in the same guild. A few seconds later, she hid behind a tree and turned on the translator, saying to herself that first she needed to listen more carefully to what they were talking about. Suddenly, the girl heard Salon address the guy by the nickname of the first ranker from Asrain, and, looking out from behind the tree in surprise, she asked what he just said. She looked at the protagonist and wondered if this was the same first ranker from Asrain Online, but she was sure that there was only one who walked with Ain. Mayday continued to watch them closely, saying to herself that judging by their conversation, it seemed like the protagonist also played Asrain, and to be honest, she had never seen his face before, and then asked herself if this meant that he had not yet started to actively play in the game. The guys began to leave, and the girl followed them, saying that first she would continue to listen to their conversation. Salam looked at his friend with a smile on his face and said that his thoughts were correct, they were together at the very beginning. Then the protagonist smiled widely, leaned towards Ain and exclaimed, of course, adding that it was as if he had raised her from the very beginning. Hearing this, Mayday raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked herself why the content of the conversation was so strange. Had he and Ain always been together from the very beginning of the game? Descending into her memories, she remembered that on that day, there was only Ain at the Pillar of Light, and even when she saw her somewhere underground, full of lava, the protagonist was not visible there. Then the girl looked down at her phone and asked if the translator was working poorly, but suddenly someone tapped her on the shoulder. It was Riane. She was standing next to her and asking her friend what she was doing. After all, they had been looking for her for some time. Had she really forgotten about the sponsor group dinner and the presentation? Mayday asked for a minute and looked up, but there was no one there. Rihanna looked in the same direction and asked if she was looking for something, to which she replied no, while simultaneously saying in her head that she had missed them for a moment, but they needed to talk about the main character once the information was collected. Night fell. On the second evening of the festival, Sohan returned home. Before parting, Ain said that she wanted to hang out for another day, but the guy with an awkward smile on his face suggested that they do a quest together in Asrain because he didn't think spending another day at the festival was a good idea. Putting his hand on his neck, he added that Asrain was a game, but after the videos started uploading, it became work, and if he wanted to stay on top, he couldn't be lazy. After saying these words, he logged into the game and found himself in front of his private darkness guild house and asked if his partner hadn't arrived yet. Then he entered the house and, turning to Louise, asked if she had a good time. Suddenly, the girl turned to him with a rabbit in her hands and joyfully exclaimed, yes, adding that he was in the garden. Raising his hand to his chin, the protagonist asked himself whether Louise was of the first and a half or second generation, adding that since only transcendents are considered the second generation, she must be of the first and a half generation, the first and a half generations. Although she experienced such vivid emotions, this is amazing technology. While he was thinking about this, a system screen appeared in front of him. It was the quest of the Archangel of Truth. Heaven is a sacred place for angels. One could only get there by completing a difficult quest on the second promotion. In the sky there was a huge city. Sohan put his hand on the girl's head and said that if it was possible to get to such a place by praying well, then everyone would do it like crazy. But of course there would be no user with a higher prayer level than him, because his inclination towards the abyss was -94, but the problem was that he could not get to heaven. Raising his hand to his chin again, he asked himself what he should do, because heaven was not a place that could be entered in such a convenient way as a knight's coffin, but he finally had a chance to get there, so it was worth at least trying. After these thoughts, he let go of his hand and said that he would go out for a while, to which the girl said that she also wanted to go. But the protagonist objected that it was morning outside and there would soon be guests, so she should keep a close eye on the house. Hearing this, the girl frowned pitifully. Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, she remembered Ain and asked if she would really come, adding that she was not cheerful at all and did not know how to play at all. To which the guy said in surprise that it seemed that Ain was trying to entertain her in her own way, after which he said that besides her, 2 more people would come, but there was no need to worry too much. Hearing this, Louise, without taking her eyes off her friend, asked if he would definitely return at night. The protagonist, slowly leaving, firmly answered yes, adding that after that they would go hunting together, at the same time saying in his head that now that Louise had reached level 200, it would be nice to go hunting from time to time. In any case, this is not the important thing now. You need to reduce the inclination number until it reaches -100. Turning away, the smile disappeared from his face, and he added that if the inclination value exceeds a 3-digit number, the ability to hide runes on the palm of your hand will disappear, so you need to avoid everything that could make the heavens declare you an enemy. A temple in a small village of the Holy Kingdom, it was dimly lit by the rays of the sun. The protagonist sat inside and his worldview gradually moved away from the abyss. He prayed and said to himself that as expected, nothing changes inclination so quickly as prayer, adding that whenever he interacts with Louise, he leans towards the abyss. This time he needs to pray to the Archangel of Truth. Someone was slowly approaching him from behind. Sohan was enveloped in a warm light and he said in his head that the feeling was a little different than when he prayed to Louise. This is a truly peaceful, benevolent feeling. This is the feeling of the Archangel. When suddenly something flashed in his head and he fearfully asked himself if this was really murderous intent. He saw contempt in the angel's hands. He felt how she threw him into the abyss and asked himself why he felt this from her. Was it really directed at people? But no, it was directed at creatures from the abyss. Suddenly, a priest approached him from behind and asked if he was a user by any chance. The guy suddenly raised his head and answered in confusion that he was a user. Hearing this, the man with the book in his hand said that he was right and it seemed that his faith was deep, after which he asked how about learning the skill from him. Hearing this, the guy smiled and joyfully shouted that he was ready to learn right now. Then the priest held out the book and said that he just happened to have it lying around here. Having said this, he handed it to Soam. Then he put his hand to his chest and explained that this magic is called illumination, adding that no matter what trouble he got into, the heavenly light will protect him. Hearing this, the main character smiled awkwardly and asked himself if he really interrupted his prayer for something like this, and the priest asked him to try the skill right now. Then the guy held out his hand and said that he would try it just once. The next second, a small flame appeared in his hand, but suddenly it turned into a bright warm light. The priest raised his hand in shock and exclaimed that this is it. At this time, the sun was shining brightly in the Holy Kingdom and the Pope was saying that the one who would save the heavens would arrive with the greatest light. He stood on the balcony and added that soon large and small beams of light would bloom all over the world. The old man looked into the distance, saying that users with a high level of empathy would come and pray. That was her will. A bright warm light was released from the windows of the church. The protagonist was surrounded by priests who were shouting that this light must belong to the user mentioned in the oracle, so they must immediately take him to the main temple. Hearing this, the guy knitted his eyebrows and suspiciously asked himself what was going on. What kind of oracle? Where were they taking him? The Holy Kingdom, the main temple, the rays of the sun were reflected from it. There, Soan showed the light that he had previously shown in the church, and all the priests who saw it said that he was the user mentioned in the oracle. Then the protagonist looked at his hand and said to himself that his light was quite bright, after which he asked himself if it was not natural. After all, the level of his prayer was quite high. It was probably not a special skill. When suddenly the old man grabbed his hand and asked if he could follow them for a while, to which the guy quickly agreed, while wondering in his head if they had not discovered that he was from the abyss. Hearing the consent, the priests turned around and began to leave, calling him to follow them. Less than a minute later, the massive doors slammed shut. The protagonist stood in front of two huge statues of archangels, and behind him were many priests. The guy looked around and said to himself that this was the sanctuary of the holy state. Why did he come to where the Pope prays? Suddenly, the priest to his left closed his eyes and asked him to pray. He also bowed and asked him to do so again, to which the guy said to himself that he believed he was sincere, since he even said please. He then raised his head up and said to himself that he didn't know why he suddenly had to pray, but since he had come this far, he had no choice. The priests were watching him from the side and asking if this user was really the one. The Pope suddenly walked up to them and asked how things were going, to which the male priest looked back at him and said that he had just started praying. The old man squinted and said quietly, just like that, while also saying to himself that the skill would shine brighter the higher the empathy level. He thought that users with high empathy were saints or priests. The Pope stared at the protagonist who was kneeling and thought that he couldn't believe that a man who had a strong abyssal energy was producing so much light, and then asked himself if this user could be the protagonist of the oracle who would save the heavens. Just as he was thinking this, an incredibly powerful pillar of magical light struck not far in front of the guy. Seeing him, Seolan raised his head in shock. In front of him, he saw the Archangel of Truth. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and he excitedly asked himself if she had suddenly descended in response to his prayer. The Archangel of Truth smiled warmly as he looked at the protagonist, who was thinking that the truth was that she could see through a person's heart, and it was better to be careful from now on, but unexpectedly for him, she said that she knew everything. Hearing this, the guy frowned tensely, not knowing what to say. Then the Archangel of Truth put her hand on his chest and laughed, saying that there was no need to be nervous since she knew that his heart was not meant for the abyss. She kept looking at him, saying that it was strange, and then asked why he had such a strong inclination towards the abyss. The Archangel approached him, asking why, since he did not have an evil heart and did not worship the abyss. Even in Yilong, he used all his strength to help the heavens. The Archangel of Truth hovered above the floor, asking if his inclination was caused by failure. The Archangel of Truth put her hand on the protagonist's head, saying that she would erase his past. After saying that she forgives all his sins, a bright flash filled the surroundings. The Pope raised his eyebrows in shock and said to himself, is the Archangel really using her power for a mere person? Soan looked at the ball of light in front of him, and his inclination was thrown off by an incomprehensible force. The Archangel of Truth smiled and said that any villain can be forgiven once, but if he strays again, then this is probably his nature, adding in her mind that if things continue like this, then nothing special will happen, adding that this user will become an important help for the heavens in the future. Dripping with cold sweat, the boy looked at the heavenly being who continued to say that he should not succumb to the standards of the differences between good and evil, should move forward just like this is the best path for him, and she favors him. After saying this, she disappeared. The protagonist suddenly frowned and asked if she favors him. The priests immediately ran up to him, and he continued to look at the sky, so the Archangel of Truth completed her short descent and left. Some of the high priests seemed to sense his power and stared at his back, but since the Archangel declared that she favored him, no one stopped him from leaving. Everyone quietly stepped aside. After going outside, the protagonist put his hand to his head and said to himself that no one in Asra paid much attention to the users, and then wondered if this was also the influence of the second generation AI. Thinking of Louise, he added that he was surprised that she could actually read real thoughts. Fortunately, he desperately tried not to think about her, but since he was still unsure of Louise's identity, it would be better to hide it. After saying this, he lowered his hand and added that she said that the inclination was reset. The guy looked at his heavenly rune on his hand and said that only that remained. He then stopped, raised his head to the sky and said that if only Radiette was here. Right after Aluna's quest, he visited his residence to apologize for tricking him with assimilation. He saw an old house in the distance. Entering, he called out to Radiette, but there was no one in the house. The guy stood silently in the middle of the house. Looking around, he saw that everything was in order inside, but since no one cleaned it, valuables were missing. The protagonist remembered Radiette and said to himself that he must have returned safely from Aluna and went back to where there was no one. After that, he put his hand on the table and said that he just wanted to say thank you. Leaving the memories, he walked along the sidewalk and said to himself that since Radiette was gone, he would have to decide everything himself. First, he needed to decide what to do next. First of all, when all the guild members gathered, there was something that needed to be done with Louise. Opening the door to the private house, he said that he was back. 4 of his friends were already sitting inside, a good result for the start of the guild. Seeing the guy, Louise smiled widely and said that they were waiting for him, then asked if they would go together now. Then the protagonist closed his eyes and with a smile on his face told them to get ready and go. Then he handed the girl a scroll and told her to take it, while saying in his head that he thought that this was vital for Louise, who only had one life. He did not take his eyes off her, explaining that this was a scroll of return, which allows you to immediately return to your personal room. A bright moon floated across the night sky, and many monsters stood on the plain. They were orcs. Suddenly, a powerful pillar of abyssal energy struck their ranks. It was released by Louise, who was in the air. Seeing her, the orcs screamed furiously. Having landed, the girl killed several monsters at once with the Sword of Darkness. When they fell to the ground dead, she stopped. After all the members of the Shadow Guild gathered, a night hunt was added to Louise's daily routine. The protagonist was in it, and with his arms folded, he asked if she was scared, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that she was fine. During the first hunt, she tried to use the scroll of recall as soon as she saw the monsters, but now, after gaining experience over the past few days, the fear seemed to subside a little. Louise raised her head, seeing the shadow of a flying monster below her. The protagonist then asked if she was ready, to which she firmly answered yes, and the energy of the abyss appeared under her feet. Using the Wind of Darkness, Louise delivered a powerful kick to the enemy in a jump. Seoan turned to look at the defeated monster and said to himself that it was very good that she had already gotten used to this skill, adding that the Wind Walk, which had previously only been used as a means of transportation, had developed as a skill as Louise's level increased. The girl continued hunting, furiously killing every monster in her path, and the protagonist mentally noted that the skill named Black Wind could now be used as an attack skill thanks to the wind pressure. After a few minutes, Louise stopped and the guy opened her system window, saying that the experience level had increased by 10, while saying to himself that she was getting used to hunting and everything was going smoothly, but there was one problem. Suddenly, he clutched his heart. Louise looked at him worriedly and asked what was wrong, to which he, turning away, firmly replied that nothing special, he was just looking at the status window. Seoan then frowned and said in his mind that this pain only comes occasionally when he assimilates with Louise. It started a while ago when his affinity was reset, and while he was thinking about it, a notification appeared in front of him saying that his connection with darkness was weak, so he should be careful because if the connection was lost, the target on the other side would be engulfed by darkness. Then he said that as expected, his affinity was affecting Louise. He then imagined the girl and said in his mind that he was sure that darkness had settled in her subconscious, and the moment he changed jobs, the keyword darkness was added to Louise into his Shadow Linker status window, the job he got thanks to Louise, and if the link was about him and Louise connecting, then she would definitely feel this pain too. After leaving his thoughts, he closed his eyes and said with a slight smile on his face that if that was the case, then there was nothing to think about from the beginning, while saying in his head that perhaps, ever since he first met Louise, he had always been walking along the path of the abyss. After these thoughts, the protagonist asked the girl to take control, causing Louise to raise her eyebrows in surprise. The guy folded his hands and said that he would just pray for a while, after which his abyss affinity changed to -1 when suddenly he was informed that he had chosen the abyss faction. After Louise prayed, another notification appeared in front of the guy, informing him that his connection with the darkness had been restored. After that, he folded his arms across his chest, appeared next to the girl and said, "That's it." He then left her body and said that it was time to go home, while saying in his head that in the last game, he achieved his strength through the heavens, and this time he could try the abyss, and that was why a new main quest was created. All this time, one of the developers, with his hands behind his head, was watching the game. He smiled widely and happily said that he finally decided to choose the Abyss, adding that he was really connected with big figures. On his screen was the main character. Smiling widely, Robert added that he needed to set an alarm for the next event, when suddenly his colleague asked if he hadn't said that he had a meeting scheduled today, to which he opened his mouth in shock and screamed, asking what time it was, after which the girl answered him that it was already lunchtime. Hearing this, the developer threw his jacket on himself and quickly ran away, shouting that he had an appointment with director Steven. In a private room of the Shadow Guild, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The protagonist was sitting on the couch and looking at the system screen, which reported the main quest in search of darkness of unknown difficulty. When he decided to return to the Abyss, the quest was updated. This time the main quest was related to Louise. One of the lines said that he needed to go and search the ruins of darkness, which were located somewhere in the dungeon. After reading this, the boy grabbed his head and said to himself that he never thought that there would be no information in the interlude. He thought that if he searched the same way as he searched for information about the symmetrical world, he would find something. In the end, his search was in vain, when suddenly Tartar entered the room and said that he had regained his inclination to the Abyss. Hearing this, So-un raised his hand and said that he had worked hard, but since he was busy now, he should play with Louise outside, but suddenly Tartar asked if everything would be okay if the Duke suddenly came to him. Hearing this, the boy opened his eyes and replied that he was now also the Abyss. But before he finished, he remembered the Duke and shouted in shock, asking if it was really the Duke, to which the boy raised his hand behind his head and confusedly answered yes, adding that he never knew when he might come. At that same second, So-un ran up to the boy. A powerful magical energy enveloped him and he shouted that he needed to assimilate for a while, saying to himself that the quest said to get help from a guide. After thinking these thoughts, he merged with Tartar's soul and ordered him to call the Duke. Hearing this, the boy lowered his head in shock, not knowing what to do. After a short pause, he raised his eyebrows and asked if he really should call him, to which So-un, lowering his head, firmly replied that there was no need to worry. Then Tartar folded his hands and prayed to Lord Bomir. Immediately after, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, asking if he wanted to let the Duke in. The sky suddenly became covered with clouds. Louise, who was outside, looked at the sky. At this time, a tornado of abyssal power arose in the room. So-un looked at it tensely and said to himself that there was simply a huge amount of mana here. After a few seconds, it dissipated and the Duke appeared, stretching out his hand and asking why the knight called him. The boy with a cold face said to himself that he needed to remain calm, because he should ask as much as possible without offending his feelings. After these thoughts, he, without taking his eyes off the man, said that there was one thing he wanted to ask, to which he asked what he was interested in. Then the protagonist asked if he knew anything about the ruins of darkness, after which the smile disappeared from the Duke's face. Folding his arms over his chest, he angrily knitted his brows and asked why he was interested in this. The world of Azra is divided into two groups, Heaven and Abyss. If divine beings belong to Heaven, then Dukes belong to the Abyss. They are equal in ability, however, due to differences in compatibility, Dukes are slightly inferior to heavenly beings. Bomir frowned suspiciously looking at the protagonist and asked why he was so interested in this. After this question, they silently looked at each other. Tartar was very scared and told So-un that they seemed to have asked something that they shouldn't have asked, to which So-un folded his arms and said that he needed to think. The boy tried to say something, and the Duke was burning him with his burning eyes. Suddenly, Bomir smiled widely and said that there was no need to worry about it, but unfortunately, he couldn't give an answer so easily because he wasn't good enough to know about the darkness yet. Then he patted him on the back and shouted at him to come back in 2 years. Hearing this, the protagonist made a stupid expression and asked himself what kind of reaction this was. He knew what he was talking about. Wasn't he good enough yet? Maybe if he did everything right, Bomir would tell him. With these thoughts, the boy knitted his eyebrows and firmly said that if he proved himself worthy, he would tell him. Smiling, he added that the Duke knew what he was capable of, and then asked if it was possible to write off a person so easily. Hearing this, the man raised one eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, Bakmir laughed madly, showing his crazy aura of the Abyss, and shouted that this was much better. Then he put his hand on the boy's head and said that he had convinced him, so he would give him a chance to prove himself, but there was one thing that was bothering him. Smiling, he said that in fact, he could die, but if he found out what the matter was, he would think about his decision. These words caused a drop of cold sweat to appear on the boy's cheek, and the protagonist happily said in his head that it worked. All that was left was to pass his test, and then he would tell him everything. But if he could die, then doing this task alone was very dangerous. Raising his hand to his chin, he added that since he had other guild members, this quest was a good opportunity to test their abilities. After these thoughts, Tartar folded his hands and asked if he could take his comrades with him. Hearing this, Bakmir raised his eyebrows and calmly said that if they were suitable, then let them. Having said this, he turned away and asked if he knew that darkness and deception were incompatible. Raising his hand, which was enveloped in the powerful energy of the abyss, the Duke added that he did not know whether he knew or not, but he only served the forces of darkness, but the forces of deception. Then, striking the air with his burning hand, he opened another dimension and finished that he was pretty tired of them. Seeing this, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and said to himself that this was a dimension mirror, adding that with the help of space control magic it allowed one to appear in any dimension, after which he asked himself if he really wanted to show him where his quest would be. Bakmir stepped aside and showed his castle, saying that this used to be his territory, but the small fry of the forces of deception took it from him. Now this castle was full of small creatures of the abyss that belonged to the force of deception. Of course, these were not the most fertile lands, and there was no strategic importance in them. But Bakmir was irritated that someone dared to appropriate what belonged to the Duke. He himself would easily have returned this place to himself, but there was a ceremony coming up that he needed to prepare for, so he did not want to waste his energy. Having told about this, he looked down and added that he would immediately say that it would not be easy. And in the end, most of the minions were around level 200, and those who were stronger were level 300, and if the boy gave up, he would not ask him for more. The protagonist clenched his fists, and, having listened to Bakmir, said to himself that if he did not have at least some information, it would be useless, but if this was a place familiar to him, then everything changed. After these thoughts, he frowned and firmly answered that he would do it. Hearing this, Bakmir snapped his fingers and said that he liked his attitude, and let him do as he wanted, after which the Duke's hidden quest appeared in front of the boy, to return the castle of Kaiden. Leaving into the portal, Bakmir shouted for him to let him know when he was ready, and if he failed, he could always give up, but if he gave up, he would laugh for a long time. After that, the portal closed with a powerful tornado. When it was all over, the protagonist left the guy's body and said that they had received a quest, so they needed to notify all the party members. The sun was shining brightly outside. Seoan, raising his hand, said that he thanked everyone for gathering here, because he called them because there was a quest that they had to complete together. Louise was sleeping on the couch nearby at that time, and the guy continued to say that it was not very easy, one might even say impossible, given their current level. Hearing this, Aine folded her arms across her chest and asked if it was really difficult, while simultaneously saying in her head that she could not even imagine that something was impossible for her friend. The protagonist woke up the girl and said that if they prepared well, then maybe they would be able to complete it. To which she, waking up, asked if it was really time for dinner already. Raising his eyebrows, Seoan answered not yet, but there was something that everyone needed to do together, while saying to himself that even though she was an NPC, she was listed as an assistant, so he could take her into the team, which he would do. After that, he looked up and said to himself that if his memory served him correctly, he already knew about the Duke's territory, Kaiden Castle. He remembered what a huge palace looked like and added that he knew how to clear it, and if they prepared well, they should be able to handle it. The guy also remembered that there was a dark sun there, which meant that the castle was in a symmetrical world, but he had no idea how it got there. Leaving his thoughts, he looked at his comrades and said that he thought that 5 people would be enough. Raising his hand to his chin, the protagonist added that he would begin to develop a strategy for completing the task. A magical country, a labyrinth of the city of Lavarina, it was night outside. In the rock there were brightly glowing massive doors. Upon entering, Seolan's team asked how they would prepare here. The protagonist, with his arms folded across his chest, looked at the guys with a smile on his face and said to himself that there was no better place to quickly improve his skills, because this was the main attraction of Labyrinth. The dungeon of the moment, it was created from the recreated memories stored in the magic circles surrounding the labyrinth. They passed by people, a great place to increase their level and skills, because many players call it a dungeon for experience. There are 2 intersecting roads in the dungeon, in the center of which is the core. It must be protected from advancing monsters. The protagonist remembered that Tardar increased his level to 100 and changed his class to a Death Knight. Thanks to the change in potential, he was able to reset his skills and choose new ones. Then he looked at Louise and said to himself that she was level 200, but they barely met the minimum requirements. When the team stopped near a large crystal, the guy said that they had room to grow, so first they needed to check their teamwork. After saying that, he touched the crystal and said that he would just watch the first round, and then the virtual battle of level 100 began. Monsters began to appear in each corridor. They were skeletons and slimes, their level was 100, they had to protect the core for 20 minutes. Seoan stood by the crystal with his arms folded and looked at his comrades. Seeing them fight, he exhaled heavily and said, "So that's how it is." Tardar was fiercely attacked by the skeletons. He still has a lot to learn. It seems he hasn't mastered the skills of a Death Knight yet. Louise waved her arms, using the abilities of the abyss to push the opponents away from her. As the slimes merged into one, the protagonist said to himself that he thought that she had changed after their night hunt, but was she still afraid to fight alone? Suddenly, the slimes, having merged into one, rose 10 meters in height. Louise stared at the huge monster flying towards her with her eyes wide open. Ain immediately took off using the steps of the incarnate. At the very last moment, she managed to hit the huge monster. When the girl screamed, thanking her savior, Ain turned around with displeasure. Then she rushed past the protagonist, saying that she would go around them and cover the others. Soan looked at his friend, who was fiercely fighting, helping her comrades, and said to himself that if this was a real mission, Louise would have died already. Then he remembered how he fought monsters together with her, and said to himself that if he thought about it, all she was doing was trying to dodge. On all their hunts he was always by her side, helping her at every step, and now she can't do anything on her own. It was as if she was always standing behind him. That's why she relied on him and didn't take the situation seriously. Suddenly the core cracked, and the guy said at the end that she needs to learn to fight on her own. They failed the test of the instant dungeon of the 100th level. Ain looked at her comrades, who were tiredly lying and sitting on the floor. Tartar said that it was very difficult because of the Death Knight. Next to him lay Louise, who crossed her arms on her stomach and thanked her for not being able to die, because death in the dungeon is not considered a real death. The main character stood nearby and, looking at them, said that it was time to get up, and now they will try again. Then he turned his gaze to his friend and asked her to help Tartar and Salon, to which she asked what they would do with Louise, after which the guy firmly answered that he would take care of her himself. Having said this, he approached the girl and offered to join forces, to which she asked if he would really help her. When Sioan entered her, he answered no, adding that now it would not be only him who would try, which made Louise look at her hand and ask what. Then the protagonist answered that she should try to cope with them herself, after which monsters began to appear not far in front of her. Suddenly, a mad wolf jumped towards her, which made the girl scream in fear that she could not cope. At the last second, she managed to jump away from the monster's quick blow. The guy next to her raised his hand and said that she could definitely do it, since she was able to dodge, while saying to himself that he needed to help her overcome her fear. Then he said that she needed to surpass herself in order to become better in the future, and Louise, looking at the approaching wolf, asked in fear, "Really?" The protagonist put his hand on her head and firmly said that if she overcomes her fear, she will become stronger than any of them, she just needs to believe in herself. Hearing this, the grimace of horror disappeared from the girl's face. Stretching her arms forward, she said that she needed to believe in herself. After that, she began to fight with all her might. Naturally, not everything worked out the first time. Sometimes the wolf managed to bite her hand. Sometimes she missed with her blows. But after many attempts, the wild power of the abyss tore the wolf apart. Lowering her head, the exhausted Louise quietly said that she did it. After 9 attempts, she finally managed to defeat the Azure Wolf. After that, Solan left her body and said to himself that she was finally able to cope with her fear and feel the spirit of battle, so she would definitely go far. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and plaintively asked if there would really be another attempt now. The guy looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that she looked very tired, but it was understandable. They had been training here for 4 hours without a break, the others clearly had no strength either, and they were in no particular hurry. With these thoughts, he approached his comrades and said that it was time to rest. The protagonist and Louise left the place because everyone had gone off to rest. Suddenly, he heard a familiar, disgruntled voice asking if they had rented the place, and looked in the direction the voice had come from. A girl in armor and with a halberd was standing nearby and asking how long they would be hanging around here. Kayas, putting her hand on her hip, added that people were waiting here too. No manners, they had been waiting for 15 minutes while they were constantly restarting the dungeon. The protagonist exhaled heavily and asked himself if it was that lady from the Dark Guild, adding that only 15 minutes had passed. Why was she trying to provoke a conflict? Turning away, he asked if she really valued time so much, adding that they had completely finished the dungeon, so it was now completely hers. Enraged by what she had heard, the girl stepped towards them, but was immediately stopped by Brashild. He looked at her and said that because of her, he and Ain were now at odds, so she needed to work on herself, to which she pitifully drew her eyebrows together and exclaimed that they clearly didn't value them. The sun's rays illuminated the Dark Guild. Mayday informed her comrades that she had found the protagonist and said that it was a fusion. She then pointed her index finger and explained that she had once entered the body of a monster in this way, and if Soyeon was using a similar skill to help Ain, then it was clear where she had so many skills from, and they should also take a look at it. After saying this, a system screen appeared in front of her comrades, which shocked them. The screen showed a video of Leopard, in which Ain first appeared, and the person next to her was Soyeon. Hearing this, the guildmaster said with an unperturbed face that everything was now clear. It seemed that all their questions had already been answered. Looking away, he added that if the rumors were true, then recruiting him would be almost impossible, because he would not voluntarily submit to anyone, and since they now knew this, they needed to establish contact with him because they did not need such an enemy. The protagonist continued to leave the training dungeon. A few days later, his team was defending a level 200 labyrinth with a powerful force of the abyss emanating from Tartar. Suddenly, he summoned a black hole, shouting for Louise to finish what she had started. Louise was enveloped in a terrifyingly powerful energy of the abyss, so the power of her next attack with the Sword of Darkness increased significantly. With one swing of the sword, she destroyed all the monsters, after which they were informed that they had passed the labyrinth of level 200. The crystal in the center glowed brightly. Thanks to constant training, the Shadow Guild quickly leveled up. They have Tartar, who supports the fight with useful skills, and Salon, who with Tartar's help demolishes mobs in 2 counts, and also Louise with amazing abilities. Even in a fusion state, she could destroy elite monsters, and of course, Ain is their ace in the hole. The protagonist looked at them with a satisfied smile on his face and said that this is enough, but he is worried that Louise's level has not increased at all. His team members' levels were slowly increasing by training here, but to increase Louise's level, it would be worth completing the main quest. When everyone was about to leave for the portal, Sohan's partner turned around and asked what he was worth, to which he said that he was already running. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he asked if his partner was free. Hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled and she happily exclaimed, "Yes," and then asked why he was asking this, to which the guy replied that they were going shopping. Without taking his eyes off her, he added that everyone else seemed to be busy today, so he wanted to go with her alone. The guys came to the largest city of the magical country of Lepra. The sun was shining brightly around everything, and Ain happily said that she hadn't been here for 100 years. She smiled contentedly and added to herself that it had been so long since they spent time together like before, it brought back pleasant memories. She remembered waving her hand to Louise, and contentedly said in her head that in the end, she couldn't go with them during the day, and she hadn't been able to be alone with the main character for so long. Something always went wrong. A few minutes later, they entered the forge and the master asked if they wanted to buy anything, to which the protagonist replied yes, but they needed something customized. When the man saw the ingredients given to him, he put his hand to his chin and said that they were quite good, and Seoan looked at his girlfriend and said that it was time to spend everything he had spent so much time collecting. Then he turned to the master and said that this was for the girl, not for him, because he already had a cloak with the hunt for Betty, so he decided to buy her something too, to which Ain, with eyes shining with joy, said that it was the first time he bought her something. After some time, she put on the demon armor of Ricardo of unique quality, which gave an incredible number of pluses to the characteristics. As he left, the protagonist saw a satisfied smile of his girlfriend and said to himself that it seemed like she liked it. After that, they walked around together for a while, bought some rare armor parts, and even bought something for Tartar. Then the guy introduced Salon and said to himself that he would be able to buy food and equipment for himself. After that, he introduced Tartar and said that he had been too busy editing videos lately, so it was worth getting something for him. When they returned home, Louise immediately ran to meet them. She stood in front of them with shining eyes and exclaimed, asking if they brought her a gift. Hearing this, the protagonist raised his hand in shock and said in confusion that they were just shopping, to which she asked upset if they really went to have fun and didn't bring anything. Then Seoan began actively scrolling through the things in his inventory, saying to himself that he had completely forgotten about the girl, maybe there was something here. His choice fell on a unique magic rod. After giving it to Louise, he said that it was specially for her. But suddenly, he felt his friend's gaze on him, who suddenly asked if he hadn't received it for Aluna's quest, adding that she couldn't even lift it due to her strength limitations. As soon as she said this, the staff fell to the floor with a crash. Louise grabbed the staff with both hands and said with tears in her eyes that it was too heavy and she couldn't lift it, to which the protagonist smiled awkwardly and told her to wait a little bit, because he would fix it quickly. After that, Seoan ran to Lepru and bought Louise a pair of gloves, which she was very happy with. While he was saying in his head that the equipment was almost ready, like all the preparations, a notification appeared in front of him and he asked in surprise what it was. It was a message from Robert Connor, who wrote to him that he wanted to meet in person. After a while, the protagonist was in the virtual space of the developers. Producer Stephen Young sat across from him and introduced himself with his arms outstretched. The table they were sitting at had sharp edges, and the director continued to say that he had seen what had happened on Aluna and was deeply impressed by it. And thanks to it, he saw the potential in Asrain for a film, so he decided to make a fiction documentary based on the full-scale event. Robert, who was sitting next to them, looked at Seoan with a smile on his face, and the director suddenly said that he would like to ask the main character's team and himself to participate in the project. Stephen put up his index finger and said that he would not need to waste time, and that their goal was to make a realistic film after all. He spread his arms outstretched and added that if the main character wanted, they could change the appearance and abilities of his team using special effects and were willing to pay $5 million. Hearing this, the guy looked up and said in surprise that in other words, they wanted to make a video of their team and use it for the film. The director explained with a wide smile that they had a good reputation and wanted to provide all the conditions, but before he could finish speaking, the main character firmly stated that they would only agree to $9.8 million. Hearing such a price, the man opened his mouth in shock, not knowing what to say. The sun was shining brightly over the private house of the Shadow Guild. So-on returned to his comrades, and although they needed negotiations, they still signed a contract, and one of the conditions was the consent of all team members. So he was a little worried. Solon, folding his arms on his chest, immediately agreed, because this was a good opportunity to increase his popularity, and Tartar, looking at the contract, opened his mouth in surprise and asked whether he really should participate in the project of director Steven himself, whether he was really asleep. Ain glanced at the contract and asked if he really wanted to use the money to move, and if he told her where, she was in, so he managed to convince everyone much easier than So-on thought. The protagonist looked at the paper in his hand and said that since he was contacted, he just agreed to meet just in case. But he never thought that they would receive such a large offer. He smiled widely and added that although $5 million was a lot of money, the point of the negotiations was to ask for more since their entire team would be participating after all. After saying this, he suddenly frowned. The guy was reading the terms of the contract, in which they had to complete the quest in one try without taking a break. After a short pause, the guy looked up at his comrades and said that this was why he asked for a better reward, and all that was left was to do it right. A few days later, drones were flying over their house. So-on extended his hand and explained that once the quest started, the drones would become invisible so they didn't have to pay attention to them, and they had to complete everything the first time and couldn't lose. After explaining everything, the boy told Tartar to call the Duke, to which he raised his eyebrows excitedly and replied, "Okay." He folded his hands and prayed, creating a powerful energy of the abyss in front of him. A few seconds later, Bomber came out and, spreading his arms, shouted that he seemed to have made a decision, adding that he liked their enthusiasm. When suddenly, he frowned at what he saw. The Duke was devouring Ain and Solon with his eyes, asking if there were people from the sky with him. The protagonist, who was standing behind the boy, told him not to be nervous and to just say what he had told him before, and then Tartar asked in confusion if something was wrong. The Duke raised his hand and answered, "Of course not," adding that as he expected, users were very unique creatures, and he had no reason to refuse if someone decided to help him get the castle back. After saying this, he snapped his fingers and opened a portal. The energy of the abyss was gushing out of it, and Bakmer said that some traces of his power remained on the outskirts of the castle, and if they had come a couple of days later, the portal might not have opened. Without moving from his place, he added that the darkness was not a place to be irresponsible, and if they could pass this test, he would be in for it. Finally, he smiled and firmly added that he swears on his name. Less than a minute later, the guys stepped through the portal. The protagonist looked around with a smile on his face and said that they had not been here for a long time, and Tartar opened his mouth in shock from what he saw. They were standing not far from the Duke's huge castle. Kaiden Castle, a dark sun was shining above it. The protagonist said that in order to capture the castle, they had to go through the surrounding city, get into the inner territory of the palace, which was very well guarded, and finally take possession of the heart, the magic circle. He stood in front of his 4 comrades and added that it would not be easy, but thanks to the portal, they very luckily appeared on the other side of the wall. As soon as he said this, a man in a suit appeared behind him and said, "Almost." At the same second, So-on jumped away from him, and the stranger said that if they had arrived a day later, the magic power would have dissipated long ago and they would have to start behind the castle wall. It was Mabel. He closed his eyes and said that the Duke ordered him to follow them. He lowered his head slightly and added that he honestly didn't have any hope for them, and the Duke seemed to share his thoughts by sending him here. The protagonist frowned and said with displeasure that he should have wished them luck, since they weren't called elites for nothing. The 5 of them walked into the castle, telling the goblin to watch them and learn. Then a bat wing appeared. Mabel turned into a bat and flew after the boys. He saw them jumping on the roofs and said to himself that it looked like they weren't empty-handed, adding that they were even able to get past the guards without being noticed, and then asked how they knew the layout of the castle so well. Suddenly, his attention fell on Louise. He then imagined the protagonist next to her and said to himself that even before the test began, the guy in the black cloak was absorbed by her, and that was interesting since soul transfer techniques weren't that common. After saying those words, the bat continued to follow the boys. They saw a magic tunnel ahead. The guys immediately rushed there. The team quickly ran along the dark corridor. Not far ahead stood a guard. Hearing loud footsteps, he turned around abruptly. The protagonist in Louise's body and his partner Ain, using shadow running and incarnation steps, destroyed him with one blow. Mabel flew after them and, seeing this, asked in surprise if this was really critical damage, adding that it was unexpected, but they were just lucky. At this time, hundreds of living dead were waiting for them outside, and if at least one managed to report on the strangers, thousands more would arrive. Tartar stretched out his hand and created a powerful magic ball of the abyss in front of him. He released a black hole, which absorbed some of the monsters. Then Salon used biorhythm acceleration and destroyed the remaining group of monsters. The bat flew under the ceiling and wondered if they hadn't lost anyone yet. How could users below level 200 do something like that? Louise rushed forward and shouted that they were at the edge of the outer wall, so they had to run. A few minutes later, they were standing on a huge train in the underground tunnel of the Kaiden Palace. The protagonist left Louise's body and said to himself that the only difference was that this place was in a symmetrical world, adding that they were lucky that the plan remained the same. He remembered how he had made cracks under himself with one blow, and said to himself that the train connecting the inside of the castle with the outside would help them get inside. Then he looked at the magic seal and said in his head that the only problem was that the entire floor was covered in these seals that recognized strangers. Suddenly, harpies appeared in their path. With crazy smiles on their faces, they flew towards them. Sioan then said that it seemed like the monsters had noticed their presence, causing Ain to look at him. She put her hand on her hip and asked if it was true that he had originally planned to leave it to her, to which he firmly replied that it was, so she should say that she wouldn't resist. Before he could finish speaking, the girl ran past him, saying that there was no need for that since she could just use her talent. She stood at the edge of the train and used her ultimate, preparing to exterminate. A sinister smile appeared on her face and she used her hidden potential, agility enhancement. After that, she destroyed all the harpies on the way in a few seconds. Mabel, seeing this, adjusted his tie and said to himself that he never thought that they would go this far. It was amazing. He looked at the protagonist's back and added that this guy seemed to be the leader of the group, had a soul manipulation technique, and seemed to know everything about the castle, but the further they went, the stronger the security would be, and even he would have a hard time getting out. There was an unknown creature standing in front of the doors. It suddenly disappeared into the portal, saying that everything was bad, adding that it did not think that they would have to leave so early. At this time, the protagonist saw that they were approaching their destination, after which he shouted that everyone needed to get ready. Hearing this, Ain frowned. The other three comrades were waiting for the signal. As soon as he shouted, now all four of them jumped towards the wall. With one blow, Tartar and Salon flew into the 4th floor of the main building. Ain, Louise, and the protagonist, having broken the wall, got to the 5th floor. Soyeon, being inside the girl, without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, shouted that there was very little left. There was a magic sphere inside one of the rooms, and the 4th floor team had to quickly destroy the security seals connected to the 5th floor. It was behind the massive doors at the end of the corridor. Both teams rushed forward. Louise glanced at her partner out of the corner of her eye and ordered her to restore demonic energy. Hearing this, the girl swung her fiery hand. The next second, she hit the girl with all her might, who used a shadow shield. The protagonist looked at his hand with a smile on his face and said that the demonic energy had reached its maximum. The attack area of the next dark sword had increased significantly. This skill really can be used in many places. Suddenly, the castle creature twitched, sensing someone else's energy. The vampire turned around and asked with displeasure, "Were these strangers? How dare these rats appear here?" The heart of Kaiden Castle, the 5th floor, contains a magic circle that can control the entrance to each floor. It is reliably protected by guards and a protective magic circle. Creatures with high magic power like Bomir will be detected before they can even cross the outer walls. There were knights everywhere, which is why Hyan's group was able to sneak into the 5th floor unnoticed. No one expected this. The vampire frowned in displeasure and asked what was going on. While he was saying that it seemed like the alarm had not gone off, Louise appeared behind him with glowing eyes. She dealt a powerful blow, which the vampire managed to block at the last second. Flying back, he screamed in fear, asking who they were, but Ain was already behind him. She brought down a series of powerful fire blows on him. The vampire screamed in pain, calling them rats. Then suddenly he evaporated, turning into a flock of small bats, and Ain slammed her hand into the floor with all her might. After the blow, she left a deep dent and said discontentedly that he escaped, to which her partner added that his escape even plays into their hands. Then the girl looked ahead and said that she would help on the lower floors. Sohan, leaving Louise's body, added that Ain should not do anything stupid and follow the plan, and he himself assimilated with Tartar's soul, saying that they did not have time to talk, they needed to go. Returning to her body, Louise pointed her finger forward and asked if they would continue. At this time, in the darkness, a humanoid creature crunched a brush and asked if they were strangers. The maximum range for merging is 30 meters, while neither walls nor other objects between him and the target will become an obstacle, and at that moment the guys split into two teams on two different floors. Taking advantage of this, he was able to provide support to the team on both floors, moving from Louise to Tartarus and killing monsters. The monsters screamed in terror before dying, asking how the strangers were able to get in here. Ain looked at the corpses of the monsters lying on the floor and said that Louise was doing well even without help, adding that she would rather believe that her friend did all this through fusion. Hearing this, the girl put her hands to her cheeks and happily exclaimed that she did all this, she can finally do all this herself. Ain sighed in relief and said that they should wait for the protagonist here. After saying this, she lowered her head and said to herself that she hoped that Seoan was okay, but he looked worried. Suddenly, Louise leaned closer to her friend and exclaimed, asking if she was really thinking about the protagonist, to which she confusedly asked how she knew. The girl then pointed her index finger and said that Seoyan had talked about her a lot, causing Ain to blush and ask when and what he had said. While Louise, with her hand to the side, was saying that she had heard a lot during their night hunt. The protagonist's partner was saying to herself that she didn't even know that he had thought about her in the company of this child, and it seemed that this made her feel better. Raising her eyebrows, she looked at the girl and added that she herself found it funny, but she was still jealous, adding that it was stupid to have such feelings for an NPC, after which she sternly warned Louise not to think of seducing him. At this time, Tartar and Salon dealt with the monsters, and the protagonist said that he would return upstairs. After these words, he returned to Louise's body and saw his partner point her finger at herself and firmly say that she was the only one who was allowed to seduce him. After she said this, shock appeared in her eyes, and she asked in confusion when he came. The girl looked away in confusion and did not answer. Suddenly, a huge werewolf came out to them, which the girls immediately noticed. With its eyes glowing, the monster screamed, asking if they were just two normal women. At the same time, Louise and Ain rushed to attack. The werewolf launched a powerful strike, shouting that he would not let them escape, but the protagonist's partner blocked the strike with her hand. Unexpectedly, her Efreet claw was destroyed, and the fire disappeared from her hand. Seeing this, the monster frowned in displeasure and asked if she was able to block his attack. Having said this, he struck again, but Ain managed to jump up, saying to herself that he was faster than her, despite the fact that she used 3 agility boosters, adding that if she received so much damage without being able to dodge, she would die if he hit her. Grinding her teeth, she stared at her opponent. Suddenly, the werewolf was attacked from the side by the protagonist with the power of the abyss. Ain landed nimbly on the floor and opened her mouth in surprise. She saw Soan and Louise's body easily dodging each attack. The werewolf swung its huge paw, but the girl ducked. Then Soan quickly counterattacked. His abyssal strike hit the enemy perfectly, causing it to open up. Seeing this, Louise and the protagonist smiled at the same time, shouting, "Now!" Hearing this, Ain charged with a smile on her face. They performed a powerful simultaneous attack with fire and abyss. After defeating the monster, the girl pointed at herself and shouted that it reminded her of the past, but the protagonist, leaving the girl's body, told her to go to the final zone and wait for him there. After that, Louise turned to Ain and said in confusion that the state was lost, and they still didn't seem to be finished. Tartar had his hand on the magic ball. The protagonist spoke through it that with this, the passage to the 5th floor should be unlocked, after which they successfully removed the magic circle on the 4th floor. Turning sharply to his comrade, he said that they simply had to go up to the 5th floor, to which Salon, standing in a stance, said that he thought it would be difficult, since it would take them longer than expected, since a crowd of lizardmen had appeared. More than 24 monsters were running towards them. Seeing this, Soan frowned tensely and asked himself what he should do, since if this continued, the 2 on the 4th floor would be destroyed. He needed to find a way to save at least one of them. When Salon suddenly extended his hand with a blade and said that it was his turn now. He frowned menacingly and ordered the guy to stay put, since it would be better if only one of them died. After all, he had to clear the castle. Preparing for the attack, he said to himself that in a desperate situation, he could end everything and leave dramatically, since this promised to be an excellent memorable moment. Thinking about this, the boy rushed forward with a scream, and the protagonist told Tartar to take the chance and hide somewhere. After that, he returned to Louise's body and said that they would have to go on their own. Hearing this, Ain looked at the doors at the end of the corridor and said that the locks on the 5th floor should be removed, so they just need to take control of the castle, to which her partner said that they should finish this as quickly as possible. At this time, Salon was fiercely fighting the lizards. Tartar was trying to hide. Salon and Tartar were unable to break through, so only Louise, Ain, and the protagonist were able to reach the heart of Kaiden Castle. They entered the room and saw a magic ball on the table. Louise put her hand on it, and the control system of the castle was synchronized, but since their location was still revealed, it remains to finish this as soon as possible. While the girl was talking about this, something flashed from a dark corner. At that very moment, something very fast flew at the protagonist's head. A few moments later, the blade flew off the shadow shield. Ain, terrified, asked if her comrade was okay, adding that she did not have time to react, and Seo-eun sat on the floor and replied that everything was fine. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that it was very good that he had the foresight to use the shadow shield, but what would have happened if it had not happened, adding that he could not believe that Ain could not foresee this attack. The girls turned around when they heard footsteps behind them. A masked guy with 2 blades came out to them. He looked at them with disdain and said that they should already be dead. A furious, unrestrained fight began. Ain delivered attack after attack. Grinding her teeth, she continued to attack and ask herself why her attacks did not work. Her opponent parried every blow while she asked how a person who was not a devil could have such power. This made the girl very angry and she showed her teeth. At the same moment, she used incarnate steps and then appeared behind her opponent. A powerful explosion was heard. But suddenly, the fire on her right hand disappeared because the claw of the Ifrit was destroyed and she could not use this skill for 10 seconds. The unknown person with a wide smile under his mask looked at his opponent out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the main character joined the fight, shouting for his partner to wait for him. Ain rushed to attack again, and Louise was behind her. Seo-eun frowned and said that they should get behind him, then used invisible biorhythm acceleration. At that moment, he appeared behind his opponent, and his partner's claw of the Ifrit was destroyed again. While attacking, the protagonist gritted his teeth and asked himself if there was an Abyss NPC using dual swords, adding that he couldn't figure out who he was. He stared at the enemy, saying that the only thing he was sure of was that they didn't have time to hesitate. He had to use Ain's attacks to distract him. Without finishing, he shouted to Louise, now, after which she immediately swung the huge Abyss sword. Ain's face showed surprise at what she saw. The stranger was kneeling with his hand outstretched, saying that Louise was using a very interesting technique. His blade was stabbed into the girl's chest, and her physical defect heart puncture skill was neutralized, but for the next 3 seconds she was immortal. At the same second, Louise grabbed the scroll of returning to her room. The girl disappeared into the portal at the same second, and the protagonist assimilated with the soul of his partner. He looked at the enemy with fear and reported that Louise was safe because he sent her back. Grinding his teeth, he said to himself that it was a perfect plan, but the enemy dodged and even managed to counterattack, and if it weren't for the priest's skill, Louise would have died. Then asked himself who this guy was, adding that with such strength, his name should be known as a being of at least level 350. The unknown man stood up, looking at the opponents, while he wondered if this was an NPC who first appeared on Asrain like Louise, but he was sure that this was an opponent that they could not defeat now. When suddenly, the guy opened his eyes in shock, hearing the voice of Tartar, who said that the Duke had just gone after them. As soon as the protagonist asked what he meant, a hand pierced through the enemy's body. Bamir pierced the body of the unknown opponent and laughed loudly. Seeing this, Sachin relaxed a little and asked himself if the Duke had really come all the way here through Tartar, adding that he never thought that he would come to their aid. Blood poured out of the masked guy's eyes and he looked at the Duke in rage. But before he could say anything, Bamir threw him to the floor. Then the Duke put his hand to his forehead and, laughing even harder, shouted that he didn't expect that they would be able to take him so far, adding that thanks to them, he easily corrected the situation. When suddenly he saw something that caught his attention. Putting his hand on his hip, he looked at the glow that emanated from the right hand of the guy he killed. The magic seal disappeared from it, and then the Duke asked if he was really from heaven. Why was someone from heaven here? Then he put his hand on the magic ball and added that those who took control of the castle must have been the forces of deception, adding that maybe he shouldn't have killed him, but he doesn't understand what's going on here, so he'll restore his castle first. As soon as he did, a powerful magic wave spread throughout the area, and a message appeared in front of the guys that control of the castle had returned to its owner, so the quest was successfully completed. At this time, Tartar was hiding from the crazy monster. Seeing the notification in front of him, Enan happily said that they were still able to safely complete the quest, when suddenly he saw another message, which said that Duke Bamir expressed his gratitude to him and rewarded him with 1 million gold. And below it was written that a hint for the Heavenly Invasion event was now open to him. Louise was sitting on the roof of the main character's guild house. She silently looked at the glowing moon in the sky. When the protagonist came out of the portal and asked what she was doing there, she replied that she was thinking about something. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, was she thinking? Less than a minute later, he was lying next to her on the roof, asking if she was hurt, to which Louise replied no, but she still thought she was going to die, but she was worried about something else. She kept her eyes on the sky, adding that she had seen the man who attacked them in Yulong a couple of years ago. Raising her eyebrows, she added that although she had only seen him occasionally, she was sure that he was a knight of the Holy Kingdom. Hearing this, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if he was a holy knight. Then he remembered the notice that told the background story about the Heaven's invasion, and said to himself that if the hint was to be believed, there was some heavenly interference. And the Duke's reaction was as if what was happening was beyond a simple fight between the factions of the Abyss. Perhaps this was not such a simple quest in the first place. Thinking about this, he stood up and said that it was time for them to go. After all, Bakmir had arranged a banquet for them. At that moment, a message appeared in the magic ball. The priest stood before him and said in a frightened voice that another beautiful night had returned to heaven. Pursing his lips, the man asked pitifully why the Duke had taken action at such a time, adding that he was sure that he would do nothing. If this continued, the Pope's plan could collapse, so he should tell him about it right away. At that time, the Pope was praying in his hall in front of two statues of archangels.